Chapter 1. The Humiliation of Birthdays and the Awakening of a Devoted Heart. Having endured 2 stints in the verification chamber, I have learned my lesson. I extend my heartfelt wishes for longevity to those who engage in scrutiny and reporting. May they live on eternally. To all esteemed readers, I wish you abundant wealth, robust health, fulfilling work, and sweet love. May men grow increasingly handsome and women ever more beautiful. As the story accelerates in its later stages, dear audience, kindly fasten your seatbelts. For those uninterested in the protagonist's preliminary narrative, feel free to commence from Chapter 16, where the pace quickens dramatically. Lin Yu lowered his head, his fists clenched tightly, nails nearly piercing his palms. Crimson droplets began to seep forth, yet he remained oblivious. The flickering candlelight atop the birthday cake illuminated Lu Ruyan's exquisitely made-up visage. This face, which once captivated his every thought, now evoked a profound sense of estrangement and revulsion within him. Lin Yu, what is this worthless trinket you've given me? Lu Ruyan sneered, grasping a necklace with disdain, her wrist dismissively flicking it aside. The necklace arced feebly through the air before crashing to the ground with a sharp sound, shattering into pieces. To purchase this necklace, Lin Yu had tirelessly taken on a part-time job delivering food after classes, often returning to his dorm late into the night, utterly exhausted. The relentless lack of sleep and neglect of his own care rendered Lin Yu a pitiable sight. After 2 months of relentless effort and multiple trips to jewelry stores, Lin Yu had meticulously chosen this necklace, a symbol of his heartfelt intentions and hopes for the future. Now, it lay in ruins, just as his once passionate heart had crumbled to dust. This necklace is the latest from Swarovski, worth over 4,000. A Sharpied girl picked up the remnants, recognizing the logo and exquisite craftsmanship, unable to suppress her astonishment. Coming from a modest background, she could scarcely fathom purchasing such an expensive piece. Over 4,000? Is that a lot? Lu Ruyan scoffed, accepting a velvet box from Zhou Zihao, who stood nearby, impeccably dressed with slicked-back hair. Upon opening the box, a resplendent diamond necklace rested inside, shimmering brilliantly under the lights, nearly blinding those around. The heart of the ocean that Zihao gifted me is valued at 300,000, Lu Ruyan boasted, casting a triumphant glance at Lin Yu, her eyes brimming with contempt as she remarked, "Lin Yu, refrain from presenting such cheap items in the future. I cannot afford to lose face." Zhou Zihao seized the opportunity to wrap his arm around Lu Ruyan's slender waist, looking down at Lin Yu with disdain, as though he were gazing upon an insignificant insect. "And keep your distance from Ruyan, she is now my girlfriend." His tone dripped with both warning and provocation. Surrounding classmates began to murmur, their gazes flitting between Lin Yu and Zhou Zihao. Mockery, scorn, sympathy, various piercing looks struck Lin Yu like invisible daggers. He felt akin to a jester stripped bare, standing center stage for all to deride. 3 years of high school and 2 years of university, 5 years of dedication and sincerity had culminated in nothing but ruthless humiliation and betrayal. Lin Yu felt a seething inferno of rage burning within his chest, threatening to engulf him entirely. He yearned to confront Lu Ruyan with a thunderous inquiry. Why had she treated him so? If she held no affection for him, why persist in dangling hope before him? Why grant him a chance? Why agree to be his girlfriend? Why publicly betray him? A fierce desire to deliver a blow to Zhou Zihao surged within him, to make him comprehend the consequences of stealing another's beloved. Yet, his throat felt as though it were constricted by an unseen force, rendering him utterly speechless. He stood there, like a fool, allowing humiliation and fury to gnaw at his heart. Suddenly, a crisp notification resonated in his mind. Cashback multi-female binding system activated. Host. Lin Yu, a current cashback multiplier. 10 binding targets. None cashback limitations. Maximum monthly cashback of 1 million for individuals. Maximum monthly cashback of 10 million for each bound goddess. For each goddess subdued, 100 goddess points will be awarded. Goddess points can be utilized for a lottery. 100 points grants 1 draw, yielding random items categorized as cards, potions, skills, etc. System reminder. The host should strive to bind more goddesses. The more subdued, the greater the earnings. Binding over 10 goddesses will trigger an automatic system upgrade. The cold, mechanical voice bore no hint of emotion. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, a torrent of information flooding his mind. A system? He pinched his arm sharply, a jolt of pain confirming it was no dream. At the entrance of the school, in an upscale restaurant, Lin Yu stood at the counter, his fingers gliding aimlessly over the menu as if selecting not dishes, but exquisite works of art. For Australian lobsters, the largest you have. For servings of Kobe beef, a 5 grade, with beautifully marbled fat that melts in the mouth. 2 king crabs, alive and kicking, with overflowing roe. 4 geoducks, the larger the better, sliced as thin as a cicada's wing. And a bottle, let's skip the 1982 Lafite 2 Klitsch. They'll have a bottle of Romanicani. Vintage irrelevant, style is paramount. The waitress, initially taken aback by Lin Yu's extravagant order, gradually transitioned from shock to numbness, ultimately feeling a sense of admiration. She stole a glance at Lin Yu's attire, remarkably ordinary, so ordinary that he could easily be lost in a crowd. Yet at this moment, an aura of "I have money to spare" radiated from him. "Sir, are you certain you wish to order all of this?" The waitress' voice trembled slightly. "Absolutely, charge it." Lin Yu produced a bank card and handed it over. Ding! The transaction was successful. Simultaneously, Lin Yu received a text message on his phone. "Your bank card ending in 2678 has received a deposit of 288,880 yuan. He had spent 28,888 yuan on this takeout, with the system directly refunding him 288,880 yuan. A subtle smile graced Lin Yu's lips as he promptly settled his credit card debts. This maneuver was exceptionally astute. He picked up the packaged takeout, humming a tune, and strode back to his dormitory with an air of indifference. In the dormitory, Li Chong, Wang Peng, and Zhao Yu were gathered around a table, where a few packets of pickled vegetables lay, and only a small piece of steamed bun remained. The air was permeated with a faint hint of impoverishment. Of course, this was the typical fare for the boys' dormitory in the last few days of the month. Once next month's allowance arrived, they would be full of vigor again. When Lin Yu entered, carrying bags of various sizes, the trio was momentarily frozen, eyes wide as saucers, jaws nearly dropping to the floor. What the hell? Lin Yu, did you just rob a Michelin restaurant?" Li Chong exclaimed, rushing over to examine the golden lobsters, glistening steaks, and the mysteriously gleaming bottle of wine. He was nearly drooling. Calm down, Lin Yu said, placing the takeout on the table. "Just a few lobsters, a couple of steaks, and a bottle of red wine. Look at you all, as if you've never seen the world." Wang Peng and Zhao Yu hurried over, swallowing hard, their eyes brimming with desire. "Lin Yu, did you get abducted by aliens, and they gave you a hush money?" Zhao Yu speculated wildly. "You must have won the lottery, right?" "Pretty much," Lin Yu replied with a mysterious smile. "Come on, don't just stand there, eat up before it gets cold." How can we?" They stammered, but their hands moved swiftly, transforming into ravenous wolves as they pounced on the feast. Australian lobster, Kobe beef, king crab, geoduck, an array of delectable dishes was devoured in a whirlwind. Burp! Li Chong sighed contentedly, slumping back in his chair. "Lin Yu, you are my benefactor. If anyone dares to speak ill of you, I will fight them." Me too. Wang Peng and Zhao Yu chimed in eagerly. Chapter 2. An unexpected encounter with the campus belle, triggering a bond. Sunlight filtered through the branches of the French parasol trees, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Approaching noon, amidst the calls of benefactor, Lin Yu exited the campus to pick up some dishes from a nearby Chinese restaurant. Carrying the takeout boxes, he walked along the path leading back to the dormitory, deep in thought and unaware of an approaching figure. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Lin Yu felt himself collide with something. The takeout boxes scattered across the ground, sauce splattering all over him. He looked up to find a girl standing before him. She was tall, almost at eye level with him, dressed in a flowing white dress that danced gently with the breeze. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded over her shoulders, accentuating her fair complexion. Her features were exquisite, yet her eyes held an air of aloofness, as if she were 1,000 miles away from anyone. Frowning, she regarded the clumsy intruder and the mess he had made. "Have you no eyes?" She spoke, her tone icy and devoid of warmth. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the girl. Su Shui'er, the acknowledged belle of Jiangxing University, the goddess in the hearts of countless boys, including Lin Yu in the past. However, the current Lin Yu held no interest in Su Shuai whatsoever, that he merely wished to distance himself from this woman, as far away as possible. I apologize, it was not my intention, Lin Yu said, lowering his head in contrition as he bent down to gather the scattered takeout boxes. Su Shuai observed Lin Yu's actions, her brow furrowing even further. This young man was not only reckless, but also rather disheveled. Clad in cheap attire stained with grease, his hair was a tousled mess. Is a mere apology sufficient? A fashionably dressed girl beside Su Shuai interjected. Her name was Zhang Qian, Su Shuai's close friend and a quintessential gold digger. Zhang Qian scrutinized Lin Yu, her gaze filled with disdain. How dare this loser bump into Shuai? It was akin to a frog dreaming of eating swan meat. What do you propose? Lin Yu lifted his head to meet Zhang Qian's stare. His tone was calm, yet a flicker of impatience glinted in his eyes. What do I propose? Compensation, of course. Zhang Qian placed her hands on her hips, exuding an air of superiority. This dress, Shuai's, is a limited edition from Chanel, worth several tens of thousands. Can you afford that? Several tens of thousands? Lin Yu chuckled, a sneer playing on his lips. I thought it was something of great value. Turns out it's merely this amount. What can't you pay? If you can't, then scram. Don't embarrass yourself here. Zhang Qian was incensed by Lin Yu's demeanor. Who says I cannot pay? Lin Yu retrieved his phone and opened Alipay. Tell me how much. I will transfer it to you. Zhang Qian was taken aback. She had not anticipated Lin Yu's readiness. This was illogical. How could a man dressed so poorly possibly produce such a sum? Was he merely putting on a facade? Shuai, what do you think? Zhang Qian sought Su Shuai's opinion. Su Shuai remained silent, calmly observing Lin Yu. Her gaze was frigid, akin to that of a stranger. 100,000. Su Shuai finally spoke, her voice still icy. 100,000? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, looking at Su Shuai. Are you certain? What is that too much? Su Shuai countered, her tone laced with provocation. No, not too much, Lin Yu replied, smiling brightly. I merely believe that your dress is not worth 100,000. What did you say? Su Shuai's expression turned instantly frigid. She had not anticipated Lin Yu's audacity to question her taste. I said your dress is not worth 100,000. Lin Yu reiterated, his tone resolute. Su Shuai was at a loss for words, pointing at Lin Yu in astonishment. Ding! At that moment, a notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered the binding condition. Binding target. Su Shuai initial binding bonus. 100 goddess points and charm aura. Enhances the host's male appeal, rendering him a walking embodiment of allure. Facilitates success in romantic endeavors. Lin Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated binding with Su Shuai in such a manner. Was this fate? Or merely a twist of destiny? All right, 100,000. I shall give it to you. Lin Yu regained his composure, gazing at Su Shuai. However, I have one condition. What condition? Su Shuai inquired, her tone tinged with caution. The dress belongs to me now, Lin Yu declared, gesturing toward the dress Su Shuai wore. Pervert! In your dreams! Zhang Qian screamed, believing that Lin Yu had lost his mind. The audacity of him wanting Shuai's dress was nothing short of delusional. Su Shuai was equally taken aback, never anticipating such a request from Lin Yu. Was this boy out of his senses? What's the matter? They'll compensate you with 100,000. It's not unreasonable for you to give me this dress, Lin Yu provocatively stated, gazing at Su Shuai. She fell silent, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. What was this boy truly after? Fine, I accept your proposal, Su Shuai finally breathed, intrigued by the peculiar game Lin Yu was playing. Shuai, have you lost your mind? Zhang Qian exclaimed, unable to fathom Su Shuai's agreement. Disregarding Zhang Qian, Su Shuai fixed her gaze on Lin Yu. Can we proceed with the transfer now? Of course, Lin Yu replied with a grin, opening Alipay, entering the sum of 100,000, and clicking transfer. Ding! Su Shuai received a notification on her phone. Your bank account ending with 5566 has received 100,000 yuan. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's phone chimed. Your bank account ending with 2,678 has received 1 million yuan. Account balance, 1,188,880 yuan. Lin Yu glanced at the message, his lips curling into a smile. The cashback had arrived. 1 million. The exhilaration was indescribable. Now, the dress belongs to me, Lin Yu declared, looking at Su Shuer. Without uttering a word, Su Shuer dashed back to her dormitory, changed clothes, and carefully placed her soiled Chanel outfit into an exquisite bag before descending to hand it to Lin Yu. Zhang Qian watched in bewilderment. Lin Yu accepted the dress and turned to leave. Wait, Su Shuer suddenly called out, halting Lin Yu. He paused and looked back at her. Is there something else? What is your name? Su Shuer inquired, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Lin Yu, he replied, continuing on his way without looking back. Su Shuer gazed at his retreating figure, her eyes shimmering. Lin Yu, she would remember this name. Zhang Qian approached Su Shuer, linking her arm. Shuer, are you all right? I'm fine. Su Shuer shook her head, her gaze lingering on the direction Lin Yu had vanished. That Lin Yu is quite the oddball, Zhang Qian remarked, wrinkling her nose. Su Shuer remained silent, a faint smile gracing her lips. An oddball, perhaps? Yet, there seemed to be something intriguing about him. Lin Yu returned to his dormitory, placing the untouched meal on the desk. Li Chong, Wang Peng, and Zhao Yu were huddled together, engrossed in a game. Upon seeing Lin Yu, they looked up. Lin Yu, you're back? Li Chong questioned, his eyes drawn to the dress in Lin Yu's hands. Is that a woman's dress? You rascal, have you been out gallivanting? Wang Peng and Zhao Yu exchanged mischievous glances at Lin Yu. Ignoring their teasing, Lin Yu walked straight to his bed and sat down, contemplating the dress in his hands. What should he do with it? Throw it away? That would be wasteful. Giving it away? To whom? Lin Yu glanced at his dorm mates and suddenly had an idea. This is the dress worn by our campus beauty, Su Shuer, just taken off. Who wants it? Is that true? You're not joking. Chapter 3. Slapping the green tea. A glimpse of brilliance. Li Chong clutched the white dress, his cheeks flushed like a boiled shrimp, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Wang Peng and Zhao Yu loomed over him like two ravenous wolves, their eyes fixed on Li Chong, fearful he might devour the garment. Could you two cease staring at me so intently? It's rather unsettling. Li Chong gulped, his voice trembling. Who knows what you might do with that dress in secret? Wang Peng scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Indeed, that belongs to Su Shuer. You'd best not overstep. Zhao Yu chimed in, his eyes wide as saucers. What could I possibly do? I merely wish to catch a whiff. Li Qiao stammered, his face growing even redder. Smell? What do you take this for, a salted fish? Wang Peng rolled his eyes, mercilessly mocking him. I just want to experience Su Shuer's essence. Li Chong's voice dwindled to a whisper, his head nearly bowing to his chest. All right, let us not bicker. Lin Yu interjected, unable to endure the quarrel any longer. It's just a dress. Is it really worth this fuss? Adoptive father. You wouldn't understand. This is a garment worn by Shuer. Li Chong raised his head, correcting Lin Yu with utmost seriousness. Yes, adoptive father. This is the goddess's original flavor. Zhao Yu's words were abruptly silenced by a piercing glance from Lin Yu. Original flavor, indeed. Lin Yu retorted, exasperated. You three will take turns safeguarding it, one day each. Is that acceptable? Absolutely not. The trio rejected in unison. Why should he go first? I am a dorm leader. I should be first. I am the strongest. Who dares to contest me? The three continued to argue, on the verge of scuffle. Lin Yu rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. How about we divide it into 3 parts, one for each of you? Unacceptable. They protested once more in unison. Then what do you propose? Lin Yu was at his wit's end. We will all safeguard it together. Li Chong suddenly suggested, a brilliant idea sparking in his mind. Yes, together we shall guard it. No one shall monopolize. Wang Peng and Zhao Yu immediately concurred. Thus, the white dress, a vessel of countless dreams for young men, was carefully folded and placed into an exquisite box. Subsequently, the box was locked away in a cabinet, with the key being shared among the three. Lin Yu observed this absurd spectacle, shaking his head in resignation. Meanwhile, on social media, Lu Ruyin had just updated her status. A few meticulously edited photographs accompanied by an ostentatious caption. In the images, Lu Ruyin adorned a diamond necklace and sported a limited edition handbag. The text was a blatant display of pride, insinuating that all these luxuries were gifts from Zhou Zihao. Lin Yu scrolled through the screen, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. He exited WeChat and opened a shopping app, skillfully searching for various luxury items. Soon, he selected a diamond necklace even more extravagant than the one belonging to Lu Ruyan. With a swift click, he completed the purchase and payment in one seamless motion. Over 1 million in savings was instantaneously diminished by more than 500,000. Yet, not a hint of regret marred Lin Yu's expression. As he perused the order details, a sly smile crept upon his lips. Opting for anonymous purchase and expedited delivery, everything was set. Lin Yu set his phone aside, reclining against the headboard, eyes closed. He could almost envision the astonished and perplexed expression on Lu Ruyan's face upon receiving the gift. A splendid performance was about to unfold. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan lay on the bed, relishing the massage from Zhou Zihao. As she scrolled through her phone, her social media feed overflowed with envy and compliments. Her vanity was immensely gratified. Zhou Zihao's hands glided across her waist, his voice low and intimate. "Darling, do you like the gift I sent you?" Lu Ruyan playfully pouted, nestling into Zhou Zihao's embrace. "I love it, absolutely adore it." Suddenly, the doorbell rang, interrupting Lu Ruyan's reverie. She frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Who could it be, so lacking in awareness? Zhou Zihao rose and walked to the door, opening it to reveal a delivery man holding an exquisite gift box. "Excuse me, is this Miss Lu Ruyan? I have a package for you." Zhou Zihao took the gift box, glancing at the sender's information, which was conspicuously blank. A sense of confusion stirred within him, yet he signed for it nonetheless. "Darling, your package," he said, handing the box to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan accepted the gift box. Weighing it curiously, it was rather heavy. As she opened the box, her eyes widened in disbelief. Inside lay a dazzling diamond necklace, far more valuable than those she had flaunted on her social media. "Who is this from?" Lu Ruyan's voice trembled, struggling to accept the reality before her. Zhou Zihao was equally taken aback, his expression darkening as he gazed at the contents of the box. "You don't know who sent this?" he questioned, his tone laced with suspicion. Panic surged through Lu Ruyan, and she quickly shook her head. "I don't know. I truly have no idea." Her mind raced with chaotic speculations. Could it be a wealthy admirer? Yet, how could she have no recollection of such a person? Zhou Zihao's demeanor grew increasingly ominous as he scrutinized Lu Ruyan, his eyes brimming with doubt. "You had better tell me the truth. What is going on?" Startled by the intensity of Zhou Zihao's gaze, Lu Ruyan clutched his arm tightly. "Zihao, please believe me, I genuinely do not know who sent it. Aside from you, I have had no dealings with any other man." Her voice was urgent, her eyes reflecting a plea for understanding. Observing her distressed expression, Zhou Zihao's fury subsided slightly. Yet his mistrust lingered. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, could you check if anyone sent a package to Lu Ruyan today?" After hanging up, he turned his attention back to Lu Ruyan. "You had better pray that this matter does not concern you." Lu Ruyan's complexion was ashen. She bit her lip tightly, her heart in turmoil. She was unaware of what might transpire next, yet she was acutely aware that this issue would certainly not conclude so easily. Chapter 4, Tavern Conflict. A hero saves the beauty system. I need to draw a prize. Lin Yu silently called out in his mind. "Understood, host. Currently, you possess 100 goddess points, allowing for one prize draw." Before Lin Yu's eyes, a massive virtual screen materialized, covered in question mark squares. A crimson frame flickered rapidly among them, dizzying to behold. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the genetic elixir." Genetic elixir. Upon consumption, it alters genetic structure, enhancing the body significantly, boosting stamina, strength, agility, mental acuity, endurance, and other attributes. Lin Yu's eyes widened. This was something straight out of a sci-fi movie. Could it truly be this miraculous? With a thought, a vial emitting an eerie emerald glow appeared in his palm. Without hesitation, he twisted off the cap and downed the contents in one gulp. Gulp! Gulp sour yet sweet. Not an unpleasant taste. Smacking his lips, Lin Yu attempted to rise, only for his face to suddenly blanch. A scorching heat surged from his abdomen, spreading like wildfire through his veins, as though he had been cast into a blazing furnace. Fortunately, he was in the bathroom stall, washing clothes. He hastily stripped off his garments and turned on the shower, letting the icy water cascade over him in a desperate attempt to quell the inferno within. The rushing water carried away traces of the heat, yet the burning inside only intensified, threatening to dissolve him entirely. Nearly half an hour later, Li Chang's impatient voice echoed from outside. "Lin, are you showering or doing laundry? It's been half an hour. Hurry up." By now, Lin Yu was utterly drained, sprawled weakly on the cold bathroom tiles. Hazily registering Li Chang's voice, he mustered the last of his strength, clutching his throbbing head as he staggered to his feet. Stumbling toward the mirror, he froze. Holy hell, is this still me? The reflection staring back was unrecognizable. His once merely pleasant features had sharpened into striking angles, his deep-set eyes now gleaming with an irresistible allure. His previously lean frame had transformed, radiating explosive power, sculpted muscles, a chiseled eight-pack, every inch of his skin exuding raw, primal magnetism. From an ordinary good-looking guy, he had evolved into a heart-stopping, godlike specimen. Lin Yu couldn't resist touching his face, then squeezing his biceps, solid, real, and utterly exhilarating. I feel like I could punch a bull to death right now. After dressing, he stepped out of the bathroom. His three roommates immediately sensed something different about him, though they couldn't quite place it. They chalked it up to Lin Yu emerging from the abyss of love as a renewed man. The deafening pulse of music thrummed through the air, neon lights weaving a chaotic tapestry before his eyes. A drink in hand, Lin Yu navigated the packed crowd. He despised places like this, too loud, too chaotic. But to test the system's first reward, he had come. The charm aura, a name that sounds almost mystical. According to the system's explanation, the charm aura can enhance one's allure to women. The specifics of its effects remain to be validated. Lin Yu's gaze roamed the bar, seeking a target. He required a woman to test the efficacy of this charm aura. Suddenly, his eyes settled on a corner where a familiar figure was being entangled by several men. Li Mengyao. She donned a white dress, standing out distinctly in the dim light. A group of men encircled her, wearing insidious smiles. One of the men reached out, attempting to drape his arm around her shoulders. Li Mengyao furrowed her brow, recoiling slightly, her eyes flashing with disdain. Lin Yu set down his glass and strode toward her. His steps were measured yet firm. Approaching her, he spoke, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly amidst the cacophony. "Release her." The men turned to face Lin Yu, assessing him with scornful glances. "Who are you, kid? A hero come to rescue the damsel? Perhaps you should consider your own capabilities." Laughter erupted from the group. Lin Yu disregarded their derision, focusing solely on Li Mengyao. "Are you all right?" She lifted her gaze to him, surprise and confusion flickering in her eyes. "Lin Yu, what are you doing here? So you know each other?" One man stepped forward, shoving Lin Yu. "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business, or else." Before he could finish, Lin Yu had already acted. He seized the man's wrist, twisting it with a gentle yet firm motion. "Ah!" The man cried out in agony, bending at the waist. Lin Yu's movements were swift, so rapid that onlookers barely registered them. Observing this, the other men charged forward. "Kid, you're asking for trouble. Let us take him down." They swung their fists, aiming at Lin Yu. A subtle smile graced his lips. Rather than evade, he advanced. Bang, bang, bang. Several dull thuds echoed as the men fell to the ground, clutching their stomachs, expressions contorted in pain. Lin Yu stood, brushing off the dust from his clothes. His demeanor relaxed, as if he had merely performed a trivial task. The crowd around him was dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that this seemingly frail young man possessed such prowess. Li Mengyao was equally astonished, her gaze fixed on Lin Yu, filled with surprise and admiration. Lin Yu approached her once more and inquired, "Are you okay?" Returning to her senses, she shook her head. "I'm fine, thank you." Her voice was soft, yet imbued with gratitude. "No need for thanks," Lin Yu replied with a warm smile, his demeanor radiating sunshine. "It was but a small effort." Li Mengyao gazed at Lin Yu's smile, her heartbeat suddenly quickening. The effect of Lin Yu's charismatic aura amplifying affection had manifested. "Let us depart," Lin Yu said to Li Mengyao. With a gentle nod, Li Mengyao followed Lin Yu out of the bar. "Congratulations, host. Binding conditions successfully triggered." Binding target. Li Mingyao, a faint, knowing smile graced Lin Yu's lips. Another objective added to his multi-target binding system. Chapter 5. Acquiring a hotel card. Hearts unveiled as the night descended and the neon lights flickered. The city was adorned in an enchanting, dreamlike glow. Lin Yu supported the unsteady Li Mingyao as they entered the resplendent Intercontinental Hotel. Li Mingyao's cheeks were flushed abnormally. Her breath came in quick gasps, and her eyes were clouded. Evidently, she had been drugged. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. He initially intended to take Li Mingyao back to the school, but given her current state, returning there would undoubtedly be inappropriate. Thus, he opted to first settle her in the hotel. As they stepped into the hotel lobby, they immediately attracted numerous gazes. Lin Yu, clad in a well-tailored suit, showcased his flawless physique. Li Mingyao, in a white dress, embodied a pure and captivating charm. Yet at that moment, she bit her lip and trembled slightly, appearing exceptionally vulnerable. The front desk attendant was momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure, offering a warm smile. "Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation?" "No," Lin Yu replied, his voice deep and resonant. "Oh, very well, sir. May I inquire if you are a member? If you are, you can enjoy our no-reservation service." It turned out that this hotel had no availability unless one had made a prior booking, unless one was a member. "Then I shall apply for a membership now," Lin Yu declared. "Certainly, sir. Our memberships are categorized into gold, platinum, and diamond, priced at 100,000, 200,000, and 300,000 respectively. Which one would you like to choose?" The attendant asked patiently. "Let us recharge 1 million then. Please recharge 50,000 on this card under the name of this lady." "Excuse me, did you say 1 million? Despite being the front desk of the largest hotel in the city, this was a first for her, and she needed to consult the manager. "Sir, please hold on. I will call the manager for confirmation," she said. Before long, a woman dressed in a professional suit approached. She exuded the charm of a mature woman with her tall stature, striking features, and elegant demeanor. She introduced herself as Zhang Ting, the hotel manager. "Good evening, sir. I am Zhang Ting, the manager of this hotel," she said, extending her flawless hand for a handshake. "Hello," Lin Yu nodded, grasping her delicate hand, which stirred a sense of distraction within him. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered the binding condition." Binding object. Zhang Ting, Manager Zhang, and the front desk attendant exchanged pleasantries before facilitating Lin Yu's acquisition of the Supreme Membership card. The transaction was completed in 2 successful swipes. Your bank card ending in 2678 has received 10,000,000 yuan. Though Lin Yu felt a surge of satisfaction inside, he maintained an air of nonchalance. As the attendant continued to operate the computer, she sweetly inquired, "What type of room would you require, sir?" Lin Yu glanced at Li Mingyao, who leaned weakly against him, barely able to stand. "The presidential suite." "Please hold on for a moment," the waitress said, taking a deep breath to steady herself. She swiftly completed the check-in process and handed a room card to Lin Yu. "Sir, here is your room card. I wish you a pleasant stay." At that moment, Li Mingyao's consciousness began to waver. She clutched Lin Yu's shirt tightly, murmuring, "It's hot. So hot." Lin Yu felt a pang of tenderness. This scene felt oddly familiar. He and Li Mingyao shared a bond that had grown since childhood. 12 years spent together from kindergarten through high school. During those years, Li Mingyao was a delicate doll, the center of attention wherever she went. As a naive boy, Lin Yu had always been her protector, warding off those who sought to tease her for over a decade. Fate is indeed a curious thing. Although they attended different universities, they were relatively close in proximity. It would be a lie to claim that Lin Yu harbored no feelings for Li Mingyao. However, their familiarity led him to unconsciously regard her as a sister, never contemplating their relationship in a romantic light. As for Li Mingyao's feelings, Lin Yu found them elusive. Throughout high school and college, his heart was solely devoted to Lu Ruyan. In contrast, Li Mingyao was viewed as the perfect student by teachers and the goddess of academia by her peers, seemingly devoid of any intersection with Lin Yu's life. Yet, he remembered the day he was publicly humiliated on Lu Ruyan's birthday, when Li Mingyao had sent a comforting text. Her words hinted at a carefree attitude, suggesting that if Lin Yu was willing, they could explore a relationship together. Although the message was delicately phrased, Lin Yu, consumed by thoughts of Lu Ruyan, had little inclination to ponder its implications. Reflecting on it now, Lin Yu felt a swirl of mixed emotions. Could this be considered a case of fate unfulfilled? Or had destiny already laid the groundwork, waiting for the opportune moment? As he gazed at the dazed Li Mengyao in his arms, he mused, surely, this girl cannot genuinely have feelings for me? Zhang Ting guided Lin Yu and Li Mengyao to the presidential suite, the opulence of the room exceeding Lin Yu's wildest imagination. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lay the city's most dazzling nightscape. The soft carpet and exquisite furnishings bespoke the residence's grandeur. Zhang Ting escorted them to the door. Smiling as she said, "Please rest well, and do not hesitate to reach out if you need anything." Lin Yu nodded and assisted Li Mengyao into the room. He gently laid her on the bed and tucked her in. With her eyes tightly closed and her brow furrowed, she appeared to be enduring tremendous suffering. Lin Yu sat at the bedside, watching her, as a tumult of emotions surged within him. Initially, he intended to be a mere observer, watching Li Mengyao suffer from the effects of the medication. However, he found himself unable to remain indifferent. With a sigh, he recognized that his only course of action was to provide her with companionship. He rose to fill a tub with warm water before returning to the bedside to assist Li Mengyao upright. "Dream Yao, how are you feeling?" Lin Yu inquired softly. Li Mengyao slowly opened her eyes, her gaze distant and vacant. "I feel quite unwell." Her voice was hoarse and feeble. "I understand," Lin Yu replied gently. "Let me take you for a warm bath. It will bring you some comfort." Li Mengyao said nothing, merely nodding weakly. Lin Yu lifted her into the bathroom, delicately placing her into the bathtub. The warm water enveloped her body, eliciting a soft, contented sigh from her. Sitting by the edge of the tub, Lin Yu watched her in silence. Li Mengyao's damp hair clung to her cheeks, enhancing her fragile beauty. A surge of protective instinct welled up within Lin Yu. As time passed, Li Mengyao's breathing gradually steadied. She slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of clarity returning. "Lin Yu." Her voice was faint, yet Lin Yu heard her clearly. "I am here." He grasped her hand reassuringly. "Thank you." Li Mengyao looked at him, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "No need to thank me." Lin Yu smiled. "How are you feeling now?" "Much better." A hint of shyness colored her voice. "Am I a burden to you?" "Not all." Lin Yu shook his head. "You are my dear friend. It is only natural for me to care for you." Li Mengyao studied Lin Yu, a complexity flickering in her eyes. "Dear friends, is it?" She hesitated, words unspoken. "Dream Yao, please be cautious when you're outside," Lin Yu advised earnestly. I will be careful," Li Mengyao nodded. Chapter 6. A sweet night with the campus goddess. Lin Yu rose to prepare a sobering drink for Li Mengyao, thoughtfully adjusting the bathroom temperature before leaving. Li Mengyao murmured softly, her voice delicate. Exiting the bathroom, Lin Yu mused to himself how unexpectedly well-behaved she was when intoxicated. He brewed a strong honey lemon tea in the kitchen and prepared a fruit platter, far better than just tea alone. Returning to the bedroom, the sight before him nearly made him drop everything in his hands. Li Mengyao had emerged from the bathtub, wrapped only in a towel that barely concealed her porcelain skin, glistening under the light. Her damp hair cascaded loosely, a few stray strands clinging to her flushed cheeks. "I don't have any clothes," she whispered, her face crimson like a ripened apple, her gaze evasive. Lin Yu swallowed hard, feeling a sudden warmth in his nostrils. He averted his eyes, silently reciting "See no evil" in his mind. "Your clothes meant an unfortunate fate. I'll buy you a new set," he said, feigning composure, though his voice trembled slightly. "No, it's too much trouble," Li Mengyao protested with a small shake of her head, causing the towel to teeter precariously. Lin Yu dared not let her move further. What if it slipped? Would that make him a scoundrel taking advantage? "It's nothing, just a small favor," he replied with a strained smile before swiftly turning away. Staying any longer would test his self-control. At the hotel boutique, a cheerful sales assistant greeted him. "Looking for something for your girlfriend, sir?" Lin Yu's ears burned. "Something like that," he mumbled, thinking, what kind of girlfriend? At best, she's a potential conquest? Recalling Li Mengyao's figure, he quickly selected a simple yet elegant dress, a light jacket, and a pair of comfortable flats. Back in the room, Li Mengyao had changed into a robe, sitting demurely on the bed. Here, these are for you, Lin Yu said, handing her the bag while carefully avoiding direct eye contact. Thank you, she murmured, accepting the clothes. The room fell into a silence, so profound their breaths became audible, the air thickening with unspoken tension. Lin Yu felt like an awkward teenager again. I'll go change, Li Mengyao said abruptly, clutching the clothes as she hurried back into the bathroom. Lin Yu exhaled in relief, stepping to the window to gaze at the nightscape outside. Soon, the bathroom door reopened. Li Mengyao emerged, transformed in her new attire. Lin Yu. Thank you, she said softly, approaching him. Don't mention it. Do you like it? He asked, studying her. Yes, very much. You have excellent taste. These must be been expensive? As long as you like them, the cost doesn't matter. Lin Yu replied inwardly, what do I lack? Certainly not money. What do we do now? She asked, biting her lip. Rest for now. We'll head back at dawn, he said, though his thoughts strayed elsewhere, reason reminding him the timing wasn't right. Okay. Li Mengyao nodded and returned to her room. Lin Yu let out a long sigh and also entered another room, lying on the bed but unable to fall asleep. Closing his eyes, his mind was filled with the image of Li Mengyao wrapped in a towel, an image that refused to fade. This girl, she's truly a temptress. Lin Yu turned over restlessly. Deep in the quiet of the night, Lin Yu felt a suffocating weight pressing down on him in his drowsy state. Startled, he opened his eyes to see a shadowy figure looming over him, shifting slightly. His breath caught. What was this? A ghostly visitation? Impossible. Congratulations, host, for subduing Li Mengyao. Reward, 100 goddess points. Damn, my first time is gone just like that. Morning light filtered through the curtains. Lin Yu sat up abruptly, scanning the room, only to find himself alone. On the nightstand, a note lay quietly. Picking it up, he recognized Li Mengyao's delicate handwriting. Lin Yu, don't dwell on last night. It was my choice. Rest well, I've left first. Thank you. At the end of the note, a small, cheerful, smiley face. Setting the note aside, his gaze fell upon the bedsheet. That vivid crimson stain stung his eyes. Rubbing his temples, fragments of the previous night flashed through his mind. Li Mengyao's dazed gaze, the scorching heat between them, and the unusual soreness in his lower back upon waking. His emotions tangled. He wasn't oblivious. He had sensed Li Mengyao's feelings. Yet, he had always regarded her as a younger sister, never imagining this. What now? Snatching his phone, he hesitated over the call button before tossing it aside. Better to reach out later. What did he even say? Take responsibility? Ridiculous. He was still just a kid himself. Through Zhang Ting's referral, Lin Yu visited a high-end styling salon, indulging in a complete makeover by the renowned stylist Tony. Then, he splurged on a head-to-toe designer wardrobe, emerging as the epitome of opulence. There was no helping it. His old attire and hairstyle could no longer match the overflowing nobility of his aura. An upgrade was imperative. It was Monday. Though he skipped morning classes, his loyal roommates covered for him during roll call. The afternoon, however, held a public lecture. Initially inclined to skip again, Lin Yu yielded to his roommates' fervent urging, primarily due to rumors of a certain Beauties' attendance. Lin Yu, get up. Heard Su Shui is attending the lecture today. Hurry and grab a seat. Li Chong and the others buzzed excitedly over the phone, practically ready to drag him out of bed. Su Shui? Lin Yu mused. What a coincidence, fresh from his transformation, and now the campus Belle crosses his path. Lin, we snag you a prime spot. Don't be late. His roommates pressed insistently. By 1 p.m, Lin Yu stepped into the lecture hall, a flutter of anticipation in his chest. The room was already packed, every seat occupied, proof of the magnetic pull of beauty. Who is that boy? I've never seen him before. A group of girls huddled together, and upon noticing Lin Yu's entrance, they immediately began to whisper among themselves, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. He appeared somewhat familiar, yet his identity eluded her. Could it be Lin Yu? The very same boy who had been a shadow to Lu Ruyan, the one who was cast aside by Zhou Zihao. Oh, it truly is him. Goodness, he looks so handsome now, exclaimed one girl, her voice rising several octaves. Indeed, he possesses quite favorable attributes. After all, a stunning beauty like Lu Ruyan would not settle for a partner of mediocre caliber. Previously, He dressed like a destitute student. His hairstyle was utterly lackluster, and he seemed to orbit around Lu Ruyan as if he were a devoted admirer. One might have mistaken him for a mere sycophant. Now, however, with Lu Ruyan having run off with Zhou Zihao, he has evidently taken the initiative to refine his appearance. What a promising transformation. It seems that heartbreak serves as the finest catalyst for a man's growth. Among the gossiping girls, Lin Yu recognized too, Lu Ruyan and her plastic friend Lin Jejia, who were surprisingly present as well. Wow, is that Lin Yu? I never knew he was this handsome. Lin Jejia was utterly astonished upon seeing Lin Yu, her eyes wide with disbelief. Today's Lin Yu resembled a leading man from a romantic drama, his every feature aligning perfectly with her aesthetic preferences. He was simply stunning. How could Lu Ruyan attract such attention for both Zhou Zihao and Lin Yu? She mused, I am no less than her, especially with my own enviable assets. With that thought, Lin Jejia cast a covert glance of disdain towards Lu Ruyan, her heart brimming with jealousy, wishing to take her place. Hearing her friend's words, Lu Ruyan was also taken aback by her once scruffy ex-boyfriend's transformation. He looked remarkably appealing, eliciting a twinge of regret within her. Lin Yu's 3 roommates had already claimed the prime spots in the front row, a position they had fought hard to secure. Lin Yu, over here, roommate Wang Peng called out, waving his hand with enthusiasm. Lin Yu walked over, settling beside them, relishing the attention from the surrounding girls. Why are you all so excited? Lin Yu questioned, puzzled. You wouldn't understand. Su Shui'er is the pinnacle of beauty at our school. Just catching a glimpse of her is a stroke of luck. Wang Peng gazed on in rapture. Indeed, it's harder to see her than to reach the heavens. Today is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Another roommate, Zhao Yu, chimed in. Lin Yu held no interest in such superficial matters. He took out his phone and began scrolling through the news, gradually succumbing to drowsiness as his eyelids grew heavy. Chapter 7. The Goddess's WeChat. Lu Ruyan's jealousy. After a brief moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the classroom. She has arrived. Su Shui'er is here. The first figure that caught the eye was a girl with fair skin, standing over 1.7 meters tall, sporting a sleek bob with a hint of reddish hue, bright eyes, and pearly white teeth, dressed in a rather androgynous style. Following closely was another girl, approximately 1.68 meters tall, clad in a white dress. Her long hair cascading down her shoulders, exuding an ethereal grace and possessing a beauty that could captivate nations. As this girl entered the classroom, the other females seemed to fade into the background, akin to a solitary swan amidst a flock of ugly ducklings, every gesture drawing the gaze of all present. Su Shui'er is truly mesmerizing. Even with minimal makeup, her beauty is breathtaking. Indeed, attending class on a Monday was a wise decision. I heard that Su Shui'er is being kept by someone. I even witnessed her getting into a Rolls-Royce last time. Shoo, keep your voice down. More than half of the students in this classroom are her fans. Be cautious of their potential online harassment. Su Shui'er approached the podium and settled into an empty seat in the front row. The moment she took her seat, the surrounding boys fixated on her like hungry wolves. Lin Yu cast a glance as well, unable to deny that Su Shui'er was indeed stunning beyond compare. As soon as Su Shui'er was seated, the atmosphere became electric. Look, Sun Yue is approaching. That guy moves fast. This is going to be interesting. I wonder how Su Shui'er will react. I thought, Hansen boy approached Su Shui'er. Flashing a smile he deemed charming, and with a voice pitched just right for others to hear, he said, Chairwoman Su, hello? May I add you on WeChat? What the hell? This guy has no sense of decorum, asking the goddess for her WeChat in front of so many people. I'm furious. I should have stood up first. This is going to be good. I wonder if Su Shui'er will give it to him. The onlookers held their breath, eyes wide as saucers, fearful of missing any detail. Do you have business with me? Before Su Shui'er could respond, the short-haired girl beside her, Zhang Qian, stepped forward like a vigilant guardian, her tone laced with caution. Lin Yu recognized her as Su Shui'er's close friend, Zhang Qian. Oh, I see. My name is Sun Yue, a junior. I've always wanted to join the student council to serve my fellow classmates. Thus, I specifically came today to add Chairwoman Su on WeChat to inquire about some related matters. Sun Yue explained with a composed demeanor, as if he had rehearsed his lines. Want to join the student council? You could just fill out an application form. Both the school's official website and the student council office have them. Moreover, you're already a junior. Only now do you think of joining the student council? Surely, you must have ulterior motives? Zhang Qian was not easily deceived, directly exposing Sun Yue's excuse with a hint of mockery in her tone. Sun Yue was left speechless, his face alternating between crimson and pale, mortified to the point he wished he could vanish into the ground. Fortunately, I refrained from acting impulsively. Otherwise, I would have been as embarrassed as him. This Zhang Qian is rather difficult to deal with. Each time someone attempts to strike up a conversation with Su Shuer, she stands in their way, as impenetrable as a fortress. Alas, it appears that in order to pursue Su Shuer, one must first overcome the obstacle posed by Zhang Qian, a daunting challenge indeed. The surrounding boys murmured among themselves, some expressing relief, others regret, while a few began to devise strategies. As Lin Yu sensed the opportune moment, he stood up with a confident stride and approached. Su Shuer, I would like to add you on WeChat, he declared, his voice resonant and clear, cutting through the clamor of the classroom and drawing everyone's attention. What? The collective astonishment was palpable, jaws nearly dropping to the floor as all eyes fixated on Lin Yu, as if he were an extraterrestrial being. Had he lost his mind? Was he also intending to add Su Shuer on WeChat? Did he not witness the fate of Sun Yue just moments ago? Was he destined to follow in Sun Yue's footsteps? Whispers began circulating among those unfamiliar with him. Who is this guy? So bold. I don't know. I've never seen him before. Is he a freshman? Observing his designer attire, they speculated he might be a rich second-generation heir. So what if he is wealthy? In front of Su Shuer, he still faced defeat, they scoffed. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Yet Lin Yu remained unfazed, a subtle smile gracing his features as he stood quietly, awaiting Su Shuer's response. He knew he had successfully captured everyone's attention, including that of Su Shuer herself. So you wish to join the student council? Zhang Qian's tone was sharp. The misunderstanding at the hotel had left her with a poor impression of Lin Yu. I have no interest in the student council, Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. Then why do you want to add WeChat? Zhang Qian pressed, her tone confrontational. I wish to pursue Su Shuer, Lin Yu stated plainly. Zhang Qian was taken aback, and the classroom fell into an abrupt silence, all present stunned by Lin Yu's audacious declaration. Lu Ruiyan's expression darkened. Lin Yu had once been her devoted admirer for 5 years, and now his looks and demeanor rivaled that of Zhou Zihao, perhaps even surpassing him. If it weren't for her disdain for Lin Yu's financial status, their relationship might not have ended. This realization stirred a tumult of emotions within Lu Ruiyan: jealousy, resentment, and a hint of inexplicable sadness. The corners of Su Shuer's lips lifted slightly, revealing a playful smile. She had encountered numerous boys employing various clumsy excuses to approach her. Lin Yu's candidness was a refreshing first. How intriguing! In the midst of everyone's astonishment, Su Shuer handed Lin Yu her WeChat friend code. With the WeChat code in hand, Lin Yu returned to his seat, satisfaction radiating from him. The first step of his strategy was accomplished. Next, he pondered how to lavish Su Shuer with gifts. This was no trivial task, he mused to himself. The 2 public classes soon concluded. As Lin Yu brushed past Lu Ruiyan at the classroom door, he received a notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered binding conditions. Binding target. Lu Ruiyan. Lin Yu. What? This is possible too. On the way back, Li Chang affectionately wrapped his arm around Lin Yu's neck and exclaimed with excitement, Lin, you are truly remarkable. You dare to pursue Su Shuer. You are a paragon for our generation. Mind your tone. What do you mean, Lin? Have you forgotten that he is our adoptive father? Adoptive father. Could you possibly share Su Shuer's WeChat with me? I too wish to bask in her ethereal presence, Zhao Yu said with a flattering grin. Adoptive father. You mustn't prioritize romance over friendship. I also want to add Su Shuer. Wang Peng chimed in, adding to the playful chaos. Lin Yu found himself both amused and exasperated by his 3 lively roommates, and helplessly replied, even if I were to share it with you, she would never agree. And even if by some chance she added you, she would promptly remove you from her friend list. It wouldn't even be worth a trial. Goodness, Lin, your words cut deep. Lin Yu, you ungrateful wretch. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson. Chapter 8. Fleeting Memories and False Affluence. Lu Ruoyan hailed from a modest background, with both parents being salaried workers. However, her striking beauty made her the center of attention from a young age, leading to an abundance of suitors and an inflated sense of vanity. She exhibited a remarkable talent for manipulation, deftly playing with the affections of individuals like Lin Yu, skillfully ensnaring them to her whims. Among her admirers, Lin Yu was the most handsome and obedient, which was precisely why Lu Ruoyan had initially chosen him. Zhou Zihao, a ne'er-do-well, fancied himself a scion of wealth. In reality, he was merely a kept man, pampered by an affluent older woman. She indulged his every desire, providing him with a lavish lifestyle, complete with luxury cars and a monthly allowance that exceeded several tens of thousands. Yet, dissatisfied with her fading beauty, he sought novelty and excitement, setting his sights on university students. At a gathering one evening, Zhou Zihao encountered Lu Ruoyan, a part-time model. His handsome visage, affluent persona, and respectable family background quickly captured her heart. The Navi Jr. completely forgot about her boyfriend. In a bid to win Lu Ruoyan's affection, Zhou Zihao meticulously orchestrated an extravagant birthday celebration, using his savings to purchase a necklace worth 300,000, known as the Heart of the Ocean. On the night of the celebration, Lin Yu was publicly humiliated and summarily dumped. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan surrendered herself wholly to her newly deemed perfect boyfriend, Zhou Zihao. However, soon after, she discerned a palpable shift in Zhou Zihao's demeanor towards her. Once utterly compliant, he now evaded her requests for a new LV handbag with various excuses. What troubled Lu Ruoyan further was a mysterious, anonymous gift received days prior, which sowed seeds of doubt in Zhou Zihao's mind, leading him to suspect her of infidelity. Initially, Zhou Zihao sought merely a fleeting thrill to toy with a university girl. However, this newfound jealousy only intensified his dissatisfaction, placing their relationship on precarious ground, leaving Lu Ruoyan distressed. Yesterday, her friend Lin Jiejia shared astonishing news. Lin Jiejia's sister worked at the largest intercontinental hotel in the city and had witnessed Lin Yu, without a flicker of hesitation, recharge 1 million yuan to acquire a Supreme VIP membership. Coupled with Lin Yu's appearance in class today, adorned in designer brands and exuding the confidence of a man of means while pursuing Su Shuer, it was evident he was not the impoverished individual he had once appeared to be. Lu Ruoyan could hardly believe her eyes. Her former boyfriend, whom she had disregarded, had seemingly transformed into a wealthy man just days after their breakup. This revelation left her feeling a profound sense of loss and disbelief. Had he been feigning poverty all along? A thought emerged in her mind, growing more plausible with each passing moment. No, I must uncover the truth. Lu Ruoyan bit her lip, resolute in her decision. She took out her phone, navigated to Lin Yu's WeChat, hesitated for a moment, then sent a message. Lin Yu, how have you been lately? After sending the message, Lu Ruoyan's heart began to race. She fixated on her phone screen, eagerly anticipating Lin Yu's response while simultaneously fearing an unwelcome answer. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was engrossed in a game of mahjong with his roommates when his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered Lu Ruoyan's message. What could this woman possibly want now? Lin Yu frowned. He felt no affection for her anymore, only a tinge of disdain. Hey Lin, whose message is that? Is it from some beautiful lady? Li Chong inquired, leaning in with a mischievous grin. Get lost, Lin Yu retorted brusquely, tossing his phone onto the bed and resuming the game. Lu Ruoyan waited anxiously for Lin Yu's reply, her agitation intensifying with every passing moment. Huh? Who? Lin, pay up. Lin, you owe me. Why do you keep messing up? At that moment, Lin Yu was somewhat distracted. He had not anticipated that Lu Ruoyan could still evoke such a binding reaction. This woman had thoroughly wounded him. Should he exploit her or simply let her be? Lin Yu tossed and turned, unable to sleep throughout the night. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed into the dormitory, and Lin Yu sat up abruptly. His demeanor transformed as if he had become a different person. He realized the truth. The so-called goddess was merely a tool for his financial gain. His previous infatuation and obsequiousness towards Lu Ruoyan had been mere illusions, clouded by her innocent facade. Had he known she was a materialistic opportunist, would he have fallen so deeply for her? Pursuing Lu Ruoyan had been a grave mistake. One must seize wealth, Lin Yu declared as he opened a shopping app, his gaze unwavering as he selected a brand-new LV handbag worth hundreds of thousands and a diamond Cartier, a mini Benoir watch, alongside an array of luxurious cosmetics and Chanel perfume. Totaling $1 million. Your bank card ending in 2678 has received 10,000,000 yuan. In an instant, Lu Ruoyan's KPI for the month was met. Gazing at the 20 million yuan resting in his bank account, Lin Yu could hardly suppress a triumphant smile. Ah, Lu Ruoyan, you claim to love money? Allow me to show you what a true wealthy individual is like. Lin Yu mused aloud, his tone laced with pride and amusement. Lin, you look rather creepy when you smile like that, Li Chong remarked, having approached unnoticed, his expression one of disdain. Scram. Lin Yu laughed, playfully rebuking him. Chapter 9, Exquisite Gift Box. On the other side, in the girls' dormitory, Lu Ruyin sat at her vanity, her fingers tightly clutching an exquisite gift box, her knuckles pale from the pressure. Inside the box lay a diamond watch and a limited edition handbag, radiating a mesmerizing brilliance under the light. Surrounding them were an array of luxurious cosmetics, each clearly of substantial worth. This was the parcel she had received today, and like the last time, the sender's information remained conspicuously absent. The items sent this time were even more extravagant. The diamond watch, with its bezel adorned with scintillating diamonds, was nothing short of breathtaking. In stark contrast, the so-called 300,000 ocean heart necklace, gifted by Zhou Zi, how now seemed utterly trivial. Lu Ruyin picked up the latest limited edition LV handbag, valued at over 300,000, a wave of frustration washing over her. This was a bag she had long coveted. In her eagerness to have Zhou Zi how purchase it for her, she had even resorted to special tactics. Yet, he always found various excuses to evade her requests, claiming he was short on funds or that the bag was too gaudy, unworthy of her elegance. Who could have sent this? Lu Ruyin murmured, her brow furrowed, resembling a perplexed kitten. She felt a mix of confusion and a hint of delight. What girl doesn't cherish being adored and pampered? Ruyin, what captivates you so? A sweet voice interrupted her reverie. Lin Jiajia, Lu Ruyan's close friend, sashayed into the room, a sugary smile gracing her face. Upon noticing the gift box in Lu Ruyan's hands, her eyes widened in astonishment, akin to discovering a new world. Wow, this watch, this bag, they are simply stunning. And this perfume, it smells divine. And, Lin Jiajia exclaimed, her voice rising in an exaggerated pitch that could pierce eardrums, brimming with unabashed envy. Is this from Zhou Zi Hao? Lu Ruyin shook her head, remaining silent as she pushed the gift box aside, seemingly reluctant for Lin Jiajia to gaze upon it any longer. Lin Jiajia's expression flickered momentarily, a pang of discomfort clawing at her insides. Not from Zhou Zi Hao. Then who could it be? You can't possibly tell me you don't know. She probed, her tone laced with a hint of jealousy. I don't know, Lu Ruyin replied, her voice tinged with irritation. This was the second time she had received such an extravagant gift. She had yet to clarify the last incident with Zhou Zi Hao, and now this new twist left her feeling utterly bewildered. Don't know? Lin Jiajia's eyes darted around, her mind racing with speculation. Ruyin, do you think? Could it be Lin Yu who sent these gifts? She whispered conspiratorially, as if unveiling a shocking secret. What? Lu Ruyin's head snapped up, her gaze fixed on Lin Jiajia, filled with confusion and astonishment. Sensing the intrigue, Lin Jiajia eagerly added fuel to the fire. Didn't I tell you? He charged $1 million to become a member at the Intercontinental Hotel without batting an eye. In the present day, Lin Yu adorns himself in high-end fashion, his entire demeanor transformed, as if he has undergone a complete metamorphosis. I must confess, I harbor serious suspicions that he is a concealed scion of wealth. Having feigned poverty in the past, Lu Ruyin remained silent, her expression fluctuating, as if deep in contemplation. Ruyin, I believe you should hasten to contact Lin Yu and ascertain his intentions. What if the gifts truly are from him? You mustn't miss the opportunity to secure this golden match. Lin Jiajia continued to urge, her tone laced with persuasion. Contact him? Lu Rian hesitated, pondering the implications of reaching out to someone she had already parted ways with. What would that signify? Indeed, simply inquire if he is the one behind these gifts. If he admits it, then everyone will rejoice. Lin Jiajia replied with a sly grin, akin to a cunning fox. But what if, just what if, he truly is the giver? Lu Ruyan bit her lip, pressing for clarity. Then you shall act accordingly. My dear sister, should I really have to teach you this? Lin Jiajia rolled her eyes, feigning exasperation, though inwardly she reveled in her clever scheming. Lin Jiajia's internal machinations were as follows. Lu Ruyan, Zhou Ziheo, and Lin Yu. Surely she cannot maintain both relationships. If these gifts indeed originate from Lin Yu, as a sister, she would never dream of disrupting them. After all, she had witnessed Lin Yu behave like a devoted puppy, fawning over Lu Ruyan for 2 years. It would be utterly unjust to intervene now. However, if Lin Yu is not the sender, that would imply a lack of ties between him and Lu Ruyan, allowing her, Lin Jiajia, the freedom to pursue Lin Yu without reservation. After all, the current Lin Yu was nothing short of her idealized version of a Korean oppa. Sisters have the right to seek their own happiness. Lu Ruyan nodded, formulating a plan. She retrieved her phone and scrolled through her WeChat contacts until she found Lin Yu's profile picture. Gazing at the familiar image stirred a whirlpool of emotions within her. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately opened the chat box. Did you send the gifts? She sent, her gaze fixated on the screen, awaiting Lin Yu's response. Her heart was a tumultuous blend of anticipation, anxiety, and a hint of almost imperceptible regret. If only she had not been so vain. So preoccupied with material possessions, perhaps she would still be with Lin Yu today. Lin Yu, upon reading Lu Ruyan's message, smiled faintly before disregarding it. He had contemplated how to approach a woman like Lu Ruyan. An anonymous gift would suffice. In the dormitory, the sounds of mahjong, shouts, and laughter blended into a cacophony. Lin Yu picked up a tile, raising an eyebrow. 8 of Wands. Pong. Li Chang's eyes sparkled as he pushed his tiles forward. Lin, your luck is off today. Nonsense. Just wait and see. Lin Yu retorted defiantly. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, the screen illuminating with Lu Ruyan's name. Lin Yu, were those gifts from you? Lin Yu glanced at the message, promptly blocked her, and placed his phone face down on the table. Who is it? A girl? Wang Peng leaned in, conspiratorially inquiring. Is it true that a salesperson, whom I blocked, has contacted you? Lin Yu responded ambiguously. In that case, simply disregard it. I have received numerous such messages recently as well. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ruyan fixated intently on her phone screen. Within the chat window, only her solitary message lingered, devoid of any replies, not even a single punctuation mark. Ruyan, what is the status? Has he responded? Lin Jiajia peeked curiously. Lu Ruyan shook her head, her expression bleak. No response? Could he truly be upset? Lin Jiajia feigned concern. Perhaps you should send another message. Be more sincere this time. Lu Ruyan bit her lip, her fingers tapping anxiously on the screen. Lin Yu, I know you're still angry with me, but those gifts were genuinely ding. The message failed to send. A red exclamation mark pierced Lu Ruyan's vision, revealing that she had been blocked. Stunned, Lu Ruyan felt a chill envelop her. Lin Jiajia was equally taken aback. Blocked? How heartless. Ruyan, do not despair. Such a man is unworthy of your tears. While she spoke these words, Lin Jiajia's heart brimmed with delight. Lin Yu's callousness only amplified her own chances. Lu Ruyan remained silent, tears welling in her eyes. She could not comprehend how matters had devolved to this point. It was evident that Lin Yu had once loved her dearly, that he would have done anything for her. Yet now, he offered her no opportunity for explanation. Lu Ruyan's heart felt as though it were being constricted by an unseen hand, causing her to gasp for breath. Jiajia, do you think have I made a mistake? Lin Jiajia internally scoffed, yet wore a mask of concern. Ruyan, you are not at fault. He is the one in the wrong. You are beautiful and accomplished, deserving of far better. However, before Lu Ruyan could articulate her thoughts, Lin Jiajia interrupted. No buts. Your immediate priority is to uncover who sent those gifts. Just imagine, if, hypothetically, it were Lin Yu who sent them, you cannot let it go without resolution. wiping away her tears. Lu Ruyan's gaze turned resolute. Yes, I cannot allow this to remain unresolved. I must discover the truth behind this. Lin Jiajia observed Lu Ruyan, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing her lips. Chapter 10. A serendipitous encounter in the CAF, tips in a live stream, the afternoon sunlight filtered through the glass windows, casting mottled shadows within the CAF. Lin Yu, cradling a cup of Americano, sat by the window, savoring a moment of tranquility. Lin Yu, what a coincidence! A delicate voice pierced the air, laced with a hint of feigned sweetness. Lin Yu did not lift his gaze, his fingers gliding across the screen of his phone as he continued to scroll through short videos. Lu Ruyan, having just finished her yoga session, wandered into the CAF. Today, she had adorned herself deliberately. A cream-colored shirt accentuated her figure, while tight jeans hugged her curves, exuding youth and vitality. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to present a natural demeanor, as if this encounter were indeed fortuitous. Lin Yu, why are you ignoring me? Lu Ruyan circled around to sit directly across from him, her movements betraying a hint of urgency. Only then did Lin Yu lower his phone, a slight frown creasing his brow, his eyes reflecting an air of impatience. Is there something you need? His tone was frigid, akin to the unmelting ice of winter. Lu Ruyan felt a chill from his icy demeanor, as though doused in cold water. Regaining her composure, she forced a smile. Can I just chat with you, if there's nothing else? Lin Yu raised his coffee cup, taking a delicate sip, his actions graceful yet distant. What is there left for us to discuss? Lu Ruyan's fingers tapped nervously on the table, the irregular rhythm betraying her inner turmoil. Lin Yu, are you still angry with me? Lin Yu let out a cold laugh, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Angry? Do you think you deserve such a sentiment? Lu Ruyan's complexion drained instantly, her lips trembling slightly. Lin Yu, I know I was wrong before, I shouldn't have. Enough. Lin Yu interrupted her mercilessly. Do not speak of the past. It disgusts me. Lu Ruyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her emotions threatening to overflow. Lin Yu, must you speak to me in such a manner? Lin Yu set down his coffee cup, leaning slightly forward, his gaze sharp as a blade. Lu Ruyan, I was blind to have ever liked a woman like you. He paused, his tone growing colder. Now, even a glance at you makes me feel nauseous. Lu Ruyan trembled uncontrollably, striving to maintain her composure, her voice tinged with a choke. Lin Yu, were those two gifts truly from you? Lin Yu hesitated momentarily before a light, mocking laugh escaped him, laced with disdain. So what if they were? And what if they weren't? Enough, my coffee is finished. I must take my leave. Do not follow me. He rose swiftly, his movements decisive and devoid of regret. Lu Ruyan remained seated, her expression a tumultuous blend of green and white. Lin Yu's silence implied an acknowledgement. A flicker of hope ignited within her, mingled with regret and frustration. He still loves me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gifted such precious tokens. I have let him down. This time, I must win him back. How can I spend money on Su Shuer? This system is truly vexing. Lin Yu absent-mindedly opened the Douyin app, idly scrolling through live streams when a vision of pure beauty suddenly caught his eye. Su Shuer. At that moment, she was engaged in a fierce PK battle with another female streamer. Dressed in an elegant blue and white porcelain qipao, her graceful figure swayed to the rhythm of the music. Her live stream was bustling with activity, the likes already surpassing 200,000. Lin Yu noticed that Su Shuer was up against a top-tier streamer with millions of followers, while her own fan base, though respectable at over 700,000, was clearly outmatched. The PK bar displayed a significant gap, with only 1 minute remaining. As the music ended, Su Shuer returned to her seat. Instead of showing disappointment at the score, she smiled warmly at her audience and said in a sweet, gentle voice, "Thank you all for the gifts. You've done your best. No need to push yourselves." Lin Yu smirked and promptly recharged his Douyin account with 200,000 yuan. Let us test the waters with 2 grand carnivals first, he thought, tapping the screen. Instantly, 2 extravagant 3,000 yuan gift effects dominated the entire display. Wow, thank you. Lonely as a song, for the 2 grand carnivals. You're amazing, Su Shuer exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with genuine gratitude. though she didn't care much about the gifts themselves. Winning the PK was still a pleasant surprise. Despite Lin Yu's support, the opposing side had its own heavy spenders, and Su Shuer lost the first round. Lin Yu had barely spent 100,000 yuan. Far from enough. Notification: your bank card ending in 2678 has received 980,000 yuan. This ISNT nearly enough. The mission ISNT complete yet. Lin Yu scoffed and typed a bold message in Su Shuer's chat. One more round. I'll guarantee your win. If you lose, it's on me. To Su Shuer's audience, this was just another admirer trying to impress her. But when screenshots of Lin Yu's message reached the opposing streamer's side, their top supporters were provoked. Someone is challenging us? Brothers, let us crush him. Since the rival streamer requested a wardrobe change before the next PK, both sides agreed to resume in half an hour. During the wait, Lin Yu quietly funneled another 10 million yuan into his Douyin account through VIP channels, ensuring he wouldn't need to recharge again for months. After browsing the rival streamer Goose's profile, he had to admit she was undeniably alluring. Her content was filled with sultry poses and teasing gestures designed to tantalize. In contrast, Su Shuer's videos featured singing, dancing, and occasional performances on the piano, cello, or violin, always with refined, understated elegance. Half an hour later, the PK resumed. Unsurprisingly, the opposing side immediately unleashed a barrage of luxury gifts, Porsches, Douyin rockets, and Grand Carnivals, already totaling over 300,000 yuan. On the contrary, Su Shuer also had several prominent figures on the leaderboard who gradually bestowed gifts amounting to over 20,000. Lin Yu began his frenzied display of dexterity. The splendid effects of the carnival commenced an unceasing broadcast within a live stream. Gratitude was expressed to the user Lonely as a song for presenting the host Yangchun by Shui with Carnival X10. Gratitude was extended to Lonely as a song for presenting the host Yangchun by Shui with Carnival X50. Gratitude was conveyed to Lonely as a song for presenting the host Yangchun by Shui with Carnival X100. Gratitude was offered to Lonely as a song for presenting the host Yangchun by Shui with Carnival X301. Lin Yu fervently tapped the carnival icon, eager to fulfill the KPI. Upon reaching a staggering 900,000, Lin Yu felt as though his fingers were on the verge of numbness. Your bank card ending in 2678 has received an income of 9,020,000 yuan. Continuing to gift would require using his own funds. At that moment, both the audience in Yangchun by Shui's livestream and the viewers in the opposing female broadcaster EGE's room were collectively astonished. The prominent figures in EGE's stream grumbled about the unprecedented intensity of the gifting. It was as if he left them no room to breathe. Collectively, they had not managed to match a single individual's contributions. Top rank, there's a wealthy patron across the way. First place, it seems that Lonely as a Song was not exaggerating. He truly possesses remarkable strength. The onlookers in the female broadcaster EGE's livestream exclaimed, "Impressive, impressive. Song is indeed formidable. This is truly an abundance of wealth. With such riches, how many foot massages could I indulge in? How many lovely companions could I seek?" Onlooker B, wow. The person above, what a kindred spirit. Fisherman, send me this money, and I shall be braver than the Emperor He Chong. Chapter 11. The thrill of generosity and spirited conversations in the vibrant atmosphere of the live stream. The female host, Gidge, was determined not to be outdone by the numerous affluent patrons present. These were individuals seasoned by life's tempests, and witnessing someone generously gifting 1,000,000 was hardly astonishing. Gidge, with a playful demeanor, privately messaged the top patron, promising that if he could assist her in winning the PK, she would consent to his request for an offline meeting. This delighted the top patron, who rallied a multitude of viewers to shower Gidge's stream with gifts, propelling the total to an astounding 2,000,000. The lively scene naturally attracted many onlookers, causing the viewer count in the stream of another host, Yangchun by Shui, to surge from over 1,000 to an impressive 60,000. With merely 5 minutes remaining until the PK concluded, both hosts agreed to extend the duration to 30 minutes for heightened entertainment. Anticipation buzzed in the air as everyone awaited the next move from the host known as Jimarugo. Would she concede and apologize for her earlier bravado? Or would she unleash a fierce onslaught? Meanwhile, Lin Yu found himself in a state of regret, lamenting his earlier decision to invest 10 million. Had he refrained, he might have retained over 9 million in potential profits. However, the current scenario ignited his competitive spirit, and he resolved not to appear weak. His heart raced with exhilaration as he embarked on this unprecedented venture. You think you can outshine me? I shall rise to the challenge. He steeled himself and resumed gifting during the carnival. The opposing top patron, accompanied by his entourage, was equally resolute, showering gifts upon his favorite host. If a competition was at hand, they would engage fully. Thank you, Jimarugo, for sending Yangchun by Shui a Carnival X400. Thank you, Jimarugo, for sending Yangchun by Shui a Carnival X500. Thank you, Jimarugo, for sending Yangchun by Shui a Carnival X999. Thank you, Jimarugo, for sending Yangchun by Shui a Carnival X2000. Thank you, Jimarugo, for sending Yangchun by Shui a Carnival X3333. The screen erupted with dazzling effects from the carnival, mesmerizing the viewers. The chat flooded with enthusiastic comments, with phrases like 666, amazing, and incredible dominating the discourse. Ultimately, the opponent gifted over 7 million, while Lin Yu, astonishingly, reached 10 million. Both female hosts and their respective fans were left in utter astonishment. Lin Yu's hands were completely numb from the intensity of the moment. Su Schwerer felt as though she were in a dream. Having only been on Douyin Live for 2 months, she had never witnessed such a ferocious display. Schwerer, you've struck gold. That's 10 million in gifts. Zhang Xian called Su Schwerer, her excitement surpassing even that of Schwerer. As the personal manager responsible for maintaining the stream, she could hardly contain her thrill. Thank you, lonely brother. Thank you, lonely brother. During the half-hour frenzy of gift-giving between Lin Yu and his rival, Su Schwerer's stream audience swelled to 200,000, with likes soaring to over 1 million. Such popularity is almost unattainable for a novice streamer. Impressive, truly impressive. A newcomer, not even during peak hours, has surpassed 200,000 in viewership and garnered an astounding 100 million in sound waves. Remarkable indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not here to watch the streamer. I am here to observe the affluent showering their wealth. Ha! The singer possesses a keen eye. This young lady is far more attractive than the other one. Brother, could you check your private messages? At this moment, Lin Yu accessed the back end. Goodness, the number of friend requests had exceeded 99, and the private messages were also at 99. Among them was the female streamer, Gugu, who boasts over 4 million followers. Lin Yu was astonished that such a prominent internet celebrity would take the initiative to add him. The allure of wealth is indeed formidable. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, Gugu is a prominent streamer for a well-known agency, and the top donor is a member of that very agency. Although over 7 million was spent today, the actual expenditure was minimal due to the commission agreement between the agency and the platform. The agency had learned through the platform that the account Lonely as a Song was genuinely investing substantial amounts of real money, marking them as a true affluent benefactor. Consequently, they promptly advised their agency members not to provoke Lonely as a Song and encouraged their leading female streamer to cultivate a good relationship with this benefactor, hoping to entice him to gift her. Without hesitation, Lin Yu accepted her request. Brother Lonely, you are quite heavy-handed. Huh? You didn't even leave any medical fees. Gugu quickly sent a message upon successfully mutual following. Apologies, my dear, Lin Yu replied. Then, could Brother Lonely also assist me with PK in the future? You've really dealt a harsh blow today. Gugu sent a pleading expression. Sure, no problem. Shall we exchange WeChat? Lin Yu thought to himself that the female streamer was exceptionally attractive and wondered if they could establish a connection upon meeting. If successful, he would gladly provide her with a monthly contribution of 1 million. Of course, brother. My WeChat is. Gugu swiftly added his WeChat. The two engaged in a lively conversation. Brother Lonely, how old are you? You sound so youthful. I'm 22, and you? Lin Yu responded. No wonder. My age is a secret. Hey, it's quite impolite to ask a girl her age right off the bat. All right, since I see you're also from the Jiangnan region, I'll gift you 1 million in the live stream now. When you have some free time, may I invite you for a cup of coffee? I'll guess your age then, Lin Yu stated directly, aware that the ultimate goal of her adding him on WeChat was precisely this. He wasted no time in addressing the matter head-on, hoping to establish a connection when they finally met. Then, I shall comply, brother Lonely, Gugu sweetly replied, appreciative of Lin Yu's straightforwardness. Thank you, Lonely as a song, for sending streamer Gugu the Carnival X333. Chapter 12. Su Shui's heart fluttering. Zhang Qian offered strategies as soon as Su Shui initiated the broadcast. She immediately followed Lonely as a song. Her heart brimmed with gratitude and curiosity, eager to uncover the identity of this extravagant benefactor. However, when she glimpsed the WeChat account linked to Lonely as a song, she froze in disbelief. She actually possessed this WeChat contact. This revelation implied that she was acquainted with this enigmatic, affluent individual. Shui, did you add that wealthy person on WeChat? Zhang Qian's voice interjected, tinged with excitement and anticipation. Someone who spends money so lavishly must possess unfathomable wealth. If you can secure such a connection, won't you be able to navigate the circles with ease? I did. Su Shui's voice trailed off, as if she were still in shock. So soon? Did he take the initiative to add you? Zhang Qian's eyes sparkled. Her gossip-loving spirit ignited. No. Su Shui's expression was somewhat dazed. I just discovered that Lonely as a song was already on my friend list. What? Zhang Qian gasped, nearly leaping from her seat. Who is it? Who has showered you with such wealth? Her mind raced, sifting through memories of the wealthy suitors who had pursued Su Shui and had her WeChat contact. It's Lin Yu. Su Shui's voice was faint, but each word detonated like a bomb in Zhang Qian's mind. Who? Lin Yu. Zhang Qian abruptly stood, her movements so vigorous that she toppled her chair. Are you certain you're not mistaken? He is Lonely as a song. Let me see. She snatched Su Shui's phone, meticulously verifying the details. Unlike the disinterested Su Shui, Zhang Qian was well-versed in the myriad rumors circulating within their school. After multiple confirmations, she was reluctantly compelled to accept this astounding reality. Heavens! This world is utterly insane. Zhang Qian plopped back in her chair, feeling her worldview violently shaken. The relentless suitor Lin Yu was, in fact, a super-rich tycoon? I'm utterly speechless. A relentless suitor? What does that mean? Su Shui asked, bewildered, completely oblivious to the campus gossip. Shui, when you added Lin Yu on WeChat, I assumed it was merely out of curiosity, which is why I had taken the time to enlighten you. Zhang Qian cleared her throat and began her tutorial. Lin Yu is quite the character. He had fervently pursued a girl named Lu Ruyan for 5 years, from high school through university. He employed every tactic imaginable, breakfast deliveries, declarations of love, gifts, but what was the outcome? Lu Ruyan had long been secretly involved with Zhou Zihao. Lin Yu was publicly humiliated by both Zhou Zihao and Lu Ruyan. It was simply tragic. Really? Suxue listened in astonishment. Lin Yu is so wealthy and handsome. How could he pursue a girl for so long without success? She recalled having seen Lu Ruyan a few times in class. She was indeed quite beautiful, but in the sea of stunning individuals at Jiangxing University, she was hardly the pinnacle of beauty. However, Lin Yu was truly exceptional. Su Shui was acquainted with numerous affluent second-generation individuals. It was commonplace for them to drive luxury cars and wear prestigious watches. Yet, she had never encountered anyone like Lin Yu, who could effortlessly spend 10 million without batting an eye. What kind of family could cultivate a son who regarded wealth with such disdain? Among the people she knew, only Lin Yu possessed such audacity. Zhang Qian adjusted her chair and sat down, beginning her analysis with fervor. I understand now. The reason Lin Yu has pursued Lu Ruyan is undoubtedly due to his pretense of poverty. To conceal his identity, this fellow even took up food delivery. No one at school is aware of his immense wealth. Hence, Lu Ruyan chose Zhou Zihao over the poor boy Lin Yu. Who have guessed she missed out on a top-tier heir? I've long heard that some wealthy scions harbor peculiar inclinations. They yearn for genuine love, not wanting their partners to be with them for financial gain. Thus, they deliberately feign poverty to test a woman's sincerity. Lin, you must be one of them. Zhang Qian became increasingly animated, as if she had unearthed a monumental secret. Despite her tomboyish appearance, she was, in truth, an unabashed enthusiast of domineering CEO novels, relishing every cliché plot twist. Is that so? Ah, Lin Yu truly ought to have revealed his true identity sooner. It would have spared him so much trouble. Su Shui's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of sympathy crossing her face. He must be quite heartbroken, hence his decision to cease the charade. She imagined herself in Lin Yu's shoes, conjuring a melodramatic tale of a wealthy heir who pretended to be poor, only to be forsaken by a materialistic woman, ultimately rising to reclaim his dignity. Suddenly, she found him remarkably admirable. Born into a prestigious family, as a young heir, he must have lived a life of privilege. Yet, in his pursuit of the girl he adored, he was willing to lower himself, confessing his feelings repeatedly and even delivering food, engaging in actions that many would deem undignified. All for 3 long years. How utterly romantic. Su Shui's mind played an array of idle drama scenes, complete with a soundtrack of its own. Indeed, as the saying goes, one is influenced by their company. It appears she was also a deep-seated Mary Sue aficionado. Perhaps to others, she was an unattainable campus beauty, a woman of immense talent, a goddess in the eyes of her admirers. Yet, at her core, she was merely an ordinary university student, harboring the same dreams and aspirations, yearning to encounter a prince more exceptional than herself. Now, as she gazed at Lin Yu, she perceived an extraordinary brilliance emanating from him, as if he were enveloped in a soft, flattering glow. Memories of their serendipitous encounter during the dress incident flooded her mind, alongside the recollection of Lin Yu publicly declaring his intentions to pursue her during the open class. After adding him on WeChat, she had assumed he had forgotten her, only to realize he had been waiting to surprise her with gifts in the livestream. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. Qian, how should I express my gratitude to Lin Yu? After all, he showered me with so many gifts, and my followers have increased by tens of thousands. These gifts feel rather burdensome. To my mind, it seems this fellow is genuinely determined to pursue you. Why not convey your appreciation directly to him? At this moment, Zhang Qian, after indulging in her own musings, found her fondness for Lin Yu significantly heightened. Su Shui's cheeks flushed even more vividly. All right. I shan't tease you any longer. Observing Su Shui's evident impatience, Zhang Qian quickly suppressed her smile. Shui, I must tell you, you need to seize Lin Yu while you can. Zhang Qian's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Seize? Su Shui was puzzled. Yes, seize, Zhang Qian declared with conviction. Did you not comprehend? Lin Yu is a lavish spender, a true tycoon. Miss this opportunity, and it shall be lost forever. But Su Shui hesitated. But what? You cannot possibly still be clinging to the fantasy of a dominant CEO falling from me cliché. Can you? Zhang Qian rolled her eyes. Let me tell you, there are no such domineering CEOs in reality. Wealthy individuals are shrewd. They would forsake an entire forest for a single woman. Lin Yu's interest in you is merely because he has not yet captured you. Once he has you, if he grows weary, you will find yourself lamenting too late. Su Shui was taken aback by Zhang Qian's words. Really, is that true? She asked uncertainly. Absolutely true, Zhang Qian asserted emphatically. I tell you, men are all the same. What they cannot attain keeps them restless, while what they possess breeds complacency. Therefore, what you must do now is to seize Lin Yu's interest while it lasts. Seize? Su Shui's eyes widened. She did not expect Zhang Qian to speak thus. Yes, seize. Zhang Qian nodded. How do I seize him? Susued in kuayir. Isnt it's simple. Zhang Qian looked at her, as if she were rather slow-witted. Be proactive. Invite him for dinner, to watch a movie, or to shop. In short, create various opportunities to interact with him. But Su Shui hesitated. Shui, wake up. Zhang Qian patted Su Shui's shoulder. Who is Lin Yu? A tycoon. Does he lack for women by his side? Let me tell you, men like Lin Yu are not short of women who readily approach them. If you maintain your aloofness, you will inevitably be snatched away by someone else. Su Shui felt a stirring within her at Zhang Qian's words. Then what should I do? She asked. Here is an idea I can offer you. Zhang Qian Yu's eyes sparkled with a plan. This Saturday, there's a charity ball in the city, right? Your uncle's company is the organizer of this gala. Securing a spot should be a breeze for you. All right, and then what? Su Schwerer paused, momentarily taken aback. My heavens, Schwerer, this occasion is perfect for nurturing feelings, don't you think? When the time comes, you should dress beautifully, share a drink with Yu, and engage in conversation. Who knows, perhaps your relationship could progress further. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Suxuya hesitated. What makes it inappropriate? Zhang Qian countered. This is a charity gala, not a matchmaking event. Besides, all attendees are representatives from various enterprises, beneficiaries, and charitable donors. It's a vibrant mix. How convenient. But what? Zhang Qian said impatiently. In any case, this is an opportunity, a chance for you to advance your relationship with Yu. You must seize it. Su Schwerer remained indecisive. Schwerer, trust me, you won't regret it. Zhang Qian asserted firmly. If you continue to hesitate, Yu might be swept away by someone else. Isu sue beat her lip, ultimately resolving her doubts. All right, I will follow your advice, she said. Zhang Qian displayed a triumphant smile. That's the spirit. She patted Su Schwerer's shoulder. Rest assured, I will help you win Yu's heart. Su Schwerer looked at Zhang Qian, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Qian, she expressed. What is there to thank? We are good sisters. Zhang Qian replied with a beaming smile. Chapter 13. Zhou Ziheo's provocation. Yu's majestic retaliation with her fingertips poised over the screen. Su Schwerer hesitated, her gaze fixed on the send button. An invitation for Yu to attend the charity gala? Zhang Qian's advice flashed through her mind, accompanied by the vivid memory of Yu extravagantly showering wealth in a live stream. Her heartbeat faltered, thrown into disarray. Schwerer, hurry up, Zhang Qian's voice urged in her ear, tinged with impatience. Taking a deep breath, Su Schwerer pressed the button, sending the message. Almost instantaneously, Yu's succinct reply appeared. Okay, just a single word. Yet it resonated deeply within her heart, as though something had gently nudged it. He agreed. She gasped softly, her voice laced with uncontainable joy. Zhang Qian leaned closer, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Yu's response. I told you he's no fool. With an opportunity like this, and since he said he is pursuing you, of course he would agree. She beamed with satisfaction, as if the entire situation lay within her grasp. Suxue nodded lightly, remaining silent, yet feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Let's go pick out a dress, Zhang Qian proposed. Su Schwerer nodded in agreement and rose to leave. Meanwhile, Yu set his phone down, resting his chin in contemplation. A charity gala? Just what I desire. A gathering of social elites and beautiful women. Perhaps I could gain a few more pawns in my game. A glimmer of shrewdness flickered in his eyes. Presently, he found little intrigue in these so-called goddesses. His sole aim was to exploit them to accomplish his objectives and amass greater wealth. Rising from his bed, Yu began selecting his attire for the gala. He intended to present himself in the most impeccable manner possible. Lu Ruyan wore a sullen expression. She had just received news, originating from an unknown source, that Su Schwerer had invited Yu to the charity gala, and he had accepted. That wretched girl. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, her voice brimming with jealousy. She had not anticipated Su Schwerer's swift actions. Initially, she had hoped to find a moment to clarify things with Yu and salvage their relationship. Now, it appeared all was lost. No, I cannot let this go unchallenged. A glint of malice flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. She could not allow Su Schwerer to succeed. She needed Yu to realize who truly deserved his affection. Lu Ruyan retrieved her phone and navigated to Zhou Ziheo's WeChat. After a moment's hesitation, she sent a message. Ziheo, there's a charity gala in the city this weekend. Are you going? Though it seems an invitation is required. Once the message was dispatched, Lu Ruyan's heart began to race. She knew Zhou Ziheo typically had little interest in such events, yet she clung to a sliver of hope. If Zhou Ziheo chose to attend, she would have the opportunity to disrupt Su Schwerer and Yu's budding relationship. She would make Su Schwerer aware that Yu belonged to her. No one could take him away. Soon, Zhou Ziheo replied. He agreed to attend and assured her that he would resolve the invitation issue. Lu Ruyan felt an immediate sense of relief. However, unbeknownst to her, Zhou Zihao's attendance at the charity gala was solely to scout his next conquest. Su Shui'er also fell within his line of sight. The novelty of Lu Ru Yin had already waned for him, and with the knowledge that she maintained connections with other affluent men, Zhou Zihao contemplated severing ties with her once he identified a new target. As night descended and the city lights illuminated the scene, the Intercontinental Hotel in the heart of the metropolis shimmered with opulence and vibrancy. The charity banquet was on the verge of commencing. Clad in a white mermaid gown adorned with scattered diamonds and cinched at the waist with a black camellia, Su Shui'er exuded grace and ethereal charm. She linked arms with Zhang Qian, gracefully navigating through the throngs of attendees. Her face adorned with a polite smile as she engaged with various elite individuals vying for her attention. Shui'er, you look absolutely stunning tonight, like. A well-dressed young man approached, clutching a glass of wine as he racked his brain for the perfect compliment. Like what? Su Shui'er tilted her head slightly, a smile playing at her lips. Like a celestial being descended from the heavens. The young man's eyes sparkled with admiration. Thank you, Su Shui'er replied courteously. Yet her gaze wandered through the crowd in search of Lin Yu. Qian, the event is about to start. Where's Lin Yu? Su Shui'er inquired with a hint of impatience. Don't fret. He will surely arrive, Zhang Qian reassured her. In such a setting, how could he possibly miss it? Just as she finished speaking, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the banquet hall. Lin Yu had arrived, dressed in an impeccably tailored black Armani suit. His hair meticulously styled, exuding an aura of maturity and composure. The moment he entered, he captivated the attention of the entire room, sparking whispers among the female attendees, their eyes glimmering with admiration. Wow, who is that? He is incredibly handsome. I've never seen him before. What an extraordinary presence. Lin Yu remained focused, striding directly towards Su Shui'er. Shui'er, you look truly beautiful tonight, he said, his eyes momentarily reflecting awe. Thank you, she replied with a gentle smile, a blush gracing her cheeks. Observing Lin Yu's dapper appearance, Zhang Qian noted that he resembled a charming young tycoon, exuding charisma that was undeniably captivating. Inside the banquet hall, the crystal chandeliers cast a soft, warm glow. Lin Yu and Su Shui'er stood side by side, their whispers appearing intimate to onlookers. At that moment, Lu Ru Yin and Zhou Zihao also made their entrance. Today, Lu Ru Yin donned a striking red deep V gown that revealed ample porcelain skin, exuding a sultry allure. Her face was adorned with exquisite makeup, her hair styled in glamorous waves, rendering her more enchanting than usual. She approached Lin Yu with a look of feigned surprise. Lin Yu, you're here too? What a coincidence. Lin Yu's brow furrowed, and his expression instantly turned icy. What are you doing here? Lu Ru Yin's smile faltered. I came to attend the charity gala, she replied, forcing a smile. Oh, Lin Yu responded lightly and turned to Su Shui'er, saying, Shui'er, let's take a look over there. All right, Su Shui'er nodded, preparing to follow Lin Yu as they departed. Oh, isn't this Lin Yu? What brings you here? Delivering takeout to a charity gala? I presume you spent quite a sum renting that outfit? The voice of Zhou Zihao was not loud, yet it resonated clearly among the gathered crowd. Several curious glances, laced with intrigue and mockery, fell upon Lin Yu. Sui's brow prut, her grip on the wine glass tightening. Lin Yu turned to face Zhou Zihao, his expression devoid of anger, even graced with a faint smile. Zhou Zihao, has your internet just been connected? It has been quite some time since my delivery job. How do you still remember it? However, even if I did deliver food and earned my keep through honest labor, it is far more respectable than some who rely on women for their livelihood. Lin Yu's voice was calm, yet it struck Zhou Zihao like a resounding slap, leaving him momentarily stunned. Zhou Zihao's complexion shifted, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated that Lin Yu would publicly expose his shortcomings. Why, you're talking nonsense. Zhou Zihao forced a facade of composure, his voice trembling slightly. Whether I speak nonsense or not, you know it in your heart, Lin Yu replied, raising his wine glass to take a delicate sip. Lin Yu's knowledge of this matter stemmed from his good roommate, Li Chong, who had once spotted an older woman selecting clothes for Zhou Zihao in a mall. Li Chong quickly grasped that Zhou Zihao was merely a kept man, living off the wealth of others. He promptly captured a photograph and sent it to Lin Yu, sharing his insights. Consequently, Lin Yu spent money to investigate Zhou Zihao and the woman behind him. Zhou Zihao's family background was rather ordinary. Yet his older partner owned a sizable publicly listed company, demonstrating considerable power. Young Master Zhou, relying on a wealthy woman for a living, idling away each day. Do you truly believe yourself to be someone of significance? Oh, by the way, I heard you recently acquired a new sports car? TSK, TSK. You must be relishing that easy life. With each statement Lin Yu made, Zhou Zihao's expression grew increasingly grim. The guests surrounding them began to regard Zhou Zihao with disdain. Why, you're slandering me? Zhou Zihao, agitated, pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Yu, shouting loudly. Am I slandering you? Should I bring forth your hotel records and photographs for all to see? Lin Yu sneered, his gaze sharp. Zhou Zihao's body stiffened, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had not expected that Lin Yu would possess such knowledge. What's the matter? Lost your tongue? Feeling guilty? Lin Yu pressed on. Zhou Zihao, is this all you can manage? Trading your looks for wealth, and now, exposed by Lin Yu in public, he was like a monkey stripped naked, utterly humiliated. Just you wait. Zhou Zihao, flushed with rage, raised his fist to strike Lin Yu's face. Several security guards swiftly intervened, restraining Zhou Zihao. Sir, please calm down, the head guard said sternly. This is a charity gala, not a place for your tantrums. Let me go. Zhou Zihao struggled, shouting furiously. One more disturbance, and you'll be thrown out. Zhou Zihao wanted to retort, but a sharp glare from the head guard silenced him. He knew further defiance would only deepen his disgrace. Fine. Lin Yu, you win this round. Zhou Zihao gnashed his teeth, shooting Lin Yu a venomous glare before dragging Lu Ruyan away by the hand. The guards escorted him out of the banquet hall, bringing the farce to an end. Whispers rippled through the surrounding guests. Su Xuerer gazed at Lin Yu, admiration gleaming in her eyes. She hadn't expected him to be so commanding, so indomitable. Lin Yu turned to her with a faint smile. It's over. Such people aren't worth our attention. Amass nodded softly, Harpel's quickening. Chapter 14. The on-site interception. The wealthy woman's fury Zihao. Slow down. Lu Ruyan stumbled as Zhou Zihao dragged her out of the hotel, nearly twisting her ankle in her high heels. The two of them clumsily got into the car and sped away, leaving behind a flurry of whispers. Is what Lin Yu just said true? Lu Ruyan broke the silence in the car, her voice trembling slightly, tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of probing. Zhou Zihao felt a surge of anger, but he suppressed it. He understood that he could not afford to confront Lu Ruyan just yet. Despite her foolishness, she still held some value. After all, the fire within him had yet to find an outlet. Ruyan, don't listen to Lin Yu's nonsense. He is simply envious. My father runs a company, so how could I possibly be someone else's kept man? What a joke. Zhou Zihao's tone was impatient, his eyes flickering. Oh, Lu Ruyan did not press further, merely responding softly, though her heart felt as if it had been pricked by a thorn. They arrived at the Junyue Emperor Hotel. Miss, please book a room for us, Zhou Zihao requested, handing over their identification to the front desk, wearing a self-satisfied smile that he believed was charming. Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment. The receptionist replied politely, her fingers dancing over the keyboard. Just then, a commotion erupted in the lobby. A corpulent, jewel-adorned middle-aged woman was engaged in lively conversation with a well-dressed peer. They were old classmates, joyfully reacquainting after years apart, planning to stay at the hotel for a few days to dine and reminisce. The middle-aged woman's keen eyes quickly spotted Zhou Zihao, along with the delicate Lu Ruyan by his side. Instantly, her complexion turned a shade of fury, akin to an enraged lioness. Zhou Zihao, what are you doing here? Her voice sliced through the lobby, drawing the attention of all present. Upon seeing her, Zhou Zihao felt like a mouse confronted by a cat, his face paling and his body trembling. He hastily pushed Lu Ruyan aside, shifting a few steps away, desperate to establish some distance. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? The woman strode up to Zhou Zihao, her eyes wide as saucers, her tone fierce. And who is this little hussy? You two seem quite close, coming here to book a room together. Darling, please let me explain. She's just a classmate of mine. I merely brought her here to stay for the night. Zhou Ziho stammered, his words tumbling out incoherently, sweat beading on his forehead. Sir, here are the identification cards for you and this young lady. Please take them. The receptionist's ill-timed voice rang out, plunging Zhou Ziho into despair. Zhou Ziho, you scoundrel. I provided for you, clothed and fed you, given you generous allowances each month, and even changed your car several times, you impudent wretch, at such a tender age. You have chosen to pursue a path of immorality, emulating those who engage in the role of a mistress. Are you truly oblivious to the fact that he is already in a relationship? Enraged, the woman swiftly delivered another resounding slap to Lu Ruyan. Stunned and reeling from the blow, Lu Ruyan collapsed onto the ground, her hands covering her face, utterly at a loss. Darling, I was wrong. It's all this wretched woman, this shameless harlot. She seduced me. Please forgive me. I never intended to betray you. Zhou Ziho was quick to react, instantly donning a sycophantic smile as he addressed the wealthy woman. Noticing that her anger had yet to dissipate, he suddenly had a brainwave and viciously kicked Lu Ruyan several times, all the while berating her. It's all your fault, you shameless wretch. Why did you tempt me? Lu Ruyan was knocked to the ground, curling up into a ball. A surge of anguish coursed through her heart, surpassing the physical pain that afflicted her. How could she have been so blind as to become entangled with such a shameless creature? Zhou Ziho, devoid of any shame, knelt before the wealthy woman, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication, his lips incessantly uttering pleas for mercy. He was acutely aware that this affluent lady was not to be trifled with. She held the keys to his most embarrassing secrets. He dared not resist, nor did he wish to forfeit the luxurious lifestyle he currently enjoyed. This fellow presents himself with an air of sophistication, leading me to believe he was a wealthy and handsome gentleman. However, it turns out he is merely a sycophantic sugar baby catering to affluent women. Truly repugnant. In a lobby, an ever-increasing crowd gathered, their murmurs rising and falling like the tide. Wang Wan, a classmate of the affluent woman, stood by, astonished and awkward. The wealthy lady took a deep breath, suppressing the fury that churned within her, and addressed Wang Wan. Wang Wan, I sincerely apologize for putting you in this uncomfortable situation. Let's reschedule our meeting for another day. Wang Wan nodded in agreement, completed the check-in process, and hurried towards the elevator. Very well, since you claim she seduced you. Zhou Ziho, I now offer you a chance to prove it. The affluent woman fixed her gaze upon Zhou Ziho and pronounced with deliberate clarity, immediately, right this moment. Deliver 2 resounding slaps to her face, then compel her to leave this place. Ensure that I never lay eyes on her again. Otherwise, you shall witness the consequences of my wrath. Upon hearing those words, Zhou Ziho wasted no time. He sprang to his feet and rushed before Lu Ruyan, delivering 2 resounding slaps across her face. Lu Ruyan felt a sudden darkness envelop her, and with a gasp, she fainted on the spot. Let us go. The wealthy woman seized Zhou Ziho's ear and dragged him out of the hotel like a helpless chick. She intended to teach this ungrateful wretch a proper lesson. Chapter 15. Regret like smoke. Honest relationships. The night breeze, laden with the moisture of the river, slapped against her face, chilling to the bone. Lu Ruyan stood at the edge of the bridge, her skirt swirling about her like a desperate butterfly. The name Lin Yu flickered on her phone screen. It remained unanswered. Her fingers trembled as she dialed again, the mechanical female voice repeating endlessly, a cruel mockery. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Despair gnawed at her heart, as if it sought to tear her apart. Lin Yu, if you do not answer, I shall leap from here. Lu Ruyan cried out, her voice hoarse, torn by the wind into shards, akin to broken glass. Below the bridge, the river churned, resembling a lurking beast, with its gaping maw poised to devour all. Within the Intercontinental Hotel, the crystal chandelier sparkled amidst a flurry of elegant silhouettes. Lin Yu was preparing to indulge in desserts with Su Shuer when the sudden ringing of his phone shattered the momentary tranquility. He retrieved his phone, and upon seeing the caller ID, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. Another call from Lu Ruyan. Was this woman ever going to relent? He contemplated hanging up immediately. Yet the persistent ringing grew more insistent, like a death knell. Irritation surged within him, mingled with a tinge of unease. Could she truly be contemplating something foolish? If she were to jump, would he not become an unwitting accomplice? After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button, his fingers stiff. Linyu, you finally answer my call. Lu Ruoyan's voice on the other end was laced with tears, fragmented like a deflating bellows. Where are you? Lin Yu's tone was frigid, devoid of warmth, akin to a shard of ice. Where are you? I am. On the bridge by the river. Lu Ruoyan sobbed. You must come quickly. I no longer wish to live. A weight settled in Lin Yu's chest as though struck by a boulder. Was she serious? Was this a ploy for sympathy or an act of desperation? Do not act impulsively. Lin Yu's voice was firm. Stay right there. I will be there shortly. He ended the call and turned to Su Shuer, saying, Shuer, I apologize, but I have an urgent matter that requires my immediate attention. Su Shuer looked momentarily taken aback, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face, yet she nodded. All right, be safe. But internally, she mused, what could possibly be so urgent at this hour? Could it be his ex-girlfriend? Lin Yu paid no heed to further conversation as he hastened out of the banquet hall, berating the situation in his mind. What kind of predicament is this? In the night, a taxi sped away, like an arrow released from its bow. On the riverside bridge, Lu Ruoyan stood at the railing, her body swaying precariously, akin to a leaf that could be whisked away by the wind at any moment. Her complexion was pale, tears streaming freely down her face. Her eyes swollen and red like two overripe peaches. Scenes flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. Zhou Ziheo's sweet nothings, the humiliation from the wealthy woman, and the stinging slap, the kick that sent her sprawling to the ground. Humiliation, regret, and despair intertwined, nearly consuming her whole. She felt as if she were a mere jest, a complete failure, a puppet manipulated at will. Lin Yu, why do you not come? Do you truly not want me anymore? Lu Ruoyan murmured, her voice faint, resembling the hum of a mosquito. She slowly lifted her foot, preparing to step over the railing. At that moment, an angry roar erupted from behind. Lu Ruoyan, come down this instant. Lin Yu's voice, filled with urgency and fury, struck like a clap of thunder. Lu Ruoyan's body stiffened, and she turned slowly, akin to a rusted automaton. Lin Yu stood not far away, panting heavily, beads of sweat dotting his forehead like he had just completed a marathon. He hurried over, grasped Lu Ruoyan's arm with force, pulling her back from the edge with a rough motion. Are you out of your mind? Lin Yu bellowed, his voice trembling. Do you even realize what you are doing? Lu Ruoyan stumbled as Lin Yu yanked her, falling to the ground, her rear aching from the impact. She lifted her head to look at Lin Yu, her gaze hollow like two black voids. I am not crazy. Lu Ruoyan's voice was hoarse. I just do not wish to live anymore. Not wish to live anymore? Lin Yu scoffed. Is this all you amount to? Faced with a little setback, you wish for death? Do you believe that jumping into the river will allow you to transcend or be reborn? Do you not understand that your actions will only sadden those who love you and delight those who despise you? Lu Ruoyan kept her head down, silent, like a child who had erred. Do you think that by leaping down, you can put an end to everything? Lin Yu's voice turned somber. Will Zhou Ziheo shed a single tear for you? Will that wealthy woman feel an ounce of guilt? Or do you believe that the King of Hell will award you the Best Devotion Prize? They will only clap in glee, celebrating their liberation from nuisance. Lu Ruoyan trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. I was wrong. She choked. I truly realize my mistakes. I should not have been so infatuated, nor should I have left you for money. I regret it. I truly regret it. Lin Yu, will you forgive me? Can we start anew? Lu Ruoyan raised her head, gazing at Lin Yu with pleading eyes, resembling a small dog begging for its master's compassion. Lin Yu looked at Lu Ruoyan, his gaze intricate, a tangled mass of emotions. He had once loved this woman deeply, having invested his heart in her. Yet, she betrayed him for money, causing him pain. Now, she resorted to this manner to elicit his sympathy, to seek his forgiveness. A wave of desolation washed over Lin Yu, akin to being doused with cold water. Lu Ruoyan, do you believe we can return to the past? Lin Yu's voice was calm, devoid of any ripples, like a stagnant pond. The trust between us has long been shattered by your own hands. More irreparable than a broken mirror. Even if I were to forgive you, it would never be as it once was. Lu Rian's complexion turned ashen, her body swaying perilously, as if all her strength had been drained away. No, it isn't like that, she murmured. We can make it work. As long as you forgive me, just give me one chance. I promise. I will never betray you again. Lu Rian clutched Lin Yu's hand tightly, as if grasping the last straw of hope. Lin Yu, I beg you, don't leave me. I cannot live without you. Lin Yu gazed at Lu Rian, devoid of any pity. Lu Rian, wake up, he said, his tone icy. We are finished. Like water spilled on the ground, irretrievable. Everything you're doing now is merely an exercise in self-deception. You may move heaven and earth, but you cannot move me. You do not love me. You are simply unwilling to part with a man who has catered to your every whim, unwilling to see your investments go to waste. You have grown accustomed to my kindness, to my devotion, just as one grows accustomed to the routine of daily meals and sleep. You do not understand what love truly is. Lin Yu's words struck Lu Ruyan like daggers, each piercing her heart with cruel precision. Her body trembled, her face paled, her lips quivered, resembling a fish frozen in despair. No, it isn't like that. She shook her head vigorously. I love you. I truly love you. Enough. Lin Yu interrupted her. Stop deceiving yourself. Who are you even performing for? If you truly loved me, you would not have left me for someone else. If you truly loved me, you would not have betrayed me, putting a green hat upon my head. If you truly loved me, you would not threaten me in this manner, manipulating my conscience. Lu Ruyan, the only person you love is yourself. Your greatest affection lies with money. With that, Lin Yu forcefully shook off Lu Ruyan's hand, showing no mercy. She collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with despair, resembling a wilting flower. Lin Yu turned to leave, his steps resolute. Lin Yu, Lu Ruyan suddenly shouted, are you truly this heartless? Lin Yu paused, but did not turn around. It is not my heartlessness. It is your selfishness, he replied coldly. You have destroyed our relationship with your own hands. So do not blame anyone else. Now, you seek to use this method to manipulate me, to force me back into your life. Do you think I'm an ATM or a spare tire? Lu Ruyan, you have deeply disappointed me. My admiration for you has shattered into pieces. Having said this, Lin Yu left without looking back, this time for good. Lu Ruyan desperately pursued him, tears streaming down her face. She caught up to the swiftly walking Lin Yu at a park by the bridge. Grasping him from behind, she cried, please, I implore you. As long as you want me, I will do anything you ask. You can seek other women. I can be the third, fourth, or fifth. As long as you don't abandon me. If you feel the need to vent your anger, you can strike or scold me. Just please don't leave me, otherwise, I truly cannot survive. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan fiercely pressed her lips against Lin Yu's. Lin Yu, this isn't a hotel. In such a public place, how inappropriate. Wait, this sensation is quite soft. Congratulations, host, for subduing Lu Ruyan. Reward, 100 goddess points. Under the moonlight, Lu Ruyan leaned weakly against Lin Yu, tender as water, like a docile kitten. Yet at this moment, Lin Yu was conducting an internal monologue. Lin Yu, you're only doing this for the 100 goddess points. Yes, that's all it is, otherwise. You wouldn't have acted this way with her, right? If you were still the penniless fool from before, Lu Ruyan wouldn't have thrown herself at you like this. She is merely a tool for your profit. How could you possibly fall back under her control just because of this fleeting entanglement? A man must have dignity. He must not be swayed by mere beauty. Lin Yu steeled himself inwardly, like a soldier preparing for battle. Sigh, I hope you understand. Though tonight we've crossed this line, it doesn't mean I've forgiven or accepted you. From now on, whether at school or elsewhere, don't treat me as your boyfriend. But if you have any needs, I'll do my best to fulfill them, financially, that is. As for you, you may regard me as your master. Lu Ruyan had exhausted every trick to keep Lin Yu by her side. Having believed she had finally reeled him back, Lu Ruyan deflated like a punctured balloon upon hearing his words, gazing up at him with pitiful eyes. Enough. Wipe your face. Aren't you disgusted? I'll walk you back to the dorm. Lin Yu pulled a pack of tissues from his pocket and handed them to her. Thank you. Lu Ruyan took 2 sheets, and dabbed away the traces on her face. Though she hadn't succeeded in reclaiming Linyu, her heart wasn't as desolate as she had pretended. After all, their physical intimacy had thawed the once frozen rift between them. Moreover, Linyu's financial assurance was enough to lift her spirits. This didn't mean she was content, but neither would she foolishly obstruct other women from approaching him. Chapter 16. Special Software, Serendipitous Encounter System. I require a lottery. Linyu silently chanted. Greetings, host. Currently, you possess 200 goddess points, allowing you to draw twice. Before Linyu's eyes, a colossal virtual screen materialized, adorned with a myriad of question mark squares. A red light frame pulsated swiftly among them, creating a dizzying spectacle. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have drawn a skill book and a running app of divine nature. Mastery of combat, skill book upon use. You will automatically comprehend various combat skills. Running app, a divine application that, with host authorization, can be downloaded to the phone and can be linked or unlinked at will. It automatically filters real-time and valid running information. System, I wish to utilize this skill book. Without a moment's hesitation, Linyu proceeded to use it. Whoosh! The skill book transformed into a beam of light and vanished, as a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. Boxing, mixed martial arts, kickboxing, jeet kune. Various combat techniques integrated into his body as if they were instinctual. At that moment, Linyu felt akin to a human weapon. Not only could he engage unarmed, but even if faced with 10 opponents wielding weapons, they would be no match for him. He even harbored the illusion that he could fell a cow with a single punch. It was as if he had unlocked an unparalleled prowess akin to Bruce Lee in his prime. This skill book is truly remarkable, Linyu mused inwardly, then turned his attention to the running app. Upon downloading it to his phone, no registration was required for immediate access. As he opened it, his eyes widened in astonishment. What extraordinary beauty graced these photographs. A plethora of fair-skinned, stunningly attractive individuals with long legs. Silk stockings, lace. The array left Linyu utterly captivated, his heart racing. He found a secluded corner, secretly immersing himself in the exploration of the app, his focus surpassing that of his exam preparations years prior. Step 1. Step 2. 10 minutes later, Linyu finally grasped the usage method. This application was simpler than ordering a princess at a KTV. All one needed was to ensure payment was made offline. He rubbed his hands together, eager to test his newfound abilities. Linyu activated the local function, and the homepage instantly presented 10 photographs. One image immediately captured his attention. The woman depicted wore a uniform and stockings, and crucially, Linyu recognized her. The lobby manager of the Intercontinental Hotel, Zhang Ting. Linyu gazed at her photograph repeatedly. She exuded a mature charm absent in younger women, reminiscent of a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. May I add you on WeChat? I'm Linyu, the one who previously recharged 1 million at your establishment. Do you remember me? Noticing Zhang Ting online, he boldly revealed his identity. He thought to himself, since Zhang Ting was already linked to him, what man could resist the allure of a mature woman? It's you. What a pleasure. My WeChat ID is XXX, she replied promptly. Linyu's substantial recharge had spread throughout the Intercontinental Hotel, and the staff were privately speculating about the identity of this young, affluent gentleman. Zhang Ting had naturally heard about it. Though already 31 with a first-grade son, she still yearned for romance deep within. Having grown up in rural poverty, her father was a compulsive gambler, while her frail mother worked 3 jobs to support Zhang Ting and her younger brother's education. After middle school, Zhang Ting tried various small businesses like street vending and clothing sales, but earned little. Later, her youthful beauty caught the attention of a local gangster. They dated and frequented nightclubs until he was imprisoned for brawling. Then the nightclub owner Zhao Taizhan, now chairman of Intercontinental Hotel, took a liking to her. After a passionate encounter in his car, she became his mistress. Zhao leveraged his wife's connections to establish Intercontinental Hotel, conveniently installing the socially adept Zhang Ting as lobby manager to keep her close. Yet after her appointment, they met less frequently. Zhao's social circle grew more elite, and his wife's spies in the hotel made him cautious. Zhang Ting understood her position. With strong capabilities and generous hotel benefits, she gradually became a genuine lobby manager. At marriageable age, she wedded a small restaurant owner. After adding Zhang Ting on WeChat, Lin Yu immediately messaged, "Hello there, beautiful. Don't call me beautiful. Call me sister," playful emoji. "Beautiful sister. Not working today? Day off. You? No date with your little girlfriend? What girlfriend? Just a classmate. You expect me to believe that?" Smirking emoji. "Beautiful sister. Care to join me for afternoon tea?" Lin Yu swallowed hard, recalling Zhang Ting's shapely legs. "All right, I'll humor you this once, little brother." Zhang Ting, ever longing for a wealthy, handsome man, readily agreed. They met at a CAF where Lin Yu noticed Zhang Ting's outfit. A pinstripe blouse, sheer white leggings revealing subtle contours beneath, paired with semi-wedge transparent sandals. Over coffee, Lin Yu remarked, "This dating app requires VPN access. Meeting you feels like fate." Unaware, she used a different app, inferior to his system-provided one. "Oh yes, my first time using it, and I'm matched with you, sister." L'un y finit de surprise. For the next hour, they conversed pleasantly. Zhang Ting proved talkative, confiding her past and unhappy marriage. Her restaurateur husband constantly preoccupied with business, leaving her neglected at 35, in her prime, yet tragically unfulfilled. Ultimately, the two parted ways, with the child remaining in Zhang Ting's custody. A gambling father, an ailing mother, a younger brother attending school, and a fractured home. Who will assist her if I do not? A fervent sense of justice ignited within Lin Yu. "Let me accompany my sister on a shopping spree to lift her spirits," he suggested, seizing the opportunity to indulge her. With the end of the month approaching, he was eager to fulfill his KPI, ideally spending $1 million today. "Isn't that a bit extravagant for a good brother?" Zhang Ting playfully inquired, blinking her eyes. "It's of no consequence, as long as my sister is happy." Lin Yu replied with a somewhat frivolous grin. "You have no idea how many young girls admire that charming tongue of yours." Zhang Ting chuckled, playfully giving Lin Yu a light tap as they left the CAF together. Chapter 17. Luxurious shopping, astonishing the crowd at the entrance of the CAF. The afternoon sun shone perfectly. Lin Yu glanced at Zhang Ting, her profile elegantly outlined by the golden rays. "Let us go, sister. I want to buy you a few pieces of clothing and a handbag." Lin Yu hailed a taxi and mentioned the name of a commercial center. As the vehicle set off, Zhang Ting absent-mindedly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "No need, brother. I have enough clothes. That's simply one do. You are so beautiful, no outfit could ever do you justice," Lin Yu replied, silently adding to himself, "Mainly, we need to spend earn." Zhang Ting smiled softly, no longer refusing. The taxi stopped in front of a luxury shopping mall. Lin Yu exited and walked around to open the door for Zhang Ting. She took his arm and gracefully alighted. Inside the mall, the air conditioning provided a refreshing contrast to the heat outside. The two entered an opulently decorated clothing store. Zhang Ting slowed her pace, a hint of shyness reflected in her eyes. The price tags here made her gasp inwardly. "Choose whatever you like. Feel free to try it on," Lin Yu said, his hands casually tucked in his pockets. Zhang Ting scanned the surroundings, her gaze resting on a black dress. The design was simple, accentuated by a delicate band of small diamonds at the waist, sparkling under the lights. "This dress looks lovely," she said, her fingers gently gliding over the hem. "Then let us try it on." Lin Yu beckoned to a nearby sales associate. The attendant, a young woman with exquisite makeup, approached with an air of condescension, appraising Zhang Ting with a critical eye. "This dress is a new arrival and is not on sale," the attendant stated coldly. Zhang Ting's fingers recoiled, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. "It's all right. Let us just try it on," Lin Yu urged, sensing her discomfort. The attendant rolled her eyes but retrieved the dress, leading Zhang Ting to the fitting room. Lin Yu settled onto a sofa in the lounge area, perusing a magazine. Before long, another sales associate escorted a wealthy-looking customer into the store. The woman was adorned in luxurious jewelry, her wrist adorned with an exquisite jade bracelet, clearly of considerable value. "Mrs. Wang, welcome. Please, take a seat." The previous attendant instantly donned a sycophantic smile, rushing to greet her. "I'd like to see the latest arrivals," Mrs. Wang commanded, her voice booming with authority. "Look at this dress. Just in. It's perfect for your elegance. The attendant eagerly presented. Lin Yu glanced up, noticing that the dress Mrs. Wang was shown was nearly identical to the one Zhang Ting was trying on, save for the color. A subtle smile crept onto his lips. The fitting room door opened, and Zhang Ting emerged. The black dress highlighted her fair skin, perfectly accentuating her curves. The diamonds at her waist sparkled, adding an alluring touch. Lin Yu set down the magazine, his eyes widening in admiration. Truly stunning, he exclaimed sincerely. Zhang Ting blushed slightly, beaming as she turned to admire herself in the mirror. What do you think, brother? Perfection. Lin Yu raised his thumb in approval. The sales assistant stood nearby, her expression remaining impassive. How much is this dress? Lin Yu inquired. 88,000, the sales assistant replied. Wrap it up, Lin Yu stated decisively. The sales assistant paused, seemingly taken aback by Lin Yu's promptness. Sir, are you sure you want it? She asked again. What? Are you afraid I can't afford it? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. No, I will wrap it up for you right away. The sales assistant quickly amended her response. At that moment, Mrs. Wang approached. I want that dress too, she said, pointing to the one Zhang Ting was wearing. I'm sorry, Mrs. Wang, but there's only one piece in each color. The sales assistant explained with a forced smile. Only one? Then the one she's wearing should be given to me, Mrs. Wang insisted, her tone brooking no argument. The sales assistant appeared conflicted. What, is my status not sufficient? Mrs. Wang raised her voice, her tone sharp and piercing. Please don't be upset, Mrs. Wang. I'll speak with her right away. The sales assistant hurried to reassure, turning toward Zhang Ting. Ma'am, I apologize, but Mrs. Wang has also taken a liking to this dress. Would you mind? I cannot, Lin Yu interjected, cutting off the sales assistant. We have already purchased this dress. But the sales assistant attempted to protest. There are no buts. Just swipe my card, Lin Yu stated firmly, pulling out his bank card and handing it to the sales assistant. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted the card and processed the transaction on the POS machine. A beep indicated the transaction was successful. The sales assistant's expression shifted. She had not anticipated that this young man would indeed be so affluent. Sir, please hold on while I prepare your receipt. Her tone shifted to one of deference, her posture slightly bowing. Mrs. Wang's expression darkened. She had not expected to be outdone by a young man. What's so impressive about it? It's just a dress. Nouveau riche. She scoffed, turning to leave, her voice tinged with bitterness. Lin Yu paid no heed to Mrs. Wang. He approached Zhang Ting. Sister, let's pick out a few more items. No need, brother. One is enough. Zhang Ting shook her head. Nonsense. Today is all about treating you to a shopping spree. Go ahead and buy as much as you want. Money is no object. Charge it to my card, and if it exceeds the limit, it's on me, Lin Yu declared with exuberance. Come on, sister. Today you're the queen. Lin Yu took Zhang Ting's hand, striding toward another store with an air of confidence. In the ensuing time, Lin Yu led Zhang Ting on a shopping spree through the mall. Designer handbags, high-end jewelry, expensive cosmetics, whatever Zhang Ting admired, Lin Yu purchased without hesitation. The attitude of the sales staff underwent a complete transformation as they eagerly rushed to serve Lin Yu and Zhang Ting, bowing and flattering. Eager not to neglect these two patrons of fortune, as if they would empty the store to please them. In the bustling shopping mall, other patrons cast envious and jealous glances at Lin Yu and Zhang Ting, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. A few young ladies whispered amongst themselves, speculating about Lin Yu's identity. After several hours of frenzied shopping, Lin Yu and Zhang Ting emerged triumphantly, their arms laden with an array of luxurious shopping bags, causing Lin Yu's muscles to ache slightly. However, Zhang Ting radiated an unprecedented brilliance, akin to a love-struck maiden, her steps noticeably lighter. Notifications from the banking app incessantly pinged, prompting Lin Yu to glance at his phone and discover a deposit of 6 million, elevating his spirits. Initially, he had intended to continue indulging in this retail spree, but the sheer volume of purchases became burdensome, and Zhang Ting, feeling sympathetic, urged him to cease. My dear brother, I cannot thank you enough for today. How might I repay your kindness? Zhang Ting's enchanting eyes sparkled, her full lips curling into a subtle smile, her words laced with a hint of flirtation. Today, she had witnessed Lin Yu's extraordinary financial prowess, clearing her shopping cart without a second thought. This display of generosity and affection was irresistible to any woman. How about offering yourself in return? Lin Yu unabashedly expressed his thoughts, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Ting, his eyes ablaze with desire. He had not forgotten the platform through which they had met. Having spent such a considerable sum, it was only fitting to seek some form of return. You little rascal. Your words are as sweet as honey. Zhang Ting laughed, her joyous demeanor causing her bosom to gently sway, exuding an enchanting charm. I speak with sincerity. Lin Yu's throat tightened slightly. You cheeky little imp, your audacity grows by the day. But, I must admit, I rather enjoy it. Zhang Ting winked at him. Chapter 18. Alluring glances, open hearts. Zhang Ting's eyes shimmered with a seductive gleam, her crimson lips parting slightly as she exhaled a breath as delicate as orchids. I'm going to freshen up in the restroom, she murmured, her voice laced with playful mischief, and perhaps find a private stall to relieve myself. If you dare follow me. Well, I might just let you have your way. With that, she swayed her hips gracefully as she made her way toward the restroom, casting a provocative glance over her shoulder at Lin Yu, a gaze brimming with challenge. Lin Yu's pulse quickened, his blood surging to his head. He had to admit, he was thoroughly enticed. After a brief hesitation, he decided to follow. After all, opportunities like this didn't come every day. With a swift glance around, he spotted a familiar counter where he had shopped before and hurriedly deposited his bags. Ladies, keep an eye on these treasures for me, he said smoothly, slipping 10 crisp 100-yuan bills into the hands of the stunned attendants. The sheer audacity of his gesture left them speechless. Assured of his belongings' safety, Lin Yu scanned the area once more before darting toward the women's restroom. This was his first time venturing into such forbidden territory. His nerves tingled with both tension and exhilaration. Fortunately, he encountered no women exiting the stalls, sparing him an impossible explanation. His eyes flicked across the row of closed stall doors, settling on the narrow gap beneath one. There, he spotted a familiar pair of white sandals. Gently pushing the slightly ajar door open, he found Zhang Ting waiting inside, unfazed by his intrusion. She simply crossed her arms, a knowing smirk playing on her lips as she regarded him in silence. After tidying up, Zhang Ting confirmed the coast was clear and signaled for Lin Yu to slip out of the restroom. A lingering thrill still coursed through her, and she extended an invitation. Little brother, she whispered, care to come to my place for a while? Gladly, Lin Yu replied without hesitation, relieved to have somewhere to go. They stopped by a restaurant in the mall to pick up a few dishes and grab 2 bottles of wine for later. Hailing a taxi, Zhang Ting provided the driver with her home address. Soon, the cab pulled up in front of her apartment building. Lin Yu followed her into an aging residential complex. The hallway permeated with a damp, musty scent, its walls plastered with flyers, a stark contrast to Zhang Ting's polished appearance. Stepping inside, Lin Yu took in a modest living space. The small living room was simply furnished but tidy. Children's toys were piled in one corner, and elementary school textbooks lay scattered on the coffee table. Make yourself at home, Zhang Ting said, slipping into a pair of slippers before heading to the kitchen. I'll get you some water. Lin Yu glanced around, mildly surprised. He had expected someone like Zhang Ting to reside in a high-end apartment, not a place so ordinary. What would you like to drink? Her voice floated from the kitchen. Water or something else? Water is fine, Lin Yu answered. She returned with 2 glasses, handing one to him. Sorry about the mess, she said with a hint of embarrassment. Not at all, Lin Yu replied with a smile. It feels quite cozy. The two remained silent for a moment until Zhang Ting broke the stillness. Come on, open the takeout box. The food is getting cold. Let us eat while it's hot. As she spoke, she poured wine for herself and Lin Yu. After several rounds of drinks, Zhang Ting began to open up. In truth, my relationship with my husband has long been troubled, she sighed. He is preoccupied with the restaurant business, leaving early and returning late, with hardly any time for me and our child. Moreover, he has taken a mistress outside. I can hardly bear the thought of divorce. It has been ages since I felt the warmth of a family. Lin Yu listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. I know that women like me shouldn't complain, Zhang Ting said with a self-deprecating smile. After all, I chose this path myself. Yet, I'm a woman too, yearning for love and care. As she spoke, tears began to glisten in her eyes. Lin Yu handed her a tissue. Zhang Ting accepted it, dabbing at the corners of her eyes. My mother's health is poor, requiring expensive medication for sustenance. My younger brother, 9 years my junior, is still in college, and I bear the burden of his tuition and living expenses. Do you know? The person I feel most remorseful towards is my son. She choked out. I haven't provided him with a complete family or a joyful childhood. I even wonder how he will perceive me when he grows up. Lin Yu felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Is this why you're still moonlighting after work? He suddenly asked, recalling the information he had seen previously on the dating app. Zhang Ting hesitated, her expression turning awkward. Actually, I used to earn advertising fees through images. Recently, with my mother hospitalized and needing surgery, I had no choice but to take on offline work. I never expected my first client would be you. Lin Yu, sensing the sincerity in her words, chose not to question their authenticity. After a brief silence, Zhang Ting continued, I was once the mistress of Zhao Taizan, the chairman of the Intercontinental Hotel. Back then, I was young and naive, easily swayed by his sweet words. Later, I discovered he was married and wanted to leave him. Found he wouldn't let go. To escape him, I married an honest man. Lin Yu listened to Zhang Ting's story, feeling a swirl of complex emotions. Do you think I am tainted? Zhang Ting raised her head, her gaze filled with complexity as she looked at Lin Yu. No, he shook his head. You're also a victim. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhang Ting could no longer contain her tears. They streamed down her cheeks. She collapsed into Lin Yu's embrace. Weeping openly, he gently patted her back. After a considerable time, her emotions gradually settled. She lifted her head, looking at Lin Yu with a hint of embarrassment. I'm sorry for losing my composure. It's all right. It's good to let it out, Lin Yu reassured her. After consuming a bottle of red wine, the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, and a rosy hue graced Zhang Ting's cheeks. In truth, I have never been able to let go of Zhao Taizan, she suddenly confessed. I am aware that I should not feel this way. He is a married man and significantly older than I. Yet, I cannot seem to forget him. Perhaps it is not him that I love, but rather the vanity and sense of fulfillment he brings me. Lin Yu gazed at Zhang Ting, feeling a sense of helplessness within. Perhaps time will alleviate everything. He attempted to console her. Perhaps, she replied, shaking her head. In truth, the person I despise the most is not Zhao Taizan, but myself. I loathe my own vanity and foolishness, and I resent how I have ruined my own life. As she spoke, tears began to flow once more. Lin Yu silently remained by her side. Zhang Ting, beginning to succumb to intoxication, her gaze becoming unfocused, muttered incoherently, I truly miss him. Lin Yu, noticing her state, swiftly took the wine glass from her grasp. Stop drinking. You have had enough. No, I want to drink. I want to drink to my heart's content. Zhang Ting struggled to reclaim the glass. With no other option, Lin Yu gently guided her to the bed. Lying there, Zhang Ting continued to murmur Zhao Tieshan's name. Lin Yu sighed, preparing to leave. Just as he turned, Zhang Ting suddenly grasped his hand. Do not go, she mumbled, her voice tinged with a hint of pleading and an almost imperceptible sulkiness. The room was instantly filled with an air of ambiguity. Congratulations to the host for captivating Zhang Ting, earning 100 goddess points. Chapter 19. Underground Lovers. Gaming at the Internet CAF, the morning light filtered through the sheer curtains, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. Lin Yu awoke, finding the space beside him void, save for a lingering fragrance and a slight indentation. He sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, as the bedroom door stood ajar, and soft sounds emanated from the kitchen, the clattering of a spatula and the sizzling of eggs. Lin Yu rose from the bed and approached the doorway, where Zhang Ting stood at the stove, clad in a loose-fitting white loungewear, her long hair cascading freely. The sunlight framed her gentle profile, creating a scene that was both heartwarming and ordinary, reminiscent of a typical couple's morning. A wave of inexplicable warmth surged within Lin Yu. The fervor and madness of the previous night seemed to have settled into something deeper. You're awake? Hurry and freshen up. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Zhang Ting turned, smiling upon hearing his movements. Her voice, soft and tender, lacked the allure and chaos of the night before, replaced instead by an air of intimacy. Lin Yu nodded, entering the bathroom. After washing up, He found Zhang Ting had laid out breakfast on the dining table: fried eggs, bacon, toasted bread, and 2 cups of hot milk. "Come and eat, taste my cooking." She urged him to sit down, her tone laced with anticipation. Lin Yu picked up his knife and fork. It tastes delightful. Once breakfast was finished, Lin Yu accompanied Zhang Ting to the hospital, where he paid over 400,000 yuan in medical fees on her behalf. "Thank you, Lin Yu. My mother is saved." She expressed her heartfelt gratitude as they exited the hospital, her tone gentle. "No need to mention it, sister, given our current relationship. It's only right that I do this." "Don't take it to heart," Lin Yu replied, yet inwardly mused, "I ought to be the one thanking you for allowing me to finally earn 4 million before the month ends and complete my KPI." As Lin Yu gazed at the over 30 million in his account, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Had he not acted impulsively that day, he would have had 40 million by now. Yet he considered these earnings merely a supplement for spending wisely. This operation was bound to yield profit without loss. "Little brother, would you mind if I became your underground lover?" Zhang Ting gazed at Lin Yu, as if having made a momentous decision. This man, handsome and affluent, was not only kind-hearted, but also youthful and vigorous. Her experiences from the previous night left her unable to resist him. "Of course not. How could I ever think of you as old? You're like a fairy now, not old at all." Lin Yu eagerly responded, his heart soaring. It felt as though fortune had smiled upon him. Zhang Ting chuckled softly, her heart sweetened like honey. "Your words are truly sweet, bringing such joy to me." Proudly, she thought to herself that her charm had not waned over the years. Capturing this young man was effortless. The two lingered in affectionate banter for a while longer, with Zhang Ting insisting on escorting Lin Yu downstairs. In the elevator, she took the initiative to link her arm with his, leaning gently against him like a docile kitten. Lin Yu could sense the faint fragrance emanating from her, alongside an almost imperceptible reliance. Stepping out of the community, Zhang Ting stood by the roadside, her gaze following Lin Yu, her eyes filled with an ineffable reluctance. The sunlight draped over her, casting a golden halo around her, rendering her particularly gentle. "You should head back. It's quite warm outside," Lin Yu said with a smile, reaching out to smooth the hair that the wind had tousled. Be careful on your way," Zhang Ting softly admonished, unable to resist the urge to rise on her toes and peck his cheek quickly before blushing and turning to dash back into the community. Lin Yu touched his cheek, a wave of warmth washing over him. This sister had indeed captured his heart. He chuckled, shaking his head, and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the school. Upon returning to the dormitory, the clock was nearing noon. As he pushed the door open, a cacophony of wails erupted. "Damn it, you incompetent fool. You've just given away another life." Note: the dorm leader is Li Chong. Lin Yu is the second, Wang Peng is the third, and Zhao Yu is the fourth. "Stop cursing. I just lagged," Lin Yu interjected. "Lab my foot. You're simply terrible." Lin Yu glanced over and saw his 3 roommates huddled around the computer, their eyes glued to the screen, fingers flying across the keyboard in a fierce battle. "Oh, esteemed gamers, how fares the battle?" Lin Yu inquired cheerfully as he approached. "Lindsay, you finally returned. Where were you last night? Out gallivanting again?" Li Chong asked without turning, his hands still deftly maneuvering the controls. "Exactly. You've forsaken your friends for romance." Wang Peng chimed in. "Lindsay, confess and be lenient. Resist and face the consequences," Zhao Yu added, simultaneously losing yet another life in the game. Lin Yu chuckled at these 3 clowns, knowing they merely jested while genuinely caring for him. "All right, enough banter. I just heard from Zhao Yu that the internet at the dorm is lagging. My treat. Let us hit the internet CAF. I'll cover all expenses today." With a grand gesture, Lin Yu declared, brimming with generosity. "Are you serious, righteous father?" Wang Peng was the first to leap up, a look of astonishment on his face. "Absolutely. Let us add some snacks, grilled sausages, chicken legs, and cola. Order whatever you want," Lin Yu assured, thumping his chest. "Wow, long live righteous father." Li Chong and Zhao Yu cheered in unison. "Wait a minute, Lindsay. You're not following in Zhou Ziheo's footsteps, are you? Clinging to a wealthy woman?" Zhao Yu suddenly leaned in, his face alight with curiosity. "Get out of here. You're the one clinging to a wealthy woman." Lin Yu retorted with a laugh. But seriously, Lin Zi, you have been acting a bit unusual lately. Wang Hao mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. What is unusual? I'm still me, just a different kind of firework. Lin Yu feigned nonchalance. Cut it out. The three of them simultaneously shot him a disdainful look. All right, let us go. 5 of us at the Internet CAF. Whoever fails is a grandson. Lin Yu charged forward, pushing open the dormitory door. Charge. I'm playing mid lane Yasuo. If you don't give me, I'll gift you. Wang Peng screeched, following closely behind. I'm support Blitzcrank. Whoever I hook is in for a surprise. Li Qiang Shukulat. I'm Jungle Lee Sin. I'll crush you all. Zhao Yu added, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. 4 individuals strolled shoulder to shoulder, brimming with excitement as they made their way to the Internet CAF. Upon entering the establishment, they were immediately enveloped by the cacophony of deafening music and the tumultuous chatter of patrons. The rhythmic clatter of keyboards, the incessant clicking of mice, and the sound effects of various games intertwined, creating a unique symphony of combat. The air was thick with an amalgam of pungent cigarette smoke, the acrid scent of sweat, the unmistakable aroma of instant noodles, and an array of other indiscernible odors. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, as he was not particularly fond of such a chaotic environment. Yet, for the sake of his friend's enjoyment, he endured. Boss, a 5-person booth. Lin Yu announced as he approached the counter. Please hold on. Let me check. The attendant manipulated the computer for a moment. Area A, booths 15 to 19, 5-person booth, 50 deposit, ready to log in. The attendant handed Lin Yu 5 cards. Receiving the cards, Lin Yu led his companions to Area A. Just as they settled in, Lin Yu noticed a familiar figure in the adjacent seat. It was Lin Jiejia. She was intently focused on the screen, her fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. Oh, ISNT, that Lin Jiejia. What a coincidence. Chapter 20. Injustice on the Road. Jiejia's downfall. Lin Yu greeted with a smile. Upon hearing his voice, Lin Jiejia turned her head. A look of surprise lit up her face upon seeing Lin Yu. Lin Yu? You're online too. Indeed. I came with a few buddies for some gaming. What about you? I'm just playing casually by myself. Lin Jiejia lowered her head shyly. It's rather dull alone. Why not join us for a 5-man sit? We happen to need a top laner, Lin Yu invited. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Jiejia replied, well, that doesn't seem appropriate. I'm afraid I might bring you all down. No worries, we won't hold it against you. Winning or losing doesn't matter. What's vital is having fun. Lin Yu reassured her with a pat on his chest. Exactly. Don't be afraid. We'll carry you. Wang Peng chimed in enthusiastically. All right then. Thank you all. Lin Jiejia finally agreed. The group donned their headsets and entered the game. Lin Yu selected Draven, while Lin Jiejia chose Fiora. As the game commenced, Lin Yu showcased exceptional reflexes and skills, dominating the lane with ferocity. He aggressively pressured the opponent from level 1, leaving them utterly helpless. By level 3, he secured a solo kill. Another kill came at level 6. Within 10 minutes, Lin Yu was already on a rampage. Lin Jiejia performed admirably as well. Though she didn't carry as much as Lin Yu, she played steadily without feeding. The other lanes were equally vibrant, and the entire game presented a one-sided crushing advantage. The morale on Lin Yu's side soared as his flashy maneuvers continued. Nice. We've got this, brothers. Haha, I pierced through their defenses. Watch me get a pentakill. Lin Yu shouted excitedly over voice chat, charging into the fray. With a flurry of swift actions, he achieved a pentakill. The system notification echoed, sending the Internet CAF into a frenzy. Wow, a pentakill. Incredible. This Draven is phenomenal. Master, please carry us. Surrounding players cast envious glances, and Lin Jiejia's cheeks flushed with excitement. Lin Yu, you're amazing, she exclaimed sincerely. Lin Yu chuckled. Just a piece of cake, basic skills. At that moment, an unwelcome voice broke the harmony. Hey, gorgeous, your skills are quite impressive. Who taught you? A lewd young man approached Lin Jiejia with a smirk. His eyes brazenly roamed her body, lingering particularly on her chest and the inner thigh for an extended moment. Feeling disgusted, Lin Jiejia frowned and ignored him. Don't be shy, beauty. Let us add each other as friends and play together sometime. The young man, noticing her silence, became bolder and reached out to touch her face. Lin Yu's gaze turned icy as he seized the young man's wrist with a firm grip. Get lost. He spat coldly. The young man winced in pain, baring his teeth in a snarl. Who the hell are you to meddle in my business? I am her friend. If you dare to harass her again, do not blame me for my rudeness. Lin Yu's voice was cold and piercing. Oh, quite arrogant. Do you think I fear you? The young man broke free from Lin Yu's grasp, pointing a finger at him and shouting. Do you believe I could kill you? You can certainly try. Lin Yu regarded him with an impassive expression. Damn, you are asking for it. Furious at Lin Yu's demeanor, the young man swung his fist towards him. Lin Yu effortlessly dodged, delivering a swift kick to the young man's abdomen. The young man cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. With such feeble skills, you dare to roam these streets? Lin Yu scoffed. You, wait for me. Clutching his stomach, the young man scrambled to his feet, leaving behind a threatening remark before fleeing the internet CAF in haste. Lin Yu, thank you. Lin Jie looked at him with gratitude. It was nothing, just a small effort. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. However, do exercise caution. That fellow is clearly trouble and may seek revenge. Yes, I understand. Lin Jie nodded. Li Qiang, Beng Beng. And Zhao Yu were left speechless, astonished by Lin Yu's prowess. Lin Zi, when did you become so formidable? Wang Peng inquired with curiosity. I have always been strong. You simply were not aware. Lin Yu replied with a faint smile. The game continued, yet the group's spirits had waned. Before long, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the CAF. A dozen young men stormed in with an intimidating presence. Some were tattooed, others with bleached hair or crew cuts, each possessing a unique appearance, but all with cigarettes in their mouths, clearly not to be trifled with. Leading the pack was the same rogue from earlier. That's him. Get rid of him. He bellowed, pointing at Lin Yu. The group of young men immediately closed in on Lin Yu. Li Chang, Wang Peng, and Zhao Yu turned pale, their legs trembling. They had never encountered such a scene in their lives. Lindsay, what should we do? Wang Peng stammered, his voice shaking. Do not fear. I am here. Lin Yu reassured them, rising to stand in front of his friends. Boy, weren't you quite the fighter? Today, I shall show you that there are always greater powers beyond. The rogue young man proclaimed with a smug grin. You think this ragtag bunch can challenge me? Lin Yu sneered. Go. Beat him mercilessly. At the rogue's command, the dozen young men lunged at Lin Yu. With a focused gaze, Lin Yu sprang into action, moving through the crowd with the grace of a cheetah. With punches, kicks, elbow strikes, and knee thrusts, each move was executed with precision and without hesitation. In less than a minute, all the young men lay on the ground, groaning in pain. The rogue young man, terrified, soiled himself, collapsing in a heap, trembling uncontrollably. Do you still wish to fight? Lin Yu approached him, looking down from his elevated position. No, I won't fight anymore, big brother. I was wrong, and I shall not dare again. The young rogue lamented with a woeful expression, pleading for mercy. Lin Yu paid him no further heed and turned back to his seat. Let us resume the game, he remarked nonchalantly. Li Chang, Wang Peng, and Zhao Yu gazed at Lin Yu with eyes brimming with admiration and reverence. Lin Jie was utterly captivated. She perceived Lin Yu as her ideal Prince Charming, exuding an aura of charm and security. Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered the binding conditions. Binding target. Lin Jie. The system notification resonated within Lin Yu's mind. Filling him with elation, he had managed to bind another. Although Lin Jie was a close friend of Lu Ruyan, their bond was more superficial than genuine. Lin Jie, being somewhat materialistic, would facilitate monetary gain. It appeared that the age-old tactic of rescuing a damsel in distress remained infallible. As the game concluded, Lin Yu glanced at the time. It was nearly midnight. It's getting late. Let us return, he addressed the group. Agreed. They replied in unison, rising to leave the internet CAF. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Jie suddenly called out to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, shall we? At each other's friends? She said, her cheeks flushed and her voice soft. Of course, Lin Yu replied with a smile, retrieving his phone. The two exchanged friend requests. Chapter 21. Compensation for Loss. A beauty like honey, the internet CAF lay in disarray. Scattered across the floor were shattered keyboards and mice, while the screens of the monitors had exploded, hanging limply from their desks. The air was permeated with a pungent odor of burnt plastic. The CAF owner sat helplessly on the floor, cradling his head and wailing like a slaughtered pig. My computers! My computers! It's all over. All over. Lin Yu approached the owner, producing a bank card. Swipe it. He pointed to the POS machine, his expression devoid of emotion. The owner looked up at Lin Yu, then glanced at Lin Jiajia, standing nearby. Lin Yu smiled faintly, put on her tab. As he spoke, he extended the bank card towards the owner. The owner paused for a moment, then took the card, trembling as he operated the POS machine. With a beep, the transaction was successful. A receipt printed out, revealing a staggering amount of 140,000. Lin Yu didn't even glance at it, simply slipping the receipt into his pocket. Congratulations, host. A rebate of 1.4 million has been credited. The system's notification chimed. Lin Yu smiled slightly. Lin Jiajia watched Lin Yu's profile from the side. So handsome, she murmured, her voice laced with admiration and affection. Let's go. Lin Yu turned to Lin Jiajia and the others. Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Keqiang, Wang Peng, and Zhao Yu surrounded Lin Yu. Lin Yu, that kick you delivered earlier was incredible. Li Qiang gestured, mimicking he was movas. And that punch sent that guy flying. Wang Peng added excitedly. Lin Yu, have you trained before? How are you so formidable? Zhao Yu inquired with curiosity. Fierce in the game, even fiercer in reality. Li Chang clapped Lin Yu on the shoulder. Not bad, I suppose, Lin Yu chuckled. That evening, the roommates ordered takeout. They gathered around the table, eating and chatting. Lin Yu, are we playing mahjong tonight? Li Chang asked. No, I ate a bit too much. I want to go for a walk to digest, Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. All right, then come back early, Li Chang said. After dinner, Lin Yu stepped out of the dormitory and strolled along the campus path. The night air was tranquil, illuminated only by the dim glow of streetlights. Lin Yu wandered aimlessly, reflecting on the events of the day. Suddenly, his phone rang. He pulled out his phone, noticing it was Lin Jiajia calling. Hello, he answered. Lin Yu, help me. A faint voice came through the line, tinged with tears. What is wrong? Lin Yu's heart sank. I'm in room 601 at the XX Hotel. That group from the internet CF, they've kidnapped me. Lin Jiajia's voice was shaky and intermittent. Wait for me, I'll be there right away. Lin Yu hung up the phone and sprinted towards the school gate. He dashed out of the campus, flagging down taxi. Driver, here, SA 100 yuan tip. To XX Hotel, hurry. Lin Yu urged anxiously. The taxi sped down the road, and Lin Yu's heart raced in his throat. He clenched his fists tightly, sweat pooling in his palms. The car finally arrived at the hotel entrance. Lin Yu paid the fare and rushed into the lobby. He hurried to the elevator and pressed the button. As the door slid open, he stepped inside, selecting the 6th floor while watching the numbers illuminate one by one. During the brief ascent, Lin Yu pondered why Lin Jida hadn't called the police, but instead contacted him directly. Moreover, though her voice had sounded faint over the phone, the background had been eerily silent, no signs of any assailants. Could it be? A sliver of suspicion crept into his mind. Was this girl playing some sort of trick? With a soft chime, the elevator doors parted. Lin Yu stepped out and approached room 601. He knocked, but received no response. Testing the handle, he found it unlocked. His pulse quickened as he pushed the door open and slipped inside. The room was dim, illuminated only by a bedside lamp. On the bed lay Lin Jiajia, clad in a spaghetti-strap nightgown, her hair disheveled and cheeks flushed. Lin Yu froze. What kind of situation was this? There was no kidnapping at all. Seeing Lin Yu, a flicker of panic crossed Lin Jiajia's eyes. You came, she murmured, sitting up and adjusting her nightgown. You told me you'd been kidnapped, Lin Yu stated coldly as he approached the bed. Lin Jiajia lowered her head. I'm sorry, Lin Yu. I lied to you. Her voice was barely audible. Why? His tone remained icy. I just wanted to see you. She lifted her gaze, tears glistening in her eyes. Lin Yu, I've loved you since the moment we met. I knew you were with Lu Rian before. I didn't want to interfere, so I kept these feelings hidden. But now that you've broken up, I couldn't wait any longer. I was afraid if I didn't speak now, I'd never get another chance. Her words tumbled out with increasing emotion, tears streaming down her face. Lin Yu, I know I'm being selfish, but I just couldn't control myself. She threw herself into his arms, clinging tightly. Lin Yu stood rigid with shock. He hadn't anticipated Lin Jejia would confess her feelings through such means. What was this? Some seduction tactic? Or a calculated play for sympathy? Lin Yu, please don't be angry with me, she pleaded softly, rising on her toes to press her lips against his. Congratulations, host. You've conquered Lin Jejia and earned 100 goddess points. Chapter 22. Unqualified, yet troubled by happiness. Brother Lin, am I considered your girlfriend now? Lin Yu's gaze was clear, devoid of any lingering affection. I'm sorry, but I have never expressed any fondness for you. He picked up his phone and transferred 1 million to Lin Jejia. What does this mean? Lin Jejia's eyes widened in utter confusion. Lin Yu's voice was devoid of emotion. I do not believe you are qualified to be my girlfriend at this moment. Neither you Lu Ruyan nor Su Shuer possess that qualification. However, you may be my woman. I never shortchange my women. I can provide you with substantial monthly allowances, enough for you to indulge in extravagance. Now, you may contemplate whether to accept this 1 million and become my woman, or to refuse. Should you decline, I will retract the funds. Think it over carefully, and let me know once you've made your decision. With that, Lin Yu stood and left the room without a backward glance. To engage seriously with a woman who would stop at nothing for wealth and status was a futile endeavor. He called a cab without hesitation and departed. Lin Jejia sat dumbfounded on the bed, staring at the 1 million transfer on her phone, her heart racing. Without a moment's hesitation, she clicked to accept the money. Who would refuse such a sum? She initially wished to accept Lin Yu's proposition immediately, but feared appearing too eager, thereby diminishing her worth. Consequently, she stifled her excitement and, after Lin Yu had left, eagerly sent a message. Brother Lin, I am willing to be your woman. As long as you provide me with funds, I do not care how many women you have outside. Lin Yu has given himself 1 million. It seems I am not inferior to Lu Ruyan in his eyes. Lin Jejia thought with pride, recognizing that to be the woman of a man like Lin Yu was a privilege that many could only dream of. She began to envision the prospect of receiving substantial transfers each month, purchasing various luxury bags, clothing, and cosmetics, living a life of opulence. Meanwhile, Lin Yu sat in the taxi, glancing at the message from Lin Jejia and then at the 6 million that had just been credited to his account, feeling quite exhilarated. Indeed, the allure of wealth is irresistible. As dusk fell, the amber streetlights flickered to life, casting elongated shadows of Lin Yu. He carried several takeout boxes, steam rising, the aroma of food wafting through the cool air. The dormitory door was ajar. The sounds of frantic keyboard and mouse clicks accompanied by his roommate's excited shouts filled the air. They're down. Quick, reload. Over here. Over here. Someone. Nice. Chicken dinner. Lin Yu entered, placing the late-night snacks on the table, his voice tinged with weariness. Stop playing for a moment and come eat. Reluctantly, they set down their mice, their gazes instantly drawn to the food. Wow, Lin Yu, you're the best. Grilled skewers. My favorite. And crayfish at this hour? This is pure bliss. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, walking to the bedside, removing his shoes and socks, and lying down. The mattress was soft, yet he felt utterly exhausted, yearning only to close his eyes. The phone screen illuminated, the crimson number on the WeChat icon glaringly conspicuous. He tapped it open, unread messages cascading one after another. Lu Ruyan's profile picture topped the list, their conversation frozen on several concerned inquiries. Lin Yu, Lin Jejia mentioned you got into a fight this afternoon. Are you all right? Not hurt, I hope. Lu Ruyan had now become Lin Yu's most devoted admirer. He didn't reply, scrolling further down. Lin Jejia's messages carried a flirtatious, teasing tone. Brother Lin, you were amazing today. Oh, and I told Ruyan about what happened. Turns out she also. Brother, how about next time we? Lin Yu frowned slightly, his finger hovering over the screen, unmoving. Below were messages from Zhang Ting and Su Shuer. Zhang Ting. Ding Ding, what are you up to? Mischievous, isu su, Lin Yu, miss you. Where have you been these days? You're ignoring me. Lin Yu rubbed his temples, tossed the phone aside, and pulled the blanket over his head. A dull ache pulsed in his skull. Too many women, too much trouble. They're all relentless, like vengeful spirits haunting me. I'm not your boyfriend. I'm just treating you as tools to earn more money. Are you misunderstanding something? Wouldn't it be better to just take the money and gifts every month, happily buying whatever you want? It's a mutual exchange. Why take it seriously? Lin Yu, aren't you eating? His roommate's voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. Lin Yu lowered the blanket just enough to reveal his eyes. Not hungry. You go ahead. Really? These crayfish are delicious. No. His voice was muffled. The roommate shrugged and resumed devouring his meal. Lin Yu sat motionless on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. His mind an empty void. 10 minutes passed, the seconds dragging by. Yet he remained frozen in the same position. Whatever. No point overthinking. Deal with it later. He muttered to himself before suddenly smacking his forehead. Right? I still have 100 goddess points. Let us try my luck with a draw. Silently, he commanded, System, initiate the draw. Confirmed host. Current balance, 100 goddess points. Eligible for one draw. The system's cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Before his eyes, a massive virtual screen materialized, covered in question mark tiles. A red frame flickered rapidly among them. Heavens bless, Earth protect, Great Ruin, grant me a grand prize. Lin Yu clasped his hands, eyes shut, murmuring incantations. 1 second, 2 seconds. Time stretched unbearably, each moment in agony. Finally, the red frame halted on a single tile. Light shimmered, revealing a pink card. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you've obtained the online romance card. Online romance card. One-time use upon activation. Gain a wealthy online girlfriend with a 3-year relationship history. Holy! Lin Yu shot upright from the bed. Thud! His head collided solidly with the ceiling. Lin Yu's dormitory bed followed the lofted design with a desk underneath. Standing at 185 centimeters tall, his crown precisely grazed the overhead surface when fully erect. Ouch! Lin Yu clutched his cranium, wincing in acute discomfort as his features contorted in pain. Chapter 23. Romance vipio online romance cog. Lindsay, what the hell are you doing? You scared me to death. Zhao Yu, who had been stuffing his mouth with peeled crayfish meat, choked violently from Lin Yu's sudden movement. He gulped down a large mouthful of soda before finally catching his breath. It's nothing, nothing. Keep eating. Lin Yu waved his hand awkwardly. Li Chong and Wang Peng were immersed in World of Warcraft, raiding a dungeon. Li Chong, the raid leader, was directing the battle when he turned his head at Lin Yu's commotion. Wang Peng, playing as a holy paladin responsible for healing the tank, paid the price for his distraction. The tank fell, resulting in an immediate wipe. Damn it, Peng. What are you doing? Didn't you see me tanking the boss? Where's the healing? The tank's furious roar through the headset was so loud, even Lin Yu could hear it. Wipe it is. Everyone, go repair. We'll continue in 10 minutes. Li Chong typed resignedly in the raid chat before removing his headset and turning to Lin Yu. Wang Peng also took off his headset, apologizing profusely to the raid members before joining Li Chong at Lin Yu's bedside. Lindsay, you alright? That was quite a scare. Weren't you just asleep? If you can't sleep, come raid with us. Want me to boot up your computer and log you in? Li Chong asked with concern, his hand instinctively reaching for Lin Yu's head before settling on his shoulder. Yeah, Lindsay, maybe you should lie down a bit longer? You don't look too good, Wang Peng added, his eyes tinged with worry. Really, I'm fine. It's just, I suddenly thought of something happy. Lin Yu mumbled evasively. There was no way he could admit he'd won a lottery prize, a wealthy online girlfriend. Who would believe that? Something happy? What is it? Share with us. Zhao Yu's curiosity was piqued, though his words were muffled by the crayfish filling his mouth. Oh, well. It's a secret. Lin Yu scratched his head, avoiding their gazes. TCH, keeping secrets? Must be something shady. Zhao Yu scoffed before diving back into his crayfish feast. By the way, you mentioned raiding earlier? What raid? Lin Yu quickly changed the subject. What else? World of Warcraft. The Wrath of the Lich King Classic just launched in ICC. We're reliving the glory days. Li Chong gestured at his computer screen. Oh, Lin Yu responded. He preferred competitive games like League of Legends, Honor of Kings, or PUBG Mobile. As for MMORPGs, he had little interest in those sprawling virtual worlds. Lindsay, you sure you don't want to join? We're short a mage. If you come, gear's all yours. Wang Peng persisted, trying to reel him in. No. You know these kinds of games aren't my thing. You guys have fun. Lin Yu declined with a smile, waving his hands. All right then, get some rest. Seeing his disinterest, Li Chong and Wang Peng didn't press further. They put their headsets back on and returned to their virtual conquest. I must call you system bro. You truly have all the good stuff. But bro, seems like I don't need it now. I'm already incredibly handsome, in peak physical condition, and rolling in cash. Why would I need a sugar mommy girlfriend? I'm not like Zhou Ziheo, after all. System, how do I use this online dating card? Lin Yu spoke the toughest words, but his heart was utterly compliant. Host, simply recite use online dating card silently. The system replied succinctly. That simple? Lin Yu could hardly believe it. Happiness had arrived so abruptly that he was caught off guard. Should I give it a try? After a moment's hesitation, he succumbed to temptation. Use online dating card. Lin Yu chanted inwardly. Online dating card successfully activated. Matching host with a suitable online partner. Match successful. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've gained a sugar mommy girlfriend of 3 years. Partner details have been sent to your phone. Please check promptly. Buzz. The moment the system's voice faded, Lin Yu felt a jolt in his head, as if struck by Cupid's arrow. A flood of unfamiliar memories surged in, memories so sweet they were cloying. They chronicled his 3-year online romance with a mysterious sugar mommy. During his freshman year, Lin Yu had met a female netizen on QQ. Their conversations were electric, sparks flying as their souls collided. Before long, they recklessly plunged into an online relationship, and then they were utterly, irreversibly smitten. 3 years, from the shyness of first acquaintance to the passion of love. Then the depth of mutual understanding and devotion. They weren't just lovers, but each other's emotional anchors, more in sync than Boya and Zhong Ziki. The plot twists were dramatic, the romance overflowing. In summary, at first glance, I knew, you're the woman fate destined me to splurge on. Lin Yu had to give System Bro a thumbs up. This was Inception, level craftsmanship. A love story this saccharine couldn't be found in reality, even with a lantern in hand. What moved Lin Yu even more was that System Bro was practically an emotional healer. With these blissful memories now embedded, the bitterness of his past humiliations chasing Lu Ruyan was fading, like pencil marks erased by a rubber. System Bro, you're my rebirth, my digital bodhisattva. Lin Yu inwardly roared with gratitude. I won't fail your expectations. I'll bind more goddesses, engage in more. Ahem, emotional exchanges. When the time comes, I'll shower you with 5-star reviews, rockets, and carnivals. Never mind if the system could comprehend his flattery. Lin Yu was simply overwhelmed with thankfulness. Beep beep, his phone vibrated in his pocket. His heart skipped a beat, as if tickled by tiny fingers. He swiftly grabbed his phone from the table, anxious not to miss anything. Sure enough, an unread QQ message glowed on the screen. The avatar of vibrant orchid, lush against emerald leaves, exuding an air of prosperity. He tapped the message. Inside was just one simple line. Blossoming wealth. Darling, what are you up to? I miss you. Heart emoji. Nowadays, using an orchid as a profile picture with a name like Blossoming Prosperity. The other person must be an old-timer, a vintage Audi A8. Lin Yu stared at that orchid, feeling as though it were a black hole trying to suck him in. His hands trembled slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, as if he were being roasted over an open flame. He was only 22 this year, still a young man who loved playing basketball, watching anime, and shooting the breeze with his dorm buddies. He was still so young, with boundless youth and a future full of possibilities ahead of him. Just think of all those lovely underclass women, all those romances he hadn't even had the chance to experience yet. How could he resign himself to being ensnared by someone who might even be older than his own mother? It was like stepping out of the beginner's village only to encounter a max-level boss. How was he supposed to play this game? Break up. They absolutely had to break up. Not even Jesus could talk him out of it. Even if she showed up in a Rolls-Royce Phantom to pick him up, he would look back. Lin Yu would rather starve to death or jump off a cliff than continue this relationship with Blossoming Prosperity. He tossed his phone onto the table. Out of sight, out of mind. Chapter 24. Blossoming Wealth and Prosperity. A request for reality. Ding ding. Blossoming wealth. Husband, dear? Why are you ignoring me? Lin Yu felt the words dear and husband strike his heart like tiny hammers, leaving him perturbed and anxious. Ding ding. Blossoming wealth. Husband, when are you free? I wish to discuss what we previously agreed upon. Upon reading this message, Lin Yu nearly toppled from his chair. What does she mean by what we previously agreed upon? What could possibly exist between us? Could it be she intends to support me financially? An image flashed through Lin Yu's mind. Himself driving a sports car, residing in a luxurious mansion, idling away each day while merely accompanying a wealthy woman for shopping, dining, and watching films. No, no, no. What am I thinking? Lin Yu shook his head vigorously, casting aside those chaotic thoughts. I, Lin Yu, am a man of stature. How could I ever rely on someone else? He seized his phone, his fingers dancing swiftly across the screen as he prepared to reply. No, I cannot simply state the breakup. What if she cannot bear the shock and acts impulsively? I must be more tactful, yes, tactful. Lin Yu took a deep breath, deleting and rewriting, revising several times before finally crafting a message ready for dispatch. Blossoming wealth. Husband, you once told me that you have trained in martial arts since childhood, mastering various combat techniques, and capable of defeating 10 opponents at once. Even more formidable than a soldier. Is this true? Puffed. Lin Yu nearly spat blood onto the screen, his heart skipping a beat. Who am I? Where am I? Is this truly what she believes of me? Have I boasted of my prowess to such an extent? Before consuming the genetic enhancement, I couldn't even contend with one trained fighter without kneeling and calling him master. Now, however, 10 would be a mere trifle. I've tested that in the internet CAF before. Starry Ocean. My skills have always been quite impressive. I would love to demonstrate them to you when the opportunity arises. Lin Yu swiftly deleted the breakup message he had originally intended to send, replacing it with this response. No sooner had he dispatched it than messages from the other party began to bombard his screen like a machine gun. Blossoming wealth. My dear, hearing you say this puts me at ease. Blossoming wealth. For years, I have sought a strong man to rely upon. Only such a man can protect me and provide me with a sense of security. Blossoming wealth. My dear, you are not only amusing, but also incredibly capable. You are truly the man of my dreams. Blossoming wealth. Husband, let us meet in reality. This time, Lin Yu genuinely coughed. What is happening here? Could my online romantic interest be an exceedingly eager older woman? It's only the first day of this system. How can a mere few exchanges lead to a request for reality? This is moving too quickly. No, I must end this. I am resolute in my decision to break up. Flustered, Lin Yu scrambled to retrieve the breakup message he had just deleted. The initial reasons for ending things were too gentle. This time, I must be brutally honest, laying bare the reality and urging her to let go at once. We are not suitable for each other. You are far too old, and I find no appeal in you. Moreover, you must be quite unattractive. Someone of my charm would never look your way. I already have a girlfriend, so farewell. As Lin Yu hastily edited his message, just before hitting send, a flurry of photos suddenly appeared in the QQ chat window. His eyes widened in astonishment, nearly drooling at the sight. The images showcased a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Her features were exquisitely refined, her skin a porcelain white and delicate, and her gaze exuded a mature allure. Her temperament shifted seamlessly. At times she appeared as an icy queen, at others, as a gentle neighbor, even radiating an intellectual charm. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, adding to her enchanting presence. The sea breeze danced around her, perfectly accentuating her curvaceous yet slender figure, truly the pinnacle of voluptuous beauty. With such looks, physique, and grace, she was nothing short of a sublime goddess, comparable to Lin Chiliang in her youth, if not surpassing her. Brother Tongzi, my dear brother, next time you introduce a wealthy lady, could you perhaps send a photo beforehand for quality assurance? I nearly missed the chance to encounter such a stunning heiress. If I had let this slip, I would regret it for a lifetime. Lin Yu fervently exclaimed within his mind, almost leaping from his chair in excitement. Thank you, Brother Tongzi. You are like a rebirth of my parents, a guiding beacon, the dawn of my darkness. Brother Tongzi, you are majestic and formidable. You are the leading figure in the realm of systems, a forever deity. To repay your kindness, once I achieve great success, I will certainly introduce you to a beautiful lady, allowing you to savor the sweetness of love. Wishing brother Tongzi eternal glory, boundless longevity, and may your devices never falter. Lin Yu's mind overflowed with effusive praise as he longed to express every compliment to brother Tongzi. He cautiously clicked on the profile of Blossoming Fortune, only to discover that the individual was 38 years old. The system had merely hinted at her being a single aristocrat untouched by men. Now, knowing her age, Lin Yu felt a weight lift from his heart. 38? She looks at most 28 in these photos. Her skin is as smooth as milk, devoid of any wrinkles. How much must she have spent on upkeep? He gazed at the pictures, utterly entranced, saliva nearly escaping his lips. Indeed, wealth can work wonders, enabling one to defy the passage of time. Lin Yu's fascination with Blossoming Fortune intensified, his mind brimming with visions of their enchanting encounter, while thoughts of breaking up faded into oblivion. Brother Chong, may I inquire about something? Zhang Yu took a sip of beer, his gaze drifting toward the industrious Li Chong. Isn't Wang Fong from the English department part of your club? I have a friend who is quite taken with her and wishes to know what she is like in person. Li Chong, without lifting his head, deftly danced his fingers across the keyboard as the characters on the screen engaged in a fierce battle. Ask her. Here's my phone. You can look at the photos yourself. Zhang Yu took the phone, revealing an array of selfies of Wang Fong, showcasing her fair complexion, stunning beauty, and long legs, an epitome of a goddess. Wow, what stunning looks. I must inform my brother to seize this opportunity. Wait a moment. Li Chong set down his mouse, donning the expression of someone who had been through it all. Do you really believe in these photos? They are all edited. In reality, she is just an ordinary girl with glasses, a slightly darker complexion, and you wouldn't recognize her without makeup. However, your friend should have no trouble pursuing her. Girls like that are generally quite easy to attract. The conversation between Li Chong and Zhao Yu struck Lin Yu like a bolt of lightning. He suddenly slapped his thigh, a realization dawning upon him. Of course, how did I not think of this before? This flower-blooming wealthy might just be F.A.Ade. The photos just sent over could very well have been lifted from the internet or edited countless times with beauty software, layered with filters. The more Lin Yu pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, in the world of the internet, who could discern truth from falsehood? Those internet celebrities on Weibo, Huaxia, and Douyin, are they not all sustained by beauty enhancements and filters? There are countless tales of in-person meetups gone awry. A wave of agitation coursed through Lin Yu. He detested such deceitful behavior. No, he must verify the truth. What if she turned out to be an old hack? His 3 years of online romance would be a colossal waste. He grabbed his phone, opened QQ, and located the chat with Flower Blooming Wealthy, his finger hovering over the video call button, yet he hesitated to press it. Inside him, two little voices were at war. One voice declared, "What if she truly is a beauty? How regrettable it would be to miss out." The other retorted, "What if she is a dinosaur?" 3 years of affection wasted. Lin Yu was torn. It felt akin to gambling with fate, a slice leading to paradise, another to despair. He even began to imagine how he might gracefully and politely initiate a breakup if she turned out to be an older woman. Chapter 25. Video chat and offline date. Lin Yu found himself in an internal struggle, torn between the desire for the beauty portrayed in the photographs and the fear of encountering a deceptive image. Ultimately, he resolved to conduct a video call to verify the authenticity. The call connected almost instantaneously. On the screen, a breathtaking visage appeared, rendering him momentarily speechless. Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, his jaw nearly grazing the floor. He could even discern the delicate flutter of the woman's eyelashes and the sparkling brilliance within her large, expressive eyes. Was she not the very woman from the photograph? No, she was even more stunning. If the image captured in the photo was a meticulously crafted masterpiece, then the woman gracing his screen was a living embodiment of a celestial fairy descended to earth. Lin Yu felt his heart racing within his chest, pounding like a war drum. He could hear the thundering beat echoing in his ears, rendering him momentarily deafened. His mind blanked, thoughts swirling away, leaving only a singular notion. Is this truly real? Not a trick of the light, not a dinosaur, not a crone. Is she genuinely a breathtaking beauty? He pinched his thigh with fervor, the sting eliciting a grimace. Ouch, that hurts. This is not a dream, he murmured. gazing at the screen like a fool. "Hello, can you hear me?" The woman spoke softly from the screen, her voice sweet and slightly husky, like cotton candy melting into Lin Yu's heart. Startled, he snapped back to reality. I can't hear you," he stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, his tongue tripping over itself. "My dear, you sly deceiver. So this is what you truly look like. So youthful, so handsome." The woman on the other end, known as Huaxia, gazed at Lin Yu with a voice trembling with excitement, reminiscent of Columbus discovering a new world or a lottery winner overwhelmed with joy. She never imagined that the mature, witty soul she had conversed with for 3 years was concealed within such a youthful and handsome exterior. This was more thrilling than any television drama or fantastical novel. Those previous photographs? Who cared about them now? Huaxia's gaze was solely focused on Lin Yu. His stunning looks, his physique, the essence of youth radiating from him, a divine gift from the heavens. "By the way, what prompted you to video call me? Are you ready to meet me in person?" Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, laced with undeniable anticipation. Deep and magnetic, a sultry tone that scratched at Lin Yu's heart like a cat's paw. Lin Yu found himself momentarily dazed by this unexpected warmth. He had come with the intent to verify, yet he found himself being assessed instead. This plot twist was more exhilarating than a roller coaster ride. Huaxia, observing Lin Yu's adorably dazed expression, couldn't help but chuckle softly. She understood men all too well, especially young ones. "So, were you doubting whether my photos were edited, prompting this video call, you little rascal?" She deliberately teased Lin Yu, her tone laced with playful mockery and a hint of indulgence. Lin Yu, caught off guard by her insight, flushed with embarrassment but mustered the courage to admit, ahem. "Well, I was a little worried, to be honest." Huaxia laughed even more heartily, utterly charmed by his candid honesty. "Worried about what? That I might be a dinosaur or some wicked old witch?" "And no, of course not," Lin Yu hastily denied, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of hesitation. Deciding to spare him further torment, Huaxia knew it was time to unveil her allure. With a graceful flick of her hair, she revealed the delicate curve of her collarbone before flashing a radiant smile at the camera. "There, satisfied? No filters or tricks here." Lin Yu stared at the breathtaking beauty on the screen, her sultry voice sending his hormones into overdrive. "Satisfied, absolutely satisfied," he stammered, utterly mesmerized. The awkward tension dissolved instantly, as if an invisible barrier between them had crumbled away. As they prepared for their real-life meeting, they exchanged phone numbers and added each other on WeChat. "There." Huaxia smoothly shifted the conversation. "So, what do you usually like to do? Where do you live?" Gradually relaxing, Lin Yu opened up about his daily life, his studies, hobbies, campus, and dormitory, sharing everything with newfound ease. Huaxia then extended an invitation for dinner, sending him the location of a renowned Michelin 3-star Western restaurant in the city center, a place Lin Yu had only ever seen in lavish food vlogs, where exquisite plating and premium ingredients came with a jaw-dropping price tag. The next afternoon, Lin Yu wandered into a high-end luxury boutique, its opulent interior glittering with coveted treasures adored by socialites, heiresses, and, inevitably, certain mistresses. The sharp-eyed store manager immediately recognized Lin Yu as no ordinary customer, tall, handsome, and dressed in attire that screamed affluence. With a saccharine smile, she greeted him. "Sir, how may I assist you today?" Still uncertain about his choice, Lin Yu simply pulled out a wad of cash, roughly 3,000 yuan, and handed it to her. "Atip, help me pick a gift." Her eyes widened. Such extravagance was rare among the younger crowd. Eager to please, she enthusiastically presented options until Lin Yu's gaze settled on a Van Cleef Arpels ladies' watch. Priced at 2.73 million. "This one," he declared without hesitation, producing his card. Note, the online romance card came with an automatic goddess binding feature. Payment approved. The manager beamed. This was a sale worth celebrating. Observing Lin Yu's demeanor as he swiped his card, one could hardly miss the unwavering gaze that betrayed his status as a true affluent individual. Young, handsome, and wealthy, he epitomized the ideal son-in-law. The store manager's mind began to race, devising strategies to ensnare this lucrative catch. Lin Yu also noted the allure of the store manager, her figure striking and captivating. However, the thought of not being tied to the system extinguished any desire to continue his spending spree. He had no intention of becoming a fool. At 6:30, in high spirits, Lin Yu hummed a cheerful tune, clutching a delicate bag adorned with the Van Cleef Arpels logo as he entered the Black Pearl restaurant. After announcing his private room number to the attendant at the entrance, a tall waitress clad in a cheongsam led him upstairs with a radiant smile. The private room exuded opulence and elegance, with grand floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing a dazzling view of the river. Seated by the window was a woman, elegantly attired in a well-tailored Chanel suit, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her makeup exquisite, exuding an aura of mature femininity that rendered her utterly mesmerizing. Chapter 26. Mutual Satisfaction. The emergence of a rival in the private room. The crystal chandelier cast a soft halo of light. Lin Yu's gaze rested upon Bai Bing, akin to admiring a fine piece of art. Bai Bing, in turn, was quietly observing Lin Yu. Standing at 185 centimeters, he was a natural model, complemented by a physique that rivaled that of male models. His features were striking, with eyebrows arched like swords, deep and enchanting starry eyes, a prominent nose, and tightly pressed lips, exuding an indescribable aura of gallant charm. Clad in a British-style suit, Lin Yu wore a black shirt beneath, deliberately leaving a few buttons undone to reveal an exquisite platinum necklace that added a hint of rebellious allure. Bai Bing's heart raced uncontrollably. Yet, what truly captivated Bai Bing was when Lin Yu casually draped his suit jacket over the back of a chair. Her breath nearly caught in her throat as the form-fitting black shirt accentuated his muscular physique. His broad chest, well-defined pectorals, and the faint outline of 8 abs radiated a potent masculine energy, leaving one breathless. Bai Bing's expression transitioned from surprise to satisfaction, and then to infatuation. Lin Yu, too, noticed a shift in Bai Bing's gaze, and a confident smile graced his lips. As their eyes met, it felt as if electricity coursed through the air. "You are even more handsome than in the photos," Lin Yu remarked, his voice deep and magnetic. "You, too, are more stylish than I had imagined," Bai Bing replied, a hint of shyness causing her to lower her gaze. Their 3 years of online romance laid a solid foundation, and their initial meeting in reality had left an excellent impression on both. It seemed they had an endless array of topics to discuss. As the atmosphere grew warmer, Lin Yu sensed it was the right moment. He cautiously retrieved a delicate box from the gift bag he had brought and placed it on the table. Gently pushing the box toward Bai Bing, he gazed at her with tenderness, whispering, "As a token of our first meeting, I hope you like this gift." Bai Bing was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing her face before she offered a gentle smile. She retrieved a similarly exquisite box from beside her and, mirroring Lin Yu's gesture, playfully pushed it toward him, saying, "What a coincidence, I also prepared a gift for you." They exchanged knowing smiles and, in unison, opened their respective gift boxes. Upon revealing the contents, both were unable to suppress delighted gasps, discovering they each held a watch box. "It seems we are indeed in sync." Having thought of the same gift, Bai Bing beamed, her smile radiant like flowers blooming in spring, charming and captivating. Bai Bing was the first to unveil Lin Yu's gift. Inside the box lay a Van Cleef Arpels lady's watch, adorned with delicate diamonds, resting gracefully on a velvet cushion. She was utterly astonished. She recognized this limited edition watch from Van Cleef Arpels, which came at a hefty price. However, during their previous conversation, Lin Yu had seemingly never disclosed his affluent background, which left her both surprised and curious. Meanwhile, Lin Yu opened the gift box presented by Bai Bing, his astonishment growing even more profound. To his amazement, the box contained a limited edition Patek Philippe watch from the Tiffany collection. He had seen this exquisite timepiece in magazines, and its market value was estimated to be over $3 million. A warm wave of emotion surged within him. This was the first time a woman had gifted him such an extravagant present. "I am thoroughly pleased with your gift." Lin Yu unabashedly expressed his joy, immediately donning the Patek Philippe watch on his left wrist, lifting it to admire, finding himself increasingly enamored with it. "Thank you, as long as you like it. I am quite fond of the watch you chose as well." Bai Bing replied with a smile, then adorned her delicate, fair wrist with a Van Cleef Arpels watch. One must admit that this watch complemented Bai Bing's elegant demeanor and attire perfectly, further accentuating her noble and refined aura. The flickering candlelight illuminated the exquisite tableware and vibrant roses. The two sat across from each other, engaging in soft-spoken conversation, occasionally clinking their glasses, producing a delightful sound. Bai Bing, who was not particularly accustomed to drinking, felt her fair cheeks flush a rosy hue after a few glasses of red wine, her gaze becoming somewhat dazed. This wine has quite an after effect, Bai Bing mused, massaging her temples as a slight dizziness enveloped her. Lin Yu set down his glass, his concern evident as he inquired, "Are you all right? Would you like some water?" "I'm fine, just feeling a bit lightheaded." "I'll visit the restroom," Bai Bing replied, steadying herself against the table as she rose, her steps slightly unsteady. Lin Yu instinctively reached out to assist her, but Bai Bing waved him off, indicating that she could manage. She staggered toward the restroom, the sound of her high heels echoing against the marble floor. Upon exiting the stall, a tall figure obstructed her path. Sun Yi, Bai Bing's suitor, stood there with a dark expression, glaring at her. "Bai Bing, how could you go on a date with another man behind my back?" Sun Yi's voice was laden with fury and jealousy. Bai Bing furrowed her brow, retreating a step to create distance between them. "Sun Yi, please step aside. I have made it abundantly clear that we are incompatible." "Incompatible? I suspect you are simply put off by my lack of wealth. What can that pretty boy offer you?" Sun Yi pressed forward, his words dripping with provocation. Bai Bing felt a surge of anger, inhaling deeply to maintain her composure. "Sun Yi, please respect me. Who I choose to be with is my prerogative and none of your concern. When you were with that pretty boy, did you not feel the pain?" Sun Yi's face twisted into a vicious grin. "Today, I'll make you understand who truly cares for you." Lin Yu grew uneasy when Bai Bing didn't return for so long and decided to look for her. As he approached the restroom area, he heard her cries for help. Following the sound, he saw Bai Bing being harassed by a man. His gaze instantly turned icy, a chilling aura radiating from him. Striding forward, Lin Yu seized Sun Yi's wrist and twisted it sharply. "Ah!" Sun Yi howled in pain, forced to release Bai Bing. Lin Yu shielded her behind him, his frigid stare fixed on Sun Yi. "Who are you? How dare you lay hands on my woman?" His voice was low, cold, and laced with undeniable authority. Rubbing his throbbing wrist, Sun Yi sized up the taller, more imposing man before him, a flicker of fear creeping in. But he refused to back down, especially in front of Bai Bing. "I'm her boyfriend. And who the hell are you?" Sun Yi blustered, raising his voice. "Liar. When did I ever say I was your girlfriend?" Bai Bing snapped, furious at his shameless claim. "Boyfriend?" Lin Yu sneered, disdain flashing in his eyes. "A worthless piece of trash like you. Fit to be your boyfriend? What did you say?" Enraged, Sun Yi swung a fist at Lin Yu. Lin Yu sidestepped effortlessly and drove his foot into Sun Yi's stomach. Sun Yi staggered back with a grunt, clutching his abdomen, his face drained of color. "With skills like that, you think you can play the hero?" Lin Yu mocked. "Listen carefully, Bai Bing is mine. Stay away from her, or you'll regret it." Sun Yi opened his mouth to retort, but the glacial intensity in Lin Yu's gaze silenced him. He knew he was outmatched. Any further resistance would only humiliate him. You wait." Sun Yi spat before fleeing in disgrace. Lin Yu watched his retreating figure with indifference before turning to Bai Bing, his expression softening. "Are you all right?" She shook her head, still visibly shaken. "Thank you, Lin Yu." Gently, he pulled her into his embrace, soothingly patting her back. "It's over. No one will hurt you while I'm here." Pressed against his broad chest, breathing in the faint scent of tobacco, Bai Bing felt an overwhelming sense of safety. In that moment, she realized this man might truly be someone she could rely on. Chapter 27. A joyous outing at the arcade, walking serves as an excellent remedy to shake off the effects of indulgence. Lin Yu accompanied Bai Bing to the pedestrian street. The vibrant neon lights flickered as crowds surged, and the delightful aromas of street food mingled with the lively calls of vendors. The two walked side by side, maintaining a comfortable distance between them. Bai Bing held a skewer of candied hawthorn, its syrupy glaze glistening enticingly. As she took a bite, the sweet and sour flavor spread across her palate, causing her eyes to crinkle with delight. Lin Yu caught a glimpse of her from the corner of his eye. a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. What shall we play? Lin Yu inquired. Bai Bing's gaze swept across the scene, landing on the arcade not far away. Let us go play the claw machine. Lin Yu, though indifferent to the idea of capturing plush toys, nodded in agreement. All right, I'll follow your lead. Upon entering the arcade, the cacophony of music and the dazzling lights of the gaming machines enveloped them. Bai Bing navigated her way to the coin exchange machine with ease, withdrawing 200 yuan and exchanging it for 300 game tokens, half of which she handed to Lin Yu. Let us compete. Whoever catches more toys gets to impose a condition on the other, she said with a playful wink. Lin Yu accepted the tokens, weighing them in his hand. Very well, but I want to hold back. Bai Bing let out a light scoff. Who has to say who will win? She approached a claw machine filled with an array of adorable plush toys. After inserting a token, she skillfully maneuvered the joystick to position the claw above a pink piglet toy and pressed the button. The claw tightened its grip, securing the piglet as it slowly ascended. Bai Bing held her breath, her eyes glued to the claw. Just as the piglet was about to reach the exit, the claw suddenly released its hold, and the toy fell back into the machine. Ah! Bai Bing exclaimed in frustration. Unwilling to concede, she inserted another token and tried again. Once, twice. Thrice her tokens dwindled while not a single toy was captured. Pouting slightly, she appeared disheartened. Lin Yu observed her relentless attempts, and after a moment, he approached another claw machine, inserted a token, and attempted as well, only to meet the same fate. 1, 2, 3. His tokens quickly disappeared, yet his expression remained cheerful, a smile gracing his lips. Soon, both had exhausted their tokens, standing before the claw machine with nothing to show for their efforts. Darn it! Bai Bing stomped her foot, glaring at the machine. This claw is far too loose. Lin Yu shrugged and stepped beside her, leaning in with a tone only they could hear. The proprietor is clearly inept. There's not even a safety net for the customers. No wonder they have no return clientele. Bai Bing chuckled, her earlier vexation dissipating somewhat. Let us move on, then, she said, taking Lin Yu's hand as they departed. Within the arcade, beyond the claw machines, an array of other games awaited them. Dinosaur hunting, racing, basketball. They reveled in the excitement. Though Lin Yu typically exuded a cool demeanor, he displayed remarkable prowess in the games, effortlessly conquering the challenges of both dinosaur hunting and racing. Bai Bing watched him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. After a while, fatigue set in, and they settled in the resting area. Lin Yu ventured to buy drinks, returning with a cup of bubble tea. Here, he said, handing the drink to Bai Bing. Bai Bing took the drink, savoring the icy liquid as it glided down her throat, bringing with it a refreshing sensation. Thank you, she said with a smile. Lin Yu sat beside her, his gaze fixed on the dance machine not far away. A few young girls were dancing on it, their movements fluid and brimming with vitality. Noticing Lin Yu's attention, Bai Bing inquired, Lin Yu, can you dance? He withdrew his gaze and turned to her, responding, I can manage a bit. Would you like to see me dance? Bai Bing nodded eagerly. With a light chuckle, Lin Yu stood up. All right, I'll indulge you. He approached the dance machine, inserted a coin, and selected a song with a strong rhythm. As the music played, Lin Yu's body moved in sync with the beat, his movements precise and crisp, each step perfectly timed. Bai Bing stood at the edge of the crowd, watching Lin Yu sweat it out on the dance machine, surprised to discover this side of him. When the song concluded, Lin Yu's score flashed at the highest mark. The dance machine erupted with cheerful music, and the screen displayed the word perfect. Applause and cheers erupted around them. Several young girls gathered, excitedly watching Lin Yu. Wow, you're amazing. Let's add each other on WeChat. What kind of dance was that? So cool. Surrounded by the girls' enthusiasm, Lin Yu politely declined their request for contact and made his way through the crowd back to Bai Bing. She looked at him, her tone slightly envious. You're quite popular. Lin Yu chuckled softly and ruffled her hair. What is the matter? Are you jealous? Bai Bing turned her head away. Of course not. Seeing her childlike demeanor, Lin Yu felt a surge of tenderness. Wife, we've had our fun. Shouldn't we head home and get some sleep? He leaned closer to Bai Bing, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Bai Bing shivered slightly, her ears quickly turning crimson, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. She understood the implication in Lin Yu's words. The long-desired emotions surged within her chest, yet in that moment, she felt a flurry of nervousness. Bowing her head, she anxiously twisted the hem of her dress. Observing her demeanor, Lin Yu gently extended his hand, wrapping it around her slender waist. The warmth of his palm seeped through the thin fabric, touching her skin. "Let us go, my dear." Lin Yu's voice was low and husky. Bai Bing remained silent, nodding obediently as Lin Yu embraced her, leading her towards the parking lot. In the night, the city glimmered with neon lights, casting long shadows of the two as they walked together. Chapter 28. Ruthless Retribution. Uncontrollable emotions as the two entered the parking lot and settled into Bai Bing's Bentley. A group of imposing figures surrounded them, led by Sun Yi. "You little brat, I caught you off guard earlier, but this time there's nowhere for you to escape." Sun Yi sneered, his yellowed teeth prominently displayed, while the flesh beneath his chin quivered. With a wave of his hand, a dozen burly men, adorned with menacing tattoos and sporting vibrant hair, brandished steel pipes and clubs, advancing menacingly. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, positioning Bai Bing protectively behind him as his gaze swept over the group. "Darling, stay back. I wouldn't want you to get splattered with blood," he said in a low voice. Bai Bing's heart raced, clutching Lin Yu's shirt tightly. "Lin Yu, be careful," she whispered, trembling slightly. "Don't worry, just a bunch of petty thugs," Lin Yu reassured her, patting her hand. Sun Yi, incensed by Lin Yu's demeanor, pointed a finger at him, cursing, "Damn it. Even facing death, you still dare to put on an act. If I don't turn you into a cripple today, I won't bear the surname Sun." "Brothers, attack. Break one of his arms and legs," he bellowed. The group of muscular men brandished their weapons and charged at Lin Yu, with a sharp glint in his eyes. Lin Yu sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick to the chest of the foremost attacker. The man flew backward, colliding with several others. Swiftly, Lin Yu sidestepped a steel pipe, seized the wrist of the assailant, and twisted with force, the sound of breaking bones echoing clearly. The man let out a blood-curdling scream as the pipe clattered to the ground. In a fluid motion, Lin Yu executed a spinning kick, sending another assailant sprawling. His movements were rapid, precise, and ruthless, each strike targeting a vital point. Despite their numbers, the group of burly men stood no chance against Lin Yu, falling one by one to the ground, moaning in pain. Sun Yi's grin dissolved, replaced by a mix of shock and fury as he watched his hired muscle being systematically defeated. "Why you stay back?" Sun Yi's voice quivered, his body retreating in fear. Lin Yu advanced, his eyes cold. "Now you know fear?" Sun Yi's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed onto the ground. I was wrong, big brother. I was wrong. Please spare me," he pleaded, his face contorted in despair. Lin Yu seized Sun Yi by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. Sun Yi trembled like a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Darling, how should we deal with him?" Lin Yu inquired, turning to Bai Bing. Her face was pale, her eyes filled with terror and anger as she uttered, "Call the police," her voice slightly hoarse. "Calling the police is too lenient for him," Lin Yu scoffed, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his gaze as he looked at Sun Yi. "Since you take such pleasure in breaking others' limbs, let us see how you fare with the same treatment." With a swift motion, he twisted Sun Yi's arm at an unnatural angle. "Ah!" Sun Yi screamed like a slaughtered pig, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. Lin Yu showed no signs of relenting, placing his foot firmly on Sun Yi's leg. With another crisp snap, Sun Yi's leg was broken. He writhed in excruciating agony, rolling on the ground and howling in pain. Bai Bing watched the scene unfold with a mix of vindication and fear. She knew Lin Yu was avenging her, yet she worried he might invite trouble upon himself. "Lin Yu, that's enough." Bai Bing's voice trembled slightly. Lin Yu turned to her, his gaze softening. "All right, as you wish." He released Sun Yi, letting him collapse limply onto the pavement. Bai Bing retrieved her phone and dialed a number. "Secretary Li, it's me. There's been an incident here. Bring a few men to handle it." Her voice was low, but her tone brooked no argument. After hanging up, she looked at Lin Yu, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, Lin Yu." He chuckled, pulling her into his embrace. "Silly, no need for formalities between us." Before long, several black sedans sped into the parking lot. Men in dark suits emerged, their expressions impassive as they swiftly removed the fallen figures from the scene. One of them, presumably the leader, approached Bai Bing with deference. President Bai, are you unharmed? She shook her head. I'm Yufine. Hand them over to the authorities. And as for him, her icy gaze flickered toward Sun E, unconscious on the ground. Find him a suitable hospital. Ensure he doesn't trouble anyone again. Understood. The man nodded before departing. Silence reclaimed the parking lot, leaving only Lin Yu and Bai Bing beneath the dim glow of the streetlights. A night breeze swept through, causing Bai Bing to shiver slightly. Lin Yu removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. Let's go home. Arm in arm, they walked toward his car. Bai Bing nestled against him, drawing warmth from his presence, her heart swelling with security. She glanced up at him, her eyes tender. Once inside the vehicle, Lin Yu started the engine, and the car glided out of the lot. In the dim interior, Bai Bing studied his profile, the sharp angles of his face accentuated by the passing lights. Lin Yu, what did you do before? She ventured, unable to suppress her curiosity. His skills were far too extraordinary. Lin Yu smirked, evading the question. Me? I was just drifting through life, though my methods might have been a bit unconventional. Bai Bing clearly wasn't he convinced. Then how are you so skilled? Are you some legendary special forces operative? He laughed heartily. Special forces? Far from it. My moves? Learn from street brawls. In a fight, what matters most is presence. Didn't I look like a war god back there? Bai Bing giggled, playfully swatting his arm. Stop gloating. But you were impressive. Lin Yu arched a brow smugly. Naturally. After all, whose husband do you think I am? A faint blush dusted Bai Bing's cheeks as she fell silent, though her heart swelled with sweetness. Soon, the car arrived home. The two stepped into the bedroom. Bai Bing's pulse quickened as her gaze fell upon the expansive double bed. Stealing a glance at Lin Yu, she found his eyes already upon her, glinting with a hint of amusement. A flush crept up her cheeks as she hastily averted her gaze. I'll go shower, Bai Bing stammered before fleeing into the bathroom, her retreating figure betraying her flustered state. Watching her hasty escape, Lin Yu's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. Congratulations, host. Bai Bing has been subdued. Reward, 100 goddess points. Chapter 29, Frivolous Consumption. A game of Ludo among three Ya. The dawn of a new month has arrived. Lin Yu stood on the balcony of his dormitory, basking in the sunlight, feeling utterly at ease. After a night of revelry, he discovered that his companion remained untouched. Indeed, the system's offerings are always of exceptional quality. He retrieved his phone and opened WeChat, where messages from Lu Ruyin and Lin Jiajia appeared almost simultaneously. What mischief are these two up to now? Lin Yu mused as he clicked on Lu Ruyin's profile. Master, it's the weekend. Could you accompany Jiajia and me for a shopping spree? Shopping? Lin Yu's heart leaped with delight, as it perfectly aligned with his desires. He then opened Lin Jiajia's profile. Lin Yu, I have wonderful news. Through my relentless efforts and diligent teachings, Lu Ruyin has agreed to a game of Ludo among the three of us. You must express your gratitude appropriately. A game of Ludo among three? Lin Yu's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a splendid opportunity. Not only could he earn money, but he chuckled mischievously. He promptly replied, Sure, where shall we meet? At the Yintai department store in the city center. Lin Jiajia responded. Okay, I'll be there. Lin Yu set his phone down and began to dress. Upon arriving at the Yintai department store, he immediately spotted Lu Ruyin and Lin Jiajia. The two girls stood at the center of the plaza, one as pure as water, the other lively and adorable, drawing the attention of many passersby. Master, Lu Ruyin exclaimed as she rushed towards Lin Yu. Please, don't call me master in public. Lin Yu reminded her. All right, Lin Yu, she replied. Her attire, a white dress that swayed gently with her steps, made her resemble a blooming lily. Lin Yu. Lin Jiajia bounced over, clad in a pink t-shirt and denim shorts, showcasing her long, fair legs, radiating youthful vigor. Let us go. Buy whatever you fancy. Lin Yu waved his hand grandly. Wow, you're so generous, Lin Yu. Lin Jiajia cheered as she linked her arm with his. Lu Ruyin mirrored her action, and the three entered the mall together. Accompanying the two girls, Lin Yu traversed from the first floor to the top floor and back again. The girls tried on one outfit after another, while Lin Yu dutifully swiped his card to pay. He remained unfazed as long as they were pleased. After exploring clothing stores, they ventured into cosmetic shops and, subsequently, luxury boutiques. The girls amassed a considerable haul, while Lin Yu relished the leisurely ambience. He settled onto a sofa in the resting area, observing the two girls joyfully selecting their treasures, his mind scheming about the Ludo showdown that awaited them that evening. With Lu Ruyan's figure and complexion, TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Yu's gaze lingered on her, his eyes glimmering with intensity. As for Jia Jia, with her whimsical nature, one could only wonder what antics she might conjure. He turned his attention to Lin Jia Jia, a sly smile gracing his lips. "Sir, may I inquire what services you require?" A sweet voice interrupted Lin Yu's reverie. Lin Yu looked up and saw a female attendant in a professional outfit standing before him. "Oh, I'm just browsing," he said, somewhat awkwardly as he regained his composure. "Very well, sir. If you require anything, please do not hesitate to call for me," the attendant replied with a gentle smile before turning to leave. Lin Yu watched her retreating figure, thinking to himself that her service was indeed commendable. "Lin Yu, what do you think of this dress?" Lu Ruyan asked, holding up a lovely gown and gesturing towards it. "It's beautiful, buy it." Lin Yu responded without a hint of hesitation. "Lin Yu, do you think this lipstick looks good on me?" Lin Jia Jia pouted, showcasing her lips to him. "It looks great, buy it." Lin Yu reiterated succinctly. Upon hearing his words, both women broke into joyful smiles, knowing that Lin Yu genuinely cherished them. For he was indeed generous with his expenditures on them. After an afternoon of shopping, the two women began to feel fatigued. "Lin Yu, shall we go grab a bite?" Lin Jia Jia proposed. "Sure, what would you like to eat?" Lin Yu inquired. "I want a camel at dinner." Lin Jia Jia blinked playfully as she spoke. "A camel at dinner?" Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped her intention. "All right, let us indulge in a camel at dinner." He nodded in agreement. He took out his phone and called the Intercontinental Hotel, requesting that they deliver the reserved camel-lit dinner package to their room. Subsequently, he escorted the two women to the Intercontinental Hotel. Upon entering the presidential suite, both women were astonished by the opulence of the room. "Wow, what a large room!" Lin Jiajia exclaimed. "And this bed is enormous," Lu Ruyan remarked, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gazed at the colossal bed. Lin Yu chuckled softly, opting for silence as he approached the floor-to-ceiling windows and drew the curtains aside. The breathtaking city skyline unfolded before their eyes. "How beautiful!" the two women marveled. Joining Lin Yu at the window, ding dong, the doorbell rang. Lin Yu walked over to open the door, and the attendant wheeled in a food cart. "Sir, here is your reserved camel-lit dinner package," she announced. "All right, please place it here." Lin Yu gestured towards the dining table. The attendant meticulously arranged the dishes from the cart onto the table before departing the room. Lin Yu approached the table and lit the candles. The flickering candlelight danced across the faces of the two women, creating an intimate ambience. "Come, let's enjoy our meal," Lin Yu said as he picked up the knife and fork. The two women followed suit, relishing their dinner. After the meal, Lin Yu produced a set of Ludo. "Come, let us commence tonight's Ludo battle," he declared with a smile. The two women exchanged shy glances, both wearing bashful smiles. Lin Yu set up the Ludo game as the three of them settled onto the carpet. The dice spun in Lin Yu's hand, and he gently tossed it. "6. Haha, I take off first," he exclaimed triumphantly. Lin Jia Jia pouted slightly, feeling a bit competitive, and rolled the dice as well. 3. Lin Jia murmured. Lu Ruyan smiled faintly and cast the dice. 5. Lu Ruyan said softly. Beneath the night's veil, within the presidential suite of the Intercontinental Hotel, candlelight flickered, and an extraordinary game of Ludo had just commenced. Lin Yu chuckled, and the dice were cast once more. Chapter 30. Inexpressibly romantic. Su Schwerner's heart stirred. Su Schwerer opened Lin Yu's moments, curious to discover what he had been up to lately. The most recent post, dated 3 days ago, featured a stunning image of the infinity pool atop the Intercontinental Hotel, with the city's dazzling night lights twinkling in the distance. Su Schwerer recognized the place. Had he gone alone, or was he accompanied by some enchanting siren? A pang of jealousy gnawed at her heart as she closed the moments and opened the chat window with her close friend, Zhang Qian. Qian, do you think Lin Yu is? Su Schwerer typed a lengthy message, only to delete it one character at a time, uncertain of how to express herself, fearful of uttering the wrong words. What is it? Stop beating around the bush. Zhang Qian replied instantly, accompanied by an eye roll emoji, with her fingers flying over the keyboard. Su Shui'er continued, I feel like Lin Yu has been distant lately. He bought me a pile of gifts, but never spends time with me. What does that even mean? I've also heard that he's south been getting quite close to Lu Ruyin and Lin Jiajia. Do you think he has someone else? Pouring out her grievances, Su Shui'er finally exhaled deeply after sending her message. Is that all? Zhang Qian's reply was succinct and powerful. Su Shui'er was taken aback. Had she perhaps been overthinking? You, my dear, are simply taking yourself too seriously. Zhang Qian sent a voice message, her tone laced with exasperation. What kind of man is Lin Yu? Young, handsome, affluent. Does he lack for female admirers? He's a prime catch. And here you are, acting aloof. With an air of, I am a goddess. Come worship me. Why should he keep offering his warmth to your cold demeanor? Zhang Qian's words struck Su Shui'er like a thunderclap. What shall I do then? She stammered, realizing she might indeed be at fault. Fool, you must take the initiative. Zhang Qian's voice brimmed with excitement. Isn't your birthday approaching? This is the perfect opportunity. Invite him for dinner, catch a movie, and then you know what to do. Though Zhang Qian left her thought unfinished, Su Shui'er grasped her intent, her cheeks flushing crimson. That seems inappropriate, doesn't it? She hesitated, still clinging to the notion that a girl should maintain her dignity. What is inappropriate about it? Do you want to watch him slip away into the arms of another woman? When that happens, you won't even have a shoulder to cry on. Zhang Qian countered. Su Shui'er fell silent, her mind conjuring images of Lu Ruyin and Lin Jiajia. The cunning glint in Lu Ruyan's eyes and Lin Jiajia's innocent demeanor filled her with a sense of dread. If Lin Yu truly were to. The thought sent shivers down her spine. All right, I'll seize the day. Isu Sue beat her lip, stealing her with solve. She closed the chat with Zhang Qian and opened the dialogue with Lin Yu. Lin Yu, my birthday is the day after tomorrow. Do you have time? I would like to invite you to dinner. With a final edit, she sent the message and tossed her phone aside, too anxious to look. She paced nervously around the room, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. As time ticked away, Lin Yu had yet to respond. Su Shui'er fidgeted restlessly, repeatedly picking up her phone to refresh WeChat, only to set it down again. Suddenly, the notification sound chimed, causing her heart to nearly stop. She swiftly grabbed her phone. It was a message from Lin Yu. All right, what do you want to eat? His response was succinct, yet Su Shui'er felt a wave of relief wash over her, illuminating her world. You decide. I'm open to anything, she replied, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. She turned off her phone and rushed to the wardrobe, pulling out one garment after another, trying them against herself, discarding them back onto the bed. Which one should she wear? This one was too revealing, that one too conservative. Standing before the mirror, she was engulfed in indecision. Should she apply makeup? Which lipstick shade to choose? The man-killing hue or a subtle rose? As she prepared for the birthday date 2 days later, her heart was a mix of anticipation, anxiety, and a hint of excitement. On the evening of her birthday, at 7 o'clock, Su Shui'er stood at the entrance of the Starry Night restaurant, took a deep breath, and pushed open the glass door. Soft music flowed through the air, mingling with the scent of lilies, creating an intoxicatingly romantic ambience. Her gaze immediately fell upon Lin Yu, who stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, clad in a deep blue suit. Strikingly handsome, Su Shui'er's heart raced, feeling breathless as she walked towards him in her high heels, the sound of her footsteps resonating clearly in the quiet restaurant. You're here. Lin Yu turned, a smile gracing his face. Yes, Su Shui'er murmured, her head lowered. Happy birthday, Xueya. His voice was deep as he produced a large bouquet of vibrant red roses from behind him, the petals glistening with droplets. For you. He presented the roses to her. Su Shui'er lifted her gaze, surprise flickering in her eyes as she accepted the flowers, inhaling their rich fragrance, which left her slightly entranced. Do you like them? Lin Yu inquired. Yes, very much. Her voice trembled slightly. That is all that matters, he chuckled, gesturing invitingly. Shall we take a seat? Su Shui'er followed Lin Yu to the dining table, only to discover the entire restaurant was empty, leaving just the two of them. A grand crystal chandelier cast its brilliance over the table, illuminating it beautifully. Exquisite silver cutlery and goblets adorn the table, exuding luxury and romance. This is surprising. Suksue gaspet. I booked the place. Lin Yu pulled out a chair, beckoning her to sit. Booked it? Su Shuer's eyes widened. How much did this cost? This is far too extravagant. For you, any expense is worthwhile. As long as you are happy. Lin Yu's tone was calm, yet his words sent her heart racing. Su Shuer took her seat, placing the roses on the chair beside her. Lin Yu sat opposite her, snapping his fingers, summoning a waiter with a dining cart. On the dining cart lay an exquisite cake, adorned with flickering candles that danced in the gentle light. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. The waiter softly sang the birthday song. Su Shuer gazed at the flickering flames, her heart swelling with emotion. Make a wish, Lin Yu suggested. Su Shuer closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and silently made a wish in her heart. She hoped that she and Lin Yu could remain together forever, never to part. Upon opening her eyes, she blew out the candles. Let us cut the cake, Lin Yu said, picking up the knife and fork. The layers of the cake were filled with pink strawberry cream, exuding a delightful aroma. Try it. I specially ordered this for you. Lin Yu offered a piece of cake to Su Shuer. She accepted it, taking a small bite with her fork. The sweet and tangy flavor of the strawberries mingled with the creamy richness, a taste that was utterly delightful. Is it good? Lin Yu inquired. Yes, it's delicious. It's the best cake I've ever had. Su Shuer nodded, a smile gracing her face. Lin Yu looked at her with gentle eyes. He retrieved a small velvet box from his pocket, placing it on the table and sliding it towards Su Shuer. Open it and see, Lin Yu urged. Su Shuer's heart raced as she guessed what lay within. She opened the box to reveal a dazzling diamond necklace, its brilliance so radiant that it nearly blinded her. This is too valuable. I cannot accept it, Su Shuer quickly protested. This is your birthday gift from me. Do you like it? Lin Yu asked. Su Shuer nodded, her eyes glistening with emotion. Though she had seen valuable gifts before, this one held a special significance coming from Lin Yu. Let me help you wear it, Lin Yu said, gently draping the necklace around her neck and fastening it. The cool touch made Su Shuer shiver slightly. When Lin Yu's fingers brushed against her skin, an electric sensation coursed through her body. It's beautiful, Lin Yu remarked, admiration shining in his eyes. The diamond necklace sparkled brilliantly under the light, enhancing the fairness of Su Shuer's skin. Thank you, she whispered, her voice tinged with a slight choke. Silly girl, why be so polite with me? Lin Yu replied, tenderly stroking Su Shuer's hair. His touch was gentle, as if handling a precious porcelain piece. Su Shuer lifted her gaze to meet Lin Yu's eyes, which held a profound and tender depth, like a whirlpool drawing her in. Come, let us eat the cake, Lin Yu said with a smile, lifting a forkful of cake to Su Shuer's lips. She opened her mouth and savored the cake. The sweet flavor spread in her mouth, embodying happiness. Is it good? Lin Yu asked again. Su Shuer nodded, her smile radiating joy. It's delicious. Lin Yu chuckled, then took a napkin to gently wipe the cream from the corner of Su Shuer's mouth. She did not shy away, allowing his tender gesture. Her heart raced like a startled fawn. Lin Yu gazed at her, his eyes growing increasingly fervent. He gradually approached Su Shuer, the distance between them diminishing, their breaths audible. Exiting the restaurant, the two shared an unspoken understanding, silently making their way to the evening's most romantic locale. Congratulations to the host for captivating Su Shuer, earning 100 goddess points. Chapter 31. The Kidney Treasure and the Flash. Accompanying play at Disney. Host. Lin Yu. Current rebate multiplier. 10th personal assets. 100 million bound individuals. Li Mengyao. Lu Ruyan. Lin Jiejia. Su Shuer. Zhang Ting by Bing. Obtain goddess points. 200 lottery. Lin Yu rubbed his hands together, his face alight with excitement. The mechanical voice of the system echoed. 200 goddess points. You can draw twice. Before him, a colossal virtual screen materialized, filled with question mark squares, its red light frame pulsating rapidly, reminiscent of a childhood slot machine. Stop! Lin Yu shouted. As the lights danced, two items appeared on the screen. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of Huiyuan Kidney Treasure. Huiyuan Kidney Treasure. Consuming this can enhance renal function. Goodness! Lin Yu's eyes widened. This was a prized item. Recently, he had been interacting frequently with several goddesses and was troubled by his body's inability to keep pace. The system had delivered a tonic just when he needed it most, truly a timely boon. Lin Yu grasped the kidney treasure and gulped it down eagerly. A warm sensation surged from his lower abdomen, radiating to his waist, as if his kidneys had been outfitted with small motors, brimming with vitality. A grin spread across his face. Now he could cast aside any worries about being unable to keep up. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill. Flash. Flash. After learning, you can instantly move a distance of 400 yards, 76 meters, with a cooldown period of 1 day. Flash. Lin Yu was taken aback. This was a divine ability from games. The skill description was identical to that in the game, save for the cooldown adjustment to 1 day. Lin Yu stroked his chin, contemplating the applications of this skill. Escape? Pursuit? Both would serve him well. Suddenly, a bold idea surged to the forefront of his mind. A mischievous smile crept onto Lin Yu's lips as he envisioned using this skill in certain unique situations. How delightful that would be. Ahem. He quickly shook off such thoughts. This was a life-saving skill. He must not let his imagination run wild. The mobile screen illuminated, displaying Zhang Ting's name alongside a series of missed call notifications. Lin Yu rubbed his temples, feeling a twinge of annoyance, and decided to return the call. Lin Yu, you finally answered. Zhang Ting's voice was filled with joy, tinged with a hint of reproach. What's the matter? Did something happen? Lin Yu replied calmly. My mother is all right now. The surgery was very successful, and the doctor said she is out of danger. Zhang Ting's voice brimmed with relief. That's wonderful. Lin Yu exhaled, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Lin Yu, thank you. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Zhang Ting's voice trembled with emotion. It's fine, just be glad she's okay. Don't cry. Annie will surely be safe. Lin Yu reassured her, a hint of impatience flashing through his mind. I won't cry. Lin Yu, why haven't you been in touch with me lately? I miss you. Zhang Ting's voice was sweet and suggestive. I've been a bit busy with the pressure of studies weighing heavily on me. He deflected, shifting the topic. Oh, I see. Zhang Ting's tone was tinged with disappointment, but she quickly rallied her spirits. By the way, Lin Yu, Xiao Fei has been clamoring to visit Disneyland. When are you free? Could you accompany us? Disneyland? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, the youthful visage of Xiao Fei materializing in his mind. Indeed, all of Xiao Fei's classmates had already been, and he incessantly mentioned it. I wonder if you could. Zhang Ting's voice dwindled, laced with a plea. Lin Yu fell silent, grasping Zhang Ting's implication. Was she suggesting he should adopt a burdensome role? Preposterous. At merely 22, in the prime of his life, how could he entertain the idea of taking on an extra responsibility? Lin Yu, I understand you're busy, but Xiao Fei truly wishes to go. Just consider it. Spending time with me, would you? Zhang Ting's tone was almost desperate. Lin Yu felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He had little patience for such emotional appeals from women. All right, when are we going? I'll see if I can carve out some time. He acquiesced, not so much out of compassion as a means to fulfill his monthly KPIs. After all, Zhang Ting was one of his designated partners. Really? That's wonderful. Lin Yu, you're simply the best. Zhang Ting's demeanor transformed instantly into one of joy. Let us go this weekend. I'll book the hotel and tickets, and you can come directly. Lin Yu interrupted impatiently. Fine, I'll follow your lead. Zhang Ting's voice was laced with sweetness. After hanging up, Lin Yu exhaled deeply. He opened his phone and searched for hotels near Disneyland. Since he was going, he intended to indulge fully. The most luxurious suite, the most exhilarating rides, and the most delectable cuisine. He wished to miss none of it. After all, it wasn't his money being spent. With tenfold returns, it was merely a drop in the ocean. The weekend arrived swiftly. From afar, he spotted Zhang Ting and Zhang Xiaofei. Zhang Ting, clad in a loose t-shirt and casual jeans, her long hair cascading down, appeared both gentle and beautiful. Zhang Xiaofei, dressed in athletic wear and sporting a cartoon backpack, bounced with excitement. Lin Yu, Zhang Ting exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she hurried towards him. Uncle. Zhang Xiaofei also noticed Lin Yu, calling out with exuberance, for his mother often spoke of how wonderful and impressive this uncle was. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Fei had gradually accepted Lin Yu. Lin Yu stiffened momentarily, wearing a smile that was awkward yet polite. Xiao Fei is quite obedient. He ruffled the boy's hair, his heart a tumult of emotions. Lin Yu drove Zhang Ting's car, spending nearly 3 hours to reach the hotel parking lot near Disneyland. "Let us go in," Zhang Ting said, linking her arm with Lin Yu's, as the trio entered Disneyland with a cheerful camaraderie. Merry-go-rounds, roller coasters, pirate ships. Lin Yu accompanied Zhang Xiao Fei on every ride. The boy's laughter echoed in his ears, and observing Xiao Fei's animated expression eased Lin Yu's mood. At noon, Lin Yu took them to dine at the priciest restaurant within Disneyland. Exquisite dishes adorned the table, and Zhang Xiao Fei savored his meal with unabashed delight, even remembering to serve Lin Yu some food. "Uncle, you must try this. It is absolutely delicious." Lin Yu gazed at the greasy piece of braised pork in the bowl, his lips twitching slightly. "You enjoy it yourself, little Fei? I prefer less oily fare." He managed to force a smile. "Lin Yu, you should eat as well. Don't just focus on us," Zhang Ting gently urged, offering him a pair of chopsticks laden with food. "All right," Lin Yu nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, they engaged in several activities and watched a splendid float parade. After a while, Zhang Xiaofei grew weary and nestled against Lin Yu's shoulder, drifting into slumber. Holding the small child, Lin Yu felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. This little fellow was surprisingly heavy. On their way back, Lin Yu purchased a plethora of toys for Zhang Xiaofei, over 100,000 worth of Lego bricks and a limited edition Transformers robot. Clutching his treasures, Zhang Xiaofei beamed with joy, unable to contain his delight. "Daddy!" he exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Lin Yu's neck and planting a loud kiss on his cheek. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. Had their relationship just evolved? That evening, Zhang Ting accompanied Lin Yu to his grandmother's house. "Thank you for today, Lin Yu." Xiaofei had an incredibly joyful time, she said, lingering by the car with a reluctant gaze. "It was nothing. I'm glad to help," Lin Yu replied with a nonchalant tone. "Then, make sure to rest early," Zhang Ting suggested, biting her lip as she prepared to depart. "Wait," Lin Yu called after her. "What is it?" Zhang Ting turned back, a flicker of anticipation in her eyes. "Could you please give me the hotel room card?" Lin Yu asked. Zhang Ting's face suddenly flushed with color. Lowering her gaze, she retrieved the room card from her bag and handed it to Lin Yu. "I'll be waiting for you in the room," she stammered before hastily fleeing. Chapter 32, Bugatti, a visit at home as nightfall lingered by Bing's call arrived as expected. "Darling, have you seen the car?" Her voice, imbued with the characteristic languor of early morning, remained gentle nonetheless. Lin Yu absent-mindedly held onto the candy wrapper that Zhang Ting had pressed into his hand the previous night, adorned with a childish and endearing image of Mickey Mouse. "Not yet. I was just about to," he replied hastily upon receiving Bai Bing's message. "I'll introduce you to a shop run by a friend of mine. They offer only the finest selections, saving you the trouble of running around aimlessly." There was an air of familiarity in her tone. "That sounds splendid. Thank you, Sister Bai." Lin Yu responded sweetly, eager to embrace such a fortuitous opportunity. "There's no need for thanks. It's just a small matter." Bai Bing chuckled lightly. "The new Bugatti Chiron has arrived. You should take a look. It's a fine car, priced at 20 million. Nothing extraordinary." The following day, Lin Yu took a taxi to the luxury car showroom on the outskirts of the city. Rather than a mere car dealership, it resembled an exhibition hall for exquisite art. The entire structure, encased in glass, sparkled under the sun, with several dramatically designed sports cars parked at the entrance, exuding an aura of grandeur. As Lin Yu stepped into the showroom, he was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of opulence, the air thick with the scent of wealth. The polished marble floor, avant-garde display stands, and luxury vehicles gleaming under the lights all tantalized the senses. A stunning store manager, clad in a form-fitting black dress and high heels, awaited his arrival. Her makeup was impeccable, and her smile alluring. Upon spotting Lin Yu, she gracefully approached him. "Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Li Faya, the manager here. Sister Bai has informed me of your visit. It truly elevates our establishment." Her voice was enchantingly soft, with a slight rise at the end of her sentences. She extended her slender, fair hand, her nails painted a vibrant red that contrasted beautifully with her porcelain skin. Lin Yu shook her hand, feeling the smoothness of her skin, accompanied by a subtle fragrance of perfume. "You are too kind," managerly he said with a smile, his gaze sweeping over her figure. Li Feier was undeniably a vision of beauty. Her black dress accentuated her alluring curves, the fullness of her bosom enticingly visible. Her waist slender and delicate, with long, shapely legs revealed beneath the hem of her skirt. Coupled with her captivating features, she embodied the ideal romantic partner of every man's dreams. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered the binding condition." Binding object. Li Feier, seemingly pleased by Lin Yu's gaze, Li Feier smiled, subtly leaning closer, her breath fragrant as she spoke. "Mr. Lin, Sister Bai mentioned you wish to see the cars. Do you have any specific requirements?" "Not particularly. I just want to browse," Lin Yu replied, momentarily fixating on her bosom before hastily diverting his gaze, feigning casualness. "Just browsing?" Li Feier's lips curled into a playful smile as she swayed her hips. Approaching a fiery red Ferrari, she delicately traced her fingers along its sleek surface. "Mr. Lin, you are truly humorous. Coming to a place like this, how could it possibly be just casual browsing? Would you not agree?" She turned around, her body almost pressing against Lin Yu, enveloping him in a wave of intoxicating perfume. He could even feel the warmth radiating from Li Feier's body. Lin Yu felt a rush of heat surging to his head. This woman was certainly no amateur. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, "You flatter me, Manager Li. I was just speaking the truth." "Is that so? What a shame." Li Feier sighed with feigned disappointment before swiftly changing the subject. "But no matter. Since you're here, Mr. Lin, I'll make sure your visit is worthwhile." She cast him a sultry glance, then swayed her hips as she led him through the luxury car showroom. With a voice dripping with sweetness, she described the performance and features of various high-end vehicles, occasionally brushing against him as they walked. Lin Yu's heartbeat quickened. This wasn't just about cars. It was about her. He felt like he had stumbled into a spider's web, and this enchantress was dangerously skilled. In the end, Lin Yu chose the new Bugatti Chiron that Bai Bing had recommended. Li Feier, mentioning Bai Bing's referral, offered a 10 discount, 19 million yuan. Bai Bing's influence is no joke. "A single discount saves me 1 million, Lin Yu mused. The transaction was swift. As a discreet gesture, he slipped Li Feier a 100,000 yuan tip. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Commission plus a generous tip? This month was turning out to be a windfall. Though inwardly triumphant, her smile only grew more alluring. Clutching the folder containing the car keys and purchase documents, Lin Yu felt lightheaded. "You're such a decisive man, Mr. Lin. Doing business with you is truly a pleasure." Li Feier beamed. "And you're exceptionally professional, with impeccable service," Lin Yu replied, his gaze lingering for just a second too long on her décolletage. "This woman is pure temptation." "Oh, it's nothing. Just doing my job," she giggled before abruptly shifting the conversation. "By the way, Mr. Lin, it's still early. Why not come to my place? I'll cook for you. A little thank you for today." Her place? Lin Yu's pulse quickened. Taking in her seductive smile and the unmistakable invitation in her eyes, he understood perfectly. This woman was undeniably cunning. But when faced with such an offer, what fool would refuse? "Very well. I'd be honored," Lin Yu replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Picking up his wallet and the folder, he followed Li Feier out of the showroom. A single thought flashing through his mind. Tonight is going to be a battle. Chapter 33. Warm hospitality. Embracing soft jade, the vehicle glided smoothly along the expansive road. As the night descended and neon lights danced through the car windows, casting playful shadows on her face, Lin Yu gazed at Li Feier beside him. The illumination accentuating her distinct features. An oval face, a delicate chin, slightly pouted lips, a prominent nose, and cheekbones that glimmered with a subtle sheen. Her visage was undeniably flawless, every detail impeccably balanced. Lin Yu mused to himself, the traces of cosmetic enhancements nearly imperceptible. Such natural beauty must be a testament to exquisite medical artistry. Regardless of whether it was a product of nature or nurture, what lay before him was an irresistibly captivating mature woman. The car entered an upscale residential complex, halting beneath a towering riverside apartment building. Li Feier led Lin Yu into the elevator, pressing the button for the 25th floor. The elevator ascended, the numbers flickering until they swiftly reached their destination. Stepping out, they found themselves in a spacious, well-lit corridor adorned with elegant decor. Li Feier opened the door. "Mr. Lin, please come in and make yourself comfortable." The living room was expansive, with vast floor-to-ceiling windows revealing a shimmering river, the opposite bank aglow with lights. A gentle river breeze wafted in, bringing a refreshing chill. The room was decorated in a modern minimalist style, with flowing lines and vibrant colors, yet exuded a warm ambience. The beige sofa, uniquely designed floor lamp, and abstract paintings on the walls all contributed to a homely atmosphere. Lin Yu approached the balcony, leaning against the railing to take in the panoramic river view. "The scenery here is truly splendid." "Indeed, I adore it as well," Li Feier replied, joining him with a hint of pride. "Looking at the river every day greatly uplifts my spirits." She gestured around the room. "I did all the decorating myself. It's quite cozy, wouldn't you agree?" Lin Yu surveyed the surroundings, nodding appreciatively. "It's beautiful. You have exquisite taste." Li Feier chuckled modestly, waving her hand dismissively. "Oh, I just made it comfortable for myself." She placed a fruit platter brimming with freshly washed fruits on the coffee table. "These are all freshly washed, Mr. Lin. Would you care to try some?" "Thank you." Lin Yu picked up a piece of cantaloupe, savoring its sweet, juicy flavor. "Delicious. I'm glad you like it." Li Feier moved to the tea set, skillfully preparing floral tea. As hot water cascaded into the teapot, the aroma of the tea filled the air, refreshing and delightful. "I brewed some floral tea. Would you like some, Mr. Lin?" "Certainly." Lin Yu nodded. Li Feier poured a cup and handed it to him. "Give it a taste. This was a gift from a friend, and it's rather pleasant." Lin Yu accepted the teacup, taking a gentle sip. The floral tea offered a fragrant entrance and a sweet aftertaste. "It's quite delightful. That's wonderful to hear." Li Feier beamed with satisfaction. She then approached the refrigerator, retrieving some vegetables and fish. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Lin. I shall prepare dinner." "Dinner? That seems unnecessary." "You are too gracious." "Manager Li," Lin Yu expressed with surprise. "What is troublesome about it?" Li Feier turned back, her smile enchanting. "Today, Mr. Lin, you are a valued client, and I must express my gratitude properly." Her tone was light and playful, making it difficult to refuse her charm. "Moreover, I have yet to dine myself." Lin Yu gazed at her as she entered the kitchen, her graceful silhouette illuminated by the soft glow of the lights, appearing exceptionally enchanting. He lifted his teacup and savored another sip of floral tea. This Li Feier was indeed remarkable, enthusiastic, alluring, and adept at knowing when to advance and retreat. Each step she took was perfectly measured. With her commissions from luxury car sales coupled with a generous tip of 100,000 yuan she received, she was undoubtedly prospering. Now, she even took it upon herself to cook. What fervor lay behind this? A faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Yu's mouth. What tricks was this little enchantress up to? He found no aversion to her enthusiasm. In fact, he relished it. Since she had shown interest, he was more than willing to indulge her. Soft sounds emanated from the kitchen, where Li Feier was busily engaged. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Lin Yu positioned himself at the kitchen doorway, leaning against the frame, observing the industrious Li Feier. Clad in a homey apron, she radiated an air of grace. Her movements were swift and proficient as she handled the ingredients, chopping vegetables and stir-frying with an expert touch. Li's store manager certainly possessed impressive culinary skills. It seemed a delightful meal awaited him. Lin Yu remarked with a smile. Li Feier turned her head, catching sight of Lin Yu at the doorway, a playful pout gracing her lips. "Mr. Lin, you only tease me. It's just some simple home cooking." Her words were modest, yet her tone betrayed a hint of pride. This was far from trivial. Lin Yu stepped into the kitchen, his gaze sweeping over the beautifully prepared dishes on the stove. Their colors enticing and aromas intoxicating. The combination of flavor, fragrance, and appearance was enough to make one salivate just from the scent. "Is that truly so? That would be splendid." Li Feier beamed blithely. "I will prepare one last dish. It will be ready shortly." She hastened her movements, and soon, the The final dish was completed. Li Fei'er removed her apron and wiped her hands. All done. It's time to eat. She laid the dishes upon the dining table, filling it to the brim. Braised fish, spicy crab, garlic broccoli, sauté edged seasonal vegetables, and a steaming pot of soup adorned the table. Wow, how sumptuous! Lin Yu exclaimed, marveling at the spread before him. These are merely home-cooked dishes. I hope Mr. Lin does not find them lacking. Li Fei'er replied with a laugh, her demeanor modest. How could I possibly find them lacking? They look utterly appetizing, Lin Yu sincerely responded. Suddenly, Li Fei'er flashed a mysterious smile and turned back toward her room. Lin Yu pondered her intentions. Moments later, she reappeared, adorned in a seductive crimson gown, the neckline plunging low, her movements graceful and captivating. Approaching the wine cabinet, she opened the door and retrieved a bottle of red wine. Today, Mr. Lin is our esteemed guest. Let us indulge in a glass of red wine. She approached Lin Yu, wine in hand. Certainly, I shall follow your lead. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Li Fei'er uncorked the bottle and produced a decanter. She gently poured the red wine into the decanter, her movements soft and elegant. The crimson liquid swirled within, releasing a robust bouquet. As Lin Yu observed her, his esteem for this woman rose yet again. Mr. Lin, I toast to you. Li Fei'er raised her glass, signaling towards him. The V-neck long dress accentuated her graceful figure, each movement exuding the elegance of a mature woman, intertwined with an air of seduction. Lin Yu mused to himself, this woman indeed possesses a certain allure. He raised his glass with a smile. Cheers. However, Manager Li, your attire seems rather extravagant, doesn't it? He paused deliberately, his gaze sweeping over her. I fear I might forget to eat in a moment. Li Fei'er giggled, her voice charmingly playful. Mr. Lin, you truly have a knack for humor. What is extravagant about this? I often dress like this at home. It's quite comfortable. She winked. Moreover, beauty is like a feast for the eyes. If you find it hard to eat, simply gazing at me serves the same purpose. Lin Yu laughed heartily. Manager Li, you are simply irresistible. He took a sip of the fine red wine. However, this wine is delightful, and the dishes are fragrant. I shall indulge in my meal first. Otherwise, I might find myself inebriated and embarrassed. Li Fei'er covered her mouth in a soft laugh. Mr. Lin, you are truly humorous. Please enjoy your meal. I shall prepare the decanter. As she turned towards the wine cabinet, her waist swayed with captivating grace. Mr. Lin, the evening view here is splendid. Would you care for my company on the balcony? Certainly. On the balcony, a gentle evening breeze caressed their hair. In the distance, neon lights outlined the city's silhouette, and a cruise ship glided gracefully across the river, leaving glistening ripples in its wake. Li Fei'er turned, leaning against the balcony railing, her body slightly arched, revealing her exquisite curves. Pretending to be tipsy, she gently rested her head on Lin Yu's shoulder. The warmth of her soft presence quickened Lin Yu's heartbeat. He could distinctly sense the warmth radiating from her and the faint hint of her perfume. He understood that this woman was silently inviting him. Congratulations, host, for captivating Li Fei'er, earning 100 goddess points. Chapter 34. A clever woman journeyed to the magic city in the lingering warmth of their intimacy. The air was suffused with a blissful haze. Li Fei'er reclined lazily against Lin Yu's chest, her fingers tracing idle circles upon his skin. While he absently stroked her silken hair, his gaze distant and contemplative. Lin Yu, what are you thinking about? Li Fei'er lifted her head, her crimson lips slightly pursed. Snapping out of his reverie, Lin Yu pinched her cheek playfully. I was considering how best to arrange things for you. Li Fei'er blinked. Arrange? Don't tell me. You have other women? Lin Yu met her gaze without flinching. Indeed, more than one. A flicker of displeasure crossed Li Fei'er's face, but she quickly composed herself. Sitting up, she smoothed the folds of her dress. So, are you breaking up with me? Lin Yu shook his head. Breaking up? No, I simply want to be honest with you. I care for you, but I also care for them. I refuse to deceive anyone. Li Fei'er let out a cold laugh. How noble of you. Aren't you afraid I'll be furious? Lin Yu pulled her back into his embrace, his voice a low, magnetic murmur. Furious? Would you be? She trembled slightly, but remained silent. Lin Yu continued, I can deposit 1 million into your account every month, or buy you anything your heart desires. All I ask is that you stay by my side. Li Feier jerked her head up, shock flashing in her eyes. 1 million. Every month? The figure was undeniably intoxicating. Working at the luxury car dealership, her stagnant salary barely scraped 20,000 a month, hardly enough to sustain her lavish tastes, let alone save. 1 million monthly would catapult her into the opulent lifestyle she had only dreamed of. She studied him, her expression conflicted. You mean it? Lin Yu nodded. Of course. I never jest about such matters. Li Feier fell silent, weighing her options. But what they find out? A roguish grin curved his lips. Afraid? Why should I be? This is my prerogative. She bit her lower lip. You are insane. Lin Yu didn't deny it, merely tightening his hold. Insane? Perhaps, but I relish the thrill of it. Fine, Li Feier whispered, her voice soft yet resolute. I accept. Approval gleamed in Lin Yu's eyes. I knew you were a clever woman. She smiled then, a bewitching curl of her lips. Naturally, I wouldn't squander such an opportunity. Nestling closer, she murmured, rest assured. I will never betray you. Lin Yu's chest swelled with triumph. Li Feier was, without a doubt, the most agreeable of them all, so effortlessly secured, sparing him further effort. Now, he could resume his pursuits without hindrance. Lin Yu's Bugatti Veyron glided to a halt in a secluded parking lot near the university. With the third year's specialized courses sparse and inconsequential, attendance was but a trivial formality to him. He had already ingratiated himself with the dean through early gestures of respect, smoothing the way. Now, with his roommate covering for his attendance, he could rest easy. Having grown up in the watery landscapes south of the Yangtze, it would be downright embarrassing to admit he'd never set foot in the dazzling metropolis of Shanghai. Lin Yu was determined to indulge himself properly this time. The deafening beats of DJ music pulsed from the Bugatti Veyron sound system as the beast roared onto the highway. Lin Yu floored the accelerator, reveling in the exhilarating rush of wind and speed. 3 hours later, the supercar glided into a Shanghai service area. At high noon, Lin Yu decided to stretch his legs and grab a bite. Before departure, he'd already upgraded to VIP status at the exclusive Amanyanjian resort, complete with reservations. The Amanyanjian was legendary for its refined elegance, featuring relocated Ming Dynasty mansions over 4 centuries old, certainly not cheap accommodations. Its minimalist architecture exuded understated luxury, and Lin Yu anticipated his Shanghai sojourn with great excitement. Finally approaching his destination, Lin Yu exhaled deeply as his car merged into Shanghai's urban traffic. Then, at a red light, disaster struck. A flashy red Maserati Gran Turismo abruptly swerved across solid lines without signaling. Despite slamming the brakes, Lin Yu's Bugatti still collided with the Italian sports car's rear with a sickening crunch. The Bugatti's front end showed slight deformation, while the Maserati's rear suffered significant damage. Lin Yu's heart sank. This promised to be quite a spectacle. With deliberate calm, he shifted to park, killed the engine, and dialed traffic police. A crowd instantly materialized, forming concentric rings of rubbernecking spectators. After all, luxury car collisions weren't everyday entertainment. Kid driving such an expensive car clearly can't handle it. An old man clucked disapprovingly. A younger bystander countered, "What do you know? This is called wealthy recklessness. Wonder how much that Maserati's going to cost him." "Not necessarily. Check out the female driver." Amid the chatter, a stunning woman emerged from the Maserati. Porcelain skin, legs that could blind, her single black ponytail swaying to her hips with each movement. Her flushed oval face peeked from beneath a sheer blouse hinting at black lace beneath, paired with denim shorts showcasing her bombshell figure. "Hey, how do you drive? Are you blind?" She stormed toward Lin Yu's car, hands on hips, her Shanghai accented voice mixing fury with something oddly coquettish. Lowering his window with a roguish grin, Lin Yu replied, Now, little miss, no need for such temper. The officers will sort this out. Though crossing solid lines without signaling doesn't reflect well on you. Does it? According to traffic regulations, you bear full responsibility. Chapter 35, Substantial Compensation and the Tranquil Cloud. Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered the binding condition. Binding object. Mu Qianqian. The girl who abruptly changed lanes was named Mu Qianqian. She appeared to be quite young, perhaps around 18 or 19 years of age. Her delicate features flushed with anger. How could you do this to my newly purchased car? She exclaimed, pointing at her crumpled pink Maserati. As the crowd of onlookers swelled, someone recognized Lin Yu's vehicle and gasped, "Goodness, that's a Bugatti Chiron. This young lady is in for a hefty compensation." A man adorned with a gold chain interjected, his tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude. "Miss, you're in deep trouble now. That's a Bugatti, and repairs will cost a fortune." Upon hearing this, Mu Qianqian's complexion turned ashen. Soon, a police motorcycle, flashing its lights, approached, and two traffic officers dismounted. One officer walked over to Lin Yu. Momentarily surprised by the striking blue-black Bugatti Chiron and Lin Yu's distinguished demeanor, already forming a judgment in his mind. "Comrade, please present your driver's license," the officer stated with a professional air. Lin Yu complied, handing over his driver's license and vehicle registration. The seasoned officer inspected the documents with practiced ease, took photographs, and instructed both parties to move their vehicles to the roadside. At this moment, the traffic police had already retrieved the surveillance footage from the scene and sent it to the officers on site. After reviewing the footage, one officer cast a sympathetic glance towards Mu Qianqian in the Maserati. "Officer, am I liable for the damages to his car, or is he liable for mine?" Mu Qianqian inquired anxiously, her voice trembling slightly. Seeing her youthful beauty, the officer hesitated to deliver the harsh truth and instead replied gently, "I hope your insurance coverage is sufficient." "What?" Mu Qianqian exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief, as if she had just heard an absurd tale. "The other driver is entirely at fault. I will draft the accident report." The officer began to fill out the documentation. "Why am I at fault? I refuse to accept this," she protested, her emotions flaring as tears welled in her eyes. "Isn't there a problem with the lane change? Hitting T, slow down." The officer furrowed his brow. Having handled countless similar incidents, he was well acquainted with the clear evidence presented in the footage. But, he should have reduced his speed." Mu Qianqian attempted to argue, her voice dwindling. "I'm sorry, miss, but you were traveling too fast for me to react in time." "Is that an acceptable explanation?" Lin Yu remarked, observing her unreasonable demeanor with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Left speechless by his retort, Mu Qianqian found her protests ignored as the officer issued the accident report. He then instructed both individuals to drive their vehicles to the repair shop, or to call for a tow if they were unable to do so, before mounting his motorcycle and departing. Mu Qianqian gazed at the departing figure of the traffic officer, her beautiful eyes clouded with tears as she clutched the accident report tightly. Biting her lip, she fought valiantly to hold back her tears. Lin Yu, observing her tear-streaked face, felt a pang of sympathy. "Shall I assist you in contacting the insurance company?" he offered, taking the initiative. "Mind your own business." Mu Qianqian wiped her tears angrily, shooting Lin Yu a fierce glare. Then, she retrieved her phone and dialed the insurance company, her voice quivering with emotion. "Hello, my car has been hit. At. She choked on her words, struggling to articulate even the address. Watching her flustered state, Lin Yu thought to himself how this girl, who had been so fierce moments ago, now resembled a weeping child. Shaking his head, he returned to his car, idly scrolling through his phone while waiting for the insurance representatives to arrive. Approximately 15 minutes later, a damage assessment vehicle from an insurance company arrived slowly at the scene. 3 individuals emerged from the vehicle. The lead was a seasoned appraiser, followed by 2 young assistants who hastily approached the car. "Miss Mu, your third-party liability insurance today is for $1 million. We will provide you with a detailed report on your vehicle's damage once we reach the 4S dealership," the appraiser said, his tone somewhat hesitant. "What is it?" Mu Qianqian's heart raced, her anxiety palpable as she pressed for answers. "The other vehicle is a Bugatti. We are not yet certain of the model, but given the state of the front end," the appraiser gestured toward the wreckage of the Bugatti, which was severely damaged. "The body is entirely made of carbon fiber. It cannot be repaired domestically and must be sent back to the factory. The cost is estimated to be at least 3 to 4 million. Mu Qianqian felt the world spin around her. 3 to 4 million? Even if the insurance company covered everything, she would still be out at least 2 million. This did not even account for her own vehicle's repair costs. She bit her lip tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. Turning to Lin Yu, the appraiser continued, "Mr. Lin, We will first tow the car to the repair shop and then contact the manufacturer to determine whether it should be sent back for repairs or if an engineer will come to assess the damage. Lin Yu nodded, retrieving his suitcase and some personal belongings from the car. He counted out 2,000 yuan from his wallet, handing it to the appraiser with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. Please use this for some refreshments. The appraiser graciously declined a few times but ultimately accepted the money, assuring that they would handle the matter promptly. With the insurance vehicle departing, only Mu Qianqian and Lin Yu remained at Mu Qianqian refrained from uttering another word. Let us reconnect another day. With that, Lin Yu waved goodbye and boarded a taxi, departing swiftly. As Mu Qianqian observed his retreating figure, a pang of longing struck her. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Lin Yu was greeted by a refreshing waft of humid air infused with the fragrance of foliage, invigorating his senses. He gazed upward, where the sign of the Yangyin Aman Hotel discreetly nestled among lush bamboo, exuding an air of seclusion and elegance. Stepping into the lobby, Lin Yu was met with an ambience quite unlike the ostentatious opulence of typical hotels. Here, an aura of rustic sophistication prevailed. The wooden tones, minimalist furniture, and the subtle scent of incense fostered a serene atmosphere. He silently acknowledged the refined taste of the affluent. This place indeed offered a sanctuary for contemplation. Good day, sir. Welcome to the Yangyin Aman Hotel. How may I assist you today? The receptionist's melodious voice and perfectly measured smile enveloped him like a breath of spring. I have a reservation for the ancient residence room. Here is my identification, Lin Yu replied, his tone composed, unwilling to appear like a country bumpkin gazing around in awe. Certainly, sir. Please follow me. The staff member accepted his ID, completed the registration, and guided Lin Yu toward the courtyard. As soon as he stepped outside the lobby, his attention was captivated by a towering ancient tree at the center of the courtyard. Could this tree be several hundred years old? Its verdant branches and leaves created a canopy that cast a substantial shade. Surrounding this ancient giant, the architecture was artfully arranged, reminiscent of celestial bodies orbiting a luminary. Lin Yu could not help but mentally applaud the designer's prowess in harmonizing nature with human artistry. Venturing further, he felt as though he had wandered into a verdant forest. The rooms were enveloped by lush greenery, meticulously maintained, showcasing an array of flora that dazzled the senses. He mused, this was not merely a hotel stay. It was akin to residing within a royal garden. He even entertained the fanciful notion that he was not on vacation, but rather assuming the role of an emperor. At the thought, a subtle smile graced his lips. Inhaling deeply, he savored the myriad fragrances of the plants, which were refreshing to the soul. He sensed a profound relaxation wash over him, dispelling the fatigue of his journey. Indeed, the luxurious experience justified the expense. Lin Yu reflected, contemplating whether he should bring his family along to indulge in this exquisite retreat next time. Turning to the staff member, he remarked, the ambience here is splendid, akin to living in a park. Surely, the service fee must be substantial? Sir, yes. It is our honor to ensure your satisfaction. The attendant replied with a radiant smile, her words polished and gracious. Haha, I speak candidly, so please do not take offense. Lin Yu chuckled to himself, pondering the simple yet monotonous joys of the affluent. Chapter 36. The Mu sisters discuss a reduction after casually surveying the surroundings. Lin Yu patted his stomach and muttered to himself, well, I suppose I should first pay a visit to the restaurant. Just as he was about to rise, his phone rang at an inopportune moment, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Lin Yu answered the call, his tone tinged with curiosity. Good day, is this Mr. Lin Yu? I am Mu Qianqian's elder sister, Mu Shiying. A voice resonated from the other end, possessing a magnetic quality, mature yet subtly laced with an unmistakable hint of apology. I sincerely apologize for my sister's behavior today. The timbre of her voice was enough to weaken one's knees. There is no need for that. How about I treat both you sisters to a meal instead? Lin Yu paused momentarily before continuing. I am currently at the Yangyin Aman Hotel, which has a restaurant. Once you arrive, we could discuss what to eat. Mu Shiying on the other end was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, all right, we'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Mu Qianqian eagerly leaned towards her sister, exclaiming, "Sister, he actually lives at Yanyanamon. He must be incredibly wealthy." Without responding to her sister's excitement, Mu Shiying urged, "Stop dawdling and hurry up. We need to meet him." Fresh from work, she was still clad in a figure-hugging professional outfit that accentuated her 175-meter stature, perfectly showcasing her S-curve. Her chestnut waves cascaded casually, and her delicate oval face was adorned with light makeup. The combination of black stockings and high heels elongated her already striking legs, exuding an ineffable mature allure. In contrast, Mu Qianqian appeared more casual, dressed in a Hello Kitty ensemble worth around 2,000 yuan, embracing a cute aesthetic. Both sisters were ardent admirers of Maserati, and Mu Shiying drove one as well. In the car, Mu Qianqian clasped her hands together, gazing at her sister with a pitiful expression. "Sister, my lifelong happiness relies entirely on you." With a resigned sigh, Mu Shiying replied, "I will do my best. But 2 million plus in compensation is truly excessive. I have only been working for less than 4 years. I simply cannot afford such a sum." Immediately, Mu Qianqian switched to flattery mode. "Sister, you have always been exceptionally outstanding. Now you are the department head at a domestic media company, earning 1 million annually. A mere 2 million should be a piece of cake for you." Mu Shiying internally chuckled at her navette. She was well aware of her own savings. Although her salary was substantial, both sisters had an extravagant spending habit, never opting for anything inexpensive. Their Maserati was financed through a loan, and while future income could cover such expenses, it was a pipe dream for her to produce such a large sum at present. Lin Yu, however, was unconcerned with the sisters' financial dilemmas. He had already ordered a steak to satiate his hunger. After all, it would be absurd to neglect his own appetite for the sake of 2 unrelated women. Moreover, his mind was as clear as a mirror. The 2 sisters had hurried over, primarily hoping to have their car repair costs reduced or even waived entirely. What a fanciful thought! Lin Yu curled his lips in disdain. Unless they could persuade him willingly, the prospect of waiving the repair fee seemed rather unlikely. "Mr. Lin, we have arrived." Mu Shiying's voice echoed from the other end of the line, tinged with a barely perceptible tension. "All right, I'll come out to greet you," Lin Yu responded, a slight smile gracing his lips as he ended the call. At the hotel entrance, Lin Yu instantly spotted the pair of sisters. Mu Shiying, clad in a black professional ensemble, accentuated her S-shaped figure exquisitely. Her chestnut waves cascaded over her shoulders, and although her delicate oval face bore traces of fatigue, it only added to her mature allure. The black stockings paired with high heels rendered her already statuesque frame even more striking. In contrast, Mu Qianqian donned an adorable Hello Kitty outfit, radiating youthful exuberance, yet standing beside her sister, she appeared somewhat overshadowed. Upon catching sight of Lin Yu, Mu Shiying's eyes flickered with surprise. She had initially perceived Lin Yu as merely a typical wealthy heir, but he turned out to be remarkably tall and handsome, his designer attire accentuating his extraordinary charisma. Mu Qianqian was completely mesmerized, silently thanking her sister for this opportunity. Perhaps this time, they might truly succeed. Lin Yu regarded the 2 enchanting women before him, reflecting on the distinct charms of the Mu sisters, particularly Mu Shiying, with her alluring and sophisticated appearance, was simply impossible to look away from. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered the binding condition." Binding object. Mu Shiying. The sudden notification from the system momentarily stunned Lin Yu, but soon, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. This was becoming increasingly interesting. The trio entered the hotel and, after some discussion, settled on a French restaurant. In the elegant private dining room, they took their seats. Soon, an array of exquisite French dishes was served. Lin Yu elegantly sliced into his steak, savoring the culinary delights with an air of tranquility. However, the Mu sisters seemed entirely uninterested in their meal. They exchanged glances, and Mu Shiying finally spoke up. "Mr. Lin, my younger sister is quite naive and doesn't fully grasp the situation. Could we discuss the car repair costs?" Lin Yu set down his cutlery and dabbed his lips with a napkin. "Did your sister inform you of the repair expenses?" "She did, and she mentioned it would definitely exceed 3 million. Mu Shiying's voice trembled slightly. Lin Yu smiled faintly. "Let us skip the roundabout discussions. Just tell me directly what you both want." Taking a deep breath, Mu Shering summoned her courage and replied, "We would like to ask Mr. Lin to consider reducing the repair fees, as Qianqian has just started her freshman year and has no income. We hope you might grant us a little leniency, or perhaps." The last request was too difficult for Mu Shering to articulate. She recognized it was an excessive demand that he would surely refuse. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu feigned astonishment, widening his eyes as he locked his gaze on Mu Shering. "Miss Mu, do you believe my money grows on trees or is found by the roadside? Do you think earning a living is that effortless? Do you think it can simply be waived?" The Mu sisters silently scoffed. "You, the wealthy second generation, are merely benefiting from your family's fortune. What difference does it make if it was given to you or blown in by the wind?" However, they dared not voice their disdain, compelling themselves to lament instead. "Mr. Lin, you may not be aware, but our parents passed away early, and we have lost touch with relatives and friends, making it impossible for us to borrow any money." As Mu Shering spoke, her eyes began to redden. Mu Qianqian followed suit, dabbing at her tears with a pitiful expression. Lin Yu observed the sister's performance with a smirk of derision in his heart. He was no philanthropist, and he was acutely aware of the intentions behind these two women's actions. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to seize this opportunity to gain control over the Mu sisters. With the support of the system and the leverage of the car repair costs, he firmly believed that success was within his grasp. Chapter 37. Gradually unraveling. In dire straits, dim light cascaded over the exquisite dinner plates, the clinking of cutlery resonating with a crisp sound. Lin Yu methodically sliced through the tender steak on his plate, the succulent meat glistening enticingly under the soft illumination. He savored a morsel, chewing slowly, seemingly lost in the realm of culinary delight, oblivious to the unfolding events around him. Mu Shering gripped the napkin tightly in her hands, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. She gazed at Lin Yu, whose inscrutable smile suggested he had everything under control. "Mr. Lin, my sister and I have truly faced hardships. Please have mercy and be lenient." Mu Shering's voice bore a tinge of desperation, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Mu Qianqian lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, as though she were silently weeping. "Hardships?" Lin Yu lifted his gaze, wiping the corner of his mouth with a napkin, his eyes sharp. "Who has it easy? Every penny I earn is the fruit of my relentless labor." He paused, his tone growing more serious. "I built everything from scratch, step by step. Do you have any idea how much I have suffered, how many trials I have endured?" Mu Shering and Mu Qianqian exchanged a glance, both astonished by the revelation. They had assumed Lin Yu was merely a pampered heir, unaware that he had risen from nothing. "Mr. Lin, are you implying that all this wealth is self-earned?" Mu Shering ventured, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Indeed." Lin Yu set down his cutlery, leaning back slightly in his chair. "Not only do I not rely on my family's fortune, but I have also provided them with a substantial sum to enjoy their twilight years." A hint of pride graced his features. Despite the assistance of a system, it was true. He had profited by binding with a goddess, ensuring his parents' comfort. The Mu sisters were utterly taken aback. They had not anticipated that this young, handsome man possessed such formidable strength and determination. "Then, what about the repair costs?" Mu Shering's voice dropped, devoid of hope, merely wishing to mitigate her losses. Lin Yu regarded her, a slight smile playing on his lips. "The repair cost cannot be diminished, not even a fraction." He lifted the glass of red wine from the table, swirling the crimson liquid within, mirroring Mu Shering's current state of anxiety. However, Lin Yu's tone shifted, causing Mu Shering's heart to leap once more. "However, what?" she asked eagerly, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. Lin Yu contemplated briefly before dismissing any fleeting softness, turning instead to Mu Qianqian. "The Maserati involved in the incident belongs to Miss Mu Qianqian, does it not?" Mu Qianqian raised her head, her tear-filled eyes nodding in acknowledgement. "I have already consulted with the insurance company," she replied. Lin Yu set down his wine glass, hands clasped on the table, leaning forward as he locked eyes with Mu Qianqian. "Should you refuse to compensate, I will proceed with legal action." He paused momentarily, emphasizing his tone. "When the time comes, the subpoena will be sent directly to the school." I believe Miss Mu Qianqian would prefer not to gain notoriety at her institution, correct? Instantly, Mu Qianqian's complexion turned pallid. Her lips clenched tightly as her body trembled slightly. As a freshman, if this matter came to light at the school, her future would be utterly ruined. Mu Xing, having navigated the complexities of society for years as a department head in a publicly listed company with a background in media, had encountered her share of worldly affairs. Lin Yu's petty tricks held no fear for her. She shot Lin Yu a glare, her tone laced with reproach. Mr. Lin, we are pleading with you in good faith. If you choose not to assist, that is one thing, but there is no need to intimidate Qianqian. Mu Qianqian pouted, casting a pitiful glance at Lin Yu, as if she had suffered a grave injustice. Observing Lin Yu's indifference, Mu Shiying steeled herself and insisted, "It's merely a few million. I will cover it. What is the big deal?" Lin Yu, perceiving the dynamic of the two sisters, one taking on the role of the good cop and the other the bad, remained unperturbed. He shrugged, feigning helplessness. "Since Miss Mu has stated it so, I shall not press further. However, the meal has arrived. It would be a shame to waste it. We can leave after we finish eating." The Mu sisters, with little appetite left, hastily concocted an excuse and departed in a rush. On their way back, Mu Qianqian wore a worried expression, repeatedly reciting Lin Yu's words, clearly shaken. "Sister, do you think I can't afford such a sum? Will he truly sue me? What am I to do?" Mu Shiying reassured her. "Do not fear. I am here for you. I will find a way to gather the funds and repay that scoundrel." The next day, Lin Yu contacted the Bugatti branch in the city. The insurance company had already reached out to them following his accident. The branch promptly dispatched a professional engineer to assess the damages, ultimately quoting around 4 million. Aside from the front end, the engine also suffered minor damage requiring repairs. Upon hearing this figure, Lin Yu's spirits soared. This was indeed serendipitous. He had been pondering how to compel the sisters to acquiesce. This meant that even if Mu Qianqian's insurance covered the costs, she would still need to pay over 3 million herself. Now, he was eager to see how they would maintain their arrogance. Lin Yu immediately forwarded the preliminary quote to Mu Qianqian. Upon seeing this astronomical figure, the sisters nearly fainted on the spot. 3 million. Mu Shiying felt her voice tremble, incredulous at the amount. Mu Qianqian burst into tears. "Sister, where would I possibly find such a sum?" Whoa. Although Mu Shiying earned a substantial annual salary, her expenses were considerable. Between cosmetics, designer handbags, clothing, and maintaining social relationships, every expense added up. Coupled with the loans for 2 cars and the exorbitant rent in the city, saving 20 to 30,000 a year was already commendable. To suddenly demand 3 million from her was akin to scaling the heavens. She suppressed the turmoil within her heart and sent a message to Lin Yu. "Mr. Lin, I SNT this price a bit high. Could we possibly negotiate?" Lin Yu, glancing at the message from Mu Qianqian on his screen, could almost envision her pitiful demeanor, as if she were weeping like a fragile flower. He chuckled to himself, thinking, "Oh, this is just the beginning," deliberately leaving her in suspense for a moment. He leisurely replied with a firm no, then hung up the phone. On the other end of the line, Mu Shiying observed her sister's anxious expression. Feeling a surge of irritation, gritting her teeth, she dialed the number of her superior. "Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm currently in a bit of a financial bind. Would it be possible to receive an advance on my salary?" Mu Shiying's voice trembled slightly, bracing herself for rejection. "An advance on your salary?" Mr. Wang's tone turned somewhat teasing. "Shiying, you are the face of our company, known for your lavish spending. How could you possibly be short on funds?" Mu Shiying's heart sank. She recognized that the lecherous old man was beginning to set his sights on her. "Mr. Wang, please don't mock me. I truly have an urgent need." Mu Shiying endeavored to keep her voice steady. "Urgent need? What kind of urgent need? Do share. Perhaps I can assist you." His tone dripped with mockery. Taking a deep breath, Mu Shiying steeled herself and said, "There has been an issue at home, and I require some funds." "Oh, how much do you need?" 3 million. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. 3 million? Mr. Wang burst into laughter. "Shiying, you certainly have a knack for humor. However, it's not entirely out of the question to discuss. Mu Shiying realized what Mr. Wang's discussion entailed. Suppressing her disgust, she asked Mr. Wang, "What are your conditions?" "Conditions? Quite simple, as long as you." Mr. Wang's voice took on a low, suggestive tone, clenching her fists tightly. Mu Shiying understood that agreeing to Mr. Wang would mean plunging herself into a dire predicament. Yet, if she refused, what would become of her sister? The staggering sum of over 3 million was beyond her means to repay. Desperate, Mu Shiying reached out to several colleagues and friends with whom she usually maintained a good rapport, only to encounter either pitiful tales of financial hardship or shameless demands. Some individuals, who appeared respectable, even suggested that she could secure a loan in exchange for intimate favors. It was then that Mu Shiying realized she had been living in a deceptive bubble. Those so-called friends and colleagues were merely wolves in sheep's clothing. Reflecting on her 4 years since graduating from university without a boyfriend, she realized it wasn't that she had no desire for a relationship. Rather, she believed her own worth was too high to sell herself short. She had always dreamed of finding a wealthy, handsome partner who would provide a life free from worry. Yet now, reality had dealt her a harsh blow. The men who covet her beauty are either lecherous old men like Mr. Wang or impoverished souls incapable of offering her any genuine assistance. She finds herself in a precarious position, akin to a person teetering on the edge of a precipice. Caught in a dilemma. On one hand, a staggering debt of over 3 million looms over her like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating her. On the other hand, she is unwilling to compromise her body and dignity for mere monetary gain. Moreover, even if she were to abandon her principles, there is no guarantee that she would amass sufficient funds. And if she were to succeed, what then? Would she be discarded once she has outlived her usefulness, only to remain burdened by debt? As she gazes upon her sister's innocent face, a pang of anguish pierces her heart. She had once boasted confidently in front of her sister, assuring her that she would resolve everything. In hindsight, she realizes just how naive she truly was. Chapter 38. Tang Chani Pin, sister's heart unyielding. Mu Shiying dialed the insurance company, clutching her last glimmer of hope that they might negotiate a reduction in the compensation amount. The insurance company readily acquiesced, and both parties agreed to convene at the Bugatti-authorized repair shop. Inside the workshop, Mu Shiying's mood plummeted like the cold metal components surrounding her. The Bugatti repair team, clad in immaculate uniforms, expressionlessly listed the parts requiring replacement: carbon fiber body, custom tires, precision sensors. Each component's price was astronomical. The engine also required a major overhaul, with some parts needing to be airlifted from the headquarters in France. The repair technician's voice remained monotonous, as if he were recounting the most mundane of matters. He handed Mu Shiying a lengthy list and invoice, prominently displaying the sum: 600,000 euros. Converted to Chinese yuan, it exceeded 4 million. Mu Shiying felt as if all her strength had been drained, collapsing into her chair. Even selling herself would not suffice for a fraction of this amount. This is the lawsuit drafted by my lawyer. Take a look and see how you intend to resolve this. Lin Yu's voice was icy as he slid a document across the table. Mu Shiying numbly accepted it and casually flipped through a few pages, her sister Mu Qianqian's name glaringly listed under the defendant section. She abruptly lifted her gaze, fixing Lin Yu with a fierce stare, her eyes ablaze with anger. "Do you think you have us sisters cornered? Lin Yu, I will never give myself to you." With his hands in his pockets and a smug demeanor, Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smirk. He knew he had successfully hooked this big fish. A whirlwind of confusion engulfed Mu Shiying. She recalled her lecherous boss, Mr. Wang, and several male colleagues who had often harbored ulterior motives toward her. Was she truly to sacrifice her body and dignity for this money? As Mu Shiying wrestled with her inner turmoil, Lin Yu leisurely produced another document from his bag and presented it to her. "What is this?" Mu Shiying quitted. Perplexed as she accepted the paper and scanned it quickly. "This is my solution." Lin Yu's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. The more she read, the more her heart raced. The proposal seemed tailor-made for her. Should she consent to be kept by Lin Yu, she would immediately receive an apartment in a magical city, along with a monthly allowance of 1 million yuan. As for the vehicle's repair costs, Lin Yu would cover them entirely. Mu Shireen could scarcely believe her eyes. How could such fortune befall her? She had heard of similar arrangements before. A beautiful female colleague had been kept by an elderly man, reportedly earning 20,000 yuan a month, and she had reveled in her situation. Yet, compared to Lin Yu's offer, that was but a pittance. She raised her gaze to Lin Yu's handsome, yet somewhat mocking face, her heart a tumult of emotions. Could this man truly be toying with her? Was he genuinely so benevolent? Yet, one must ponder whether there lies a more profound pit awaiting their descent. Mu Shireen suppressed the exhilaration swelling within her and commenced a meticulous examination of the terms and intricacies surrounding the property acquisition. Indeed, the devil resides within the details. Lin Yu had selected for her a luxurious residence at Tangchuni Pin, valued at 110 million, encompassing over 600 square meters, an enticing prospect. However, Lin Yu had merely contributed a down payment of 30 million. Upon signing the contract, although the property would belong to Mu Shireen, she would be encumbered with a loan totaling approximately 80 million over the span of 20 years, equating to monthly repayments exceeding 330,000. Upon realizing this, Mu Shireen inhaled sharply. Lin Yu's tactics were exceedingly astute. A meticulous web had been woven, step by step, ensnaring her, this hapless little lamb, within the trap set forth by the cunning old fox. Infuriatingly, despite being acutely aware of the snare, she found herself compelled to leap in, and remarkably, she did so with a certain willingness. After all, when calculated, she would still have a disposable income of 670,000 each month. A considerable sum indeed. It took her an entire year of relentless toil to earn a meager million. This immense temptation loomed before her like a colossal magnet, firmly grasping her heart. She conceded that her resolve wavered. The terms presented were astonishingly favorable, almost surreal, clinging to the last vestiges of her stubbornness. Mu Shireen declared to Lin Yu that they should first visit the property. Lin Yu nodded and instructed her to bring her identification and phone, subsequently hailing a taxi that sped towards Tangchuni Pin. Good afternoon, esteemed guests. Welcome to Tangchuni Pin. How may we assist you today? Greeted the saleswoman with a sweet smile and a melodious voice. Lin Yu mentioned that he had previously visited, selected a residence, and had already made a deposit. The saleswoman immediately contacted Manager Chun, responsible for sales. Upon learning that his esteemed client Lin Yu had arrived, Manager Chun hurried over, his face beaming with delight. "Ah, Mr. Lin, what an honor to welcome you. Please, this way. Allow me to escort you both to view the property." The trio arrived at the opulent duplex residence, boasting an expansive area of over 600 square meters, featuring 6 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 7 bathrooms, with a breathtaking 360-degree panoramic view, standing several dozen meters above ground. The entire splendor of the Huangpu River unfolded before them. The home was lavishly furnished, ready for immediate occupancy. "How beautiful!" Mu Shireen exclaimed, standing on the spacious terrace, gazing dreamily at the vista outside. The river breeze caressed her hair, and she felt as though she were standing on the clouds, the entire world beneath her feet. A wave of dizziness washed over her, not due to a fear of heights, but from the overwhelming luxury that had suddenly enveloped her. She had never envisioned that one day she might inhabit such a residence. Previously, Tangchuni Pin had merely represented an unattainable dream, a symbol confined to television screens and magazines. Yet now, this dream was astonishingly within her grasp. Mu Shireen's heart raced, and she felt as though she were on the verge of breathlessness. She yearned to clutch this residence tightly, determined that no one could seize it away from her. Turning her gaze to Lin Yu beside her, she contemplated the possibilities that lay ahead. The sunlight cascaded upon his face, adorning his chiseled profile with a golden sheen. Mu Shireen suddenly perceived that the terms proposed by Lin Yu were akin to a serendipitous windfall from the heavens. No, they were even more delectable than mere pastries. To have such an attractive and well-built gentleman as her intimate partner, residing in the luxurious Tangchuni Pin with a monthly allowance nearing 700,000. Such a fortuitous opportunity is virtually unattainable. If she were not to seize this man, who else could she possibly consider? Could she genuinely rely on those lecherous old men and impoverished souls who merely paint grand illusions? The more Mu Shireen contemplated, the more advantageous it seemed. She even began to devise strategies in her mind to secure Lin Yu's unwavering devotion. Her gaze towards Lin Yu transformed. What once held a hint of hesitation and resistance was now replaced by an unmistakable yearning, or perhaps a resolute determination. Mu Shireen silently clenched her fist, inwardly affirming to herself, Mu Shireen, this apartment is yours for the taking. This man is yours to claim. Chapter 39. Romantic Affections. After Lin Yu completed the payment of 30 million as a down payment, Manager Chun beamed as he escorted the couple to the VIP room of the sales office. Mr. Lin, here is your deposit guarantee mortgage contract, wherein you shall serve as a guarantor for Ms. Mu's loan. Manager Chun handed Lin Yu a document. With a swift glance, Lin Yu signed his name with a flourish, exuding an air of nonchalance, as though he were merely signing an inconsequential document. Ms. Mu, this is the purchase agreement for the property. Please take a look. Manager Chun then directed his attention to Mu Shireen. As she received the thick bundle of contracts, she felt the weight of its significance. She understood that it represented not just a legal document, but a safeguard for her future. Each word shimmered with promise as she perused the pages, and soon, she was required to affix her signature and fingerprint repeatedly. Yet, she was more than willing, for with each stroke, she drew closer to the luxurious home she had longed for. Mr. Lin, Ms. Mu, all formalities have been completed. We will liaise with the bank for the subsequent processes. Since this is a ready property, the real estate certificate will be delivered to Ms. Mu in a few days. Now can Ms. Mu please register her fingerprint for the lock and other move-in matters? Allow me to also introduce you to the amenities of Tang Chunyi Pin. Manager Chin spoke with utmost respect. Tang Chunyi Pin indeed provided exceptional service. Rooms were maintained by dedicated staff, allowing for immediate occupancy, and the surrounding facilities were comprehensive. In that moment, Mu Shireen resembled a docile kitten, nestled in Lin Yu's embrace, gazing at the dazzling nightscape of the Huangpu River. She felt a surge of emotion, realizing that this overwhelming wealth had finally embraced her. Seeing Mu Shireen sign the maintenance agreement and behave so obediently, Lin Yu felt elated and promptly transferred 1 million to her. Ding! Mu Shireen's phone chimed. Your bank card ending in 6958 has received 1,000,000 yuan. Ding! Simultaneously, Lin Yu's phone also resonated. Your bank card ending in 2678 has received 10,000,000 yuan. Lin Yu reveled in his good fortune, envisioning yet another lucrative asset. Mu Shireen's eyes sparkled upon reading the message. This was indeed a substantial sum. In her excitement, she turned and embraced Lin Yu, planting a passionate kiss on him, mentally expressing her gratitude. Thank you, benefactor. I will surely make the most of this evening. Congratulations, host, on captivating Mu Shireen. You have gained 100 goddess points. Having effortlessly charmed yet another goddess, Lin Yu's accomplishments now totaled 8. Lu Ruyan, Su Shuer, Li Mengyao, Zhang Ting, Lin Jiejia, Bai Bing, Li Feier, and Mu Shireen. A sense of satisfaction welled within him. If each of his divine companions could yield 10 million coins monthly, it would accumulate to a staggering 80 million. Lin Yu resolved to strive harder to secure 10 goddesses, for only then could he elevate his system. Meanwhile, in Mu Shireen's apartment, Mu Qianqian curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees, her gaze fixated with anxiety on the phone resting on the coffee table. Her sister had not returned home all night, a first for them. She dialed Mu Shireen's number repeatedly, only to be met with the cold echo of a busy signal. Time passed slowly, the hands of the clock on the wall indicating it was already 2 in the morning. Mu Qianqian's patience had finally worn thin, and she dialed the phone once more. Lin Yu was caught up in a whirlwind of activity, too preoccupied to answer, letting the phone ring incessantly beside him. It wasn't until an hour later that Lin Yu finally picked up the call. Sister, you finally answered. Mu Qianqian's voice quivered with distress. Are you okay? Where have you been? Why didn't you pick up the phone for so long? I'm home alone. Before Lin Yu could respond, He heard Mu Qianqian's tearful voice, stirring a wave of compassion within him. Don't be afraid. Your sister is fine. She's doing well. Upon hearing Lin Yu's voice on the other end, Mu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. Her fear swiftly transformed into anger and concern. Lin Yu, why are you there? Where's my sister? How could her phone be with you? You. Just as Lin Yu was about to explain, Mu Shiying snatched the phone from him. Having just endured a taxing ordeal, her body was still recovering, and Lin Yu's presence had only added to her exhaustion. As she finally caught her breath, the anxious and accusatory tone of her sister startled her, prompting her to hastily take the call. Hello, Qianqian. Mu Shiying's voice was faint. Sister is fine, don't worry. Everything has been resolved, so rest assured. I'm coming home now. Just stay put and don't overthink things. She endeavored to make her voice sound as calm as usual, yet a hint of panic slipped through. She didn't want her innocent sister to know the true nature of her experiences. I'll tell her about what happened later, Lin Yu suggested. Okay. Mu Shiying nodded lightly. It was better to be candid than to conceal the truth. The two embraced, cherishing a moment of tranquility before adjusting their attire and descending the stairs. As the hour hand pointed to 6, Lin Yu recalled that Mu Qianqian must be famished. He decided to pick up some renowned signature dishes from a well-known restaurant near Tang Chunyi Pin, and then hailed a taxi, heading straight to the sister's apartment. Inside the car, Mu Shiying nestled against Lin Yu, who gently held her hand. Sister, it's so good to have you back. As the apartment door swung open, Mu Qianqian bounded in like a joyful fawn, rushing into Mu Shiying's embrace. Lin Yu, what are you doing here? Only then did Mu Qianqian notice Lin Yu trailing behind Mu Shiying, momentarily stunned, her voice faltering. Mu Shiying cast an awkward glance at her sister. Chapter 40. Unraveling heartstrings and packing luggage. Mu Shiying remained silent, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Yet, Lin Yu from behind encircled her slender waist, declaring possessively, indeed, Shiying is now my woman. Mu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, before suddenly throwing herself into Mu Shiying's embrace, weeping like a lost child. Sister, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I have dragged you into this. Boo-hoo. Mu Shiying was startled by her sister's unexpected display, and she hurriedly patted her back, gently soothing. Qianqian, it's not your fault. I chose this willingly. Lin Yu, he's a good person. As she mentioned his character, her voice involuntarily softened, betraying a hint of complex emotions. After finally calming her sister, Mu Shiying invited them to dine. The meal she had brought back was particularly sumptuous, featuring Mu Qianqian's favorite sweet and sour ribs, along with the usually unaffordable steamed base, and even a small bowl of bird's nest soup. The dishes still emitted steam, clearly prepared not long ago. Mu Qianqian's attention was swiftly captivated by the feast, but after a few bites, she noticed her sister incessantly serving Lin Yu, nearly piling his bowl into a small mountain. Hey, you big bad guy. Mu Qianqian could no longer contain herself, setting down her chopsticks and glaring at Lin Yu. What have you given my sister? Why is she suddenly so kind to you? She used to serve me first. Lin Yu set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and smiled at Mu Qianqian. Little girl, mind your manners. I have a name. It's Lin Yu. Also, be a bit more polite to me, or else. He intentionally elongated his words, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Mu Qianqian immediately tensed, cautiously asking, or else what? Lin Yu, does this mean we not have to pay any money? Lin Yu laughed heartily. Pay? Of course not. Not only will you not have to pay, but your lives as sisters will only get better from here. Your allowance. He paused deliberately, watching Mu Qianqian's eager expression before continuing leisurely. It will only increase. Mu Qianqian, having lost weight from the stress and anxiety surrounding the compensation issue, felt a tremendous weight lift from her heart upon hearing Lin Yu's promise. She leapt up excitedly, embracing Mu Shiying. Sister, we don't have to pay anymore. How wonderful. Then, she dashed in front of Lin Yu, making a face of, at least you're sensible. With that, she flitted around the room like a joyful little bird. Mu Shiying, watching her sister's elation, felt her eyes misting, yet her lips curled into an involuntary smile. Stealing a glance at Lin Yu, a whirlpool of emotions swirled within her. All right, Shiying, you and your sister should gather your essentials. Let us head over to the new house tonight. Everything is already prepared there. Why remain in this cramped space? Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, the house rented by the Mu sisters was rather small, cluttered with belongings that made the passageway feel quite cramped. He contemplated the spacious and bright new residence, fully furnished and equipped with all necessary appliances, ready for immediate occupancy. Why, then, should he subject the two sisters to such a meager existence in this dilapidated abode? I share your thoughts. Please take a seat and enjoy some fruit. I shall prepare everything shortly. Mu Shirring responded with a radiant smile, her tone brisk and decisive. As she spoke, she swiftly pulled her bewildered sister, Mu Qianqian, into the bedroom. With a click, the door shut tightly, isolating Lin Yu's curiosity from their conversation. Mu Qianqian, caught off guard by her sister's sudden action, blinked her large eyes in confusion, her expression clearly asking, "What is happening? Sister, where are we going? Are we heading to a hotel again? Which one this time? A luxury suite or a Cizid villa?" She exclaimed excitedly, rubbing her hands together, her imagination already conjuring visions of lounging on a grand bed, indulging in top-notch service. Mu Shirring flashed a mysterious smile, lowering her voice deliberately. This time is far more exhilarating than staying in a hotel. Can you guess? More exciting than a hotel? Mu Qianqian's eyes widened further as her mind raced with possibilities. Could it be a world tour? A luxury cruise? A private jet? Oh my! Sister, you are incredible. Seeing her sister's naive wonder, Mu Shirring couldn't help but chuckle softly, pinching her chubby cheek affectionately. What are you imagining, you little dreamer? It's even better than those. You'll find out soon enough, but for now, stop asking questions and pack your things. Though filled with curiosity, Mu Qianqian complied, obediently beginning to gather her cherished belongings. She hummed a cheerful tune while cramming her beloved clothes, cosmetics, and snacks into her suitcase, her heart brimming with anticipation for the surprise ahead. Meanwhile, Mu Shirring organized her items methodically, unlike her sister's haphazard approach. Along with the essentials, she also packed some necessary daily supplies. Lin Yu sat on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone, finding the recent short videos increasingly mundane. As he flipped through them repeatedly, drowsiness crept in, and he soon succumbed to sleep. When he awoke, dusk had settled outside, and a soft pink blanket enveloped him, carrying a faint, pleasant fragrance. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he glanced at his phone. 2 whole hours had passed. Indeed, the soon that the women had mentioned proved to be as unreliable as a man's "I'll be right there," perpetually existing in a different dimension. Lin Yu silently scoffed at the 2 women, thinking that packing for them took longer than a pilgrimage to the West. After what felt like an eternity, the fruits of their labor finally appeared before Lin Yu. 2 bulging suitcases, 2 nearly bursting backpacks, an impressively large fabric bag, resembling a small mountain piled in front of him. Mu Shirring and Mu Qianqian, witnessing Lin Yu's astonishment, expressed no remorse. Instead, they defiantly chimed in unison. "What are you staring at? This is the amount of belongings a woman possesses." Lin Yu's lips twitched as he thought to himself, "So much stuff. Are we moving houses?" Initially intending to let the 2 women handle the luggage gradually, he abruptly changed his mind. "No need. I'll manage it alone," Lin Yu said nonchalantly. He slung one backpack in front and another behind, draped the large cloth bag over his right shoulder, then effortlessly lifted a suitcase in each hand before striding toward the elevator. The sisters were well aware of the weight of the luggage, especially those 2 suitcases. If they had to move them themselves, they could barely carry one at a time, panting and exhausted. "Sis, he's so strong." Mu Qianqian widened her eyes, whispering in awe into Mu Shirring's ear. "Strong? He's practically a beast." Mu Shirring, recalling certain images, unconsciously clenched her thighs, her voice trembling slightly. "Wow, then you're really in for a treat, aren't you?" Though still a freshman with no first-hand experience, Mu Qianqian, raised in the digital age, had seen and heard enough to grasp the deeper meaning behind her sister's words. Her tone carried a mix of excitement and envy. "Shut up, you little brat." Mu Shirring's cheeks flushed as she lightly smacked her sister's head. "I'm not lying. Books and movies all say it feels amazing. You must be enjoying yourself." Mu Qianqian giggled mischievously. "You, keep talking and I'll ignore you." Mu Qian feigned anger. All right, I'll stop. Mu Qianqian stuck out her tongue, thinking, sis is so easily embarrassed. Yet, the image of Lin Yu's formidable physique made her suppress a secretive smile. Had Lin Yu heard Mu Qianqian's remarks, he would have surely exclaimed how shockingly bold modern college girls have become. Lin Yu effortlessly loaded all the luggage into the trunk, leaving barely any space. Clapping his hands, he turned to the dazed sisters. What are you standing around for? Get in the car, or do you need me to carry you in? Snapping out of their reverie, Mu Shiying and Mu Qianqian quickly scrambled into the vehicle. Chapter 41. Choosing a room. The couple's bath. Lin Yu drove Mu Shiying's Maserati at a swift pace, ultimately halting before the grand entrance of Tang Chunyi Pin. Mu Qianqian sat in the back seat, her small hands tightly clenched, her eyes wide with anticipation, fearing she might miss any detail. The security guard meticulously verified the information, while Lin Yu adeptly entered Mu Qianqian's fingerprint and facial recognition data. Observing her sister's naive demeanor, Mu Shiying felt a mix of amusement and tenderness in her heart. All set, Lin Yu snapped his fingers with ease and parked the car steadily in the exclusive spot he had purchased for $1.8 million. This parking space was more expensive than many people's homes. Mu Qianqian silently marveled at this fact. Upon exiting the vehicle, Lin Yu proactively took hold of the various bags, while the Mu sisters followed closely behind. The trio ascended in the private elevator, reaching the heights of their new abode. As the elevator chimed and the doors opened, Mu Qianqian felt her heart nearly cease beating. Being night, she failed to recognize her surroundings in the magical city, only aware that their destination was extraordinary, and she could merely follow her sister with eager anticipation. Mu Shiying approached the door and unlocked it using facial recognition. The door slowly creaked open, releasing a soft glow from within. She stepped aside, bending slightly, and made an elegant gesture of invitation towards Mu Qianqian, her voice tinged with pride and affection. Qianqian, welcome to Tang Chunyi Pin. Tang Chunyi Pin. Mu Qianqian felt her tongue tie in disbelief. She pinched her own hand hard. Ouch. This wasn't a dream. Stammering, she asked, Sister, is this the surprise you mentioned? This is too beautiful. Mu Shiying smiled silently, merely taking her sister's hand and wandering into the room. Lin Yu placed the luggage at the entrance, smiling and choosing not to intrude upon the two. Mu Qianqian was utterly speechless, feeling as though she were ensnared in a lavish dream. She glanced around, taking in the spacious living room, the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, the exquisite decor. Everything left her utterly entranced. Mu Shiying observed her sister's wide-eyed wonder, feeling a sense of pride as she raised her eyebrows. She recalled her own initial entrance through that door, when she too had been awestruck, not knowing where to look, resembling a country bumpkin. Even now, she occasionally found herself questioning whether she were in a dream. She pondered that even if she toiled relentlessly to climb to the upper echelons of her company, earning a six-figure salary, could she ever afford such a luxurious residence? It seemed a distant fantasy, not to mention the arduous journey it took to reach such heights. The sacrifices and costs were unfathomable. Sister, just how large is this house? After wandering through the villa, Mu Qianqian felt her legs weary and collapsed onto the soft sofa in the living room, breathlessly inquiring. Over 600 square meters, with 6 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 7 bathrooms. Mu Shiying glanced at the time. It was nearly 10 p.m. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? By the way, Qianqian, with so many rooms available, have you decided which one you would like to stay in? As she spoke, she opened her suitcase, retrieving some commonly used toiletries and a change of clothes, preparing to tidy up a bit before organizing the rest tomorrow. Can I still share a room with you? Mu Qianqian asked, clutching a pillow and gazing at her sister with a pitiful expression. Ever since their parents tragically passed away in a car accident, the sisters had relied on each other, having shared a bed throughout their childhood. It was only when Mu Qianqian entered high school that they began to sleep in separate beds. Yet they still occupied the same room with 2 beds. Suddenly having to sleep alone made her feel somewhat unsettled, as though there was an emptiness that stirred unease within her. Mu Shiying was well aware of her sister's sentiments, but now that she had Lin Yu in her life, it was indeed inconvenient to share a space with her sister. Some matters were not suitable to be conducted in front of her younger sibling. After all, Lin Yu, casually reclining with his legs crossed, was sipping a Red Bull when he nearly choked upon hearing Mu Qianqian's words. He widened his eyes, staring at her with an expression that seemed to question her sanity. Realizing her sister's awkwardness and the expression of the so-called bad guy, Mu Qianqian quickly understood. For the sake of her sister's happiness, she decided to be considerate. Puffing her cheeks in feigned annoyance, she huffed, All right. I understand that you two need your space. I was planning to stay next door, but it seems I shall settle for the room next to yours instead. Humph. I wouldn't want to overhear anything inappropriate that might disrupt my studies. Lin Yu, hearing this, burst into laughter, impressed by his little sister-in-law's perceptiveness. He silently praised Mu Qianqian, thinking to himself, This little girl knows how to behave. Given her thoughtfulness, I shall strive to work hard and ensure that you two sisters. He cleared his throat and pretended to be serious, saying, Qianqian, while studying is undoubtedly important, one must also remember to balance work and rest. Occasionally relaxing and listening to, well, music is quite permissible. Mu Shiying found herself both amused and exasperated by Lin Yu's words. This fellow was becoming increasingly absurd. She shot him a glare before turning to Mu Qianqian, saying, Qianqian, don't listen to his nonsense. Stay wherever you wish. It's entirely up to you. Mu Qianqian cheerfully responded to Lin Yu, Brother-in-law, I understand. I will ensure my ears are thoroughly blocked, guaranteeing I hear nothing. She even made a funny face. Lin Yu laughed heartily, telling Mu Shiying, Look at how well your sister understands. You should be grateful to me, without my influence. Where would you find such a wonderful sister? Mu Shiying was at a loss for words, pondering how the conversation had taken such a turn. However, witnessing the harmonious interaction between her sister and Lin Yu brought her a sense of relief and comfort. Once the rooms were decided, Lin Yu graciously assisted the two in carrying their bags into their respective rooms, then thoughtfully allowed them to organize their belongings first. Mu Shiying quickly arranged her clothes before being pulled into the bathroom by Lin Yu, who declared, Conserving water begins with me. In the spacious bathtub, enveloped in a misty haze, Mu Shiying sat before Lin Yu, the warm water cascading over her skin as she gently wiped his body from his neck to his chest, and every inch in between with delicate tenderness. Lin Yu reclined comfortably against the edge of the tub, savoring this rare moment of intimacy. After their bath, the two donned soft pajamas and lay side by side on the plush bed. The room was filled with the refreshing scent of their post-bath cleanliness, and they nestled together, feeling the warmth radiating from one another. Lin Yu's hand began to wander restlessly, exploring Mu Shiying's body. She playfully scolded him, pressing down on his mischievous hand, and teasingly remarked, But I am an injured party. Can you bear to do this? Lin Yu chuckled softly, looking at her with a pitiful expression. Oh, dear sister. Just tell me a little. Mu Shiying sighed in exasperation, finding his eager demeanor both amusing and infuriating. Deep down, she knew she could never resist him. After all, his skill in charming her had grown ever more profound. She rose, casually tying her long, cascading hair up with a rubber band. Lin Yu gazed at her lustrous black locks and recalled how they flowed down to her waist, his throat tightening slightly. What was this? A different form of seduction? Lin Yu jested. Mu Shiying shot him a glare, remaining silent, and instead she quietly. Chapter 42. Qianqian was astonished by the luxurious car. The following day, Lin Yu awoke to the clock striking 9:30 in the morning. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the disheveled bed. Rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes, he noticed that Mu Shiying had already left for work, and Mu Qianqian had gone to school. Stifling a yawn and scratching his head, he made his way to the living room. On the dining table, a heart-shaped sandwich lay quietly on a plate, accompanied by half a cup of unprepared milk powder and a white note adorned with Mu Shiying's elegant handwriting. There aren't many ingredients at home. Make do with this. Heart. A wave of warmth surged within Lin Yu. This little woman indeed possessed a delicate touch. A slight smile graced his lips as he devoured the sandwich in a few bites, the warm milk gliding down his throat, banishing the last remnants of morning drowsiness. After freshening up and dressing, he stepped out. Today, he intended to check out from Yangyun Ammon Hotel. as the exorbitant cost of $85,000 for a single night was rather painful for him at the moment. Although he had a fair amount of money in his account, he couldn't afford such extravagance. Upon arriving at the hotel and completing the checkout process, Lin Yu was presented with a complimentary lunch voucher. He casually ate a little before hailing a taxi, heading straight to the 4S dealership where Mu Qianqian's Maserati was located. The day before, this little girl had persistently pleaded with Mu Shuriying to urge him to expedite the repairs on her beloved car. They had even exchanged WeChat contacts for the matter. Upon seeing that Mu Qianqian had labeled him as Big Bad Guy in her WeChat, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel speechless. This girl truly held a grudge. At the Maserati 4S service center, Mu Qianqian's beloved vehicle looked as good as new. The original parts and bumper were readily available in the shop, allowing for a remarkably swift repair, completed within a day. Lin Yu sent Mu Qianqian a WeChat message. "Qianqian, do you have class this afternoon? Your car is fixed." Upon reading Lin Yu's message, Mu Qianqian's heart leaped with joy. With her car repaired, commuting to and from school will be much more convenient, and she wouldn't have to trouble her sister any longer. "Lingling, could you please mark me present for the next class? I need to step out for a moment," she said to her friend, her voice tinged with excitement. A girl dressed in a JK uniform, sporting twin ponytails and a sweet appearance, leaned closer, peering at Mu Qianqian's phone screen with a mischievous grin. "Qianqian, it seems something is up. I just saw you chatting with a boy's profile. Are you off to find a man? But it's only afternoon. Why the rush? Oh, what nonsense are you talking about?" Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed as she hurried to explain. "I'm not going to find a man. I'm just heading to the 4S dealership to pick up my car." Yet, she couldn't help but murmur internally, "But he is my brother-in-law." However, she knew better than to say that aloud. Who knew how far the gossip would spread? "Picking up a car? What car? It can't be your little Maserati, can it?" Lingling inquired, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Yes, it was involved in an accident a few days ago, and my brother-in-law took it in for repairs," Mu Qianqian replied, proudly lifting her chin. "Brother-in-law? Since when do you have a brother-in-law? I had no idea." Lingling's face was a portrait of astonishment. I'll explain it to you later." Mu Qianqian evaded the question, unwilling to let more people know about her relationship with Lin Yu. After all, this matter was rather ambiguous and difficult to articulate. As the saying goes, a sister-in-law shares half her heart with her brother-in-law. Having settled the school matters, Mu Qianqian hailed a taxi. Upon arrival, she hurried into the 4S store with brisk steps, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the polished floor. Fine beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, her breath slightly uneven. The moment she entered, she spotted Lin Yu standing beside a car draped in red silk, a smile playing on his lips. "Did you bring your ID?" Lin Yu cut straight to the point upon seeing her. "Yes. Why?" Mu Qianqian was bewildered. "Was this just about picking up the car? Why ask for ID? Do they need to verify my identity for a car collection?" Instead of answering, Lin Yu picked up a document from the nearby table and handed it to her. "Here, sign this vehicle sales agreement." Mu Qianqian froze, her eyes dropping to the bold letters, "Vehicle sales agreement," nearly making her faint. She looked up, utterly confused. "Weren't we here to pick up the car? Why am I selling it now? What kind of scheme is this?" Lin Yu chuckled at her bewildered expression. "Your old car has been through major repairs. It can't compare to a brand new one. I know you and your sister both adore Maseratis. Yesterday I asked her, and she said she doesn't need a new car for now. So, as your brother-in-law, I've decided to gift you a new one, and I'll buy your old car for temporary use." Mu Qianqian blinked, certain she had misheard. Tentatively, she asked brother-in-law, "You're giving me a new car? What kind?" "Maserati MC12. Lin Yu paused, gauging her reaction before adding with a grin. "Well, surprised? Thrilled? Maserati MC12. Mu Qianqian felt as if struck by lightning, her entire body stiffening in shock. MC12. That Maserati S supercar. Limited edition worldwide. Even money can't guarantee you one. She had never dared to dream of owning such a machine. Her mouth fell open, words failing her as her mind blanked out, fireworks of disbelief exploding in her thoughts. This generous brother-in-law is too extravagant. Is he trying to send me to the heavens? She felt weightless, as if treading on clouds, the sudden rush of happiness leaving her dazed. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, she stammered, "Be brother-in-law. You're not joking, are you? BMC 12. That must cost a fortune. Is this how the world of the wealthy operates?" Mu Qianqian wondered if she was dreaming. Moving into Thompson Riviera had been surreal enough, but at least the apartment hadn't been purchased right before her eyes. Now, Lin Yu was gifting her a top-tier Maserati supercar. The heart raced uncontrollably, and Mu Qianqian felt as though she were on the brink of suffocation. This was no jest. The car was ready. Lin Yu chuckled, reaching out to pull away the red silk draped over the vehicle, which cascaded smoothly to the ground. The dazzling yellow and sleek contours of the car resembled a cheetah poised to spring. It was a Maserati MC12. Mu Qianqian felt her legs weaken slightly as she cautiously approached, her fingertips grazing the car's surface. The icy touch jolted her back to reality. She opened the door and settled into the driver's seat, overwhelmed by the exhilaration that a top-tier sports car brought. "Do you like it?" Lin Yu's voice resonated in her ears. Mu Qianqian nodded vigorously, so excited that words escaped her. Lin Yu produced a bank card and, before her astonished gaze, effortlessly swiped it for 5 million. Mu Qianqian stared at him, her eyes shimmering with admiration. In that moment, she found Lin Yu utterly captivating. Ding! An expenditure of 5 million has been made from your card, ending in 2678. Ding! A deposit of 10 million has been credited to your card, ending in 2678. Account balance, 5 million. Lin Yu glanced at the text notifications on his phone, reflecting that the money spent on the Mu sisters was indeed greater than before, yet the results were unmistakable. "You can't catch a wolf without first letting go of the child," he mused, a testament to ancient wisdom. To earn money, one must adopt a steady approach. He approached Mu Qianqian and gently patted her shoulder, asking, "How about taking the car for a spin?" Startled from her reverie, Mu Qianqian nodded eagerly. Lin Yu handed her the keys. "Go enjoy the breeze and unwind." She accepted the keys, ignited the engine, and the Maserati MC12 emitted a deep growl. Taking a deep breath, she pressed the accelerator, and the sports car shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. As she experienced the exhilarating speed, Mu Qianqian felt all her worries dissipate into the ether, and she couldn't suppress her jubilant cheers. Lin Yu stood still, watching her retreating figure with a slight smile playing on his lips. He dialed a number. "Hello, President Wang. Please reserve another Maserati MC12 from the Italian manufacturer for me. This time in red." "Yes, I need to see the car by early next month." After ending the call, he rubbed his chin and mused to himself. This extravagant feeling is quite delightful. Chapter 43. Vehicle registration. Mr. Lin, Ms. Mu, the paperwork has been completed. You may either drive away with a temporary permit or accompany us to the vehicle registration office. What would you prefer? The sales manager inquired with a smile, slightly bowing. "Let us proceed directly to the vehicle registration office. It will save us the hassle." Lin Yu responded without much hesitation. After all, this car was purchased from Mu Qianqian. Getting it registered sooner would allow her to relish the experience. "Very well, we shall await you at the entrance of the registration office." The sales manager, understanding the cue, gracefully stepped outside. "Come, let us drive to the registration office." Lin Yu called out to Mu Qianqian, who was still in a daze. As he settled into the passenger seat, he mused to himself, wondering if the girl was so overjoyed that she had momentarily lost her senses. Finally regaining her composure, Mu Qianqian hopped into the driver's seat, igniting the engine. The Maserati MC12 roared to life, akin to a beast poised to pounce. With a firm press on the accelerator, the car surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Along the way, Mu Qianqian was exhilarated, akin to a child who had just received candy. She reveled in the exhilarating thrust of the supercar, unable to contain her joy. "Wow, this acceleration is incredible. The sound is absolutely phenomenal." Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Her eyes shimmering, she gripped the steering wheel tightly as the wind whipped past her ears, her chest rising and falling slightly with exhilaration. This captivating scene drew Lin Yu's gaze a few extra times, silently acknowledging the girl's captivating figure. Upon arriving at the vehicle registration office, The striking combination of a beautiful woman and a luxury car inevitably attracted a considerable amount of attention. A throng of onlookers gathered, pointing and whispering about Mu Qianqian and the Maserati. Who is this stunning beauty? So fierce yet so lovely. This car must be worth millions. I am truly envious. One can only wonder which wealthy family she hails from. If only she chose a more auspicious license plate number, it would be even more impressive. Do you think her boyfriend is a super rich heir? Need you even ask? He is undoubtedly someone extraordinary. A few young men gazed with rapt attention, wishing to be the one seated in the passenger seat. Feeling somewhat bashful under the scrutiny, Mu Qianqian's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red. She stole a glance at Lin Yu, finding him calmly gazing out the window, seemingly oblivious to the murmurs surrounding them. This thought provided her with a measure of comfort. While processing the paperwork, the staff could not help but steal a few glances at Mu Qianqian, smiling as they remarked, "Miss, this car suits you perfectly. Would you like to choose a more appealing license plate number? We have several consecutive numbers available." Mu Qianqian looked towards Lin Yu, seeking his opinion. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. "No need, just pick any one. I'm indifferent to numbers." He thought to himself, after all, it wasn't his car. Mu Qianqian nodded in agreement. "Then I'll trust your judgment. Just choose any." The staff appeared somewhat astonished. Such a splendid vehicle, and yet they weren't opting for a remarkable plate number? It seemed these two genuinely did not care for such trivialities. During the selection process, Mu Qianqian randomly tapped on a number, and the screen displayed Magic A678cc. Wow, what incredible luck. The crowd erupted in astonishment once more. The license plate, featuring the striking sequence of 678 along with 2 CCs, was simply extraordinary. It undoubtedly enhanced the allure, guaranteeing a staggering 200% rate of head turning. Mu Qianqian herself was taken aback, never expecting that a casual selection would yield such an impressive number. She turned to Lin Yu, who also appeared surprised and chuckled. "It seems fortune is smiling upon you today. Let us go, it's time to eat. After a busy morning, it's nearly noon, and I barely had breakfast. My stomach is growling." Lin Yu exaggeratedly patted his rumbling belly, making a comical face. Mu Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she perked up. "Where shall we dine? Brother-in-law, do you have any special places in mind?" "We're in her restaurant." Since arriving in the Magic City, I haven't had the chance to savor authentic local cuisine. Lin Yu replied, "Wow, I've heard of that place. I came across it on Douyin through a food influencer, and it has consistently ranked among Michelin restaurants. Their signature dishes include crab roe rice, braised pork, and local smoked fish. We absolutely must order those to try," Mu Qianqian exclaimed, rubbing her hands together eagerly like a little hamster anticipating a treat. Seeing her enthusiasm, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "Qianqian, it's clear you are a seasoned foodie. Where do you usually go to eat?" "My sister's company has an in-house cafeteria, so she generally dines there at noon. I've seen her post pictures. The meals look quite decent. As for me, I usually eat at the school cafeteria, occasionally going out with my dorm mates for a treat. But being a student, my living expenses are limited, so I can't often indulge in expensive places," Mu Qianqian replied, a hint of wistfulness in her tone. "How much does your sister give you for living expenses each month?" Lin Yu casually inquired. 5,000, Mu Qianqian answered. "That's quite generous," Lin Yu remarked with a calm exterior, while internally he couldn't help but grumble. "When I was in college, my parents only provided me with a little over 1,000 a month for living expenses, and to impress girls with gifts, I had to work part-time. The disparities between people are infuriating. Well, it's decent. Among my dorm mates, I rank second. One of them has a wealthy family and receives 8,000 a month, while the others generally get around 3,000 or 4,000. Mu Qianqian continued, pouting slightly. "However, living in a Magic City, my greatest realization is that money is never enough. The expenses are truly overwhelming." Lin Yu thought to himself that this young lady was quite adept at budgeting. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. "Qianqian, how about this? I'll cover your living expenses from now on. Each month, I'll provide you, let us say, 10 times that amount, 100,000. How's that sound?" Mu Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming a Na shape, and she was momentarily speechless. Stuttering, she managed to ask brother-in-law, You're not joking, are you? 100,000. Lin Yu reveled in her shocked expression, his heart brimming with delight. He feigned a serious demeanor and said, "What? Is that too little? Then perhaps 200,000? Mu Qianqian quickly waved her hands like a rattledrum. No, no, no. That's more than enough. Brother-in-law, you are too kind to me. I find myself at a loss for words." She was so overwhelmed with emotion that her speech became incoherent, her heart racing like a little rabbit, thumping incessantly. "Silly girl, why be so polite with your brother-in-law? Cool me. Let's go dine." Lin Yu chuckled as he tousled her hair, leading her outside. Mu Qianqian followed Lin Yu in a daze, feeling as though she were treading on clouds, light as a feather. She pinched herself discreetly, wincing in pain, thus confirming she was not in a dream. My goodness, is my brother-in-law truly this generous? A monthly allowance of 100,000 yuan for living expenses. What a celestial brother-in-law. Am I on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of my life? Chapter 44. Dining and Strolling. The prey in the net upon entering the establishment. The antiquated gramophone spun melodiously, filling the air with a subtle hint of sandalwood. Yellowed photographs adorned the walls, depicting Miss White Rose in a qipao, gently waving a feather fan, her soft Wu dialect and gentle humming evoking a sense of nostalgia. Lin Yu and Mu Qianqian chose a window-side table on the second floor, where the intricately carved wooden window frames framed the bustling street outside, starkly contrasting with the tranquility within. "Qianqian, feel free to order whatever you desire. My appetite is hearty. I'm not worried about finishing," Lin Yu said with a smile as he handed her the hefty menu. He understood that girls often have reservations when it comes to ordering, so he decided to alleviate her concerns. Mu Qianqian accepted the menu, her long eyelashes casting shadows as she lowered her gaze. With a delicate motion, she tucked her hair behind her ear, a seemingly trivial act that caused Lin Yu to pause momentarily. Holding a pencil, she meticulously marked her selections on the menu, occasionally glancing up to meet his eyes, only to quickly avert her gaze, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. After placing their orders, they began to discuss their university experiences. It was then that Mu Qianqian discovered that Lin Yu was, like herself, a university student. She observed the man before her, handsome features, an upright stature, exuding a maturity and vigor that set him apart from the male students on her campus. "This braised pork," Mu Qianqian exclaimed softly as she picked up a piece of the golden braised delicacy and took a gentle bite, her eyes instantly lighting up. It melted in her mouth, rich yet not greasy, sweet without being cloying. How could it taste so exquisite? Unable to contain her delight, she gasped like a kitten discovering a hidden stash of candy. "Waiter, 2 more orders of the golden braised pork," Lin Yu promptly signaled, his heart swelling with sweetness at the sight of Mu Qianqian's satisfaction. "Qianqian, order as much as you like. Don't worry about waste. The most important thing is to enjoy your meal." Mu Qianqian replied, her cheeks stuffed with braised pork, her words muffled, resembling an adorable little hamster. "My brother-in-law is simply too wonderful. Not only is he handsome, but he is also so considerate. Today, my little mouth is truly blessed." She mused, "No, I must exercise restraint. I can't indulge too much, or my image will be ruined. But it's just so delicious." An internal battle raged within her, yet her mouth remained in constant motion. Subsequently, they ordered crab roe rice, local smoked fish, sot ed pig liver in a special sauce, stone pot hand-torn honeycomb tofu, oil splash shrimp, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, qingpu lotus root with stir-fried eel, and Huaxia plum shrimp. With each dish that arrived, Mu Qianqian couldn't help but emit small gasps of delight, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Yu quietly observed her, finding more joy in her happiness than in his own meal. When the crab roe rice was served, golden crab roe was lavishly spread over the translucent rice, wafting an irresistible aroma. Mu Qianqian scooped a spoonful and brought it to her mouth, her eyes closing in bliss. And this crab roe is absolutely divine. The local smoked fish was crispy on the outside and tender within, perfectly balanced in flavor. She carefully picked up a piece, blew gently on it, and savored every bite. In the bustling metropolis, the savory stir-fried pig liver, rich and succulent, captivated Mu Qianqian, who indulged with delight, her lips glistening with oil as she gave a thumbs up in appreciation. After the meal, the table lay in disarray. With a contented pat on her round belly, she let out a satisfied burp, her face flushed with happiness, resembling a well-fed kitten, lazy yet adorable. Linyu, watching her, felt an irresistible urge to touzle her charming little head. "Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 5,000 yuan. Please proceed to the checkout," the waitress chimed sweetly. Linyu did not shy away from Mu Qianqian, but instead walked directly to the register to pay by card. A lengthy receipt was dispensed from the machine, and upon glancing at it, Mu Qianqian nearly bit her tongue in shock. "Goodness, this meal consumed a month's worth of my living expenses. Gulme, accompany me to Yuan Garden for a leisurely stroll to aid digestion," Lin Yu suggested, recalling that during their days in the metropolis, he had enjoyed the night views of the Bund, but had yet to explore Nanjing Road, and having a lovely companion made it all the more enjoyable. "Absolutely. I adore shopping." Mu Qianqian's spirits lifted at the mention of a shopping spree. Lin Yu parked in a private lot near Nanjing Road, and the two began to meander through the vibrant streets. As a native of the city, Mu Qianqian navigated the commercial area with ease. Hours slipped by unnoticed as they strolled, their arms laden with an array of shopping bags. "Lin Yu, I truly can't walk any longer. I need a break," Mu Qianqian declared, spotting a CAF where she gently placed her bags on the ground and sank into a sofa, too exhausted to move. "Is this really too tiring for you? I thought women never tire from shopping." Lin Yu teased with a grin. "That's because you're such an enthusiastic shopper. 3 hours is quite a feat for me," she retorted, glancing at the pile of shopping bags, each brimming with luxury items, high-end cosmetics, perfumes, designer apparel, shoes, and bags, all from renowned brands. "Lin Yu, why did you only buy yourself 4 outfits while showering me with so many?" she inquired. "I only need a few sets to wear." "You're a girl. Naturally, you should have more clothes. Besides, buying clothes for a beautiful girl is a pleasure," Lin Yu replied earnestly. He relished the joy of dressing a goddess, finding both visual delight and a sense of accomplishment in the act. "Lin Yu, tell me honestly, do you have feelings for me?" Mu Qianqian suddenly posed the bold question. "Yes, I like you," Lin Yu answered without hesitation. "Ah, but you're still with my sister." Mu Qianqian's voice dwindled to a whisper, her gaze dropping. "I want both of you," Lin Yu stated plainly, his intentions unmasked. Mu Qianqian was taken aback. She had not anticipated his forthrightness. Her face flushed a deep crimson, leaving her momentarily speechless. The usually carefree girl, upon hearing such words, doesn't he react with anger or denial? There seems to be hope, Lin Yu thought, his eyes brightening with optimism. "Do you have your ID with you?" he inquired tentatively. "I do. Why do you ask? Could it be you're planning to gift me an apartment?" Mu Qianqian inquired with a playful lilt in her voice. "Indeed, anyone you desire." "How does that sound? As long as it's available in the city." Lin Yu dropped the bombshell with effortless nonchalance. Mu Qianqian's breath hitched, her mind buzzing with disbelief. An apartment in the city. Anyone she chose? Was this the kind of offer a mere mortal could make? How could she possibly refuse? It felt as though she had stumbled into a dream, one so surreal it defied logic. Stealthily, she pinched her own thigh. Sharp pain flared. No, this was no dream. Chapter 45. Winning Qianqian's Heart. A blissful encounter. Lin Yu retrieved his phone and opened the real estate app recommended by Manager Chun. The screen instantly displayed an overwhelming array of property listings. Prices arranged from high to low, each figure staggering. "Choose," Lin Yu said, handing the phone to Mu Qianqian, his voice laced with a subtle tenderness. Mu Qianqian felt her cheeks burn as if scorched by fire. She accepted the phone with trembling fingers, her gaze flitting across the screen, but never daring to meet his eyes. "How about a unit at Thompson Riviera? That way." "UNT accused me of favoring your sister over you," Lin Yu teased lightly. "And no," Mu Qianqian stammered, waving her hands frantically, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't want to live in the same neighborhood as her. I'm afraid. Afraid she'd be upset if she found out." She bit her lower lip, her eyes clouded with conflict and unease. "Fine, take your time. Let me know which property catches your eye," Lin Yu conceded, closing his eyes as he savored the delicate fragrance emanating from her. an intoxicating scent that stirred his soul. Time slipped by in silence, the car so quiet that only their synchronized breaths could be heard. Nearly half an hour later, Mu Qianqian finally returned the phone, her fingertips still warm from lingering contact. Lin Yu glanced at the screen. China Resources, the Bun 9 Li. Instantly, he understood her intention. The sisters, one residing near the Oriental Pearl Tower across the river, the other along the Bund, would maintain their distance yet remain within reach whenever needed. After loading the trunk with Mu Qianqian's shopping spoils, Lin Yu ignited the engine and headed straight for the sales office of the Bun 9 Li. The sales manager's eyes gleamed like a predator spotting prey the moment he learned of a high-profile client's arrival. His enthusiasm was nearly suffocating as he eagerly assured them of a ready-to-move-in, 500-square-meter luxury apartment that perfectly matched their requirements. Mirroring his arrangement with her sister, Lin Yu covered the 30 million yuan down payment, leaving Mu Qianqian responsible for the remaining 290,000 yuan monthly mortgage. Of course, he promised her a monthly allowance of 1 million yuan, granting her a disposable income of 710,000 yuan. Back in the car, the atmosphere grew palpably charged. "You big jerk." Mu Qianqian mustered the courage to break the silence. "Did you win over my sister the same way?" A smug smile curled at Lin Yu's lips. "Exactly. Her mortgage is 330,000 yuan monthly. Just like yours, with the same 1 million yuan allowance." Mu Qianqian's petite fist pounded lightly against his chest as she scolded, "You're horrible. Absolutely despicable." Lin Yu chuckled. "Call it the power of wealth. How could I resist when both of you are so breathtaking?" With that, he swiftly reclined the seat and pulled her into his embrace before she could react. Their eyes locked, hers wide with alarm and bashfulness, his lips descending with domineering certainty, silencing all protest. The Maserati MC-12 crouched like a slumbering beast by the roadside, its sleek form exuding quiet power. Inside the cabin, Lin Yu's fingers traced delicate patterns along Mu Qianqian's porcelain skin, eliciting a delicate shiver from her. Passers-by cast fleeting glances at the exotic vehicle, oblivious to the intimate scene unfolding within its tinted confines. After an hour of stolen pleasure, Lin Yu adjusted Qianqian's slightly disheveled dress with satisfied care before settling her into the passenger seat. "Now you're truly mine," Lin Yu murmured with a roguish lift of his brow, playfully pinching her flushed cheek. "Shall I take you to your sisters or back to campus, my lovely?" Qianqian's dazed eyes shimmered as she nibbled her lower lip. "Campus, please. I told my sister I was at the garage today. I only stay with her from Friday evenings through Sundays." "As you wish," Lin Yu purred, firing up the engine. "I'm returning to Jiangnan District tomorrow, but I'll visit you both soon. Rest assured, your monthly allowance will arrive punctually. I'll ensure you want for nothing." A pang of melancholy gripped Qianqian at his impending departure. She leaned across the console to press a lingering kiss against his lips. "Don't forget to miss me," she whispered with artful petulance. Lin Yu chuckled, tousling her hair affectionately. "My little enchantress, how could I ever forget you? I'd keep you tethered to my belt if I could." Their parting embrace lasted several stolen minutes before Qianqian reluctantly drove toward campus. Watching her taillights disappear, Lin Yu's lips curved in triumphant satisfaction as he merged onto the highway in the freshly repaired Maserati. This week's expedition had yielded double bounty, conquering both Qianqian and her elder sister. Truly a triumphant campaign. Intercontinental Hotel, Suite XX, Lu Rian. "Master, where are you?" "Jia, and I await your return." "Lin Jia, Lin Yu. Finally you contact us. We've missed you terribly." The women had prepared meticulously upon receiving Lin Yu's message. The suite door stood slightly ajar, revealing their carefully orchestrated tableau. Rian had selected skin-tight jeans that sculpted her dangerous curves, paired with a white blouse daringly unbuttoned to showcase tantalizing glimpses of ivory skin. Jia embodied youthful allure in a pleated mini-skirt and baby blue tee, her coltish legs stretching endlessly. As the elevator ascended, Lin Yu's pulse quickened in anticipation of their rapturous welcome. The chime of arriving floors counted down to his gratification. Lin Yu took a deep breath, straightened his collar, and stepped out of the elevator. As the door swung open, a delicate fragrance wafted toward him. Before he could clearly see, two soft figures simultaneously embraced him. Master, Lin Yu. Lu Ruyin and Lin Jiejia clung tightly to his arms, one on each side, affectionately pulling him into the room. Lin Yu found himself enveloped in warmth and tenderness, an overwhelming sense of bliss surging through him. He glanced down at their exquisite faces, one with alluring, half-lidded eyes, the other radiant with a blossoming smile. Around them, guests and waitstaff cast sidelong glances. The men's gazes burned with envy and resentment, while the women whispered among themselves, their eyes darting between Lin Yu and the two beauties. Damn, this guy's got insane luck. Two absolute stunners. A middle-aged man muttered under his breath. Seriously, look at their figures, their faces, TCH, definitely campus queen material. This guy's in for a hell of a night. Another chimed in. One bold onlooker even whipped out his phone, snapped a photo of the trio, and posted it with the caption, "Life's so unfair. This dude's feasting like a king, two college girls. Bet he's scoring a double tonight." A stylish young woman eyed Lin Yu with a flicker of longing. That guy's so handsome, and, judging by his outfit, he must be loaded. I wish I could be one of those girls. Keep dreaming. Luck like that doesn't just fall into your lap. Her companion retorted bluntly. Unfazed by the murmurs and stares, Lin Yu simply savored the rare embrace of paradise. Chapter 46. Streamer Goose Goose, airport pickup the next morning. Golden sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling onto the plush bed. Lin Yu stretched languidly, invigorated by last night's wild escapades. He wasn't the kind of scoundrel who would forget a woman after intimacy. Though the embrace of tenderness was delightful, he believed in sharing his affections equally. Lin Yu first sent a message to Zhang Ting. "Darling, I've ordered you the latest Porsche. Pick any color you like." Zhang Ting replied almost instantly. "You're terrible. Always trying to win me over with money. But I love it." Kissing emoji. With a smirk, Lin Yu proceeded to send messages to Su Shui, Li Fei, and Bai Bing, arranging lavish gifts ranging from limited edition handbags to high-end luxuries. These women followed him, and he made sure they were never left wanting. As he finished, his phone buzzed incessantly. Bank notifications flooded in. Account ending in 2678 has received 10,000,000 yuan. Account ending in 2678 has received 10,000,000 yuan. Lin Yu's mood soared as his balance swelled to 140 million. Naturally, his goddesses were equally delighted, grateful for the unparalleled pleasure he had bestowed upon them. One particularly satisfied admirer even insisted on gifting him an extra 10 million, calling it repair fees. After all, last night's battle had left her beloved car a little worse for wear. Staring at the 150 million now at his disposal, Lin Yu mused. Money comes too easily these days, faster than robbing a bank. But then again, this was hard-earned. His unique skills made it possible. Not just anyone could pull this off. "Lonely brother, are you there? I'm coming to Hangzhou tomorrow for a trip. My flight arrives around 9 a.m. Could you pick me up?" A message popped up on his screen. The sender's avatar, a charming cartoon character, saved in his contacts as Goose Goose, a streamer with millions of followers. A faint smile curled Lin Yu's lips. This little one is practically delivering herself to me. Lately, Lin Yu had been idling away his time on streaming platforms. Among the countless female streamers, Goose Goose had caught his attention, skilled in singing and dancing, with a face as fresh as morning dew. Lin Yu was notoriously generous, showering her with gifts worth hundreds of thousands in a single session. Over time, his total contributions had surpassed 3 million. "Thank you, lonely brother Goose Goose's sweet." Coquettish voice still echoed in his mind. Privately, she often flirted with him, hinting at visiting Hangzhou someday. Lin Yu hadn't taken it seriously. After all, his phone was filled with similar streamers. He'd spent the most on Goose Goose simply because of her massive following and prestige. These streamers, do you really think their flirty banter means anything? What, they're just toying with you? Lin Yu knew the game well. He kept a level head, indulging in playful exchanges but never losing sight of reality. Still, since Goose Goose was offering herself up, he saw no harm in meeting her. It is precisely the moment to test the possibility of establishing a connection. Should it prove successful, I shall shower her with gifts. If not, I shall retreat to where I came from. Currently, I am engrossed in my pursuit of the goddess, leaving me no time to attend to the trivialities of fleeting affections. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, EGE's visit to Hangzhou is not merely for leisure. Her guild's contract is nearing expiration, and recently, two formidable South Korean girl group trainees have joined, garnering considerable attention and acclaim. As a well-established dancing area streamer, Iga now finds herself under unprecedented pressure. What exacerbates her anxiety is the fact that those who once lavished her with affection have now turned their affections toward the two Korean trainees. Iga is in dire need of a prominent supporter, and Lin Yu, without a doubt, appears to be the most ideal candidate in her eyes. During their conversations, she subtly inquired about his financial status, and he casually remarked that he could never exhaust his funds, which she readily believed. Iga has meticulously prepared for her trip to Hangzhou, mentally primed to win over Lin Yu at all costs. If she could become the girlfriend of the elusive lonely brother, even if merely as a lover, she would need not pursue streaming any longer. She could simply revel in a life of luxury. She has even begun to fantasize about waking up leisurely each day, indulging in shopping sprees, and simply basking in joy. The following morning, Lin Yu, rarely rising early, did so not for the sake of greeting anyone but solely to relish a bowl of the longed-for noodle dish, pianchuan. After completing his morning routine and dressing, he leisurely set out in his car, stopping by a well-regarded noodle shop to savor a bowl of richly garnished pianchuan, thoroughly enjoying the experience. In anticipation of meeting the renowned streamer Iga, Lin Yu took extra care in his appearance, donning what he considered his most dashing attire and visiting his usual barbershop for a fresh new hairstyle. After all, it was his first meeting with a popular streamer. While he was not overly anxious, he wished to leave a favorable impression. After a meticulous styling session with Tony, Lin Yu surveyed his refreshed self in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. With his hairstyle, physique, defined abs, and trendy attire, he felt almost as if he could stand alongside Cha Eun-woo himself. After all the preparation, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Calculating the time, he figured the flight should have landed by now. Lin Yu leisurely started his car and headed toward the airport. Arriving early to meet someone? Unthinkable. He preferred to arrive just in time, even if it meant being a few minutes late. He would rather make the goddess wait than wait for her. This sentiment echoed the famous saying of Boss Chow, who preferred to let others wait for him rather than vice versa. Of course, such sentiments were best left unspoken. Lonely brother, are you there? I've arrived at the airport. Where are you? EGE's message chimed in. Lin Yu had actually arrived at the airport long ago. He simply hadn't been standing idly at the arrivals area. With a subtle smile, he replied, I'll be there shortly. Lin Yu retrieved a splendid bouquet of carefully selected blue roses from the trunk, a lavish expenditure, yet deemed worthwhile for the sake of the show's effect. Cradling the flowers, he strode confidently towards the arrival hall. Amidst the bustling crowd stood a young woman with shoulder-length black hair, her gaze a blend of curiosity and bewilderment, resembling a lost fawn searching for direction. The gentle breeze playfully tousled her silky locks, causing one side to cascade down, obscuring her smooth forehead and enhancing her enigmatic allure. She donned a yellow and white striped off-shoulder crop top that snugly embraced her well-developed figure, paired with distressed denim shorts that exuded a carefree spirit, showcasing her long, elegant legs encased in black stockings. This ensemble masterfully fused youthful vitality with mature sensuality, instantly making her the center of attention. Numerous men passing by could not resist stealing glances, some even whistling in admiration. The girl, however, quietly compared herself to others, feeling a pang of envy at the sight. Such a figure and attire were undeniably striking. Oblivious to the surrounding gazes, she slightly furrowed her brow, seemingly in search of something. Her rounded shoulders and delicate skin glistened enticingly in the sunlight. The edges of her off-shoulder top swayed gently with her movements, evoking concern that it might slip away at any moment. Yet remained securely in place, adding to her allure. Her slender waist, delicate enough to be encircled by a hand, contrasted beautifully with her full, pert hips, forming a breathtaking S-curve. Beneath the shorts, her legs, encased in black stockings, were taut and supple, each step exuding elegance and confidence, radiating the unique charm of a mature woman, inspiring flights of fancy. Lin Yu instantly recognized her as Gugu, her appearance closely mirroring that of her online persona, albeit the filters during her live stream exaggerated her fair complexion. In reality, her sun-kissed skin appeared healthier and more inviting. "Are you lonely, brother?" Zhao Sherman, also known as Gugu, questioned uncertainly as a remarkably handsome, well-built young man approached her, clutching a grand bouquet. Upon reaching her, she hesitantly inquired, her voice tinged with surprise and curiosity. "Yes, it's me," Lin Yu replied with a smile, extending the blue roses towards Zhao Sherman. "Oh my goodness, lonely brother, you are so young and handsome. I thought you would be a successful individual around 40, at the very least a small business owner. You can't possibly still be a university student, can you?" Zhao Sherman exclaimed, accepting the flowers while scrutinizing Lin Yu with incredulity. Chapter 47, Live Broadcast Duel. Sherman's astonishment. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered the binding condition." Binding object. Zhao Sherman. Oh? So the real name of the popular streamer is Zhao Sherman. What a lovely name. Lin Yu felt a stir within, yet maintained an impassive demeanor, his smile becoming even more radiant. As you can see, I'm still a junior in college. A wealthy, second-generation heir. This makes it even better. Although I have been in the streaming industry for many years and gained fame early, I'm only 26 now, which suits my age. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sherman's internal calculations became even more pronounced. She gracefully extended her hand. "Hello, I am Zhao Sherman, 25 years old. Shall we go?" In introducing herself, Zhao Sherman deliberately emphasized her age. She usually dressed in a mature and sensual style, fearing that Lin Yu might mistakenly believe she was older, which would be quite a loss. The two walked side by side towards the parking lot, Zhao Sherman's gaze settling on Lin Yu's blue Maserati. She blinked and tentatively inquired, "Lonely brother, do you fancy this type of car? Or perhaps, is it your girlfriend's? This car seems rather low-end." Zhao Sherman mused, thinking that the vehicles she typically drove were several tiers above this Maserati. Furthermore, wasn't the Maserati Quattroporte a favorite among women? Could it be that it was lent to him by his girlfriend? Lin Yu certainly perceived the implications in her words. He shrugged casually and replied, "Girlfriend? Where would I find one? My own car had a minor issue recently and was sent back to the French factory for repairs. So this one is just a temporary substitute." "Oh, I see." Zhao Sherman's heart soared with delight. So handsome, so wealthy, and yet single. Wasn't this like a pie falling from the sky, perfectly landing in her lap? While she maintained a composed exterior, inside, she was already scheming how to win over this lonely brother. She covertly observed Lin Yu. His profile, while driving, was sharply defined, his focused expression exuding a casual air, as if he had everything under control. This confidence and composure were leagues beyond those second-generation heirs who flaunted their wealth with an air of arrogance. Zhao Sherman felt her heart race slightly. She gently bit her lip, silently encouraging herself. "Zhao Sherman, you must seize this opportunity. You cannot let it slip away this time." Contrary to Zhao Sherman's thoughts, Lin Yu was intent on securing her affections, for conquering another goddess would enable him to level up. He was prepared to invest significantly. Lin Yu brought Zhao Sherman to a pre-booked 5-star hotel to check in. Observing the opulent lobby, Zhao Sherman marveled internally. Such grandeur was befitting of the lonely brother. They enjoyed a romantic dinner at the hotel's revolving restaurant. And as Zhao Sherman gazed at the dazzling nightscape outside, her fondness for Lin Yu deepened. After dinner, Lin Yu suggested going shopping. Zhao Sherman initially wished to decline, but upon seeing Lin Yu's expectant gaze, she nodded in agreement. Lin Yu took her to the most bustling shopping mall in the city center. As they walked, Zhao Sherman's gaze was captivated by various luxury items. Yet she merely admired them without any intention to purchase. Observing her demeanor, Lin Yu firmly guided her into a high-end boutique, pointing to a dress and stating, "This one looks splendid. Try it on." Zhao Sherman hesitated. "Isn't this too expensive?" Lin Yu smiled gently. "No worries. If you like it, just buy it." With that, he summoned a sales assistant to process the payment. Witnessing Lin Yu's generous spirit, Zhao Sherman felt a mixture of gratitude and unease. She understood that Lin Yu was attempting to win her favor. As evening approached, Lin Yu returned to their hotel room, urging Zhao Sherman to start her live stream. Come on, hurry up and go live. Find someone to compete against, and I'll shower you with gifts to ensure your victory. Zhao Sherman was taken aback. Lonely brother. What are you? Lin Yu, with an air of nonchalance, replied, Did you come to find me for any other reason? Don't worry, we are family now, and I will definitely support you. Hearing this, Zhao Sherman felt a swirl of emotions. However, since Lin Yu was so forthright, she decided to accept his support. The sunset painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson, casting a warm glow through the hotel as floor-to-ceiling windows, enveloping the room in a comforting light. Lin Yu stood by the window, watching as Zhao Sherman unlocked her phone and entered the live streaming interface. She adjusted the camera, revealing a sweet smile as she waved at the screen. Hello, my darlings, good evening. Her voice was soft and languid, akin to a cotton candy coated in honey, sweetening the hearts of her audience. Instantly, a flood of fans poured into the live stream, and various gift effects began to illuminate the screen. Wow, Gidge looks stunning today. This outfit is simply too sexy. I love it. Gidge, where are you? Is that the hotel behind you? Zhao Sherman beamed at the barrage of comments, responding with delight. Yes, darlings, I'm at the hotel. She paused, seemingly a bit shy. Today I'm out having fun with a friend. A friend? What kind of friend? Male or female? Gidge, you aren't in a relationship, are you? Hurry up and tell us. We're all dying to know. The curiosity of her fans was ignited, and the comments flew by at lightning speed. Zhao Sherman smiled coyly, teasing them. You'll find out soon. She glanced at Lin Yu standing by the window, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Yu, catching Zhao Sherman's gaze, understood her unspoken message. He approached her, presenting the phone's recharge page for her see. On the screen, the balance displayed an astonishing figure, 20,000,000. Zhao Sherman's eyes widened in disbelief, a gasp escaping her lips as she covered her mouth in shock. You recharged this much? Her voice trembled, laced with unmistakable excitement. Lin Yu shrugged, his expression relaxed. It's just a small matter. He paused, leaning closer to Zhao Sherman's ear and whispered in a low, magnetic voice tinged with undeniable dominance. Later, you just pick the most formidable opponent to challenge. Leave the rest to me. Zhao Sherman's heartbeat skipped a beat, a delicate blush blooming across her cheeks as if struck by an electric current that left her limbs tingling. She nodded faintly, her voice barely audible as a moth's wing. Lin Yu's gaze lingered on her face for several seconds, the corner of his lips curling into an amused smirk. He knew this woman was utterly captivated. Drawing a steadying breath, Zhao Sherman composed her fluttering emotions and turned back toward the camera with renewed poise. Chapter 48. The Emotional Zhao Sherman. Level up lottery, dear friends. Today we shall indulge in something exhilarating. Zhao Sherman deliberately paused, building anticipation, and then raised her voice dramatically. I challenge the guild's newest trainee, Annie. Annie, the guild's recently promoted darling, possesses a sweet visage and an alluring figure, having garnered a large fan base upon her debut. It is rumored that a mysterious benefactor supports her, showcasing formidable strength. Zhao Sherman's maneuver sent a shockwave through the live stream. Oh my, are you stirring up trouble? The audience gasped. Annie is the most talked about newcomer of late. Are you certain you wish to challenge her? Go, Sherman. We support you. The fans erupted, the comments flooding in. Zhao Sherman observed the barrage of messages, her lips curling into a smirk. What is there to fear? Let us do this. She promptly sent a PK invitation to Annie. Mere seconds later, Annie accepted. The screen divided into two, each live stream simultaneously appearing. On the left, Zhao Sherman donned an off-shoulder top paired with black shorts, exuding a blend of sensuality and maturity. On the right, Annie appeared in a white dress, radiating purity and sweetness. Each possessed her own charm, making it difficult to discern superiority. Viewership soared, as supporters from both guilds flocked to cheer for their respective streamers. This is nothing short of an ethereal clash. Both are my goddesses. Whom should I support? No question about it. I must support our Sherman. Annie is the best. Go, Annie. The atmosphere in the live stream ignited with fervor. As the PK commenced, the gift effects soared as if they were free. Zhao Sherman received a trickle of small gifts, while Annie's side was inundated with extravagant offerings, carnivals, rockets, spaceships, each more dazzling than the last. It was evident that Annie's benefactor had entered the fray. Standing triumphantly, Annie formed heart shapes with her hands, exuding charm. A comment from "Tonight We Hunt Tigers" in Annie's livestream caught Zhao Sherman's audience's attention. "Annie, my brother assured of victory. Play boldly. You shall not lose." Supporters of Zhao Sherman began to dig deep into their pockets. Next door, Wanga sent 999 beers. Goose Guardian sent 100 cheer ducks, absolutely not spending money. Sent 20 little hearts. Zhao Sherman glanced at the PK scoreboard. Anxiety creeping in. She could not afford to lose. Turning to Lin Yu, her eyes pleaded for assistance. Lin Yu stood by, hands in pockets, observing the spectacle with a hint of amusement. He watched the PK scoreboard, a slight smile gracing his lips, silently chanting, "The show has only just begun." Suddenly, a blinding light erupted in Zhao Sherman's livestream. A massive blue demon flower effect exploded, followed by a line of bold text on the screen. Lonely Brother gifted the streamer 1314 blue demon flowers. A staggering 520 blue demon flowers, totaling nearly 700,000. The entire live stream erupted in chaos. Wow, Lonely Brother has made his move. This is absolutely extravagant. My dear, you're about to make a stunning comeback. Fans excitedly flooded the screen with comments as Zhao Sherman's PK bar skyrocketed. On Annie's side, her patrons seemed anxious too, frantically showering gifts. Yet no matter how much he spent, Lin Yu always maintained a slight lead. One after another, blue roses bloomed across Zhao Sherman's livestream, dyeing the entire screen in a mesmerizing azure hue. Tonight, Lin Yu didn't bother with flashy gifts, just relentless blue roses, overwhelming Zhao Sherman until she felt dizzy with delight. Watching the soaring numbers on screen, she was both deeply moved and awestruck. This man was truly investing real gold and silver. When the PK ended, Zhao Sherman won, without a shred of doubt. The livestream erupted in celebration. "You're amazing, my dear. Brother Lonely is invincible. Tonight, we all stand as your guardians." Zhao Sherman gazed at the comments, her smile radiant. She stood up and blew a playful, seductive kiss to her fans, sending the atmosphere into another frenzy. After the broadcast ended, she turned to Lin Yu, her eyes tender. "Thank you, Brother Lonely," she murmured, her voice soft and laced with unspoken emotion. Lin Yu stepped closer, wrapping an arm around her waist. Leaning down, he whispered by her ear, "This is just the beginning." His deep voice carried an undeniable dominance. A shiver ran through Zhao Sherman, her heartbeat quickening. Post-livestream, the two dined at a nearby Michelin 2-star restaurant. In high spirits, they indulged in quite a bit of wine. On their way back, Zhao Sherman was already tipsy, clinging to Lin Yu's arm and leaning heavily against him. Once in the hotel room, Brother Lonely, "I really like you." Zhao Sherman, supported by Lin Yu to the bed, suddenly grasped his hand, her gaze hazy with intoxication. Lin Yu settled her onto the mattress before retreating to the bathroom for a shower to clear his head. When he emerged in pajamas, he found her staring at him with longing. Approaching, he sat beside her. "Brother, could you massage my feet? They're so sore. I'm exhausted from today." As a seasoned dance streamer, Zhao Sherman knew exactly how to captivate a man. She kicked off her heels, resting her delicate, fair feet on Lin Yu's lap, then lightly brushed them against him. Lin Yu understood perfectly. Some desires needed no words. "Congratulations, host. You've conquered Zhao Sherman, earning 100 goddess points." "Congratulations, host." With 10 goddesses successfully conquered, the consumption rebate multi-bonding system has now upgraded. Host, Lin Yu, current rebate multiplier, 100x, current goddess points, 400, bonded individuals, Lu Ruyan, Su Shuer, Li Mengyao, Zhang Ting, Lin Jiejia, Bai Bing, Li Feier, Mu Shiying, Mu Qianqian, Zhao Sherman. Consumption rebate limit notice. The current maximum monthly rebate per individual is 10 million yuan, consumption of 1 million. With each bound goddess having a maximum monthly rebate of 100 million, consumption of 10 million. Subduing over 100 goddesses will trigger an an automatic system upgrade. The system is truly formidable. With this, I've truly struck gold. 400 goddess points? Damn, I was so distracted by the beauties that I completely forgot about the lottery. System, I want to draw prizes. Understood, host. Currently, you possess 400 goddess points, allowing for 4 draws. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in my mind. Before Lin Yu's eyes, a massive virtual screen materialized, covered in question-marked squares, with a red frame rapidly flickering among them. The setup resembled an old-fashioned slot machine from childhood, except this time, the stakes weren't money. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, great Emperor Ruyan, bless me with a grand prize. Lin Yu clasped his hands together, eyes shut, murmuring incantations. Though he didn't usually believe in such things at critical moments, ceremonial flair was a must. 1 second, 2 seconds. Time seemed to stretch, each second agonizingly slow. Finally, the red frame halted on a question-marked square, shimmering as a black card materialized. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Hypnosis card. Hypnosis card, one-time use item upon using this card on a designated target. The user may act without restraint for 1 hour. Need I say more? The item vanishes after use. Hiv. So there are even items straight out of manga? This is absolutely fantastic. Products from a system are truly peerless. No more worries about failing to subdue difficult goddesses. Pity it's a one-time item. If it were permanent, the possibilities would be too glorious to imagine. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the skill Fleet Foot. Fleet Foot. Characters with this skill can sprint at extraordinary speeds, far surpassing human limits, while significantly enhancing reaction time and evasion during movement. This skill is practically tailor-made for retreat. Ahem, strategic withdrawal. No hesitation, just learn it. No more fear of surprise inspections. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the skill Singing Mastery. Singing Mastery. Characters with this skill gain flawless pitch and rhythm, rich vocal tones and expressiveness, advanced technique application, rapid learning and innovation, and unparalleled stage charisma. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the skill Dance Mastery. Dance Mastery. Characters with this skill achieve comprehensive mastery of dance styles, refined technique application, impeccable rhythm and musicality, unique expressiveness, and improvisational creativity. Singing and dancing? Great Emperor Ruyan, what were you thinking? The last 2 draws were definitely cursed. I was already decent at singing and dancing. I didn't need mastery. What a waste. Should I have washed my face before drawing? Next time for sure. Still better than nothing. More skills never hurt. Who knows? Maybe one day, they LL help me conquer a goddess through talent. Lin Yu consoled himself. After all, in this day and age, mere beauty and financial prowess are insufficient. One must also possess a certain depth of character. Chapter 49, A Class Reunion? Not much interest after a night of revelry. Lin Yu felt exuberant as he exited the hotel, leaving Zhao Sherman to reflect on the evening alone. Although Zhao Sherman had not become Lin Yu's legitimate girlfriend, being his woman was sufficient for her satisfaction. Moreover, Lin Yu had personally promised to bestow upon her at least 10 million in livestream gifts each month. This extravagant fortune would secure her position as the queen of the guild, allowing her to focus solely on catering to this benefactor. As Lin Yu stepped out of the hotel, his phone vibrated, displaying the chubby characters of Wu Chang's name, which resembled him perfectly. Back in high school, Wu Chang had been Lin Yu's shadow, a loyal follower. The reason was simple. Wu Chang, being overweight and naive, often found himself bullied. On one occasion, a few delinquents from a neighboring class cornered him in the restroom for money, only for Lin Yu to intervene with a few swift punches. From that day forward, Wu Chang regarded Lin Yu as his elder brother. "Hey, Brother Lin, are you free tomorrow?" Wu Chang's voice came through the receiver, tinged with a hint of flattery. "What's up, Xiangzi? Is there something on your mind?" Lin Yu casually inquired, his thoughts racing through which of his paramours he would visit tonight. "There's a high school reunion organized by our class monitor, Zhang Zhongliang, set for tomorrow, which happens to be Sunday. Are you going?" "Nope," Lin Yu replied without hesitation. High school reunions were merely opportunities for boastfulness and idle chatter, utterly tedious. "We can catch up with our close friends instead." He had no desire to squander precious time on such trivial social gatherings. Oh, by the way, I heard that Lin Xiaodang was also invited to this reunion. Wu Chang suddenly recalled, his tone laced with mystery. Oh, 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 I'm not interested. Lin Yu maintained his disinterest. Brother Lin, have you really become so impressive that even the class beauty fails to pique your interest? Wu Chang seemed incredulous. Lin Yu mused to himself. What have I not encountered? I've had my share of school beauties, charming aunts, sisterly flowers, and company darlings. How could a mere class beauty capture my attention? Yet he responded, the class beauty? That's merely a thing of the past. Well then, Brother Lin, it will be a great pity if you don't attend. As Lin Yu prepared to hang up, a sudden epiphany struck him, like a light bulb illuminating in his mind. He recalled Li Mengyao. She should be attending this class reunion, right? It seems I must face my feelings courageously. As the saying goes, one should not judge a monk by his appearance, but by the Buddha he serves. With the system upgrade, I can now lavishly spend on the goddess, potentially earning up to 1 billion. Previously, I thought earning 10 million was inconsequential, but now I realize the importance of nurturing these relationships. Xiangzi, I've changed my mind. Lin Yu declared, his tone shifting. I will definitely attend the high school reunion tomorrow. Please inform me of the time and place. Great, Brother Lin. Tomorrow at 5 in the afternoon, at Wanhua Hotel. We'll meet at the entrance to ensure we look out for each other. Upon hearing Lin Yu's decision, Wu Chang instantly brightened. Rest assured, I will be there. Lin Yu affirmed with conviction, I will not fail to show. After hanging up, Lin Yu stroked his chin, deep in thought. Lin Xiaodang? Suddenly, it struck me that she was even more ethereal than Lu Ruyan, resembling a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Nevertheless, I decided to check if the system was bound. If it was, I would seize the opportunity. If not, I would let Zhang Zhongliang, that pretentious fellow, curry favor. After all, I had nothing to lose. By the next afternoon, Lin Yu casually adjusted his hairstyle and donned a fitted casual outfit before stepping out. He had no intention of being the center of attention. His aim was merely to have a good conversation with Li Mengyao and, afterwards, engage with his high school classmates as the situation permitted. He took a taxi directly to Wanhua Hotel. At a class reunion, drinking was inevitable, and he certainly did not wish to make headlines for a DUI incident. To his dismay, the traffic was exceptionally congested that day, the vehicles moving as sluggishly as snails. And Lin Yu felt his anxiety mounting. If he were late, he could only imagine the teasing he would endure from that bunch. Hey, Lin Ye, your pace is incredibly slow. I'm already at the entrance of Wanhua Hotel. Where are you? The unmistakable booming voice of Wu Chang resonated through the phone, making Lin Yu's eardrums throb. Stuck in traffic. I just got out of the taxi. I'll be there shortly. Lin Yu glanced at his navigation, noting there were still 3 kilometers to the hotel. During peak hours, the cars were lined up like a dragon, making progress nearly impossible. He decisively paid the fare, focused his thoughts, and activated his enhanced speed. He shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, attracting the attention of passers-by, who likely thought he had escaped from a mental institution. As he sped along, Lin Yu felt as though he were a gust of wind, leaving the scenery behind him in a blur. This sensation was exhilarating, more thrilling than driving a sports car. He arrived at the hotel just in time. Glancing at his Patek Philippe watch, the hands steadfastly indicating the agreed-upon time. Linge, did you run here? Your face is all flushed. Wu Chang's plump figure swayed in the distance. This fellow had gained quite a bit of weight in the years since they last met, his belly nearly straining against the buttons of his shirt. Indeed, if I had tea, I would have been late, and you all would have tormented me. Lin Yu clapped Wu Chang on the shoulder, and the two of them walked into the hotel, arms around each other, sharing laughter. On the 3rd floor of Wanhua Hotel, in a lavish Longting private room, the crystal chandelier cast a brilliant glow, illuminating every smiling face with remarkable clarity. Fang Yi, you've become the most successful among our class. I've heard you're set to take over your father's company after graduation. Soon we'll have to address you as Manager Zhang. A classmate, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and impeccably slicked-back hair, approached Zhang Zhongliang with a beaming smile. A glass of wine in hand, Zhang Zhongliang lounged back, legs crossed, a Cuban cigar delicately held in his right hand, while his left hand casually twirled his Rolex. He exuded the demeanor of a successful individual. Sipping his red wine, the liquid swirled in the crystal glass, mirroring his self-satisfied mood. Oh, it's nothing much. Just a bit of trifling. He feigned modesty, yet the upward curve of his lips and his eyebrows nearly soaring to the heavens betrayed his pride. Lin Yu understood all too well that this fellow enjoyed presenting one facade in public while harboring another in private. Zhang Zhengliang leave an impression of grace and sophistication. Yet in reality, he possesses an insatiable penchant for ostentation and flaunting wealth. During high school, he would boast about his academic achievements and his designer attire. Upon entering university, he took pride in attending an elite institution, showcasing his luxury vehicles, opulent villa, and attractive companions. Lin Yu, who had added him as a friend on WeChat, frequently encountered extravagant images in his social media posts, replete with indulgent displays of affluence. While such displays held little significance for Lin Yu, they wielded an undeniable allure over the ladies. Mr. Zhang, how humble of you. Who doesn't he know that you are currently living in a world of opulence? Driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Chimed in a classmate, whose portly figure was adorned with an ostentatious gold chain that could dazzle the eyes. His voice boomed, as if he feared his words would go unheard. By the way, Mr. Zhang, why didn't you bring your Rolls-Royce today? We'd love to feast our eyes upon it. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Zhang Zhengliang feigned modesty, replying, today's gathering is rather low-key. Driving that car would attract too much attention, so I opted for a more understated vehicle. As he spoke, he retrieved a finely crafted key holder from his pocket, pressing a button that released the key to a Mercedes-Benz G-Class with a satisfying click. The key holder exuded an air of extravagance. He twirled the key between his fingers, akin to a juggler, before casually placing it on the table, ensuring that the Mercedes logo was prominently displayed for all to see. Mr. Zhang, your taste is impeccable. The Mercedes G-Class is indeed a hallmark of a successful man, remarked an admiring voice. That vehicle must be worth over 2 million, right? We are utterly envious. Surrounding classmates cast envious glances, showering him with compliments, elevating Zhang Zhengliang to a pedestal of adoration. He basked in the admiration, seemingly relishing the fact that this was the true purpose of his gathering. Chapter 50. A stinging slap. Enter the goddess. The door to the private room creaked open, and Lin Yu and Wu Chong entered in succession. The previously boisterous laughter abruptly ceased, and the atmosphere instantly thickened, as if a pause button had been pressed. Zhang Zhengliang did not even lift his eyelids. He merely toyed with the cigar in his hand, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He leisurely brought the cigar to his lips, inhaling deeply, letting the dense smoke billow forth and dissipate slowly in the air, completely disregarding Lin Yu's presence. Oh, isn't this Lin Yu? What a rare guest. The one who never attends our reunions. And yet here you are this year? A sharp-tongued female voice shattered the brief silence. It was Wang Lily, who had once flaunted her looks during high school, relishing the spotlight. She strutted in her high heels, swaying her hips as she approached Lin Yu, sizing him up with a look of utter disdain. I heard you've been chasing after Lu Ruyan in college? How does it feel to be a sycophant, ending up with nothing? After Wang Lily finished, she deliberately covered her mouth and erupted into laughter, joined by a few girls who were friendly with her, their mocking cackles piercing the air. Before Lin Yu could respond, Wu Chong could no longer contain himself. He clenched his fists, ready to retaliate, but Lin Yu gently pressed a hand on his shoulder. Lin Yu lifted his gaze to Wang Lily, a playful smile gracing his lips. Oh, you're talking about Lu Ruyan? She is actually my devoted admirer now. What? Wang Lily was momentarily taken aback, then burst into an even louder fit of laughter. Lin Yu, have you lost your mind? Lu Ruyan would never be your admirer. Just take a good look at yourself. Don't believe me? Lin Yu remained unperturbed, merely returning her question with a calm demeanor. He retrieved his phone, located Lu Ruyan's number, and dialed it, activating the speakerphone and turning the volume to its highest setting. The beeping sound before the call connected echoed distinctly in the silent room. Everyone held their breath, fixated on Lin Yu's phone, eager to see what he was up to. Wang Lily wore an expression of anticipation, arms crossed, waiting for Lin Yu to embarrass himself. She could hardly believe that a woman like Lu Ruyan, who held herself in such high regard, would show any favor to a poor boy like Lin Yu. "Hello, master. You finally remembered to call me. I miss you so much." Lu Ruyan's voice, sultry and sweet, dripped with honeyed tones, each word enveloped in allure. This voice, any man would be captivated, and even women would find themselves weak in the knees. They were all too familiar with it. It was indeed Lu Ruyan's voice, the once untouchable ice queen who scoffed at all her suitors in school. "How much have you missed me? Do tell." Lin Yu's lips curled up slightly, a hint of mockery in his tone. He deliberately angled the phone closer to Wang Lily, ensuring she could hear clearly. Wang Lily's face flickered between shades of green and white. She wished desperately for a hole to hide in. Just moments ago, she had mocked Lin Yu as a sycophant, only to discover that he was the true victor of life. How infuriating! Lu Ruyan's voice on the other end of the phone was playfully sweet, capable of captivating one's very soul. At that moment, the private room erupted in astonishment. Did I hear correctly? Lu Ruyan refer to Lin Yu as her master? This world is utterly insane. What extraordinary fortune has Lin Yu stumbled upon? Could it be that he is now a concealed heir of immense wealth? This is implausible. We all know the circumstances of his family. A cacophony of voices filled the room, with wild speculations abounding. Although Lin Yu had indeed undergone a remarkable transformation, becoming more handsome, he was still without wealth. What could Lu Ruyan possibly see in him? A few girls whispered among themselves, their words laden with confusion and incredulity. After a few more flirtatious exchanges between Lin Yu and Lu Ruyan, she lavished him with an array of sycophantic compliments, each more extravagant than the last, provoking a mixture of revulsion and envy among the onlookers. "All right, I'll hang up now. We shall speak again later." Lin Yu deemed the moment ripe to conclude this farce. "Yes, master, I will obediently await your return at home." Lu Ruyan's voice brimmed with reluctance, reminiscent of an abandoned kitten. Upon ending the call, Lin Yu surveyed the expressions of those around him, absorbing their astonishment. He approached Wang Lily, a smirk playing on his lips. "So, do you still think I'm spouting nonsense?" Wang Lily lowered her gaze, unable to meet Lin Yu's eyes. Her face flushed a deep crimson. Wu Chong stood frozen, turning to Lin Yu, his eyes filled with admiration. "Lin Ge, have you leveled up? Brother, I'm still single. Teach me your ways of wooing women." Lin Yu patted Wu Chong on the shoulder, pulling him aside to whisper, "For the sake of our long-standing friendship, send me your bank account number." Although Wu Chong did not grasp Lin Yu's intentions, he obediently sent his account details. Ding! Wu Chong's phone chimed. "Your account ending in 4359 has received a deposit of 1,000,000 yuan. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's phone also received a message. "Your account ending in 2678 has received a deposit of 10,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 140,000,000 yuan." Wu Chong pulled out his phone, staring in disbelief at the numbers, his jaw nearly hitting the ground, his eyes wide as saucers. Lin Yu leaned in closer, whispering, "This is the secret. Understand? Keep it low-key and don't let it slip. Consider this money a wedding gift from a brother to help you in the future." Wu Chong nodded blankly, overwhelmed with gratitude, thinking, this is what true brotherhood looks like. A million without so much as a blink. From now on, whoever dares to speak ill of Lin Ge, I, Wu Chong, will be the first to defend him. This favor is greater than the heavens and deeper than the seas. Coming back to his senses, he bowed deeply to Lin Yu, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, Lin Ge." The title of Lin Ge this time resonated with genuine respect and admiration more than ever before. He vowed to faithfully follow Lin Ge from now on, never to betray this bond of friendship. The door to the private room swung open once more, and several individuals trickled in. Among the high school class of 45, it was said that 39 would attend today, with the remaining 6 unable to join due to various personal circumstances. Lin Yu cast a glance around the room. Of the 4 large round tables, 3 were already filled. The boys comprised 60%, while the girls made up the remaining 40, a clear distinction. As everyone settled in, Zhang Zhengliang dramatically slammed the keys to his Mercedes-Benz G-Class on the table, seemingly eager to ensure that everyone took notice. He then produced a box of cordyceps, beaming with delight as he began to distribute cigarettes at each table. As for the Brazilian cigar he had smoked earlier, that was a premium imported item, costing over 3,000. Even wealth could scarcely procure such a luxury. He typically cherished it, but only dared to showcase it on such occasions. The boys accepted the cigarettes, igniting them and inhaling deeply, their bravado filling the air with boastful tales. Meanwhile, the girls were equally lively, chattering animatedly about clothing, handbags, lipsticks, cosmetics, freshly done nails, and the latest heart-wrenching ancient drama that had captivated audiences. Initially, everyone maintained a semblance of restraint, reminiscing about bygone days, recounting who had dated whom and the subsequent breakups, who had faced rejection only to reconnect shortly thereafter. However, as is customary at reunions, the conversation gradually shifted from the past to the present, and eventually to dreams of the future. Discussing the present and future, this was where certain individuals truly thrived. Although they had yet to graduate, topics inevitably veered towards future careers and aspirations. Would they dive straight into the workforce, pursue further studies, or boldly embark on entrepreneurial ventures? What kind of cars would they purchase? What size houses would they buy? What sorts of wives would they seek? And how important were attributes like breast size or leg length? As the latter half of their junior year progressed, the urgency of graduation papers and job hunting loomed large on the horizon. Except for a select few whose families were affluent, most harbored a palpable anxiety about graduating, each grappling with varying degrees of post-graduation apprehension. The few exceptions referred to individuals like Zhang Zhengliang, whose parents own a large publicly listed company. With their home boasting multiple villas and a fleet of luxury cars, their finances seemingly boundless. For those who had once been relatively naive in high school, unaware of the disparities in familial wealth, the reality shifted dramatically as they prepared to enter the workforce. Having a peer who was the son of a corporate executive transformed the landscape entirely. It presented an invaluable network of connections that no one would overlook. Consequently, the focus of the conversation naturally gravitated towards Zhang Zhengliang. Classmates began to gravitate towards him, showering him with flattery and compliments, creating an atmosphere that was subtly tinged with sycophancy. Particularly among some of the female classmates, there was a palpable eagerness to capture Zhang Zhengliang's attention, their fervent efforts bordering on obsequiousness, rendering the situation somewhat uncomfortable to witness. Of course, there were a few individuals in the room who appeared distinctly out of place. A chubby boy, whose name eludes Linyu, entered the room and immediately began to chatter incessantly, stuffing his cheeks with an array of snacks, as if he were at a buffet rather than a gathering of classmates. His intentions were abundantly clear. He had come solely to indulge in food and drink, epitomizing the model of a true gourmand. The other two outsiders were naturally Linyu and Wuchang. Linyu, at his core, held a dismissive view of such opportunistic displays, while Wuchang's gaze was fixated solely on Linyu, finding no interest in anyone else, including Zhang Zhengliang. Moreover, past experiences had taught him that individuals like Zhang Zhengliang only expressed enthusiasm for beautiful, well-off women, often showering them with gifts and money, whereas boys, unless they could offer tangible benefits, they wouldn't even merit a glance. In this somewhat peculiar atmosphere, the door to the private room swung open once more, revealing two refreshing and radiant figures. Instantly, all eyes were magnetically drawn to them. Lin Xiaoding, Li Mengyou. The first to catch the eye was Lin Xiaoding, who donned a pure white dress, simple yet elegant, accentuating her ethereal demeanor. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, gracefully framing her shoulders, harmonizing beautifully with her snow-white skin, making her appear as if she had stepped out from a painting, breathtakingly beautiful. Following closely was Li Mengyou, who opted for a distinctly different style. She wore a cream-colored fitted long-sleeve top that accentuated her alluring figure, paired with deep blue skinny jeans that showcased her long, slender legs to perfection. With her own cascade of black hair casually swept to one side, she exuded a captivating charm. standing side by side. The two women resembled twin lotus flowers, each radiating their own unique brilliance. Their beauty was unparalleled. Lin Xiaodang exuded a fresh, otherworldly grace akin to an elusive orchid, while Li Mengyao embodied a sensual allure reminiscent of a rose with thorns. Yet, they shared a commonality. Their stunning appearances and flawless figures rendered them the most dazzling presence in a room. Chapter 51. Meng Yao's Confession, the class president's pretentious display. Xiaodang, you're here. Zhang Zhenliang's face instantly lit up with an ingratiating smile, like a fawning lapdog wagging its tail, as he hurried forward to greet her. Extending a hand, he attempted to display gentlemanly courtesy by offering to carry Lin Xiaodang's bag. She declined with a polite smile. Xiaodang, sit here. Zhang Zhenliang gestured eagerly to the seat beside him, his obsequious demeanor reminiscent of a eunuch attending to royalty. Lin Xiaodang merely nodded faintly, showing no intention of approaching. Her gaze swept the room before finally settling on Lin Yu. After all, he was the only man whose eyes weren't glued to her. Truthfully, she barely remembered him from high school. Back then, she had been the untouchable goddess, while Lin Yu was nothing more than an insignificant background character. At that moment, Lin Yu's eyes locked with Li Mengyao's, and time seemed to freeze. The clamor around him faded into silence, leaving only the two of them standing at the center of the world. His lips parted, desperate to break the suffocating quiet. Long time no see. His voice came out hoarse, his own heartbeat thundering in his ears. Li Mengyao's eyes flickered, her lips pressed tightly together. Her response was barely audible, nearly swallowed by the surrounding noise. The reaction sent a jolt through Lin Yu's chest. He could sense the shift in her demeanor, a newfound distance, perhaps even a trace of resentment. What has gotten into her? Is she still upset about that night? But wasn't she the one who Wu Chong, standing beside Lin Yu, absorbed the charged atmosphere between them? His gossip-loving instincts prickled like a cat catching the scent of fish. Elbowing Lin Yu lightly, he whispered, You and Li Mengyao, something going on? Lin Yu shot him a glare. None of your business. I used to think of you as a little sister. Lin Yu admitted, his voice steady. But now, I realize I need to face my true feelings. Li Mengyao's expression, previously unreadable, softened with surprise. She could hear the sincerity in his words. Then, would you let me be your girlfriend? Lin Yu offered a flawless, gentlemanly smile. A woman, sure, but girlfriend. Let's talk about that later. Though his answer suggested he hadn't fully healed from Lu Rian's betrayal, it was enough for Meng Yao. Without hesitation, she threw herself into his arms, uncaring of the audience around them. Their intimate display naturally drew the attention of their classmates. Holy shit, Lin Yu's a legend. Even the goddess Meng Yao fell for him. Damn, one less target to pursue. At least I still have my dream girl, Lin Xiaodang. A female classmate, privy to the truth, revealed a little secret with a smile, saying, It's not surprising at all that these two are together. As Meng Yao's close friend, I know she has always harbored feelings for Lin Yue. So today, it's a rekindling of old flames. Zhang Zhenliang stood silently by, observing the unfolding scene. Witnessing the intimate interaction between Lin Yue and Li Mengyao stirred a profound sense of dissatisfaction within him. After all, in his eyes, any exceptionally beautiful girl in their class was a target only he could pursue, especially considering that Li Mengyao's beauty and figure were on par with Lin Xiaodang's. When he noticed Lin Xiaodang's gaze occasionally drifting towards Lin Yue, the flames of jealousy within him blazed even more fiercely. Lin Yue had come today with the intention of clarifying matters with Li Mengyao, and to his pleasant surprise, things were progressing smoothly. As for Lin Xiaodang, who remained unattached, he found her of little interest now. Nevertheless, being a class gathering, Lin Yue and Li Mengyao chose a table situated farthest from Zhang Zhenliang, with Wu Chong sitting beside Lin Yue. Soon, an array of delectable dishes was presented, and Zhang Zhenliang certainly displayed generosity. The sumptuous feast in such a hotel would easily amount to tens of thousands, not including drinks and refreshments. The atmosphere during the meal was lively, with everyone toasting to Zhang Zhenliang. Naturally, his two lackeys intercepted most of the drinks, as his primary goal today was to impress the goddess Lin Xiaodang. Lin Yue, however, refrained from interrupting the class monitor's pretense or disrupting his meticulously crafted plan to woo someone. Since the other party was engrossed in flattery and had not sought to provoke him, Lin Yue was content to enjoy his leisure. Let's eat. I have a surprise for you later. Lin Yue initially contemplated transferring money directly, but reconsidered, opting instead to purchase a gift. He understood Li Mengyao's character well. Coming from a wealthy family, she lacked for nothing financially. A gift that represented Lin Yue's heartfelt intentions would be far more delightful to her. Shouting, "This is the latest diamond necklace from Harry Winston, valued at 4 million yuan. I had a craftsman in America engrave your name on the diamond at the base of the necklace, near the neck. I hope you will cherish it." As Zhang Zhenliang noted that the banquet was nearing its conclusion, he decided it was time to unveil his trump card. He produced a beautifully packaged box and, with utmost gentlemanly grace, presented it to Lin Xiaodang. Initially inclined to refuse, she found herself momentarily swayed when Zhang Zhenliang opened the gift box before her, revealing the necklace inside. This piece had just been released 3 months ago in America, and she had admired it from magazines for quite some time. Although her family owned a chain of restaurants, and she enjoyed a comfortable living, they would never provide her with funds to purchase a diamond worth over 4 million yuan. Adopting the philosophy that there were plenty of admirers, and that Zhang Zhenliang was just one among many, she decided to accept the gift for the time being, figuring that she could afford to give him a little sweetness in return. Zhang Zhenliang observed Lin Xiaodang gazing dreamily at the necklace he had gifted her, and a sense of optimism filled him. With a cheerful demeanor, he inquired, "Tang Tang, would you like me to assist you in putting it on?" Upon hearing the affectionate moniker Zhang had chosen for her, Lin Xiaotang's brows furrowed slightly, yet she acquiesced with a nod. Delighted, Zhang approached her from behind and carefully fastened the necklace around her neck, stealing a glance at the alluring glimpse of her décolletage. What a splendid figure she possesses. The fragrance enveloping her is utterly enchanting. Zhang exchanged glances with his classmates, who, eager to curry favor, instinctively began to shower him and Lin Xiaodang with compliments. Bah! It's merely a trivial necklace. What is so remarkable about it? This fellow truly relishes flattery. Wu Chang, oblivious to the nuances of social dynamics, remarked disdainfully as he witnessed Zhang's arrogant demeanor. Lin Yu remained silent, for the gift he had chosen for Li Mengyao was soon to arrive. Chapter 52. The Peninsula Hotel. A stunning silhouette. Good day, sir. The items you entrusted us with have arrived. Please verify and sign for them. The doors to the banquet hall swung open, revealing 3 individuals. The foremost figure, adorned with spectacles and clad in impeccably tailored attire, was flanked by 2 formidable bodyguards, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement, unlocking the password-protected case, where a meticulously crafted box lay in repose. He extracted the box and gently opened it, unveiling a dazzling diamond necklace that captivated all present. The pendant featured a magnificent diamond, significantly larger than the one belonging to Zhang Zhenliang. Ha ha ha! Zhang Zhenliang erupted into exaggerated laughter. Lin Yu, you truly are something. To present a string of counterfeit goods from the Yiwu wholesale market. Do you not fear the embarrassment? Mine is worth over 4 million. Can a pauper like you afford such luxury? Lin Yu dismissed him with indifference, casting a glance at the trio from the luxury goods maintenance and custody center. The bespectacled gentleman promptly understood, producing the paperwork and documentation that included the transaction invoice and the international certification for the bespoke Graf diamond necklace. Clearing his throat, he announced with clarity, "This necklace is a custom creation by Graf, valued at 16 million. Mr. Lin has stated it is a gift for Miss Li. Miss Li, could you kindly sign here for our records?" "Ah, this is for me?" Li Mengyao gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Lin Yu, this is far too extravagant." The other women in attendance displayed expressions of envy and admiration, unable to resist the allure of such radiant jewelry. Li Mengyao, too, was overwhelmed, her desire mingling with shock. The surprise was simply too immense for her to process. "Go on, sign it. Don't just stand there," Lin Yu urged with a smile. "Oh." Li Mengyao finally regained her composure and obediently signed her name. "Your bank card ending in 2678 has received 100 0.00000 yuan. Current balance, 224,000,000 yuan. The system notification chimed, and Lin Yu's spirits soared. The trio from the luxury goods maintenance center bid their farewells, while Lin Yu personally adorned Li Mengyao's fair neck with the necklace. In the absence of comparison, harm is unknown. Lin Xiaotong's necklace, once deemed satisfactory, now paled in insignificance, rendered nearly unworthy of a glance. Embarrassed, Lin Xiaotong removed her necklace and returned it to Zhang Zhengliang, whose face turned ashen, his teeth grinding in frustration. The bitter taste of loss was palpable. Having lost a prize and suffered a public humiliation was a bitter pill to swallow. After a short while, Lin Yu stood to take his leave. I sincerely apologize, everyone, but I have matters to attend to and must depart. In the future, I shall refrain from attending such gatherings. The essence of camaraderie has shifted since graduation. By the way, I have a business deal worth several billion to negotiate. Xiangzi Mingyao, I shall take my leave now. Let us keep in touch. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, both individuals were momentarily stunned. Several billion? Surely he jested? Yet, Lin Yu was not exaggerating. The exhilaration of receiving 100 million was intoxicating, and he yearned to recover the remaining funds as swiftly as possible. Over the next few days, Lin Yu tirelessly sought out the goddesses bound to him. He lavished them with money, properties, and luxury cars. His generosity knew no bounds. The women, utterly moved by his financial prowess, wept with gratitude, vowing to marry none but Lin Yu and pledging eternal loyalty. After all, who could resist a man so handsome, wealthy, and utterly devoted? Your bank card ending in 2678 has received 100,000,000 yuan. Account balance, 324,000,000 yuan. Your bank card ending in 2678 has received 100,000,000 yuan. Account balance, 424,000,000 yuan. Your bank card ending in 2678 has received 100,000,000 yuan. Account balance, 224,000,000 yuan. 12 billion yuan. He had truly struck gold. Shanghai, the Peninsula Hotel. This time in Shanghai, Lin Yu didn't contact the Moose sisters. He knew all too well how clingy they were. Once entangled, escape would be impossible. He had come for the Shanghai International Auto Show and to clear his mind. After all, his wrecked Bugatti was still wailing in the repair shop, requiring 2 to 3 months of restoration. Now, with 12 billion at his disposal, his restless desires could no longer be contained. Lin Yu had long been a platinum member of the Peninsula, and the most luxurious suite on the top floor was already reserved. Before the auto show, he intended to indulge. At the hotel, the receptionist greeted him with honeyed sweetness, her voice as melodious as a nightingale's. Mr. Lin, welcome to the Peninsula. Lin Yu mused. Service like this was indeed proportional to wealth. Money truly was wonderful. Check-in was swift, and soon he was in his room. After freshening up, he decided to appease his hunger at the fourth-floor restaurant. The Peninsula S restaurant was renowned as a temple of extravagance, offering both Chinese and Western cuisine crafted by Michelin-starred chefs. A single dish here could sustain an ordinary person for a month. Lin Yu skimmed the menu and ordered 4 dishes, 2 meat, 2 vegetable, ensuring a balanced indulgence. The food arrived promptly, a feast for the senses. He savored every bite. By the time he finished, it was just past 7. He strolled leisurely through the hotel, ostensibly to aid digestion, but in truth, he sought further marvels within its opulent halls. Turning a corner, he overheard a heated argument. Let me go. I never want to see you again. A woman's voice, choked with tears, tugged at the heartstrings. Xiao Qian, you're not escaping today. A man's voice, resolute and unyielding. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this the exact glitch from primetime dramas? Had he stumbled upon a damsel in distress scenario? Peering around the corner, he saw a well-dressed man harassing a woman, their struggle unfolding before him. A woman, clad in professional attire with her long hair cascading down her shoulders. presented a silhouette so exquisitely curvaceous that, despite the obscured view of her face, one could discern her undeniable beauty. However, the presence of a camera, a lighting board, and several crew members swiftly enlightened Lin Yu to the fact that this was indeed a film shoot. As the director called out action, the two actors commenced the performance, reciting lines and executing movements with a commendable semblance of authenticity. As the minutes ticked away, the director repeatedly shouted cut, each time stepping in to offer guidance. A few passers-by, after a brief moment of observation, lost interest and departed, but Lin Yu remained captivated, finding this spectacle far more engaging than the insincere gatherings of former classmates. The first scene concluded successfully, yet the second scene seemed stuck, dragging on for nearly half an hour without resolution. The director, growing increasingly impatient, admonished the actress, "If you cannot act, do not seize roles. You are wasting everyone's time." Upon hearing this, the actress lowered her head, turned, and walked away, leaving behind a melancholic yet stunning silhouette. Chapter 53. Binding Yangmi, nightclub pretense the following evening. At the Peninsula Hotel, CAF. As Lin Yu entered, he sought a seat by the window, facing the Bund, offering an exquisite view. The piano was being played by a woman clad in a sleek black dress, her slender figure framed by cascading long hair. The notes flowing from her fingertips were at times as crisp as a babbling brook, and at others as fervent as crashing waves, enveloping the CAF in a captivating ambience. With a few days remaining until the Shanghai International Auto Show, Lin Yu found himself in rare leisure, savoring his coffee while admiring the splendid scenery outside, contemplating the seemingly unadorned and monotonous life of the affluent. Two individuals entered, both wearing black masks that obscured much of their faces. They settled at a table one spot behind Lin Yu. After ordering coffee, a dispute soon arose between them, their voices hushed, yet Lin Yu, possessing keen hearing, caught every word with clarity. "Zhou Jia, that director Zhang, is clearly making things difficult on purpose. How can he say my acting is subpar when I graduated from the prestigious Beijing Film Academy? Even swap my role. It's infuriating." The voice of the woman brimmed with evident anger and grievance. Zhou sighed. "Mimi, we all understand. But this industry operates like this. They have resources, connections, and are willing to take risks. What do you have? Nothing at all. Yet you maintain an air of superiority. How can you possibly compete? In fact, Director Zhang is quite decent. He mentioned he would offer you another audition for a supporting role, provided you visit him tonight, for a drink or a meal." "Zhou Jia, can't I just audition in a normal manner? I truly do not wish to visit the director tonight." Yang Mi's tone softened, laced with desperation. Zhou Li's voice turned colder. "Mimi, the company ISNT a charity. Supporting newcomers requires talent and awareness. It's not that I don't want to help you, but President Yin has already lost patience with you. This arrangement was made between him and Director Zhang. I'm merely executing the plan. As someone who has been through this, I know what your persistence as a newcomer entails, but think carefully. How many years of youth do you have left? You're already 24, and countless newcomers are clamoring for their chance. Who is Director Zhang? He has propelled so many stars to fame. Which of his works hasn't been a success? So heed my advice. Find an opportunity in the next few days to visit Director Zhang alone in the evening. Though he may be older, he is still in his 50s and in good health. When the lights are off, it's all the same." Lin Yu listened, his brows furrowing slightly. The depth of this conversation was quite substantial. Had the unspoken rules been laid bare? How refreshingly candid. He couldn't help but inwardly lament. The entertainment industry is indeed chaotic. Yami remained resolute. "Zhou Jia, please stop. Do you expect me to accompany that pig-headed director? I would rather be an extra." Zhou Li scoffed. "Refusing to drink the toast means you'll have to face the penalty drink. Yang Mi, let me tell you, President Yin has spoken. You have no choice in this matter. If you don't go, you can forget about any resources from the company. You'll be cleaning toilets and handling logistics. Don't forget the 10-year contract you signed with the company. Can you afford the penalty for breach?" The two fell into silence. Lin Yu, standing nearby, couldn't help but frown at the unscrupulousness of this agency, coercing newcomers into submission with contracts and promises of a bright future, all for their own benefit. 10 years. How many decades can a female actress truly claim? Being blacklisted equates to bidding farewell to the entertainment industry. Jolie pressed further, while Yang Mi's voice dwindled, her confidence visibly waning. Growing impatient, Jolie rose, looking down at Yang Mi from an elevated stance. Yang Mi, let me give you one last piece of advice. Your greatest asset is your purity. You have yet to be touched by a man. Director Zhang is precisely after that. Otherwise, with so many newcomers, why should it be you? Reflect on this carefully, and let us avoid any unpleasantness. I shall take my leave now. With that, Jolie clacked away in her high heels, leaving Yang Mi alone, her shoulders quivering slightly. Yang Mi rose gracefully, her heels echoing crisply against the floor. As she walked past Lin Yu, a gentle fragrance trailed behind her. Initially indifferent, Lin Yu found himself captivated by her elegant silhouette, her poise reminiscent of the woman he encountered that fateful night at the Peninsula Hotel. What a remarkable coincidence. Fate, Lin Yu pondered, unable to resist stealing a few more glances. Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered the binding conditions. Binding target. Yang Mi. The system's cold notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind, yet he could not summon any joy. Although bound, he had no desire to entangle himself with the entertainment industry. The waters ran too deep, and he doubted his own worth was sufficient for them. His previous visit to the bustling metropolis had been derailed by Mu Qianqian's incident. This time he came prepared, resolute not to let this vibrant world slip through his fingers again. At the hood bar in the metropolis, the neon lights outside flickered with an alluring glow. Hello, handsome. You can call me Xiao Wang. May I ask your name? A bar promoter, clad in a snug uniform, quickly spotted Lin Yu. After a swift appraisal of his attire, his gaze lingered on the Patek Philippe on Lin Yu's wrist for a few moments before donning a beaming smile, recognizing him as a potential big spender. Satisfied service would guarantee generous tips and commissions. Just Lin will suffice, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Welcome, Lin Xiao. Please come inside. Is this your first visit to our hood? Xiao Wang bowed and guided him enthusiastically. Yes, I'm not quite familiar with the scene. Could you enlighten me? The music inside the bar pulsed loudly, and Lin Yu hesitated to enter, preferring to converse with Xiao Wang at the entrance. Certainly, Lin Xiao. Our booth prices vary by location. 3,000, 5,000, and 8,000, with the booths by the dance floor starting at 12,000. Xiao Wang detailed the offerings, occasionally glancing at Lin Yu to gauge his reaction. Are there any more expensive options? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, casually inquiring, thinking to himself, is 12,000 the pinnacle? Do I appear to be someone in need of money? No, Lin Xiao. The booths by the dance floor are indeed our highest tier, Xiao Wang replied. Well, Mr. Lin, it seems, Xiao Wang remarked, somewhat taken aback. In this day and age, it is indeed rare to encounter someone who immediately inquires about more expensive options. Let's opt for a booth by the dance floor. By the way, how shall we order the drinks? Lin Yu nodded, seamlessly transitioning to the topic of beverages. While maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor, he internally strategized on how to project an image of frequent patronage to such establishments. Xiao Wang quickly grasped the situation, presenting the latest model of the iPad Pro. It screened nearly the size of Lin Yu's face as he handed it over, eager not to appear sluggish in accommodating this esteemed guest. Lin Yu accepted the iPad, casually scrolling through the vibrant images and prices of the drinks, which dazzled him. He stifled his astonishment. The selections were so extravagant that he had scarcely encountered any of them before. If he were to reveal his ignorance, it would undoubtedly be a source of ridicule. No. He needed to maintain his composure. Feigning calmness, Lin Yu tapped the screen with his finger, mentally urging himself. Stay composed, it's merely ordering drinks. And he was certainly not short on funds. Clearing his throat, he pointed to the few most expensive options displayed, adopting a nonchalant tone as he declared, let us start with 5 bottles of this one, and 3 bottles of that one, which appears rather appealing. And, this one has quite an exquisite packaging as well. Let us have 5 of those too. The only brands he recognized were the Ace of Spades champagne and a seemingly luxurious whiskey, which he commanded with a sweeping gesture, ordering 5 bottles of each. After all, expensive choices could hardly be erroneous. Xiao Wang watched in awe as Lin Yu, without a flicker of hesitation, ordered nearly 300,000 yuan worth of drinks. His heart, Chapter 54. The 9 beauties and the lavish revelry in a spacious and prominent booth. Lin Yu found himself directly facing the dance floor, where he could clearly observe the undulating bodies moving to the rhythm. Tonight's special guest was a renowned rap artist, and the fusion of hip-hop and rap had set the atmosphere ablaze. Soon enough, the table was laden with the finest spirits Lin Yu had ordered, creating a spectacle as the attentive waitstaff served the drinks, eliciting gasps of admiration from those around. A heavily made-up face approached him, sweetly inquiring, "Handsome, may I sit here?" Lin Yu, unable to tolerate excessive cosmetic enhancements, declined curtly, "I'm sorry, this seat is taken." Meanwhile, Xiao Wang was vociferously promoting in several bar groups within the hood. Top-tier beauties, solo and without companions, have just ordered 300,000 worth of drinks and secured the finest booth. Come quickly. In no time, whether they were top-tier or not, groups began to form, eager to partake. After rebuffing numerous seasoned patrons, the first genuine beauty finally appeared before Lin Yu. "Brother, may I sit here?" A striking mixed-race beauty with long, dark hair and an exquisite figure stood before him, clad in a flowing purple sequin gown that accentuated her elegant charm. Lin Yu, clearly pleased, raised an eyebrow and gestured for her to take a seat. "Help yourself to the drinks on the table, and feel free to order whatever you desire." Subsequently, Lin Yu selected another enchanting beauty from the influx, the youthful and delicately featured university student who introduced herself as Annie. He did not neglect the others, embracing them warmly and assuring, "Ladies, order whatever you wish, but you must finish it. No limits." Lin Yu's grand declaration ignited excitement throughout the venue. The beauties, whose purpose was to attract attention and stimulate consumption, were not shy in the face of such generosity. They promptly ordered the priciest Armand Martin Louis XIII, priced at 52,888 yuan per bottle, while happily taking selfies and reveling in the moment. "Young Master Lin, you are truly wealthy, and so young and handsome," complimented the alluring Jessica, seated to Lin Yu's right. "Indeed, young Master Lin is far superior to those who hesitate for ages before opening a bottle of Ace of Spades," added Annie to Lin Yu's left. "Haha, do share with me the drinking games you have here," Lin Yu requested, thoroughly enjoying their banter. After grasping the nuances of their revelry, he summoned Xiao Wang, the bar's marketing representative, instructing him to withdraw a cash sum of 1 million. Xiao Wang, understanding the implications, swiftly returned with a box filled with cash. As Lin Yu opened it, the vibrant red bills immediately captured the attention of all the beauties. He pulled out 2 stacks of bills and playfully patted Xiao Wang on the chest. "Find me 10 bodyguards. I'll pay them 2,000 for the night. If chaos ensues here, I'll offer them 10 million to participate in the Paris Paralympics." Though taken aback, Xiao Wang recalled the generous 20,000 tip Lin Yu had given upon entry. Tonight, Lin Yu's word was law, and he promptly dashed off to fulfill the request. Swiftly, 10 burly men approached and bowed respectfully to Lin Yu, addressing him as young Master Lin. Pleased, Lin nodded in approval before instructing Jessica and Annie to assist in stacking the remaining 970,000 into a small mountain on the table. Raising his champagne flute, Lin took a delicate sip before addressing the 9 stunning women present. "Down your champagne in one go. Keep 3,000 for yourselves and distribute the remaining 7,000 as tips to those around you. Hand them out one by one to whomever you please. For a glass of Louis XIII, take 5,000 and share the other 5,000 the same way. Anyone unwilling to play may step aside now." None of the 9 beauties could resist such temptation. Without hesitation, Jessica downed a 3-ounce glass in a single gulp, then plucked a stack of bills from the pile. Tucking half into her decolletage, she began distributing the rest to the surrounding crowd. The onlookers erupted into a frenzy, calling out eagerly, hoping to catch the attention of the dazzling woman. Having dispensed the money, Jessica felt an unprecedented rush of exhilaration. Next, the second beauty opted for a golden bottle of Armand de Brignac, polished it off in one go, claimed her 3,000, and likewise showered the remaining cash upon the crowd. By the end of the first round, the money pile had visibly diminished. Lin chuckled, raising his glass once more. Again, round 2. For the second round, Lin arranged 9 glasses, filling them with whiskey, Louis XIII, tequila, and Armand de Brignac. This time, all 9 women displayed remarkable boldness. None chose a champagne, resulting in another 45,000 yuan scattered among the bar's patrons. The atmosphere grew even more electric, with even the performers pausing their acts to join the scramble for cash. Phones flashed incessantly, capturing the extraordinary spectacle. Round 3. Round 4. By the 5th round, the women were visibly flagging, most now opting for the champagne, which only intensified the frenzy. Voices in the crowd cried out, "No more. Let me take their place." Round 6. Round 7. The last woman finally succumbed, though her dazed eyes still lingered on the dwindling fortune, as if yearning for another attempt. Xiao Wang began directing the cleanup while the crowd gradually dispersed. The performances resumed, the revelry continued. As Lin sipped his drink and swayed to the music, his hands wandered over the 9 women sprawled around him. One of them, in a haze, murmured, "Why, young Master Lin, do you still wish to continue?" Lin burst into laughter, pinching her cheek playfully. "Continue what? Handing out more cash? Tonight's performance has left me thoroughly satisfied. Another time, perhaps." What an exhilarating night. By the time Lin left the bar, dawn was already breaking past 4. The alcohol seemed to have transformed into pure dopamine, leaving him electrified. He found himself already anticipating the next lavish spectacle. Chapter 55. Enchanting beauties and luxurious cars at the International Auto Show in the Magic City, the biennial event. The International Auto Show serves a purpose beyond merely selling vehicles. It aims to elevate prestige and international influence. For many ordinary individuals, the opportunity to witness an array of luxury cars is a rewarding experience in itself. However, few truly come to purchase a vehicle. This time, Lin Yu is not merely indulging his eyes. He is resolutely determined to acquire a car, and quite possibly more than one. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lin Yu presents his ticket to the security personnel and gains entry to the exhibition hall. As he steps inside, he is met with a breathtaking display of luxury vehicles, including rare models such as Koenigsegg, Pagani, and Lamborghini, several of which are present. Even entry-level sports cars like Porsche Panamera and Maserati have been relegated to the corners. The plethora of high-end automobiles is overwhelming, and as Lin Yu ventures deeper, he finds the showcase cars become increasingly opulent, occupying larger spaces and more prime locations. The Magic City International Auto Show stands unrivaled among its national counterparts, not only for its top-tier luxury cars, but also for its stunning car models. Each model is breathtakingly beautiful, exuding diverse charms, some alluring, others strikingly elegant, while some radiate innocence or fervor, captivating onlookers. Lin Yu even spots a popular celebrity posing by a premier supercar, a testament to the organizer's lavish expenditure on attracting visitors with beauty. These models, besides their striking appearances, exhibit remarkable professionalism as they gracefully pose in front of the luxury cars, embodying an air of expertise. The more exquisite the model, the larger the crowd that gathers around. Lin Yu notices numerous spectators wielding cameras and smartphones, incessantly capturing images, often focusing not just on the cars, but on the alluring figures before them. While both the car models and luxury vehicles are considered rides, it is evident that the majority present regard the standing beauties as far more tangible than the lavish cars on display. After a thorough exploration, Lin Yu discovers that there is indeed an exclusive inner exhibition area. As the name suggests, this section showcases even more elite luxury vehicles. However, entry into this inner sanctum is not accessible to just anyone. One must possess a minimum of 1 million in cash or bank deposits to purchase a ticket. This strategy not only filters genuine potential buyers, but also regulates foot traffic. Lin Yu confidently presents his Alipay balance for the attendant to see. Upon noticing his multi-million balance, the attendant glances at Lin Yu with curiosity, pondering the identity of this young gentleman. Could he be the scion of an affluent family, perhaps with a fortune akin to a mine? Upon entering the inner exhibition area, Lin Yu is surprised to find a considerable number of attendees. He cannot help but marvel at the magic city, where numerous individuals can readily produce cash exceeding 1 million. Each person is impeccably dressed, exuding an extraordinary demeanor that clearly distinguishes them from the ordinary crowd. Although the number of vehicles on display in the inner area is limited, each is a noble among luxury cars, transforming the venue into a veritable summit of automotive excellence. Among the lesser-known marvels are the Koenigsegg Regera, Mercedes-AMG 1, ATS GT, and Lotus Evija, akin to reclusive masters of the martial arts world, unassuming yet astonishingly powerful. In contrast, the popular titans include the Bugatti Chiron, Pagani Huayra BC, Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta, Lamborghini Veneno, Rolls-Royce Sweptail, and Aston Martin Valkyrie, radiating brilliance like the leaders of the martial arts realm. Lin Yu's gaze was firmly fixed upon the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta. Every boy harbors a dream of owning a Ferrari, and this vehicle undoubtedly epitomizes the visage of a dream lover. Its classic red exterior resembles a blazing flame, while its sleek body curves exude strength and wildness, boasting superlative power and an exquisite convertible design, a flawless amalgamation of force and beauty. The more Lin Yu beheld it, the more he felt an urge to experience the exhilarating rush of speed. He was ready to leap over the barrier to test drive the car. "Excuse me, sir, this vehicle is of considerable value, and therefore, a financial verification is required prior to a test drive. We kindly ask for your cooperation," a staff member interjected swiftly, a hint of apology gracing his expression. "What's the price of this car?" Lin Yu inquired, brow slightly furrowed. "This is the latest model of the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta, with a base price of 150 million renminbi. Consequently, a financial verification of over 100 million is necessary for a test drive," the staff member explained calmly, his tone tinged with a touch of helplessness, as the exorbitant price warranted the utmost caution from the organizers to prevent any mishaps. Lin Yu pondered. "So this is why no one has attempted a test drive. The threshold is exceedingly high. Yet, it is understandable. A mere scratch could cost hundreds of thousands in repairs and adversely affect resale value. Were I in their shoes, I too would establish a barrier." Upon realizing this, Lin Yu nodded in understanding, recognizing that he met the requirements and had no intention of complicating matters for the staff. "Here is my bank card. Please proceed with the verification." In this setting, where prominent figures gathered, the ability to casually produce 100 million in cash was a rarity. Thus, when Lin Yu expressed his desire to test drive the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta, all eyes turned to him like spotlights illuminating the night. Some affluent heirs, observing the youthful Lin Yu, couldn't help but speculate, which conglomerate does this young man belong to? I have never seen him before. While it was not uncommon for these wealthy scions to possess tens of millions, having 1 billion in liquid assets was akin to an insurmountable feat. More crucially, even if they possessed such wealth, they would hardly dare to spend it on such an extravagant vehicle, fearing rebuke from their family patriarchs, who would scorn them as wasteful and cast them out. The financial verification process seemed to stretch on for an eternity. Around him, those second-generation heirs and wealthy individuals lacking sufficient funds began to murmur amongst themselves, their whispers laden with speculation and doubt. Why is the verification taking so long? Could it be that he does not possess the requisite funds? Observing his composed demeanor and the exquisite Patek Philippe adorning his wrist, it seems unlikely that he is merely putting on a fade. Who can truly say? In this day and age, pretense has become all too commonplace. Alas, should he genuinely lack the means, the ensuing embarrassment would be quite palpable. How delightful it would be to witness such a spectacle, just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, some even relishing the prospect of his potential misfortune. The verification of funds reached its conclusion. The principal organizer of the auto show, beaming with a smile akin to a blooming chrysanthemum, approached Lin Yu with utmost reverence, slightly bowing and gesturing invitingly. "Sir, please, do step this way and feel free to take a test drive." The very individuals who had previously cast doubt upon Lin Yu now stood utterly aghast, mouths agape and eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Goodness! Is this for real? This fellow possesses a cash flow surpassing 100 million. Astonishing. This is the true essence of a magnate. Chapter 56, a lavish purchase of a supercar, accompanied by Yangmi after testing the car. Lin Yu emerged with a satisfied smile adorning his face. He promptly addressed the representative, proclaiming, "This vehicle is splendid. I shall purchase it." The atmosphere around him fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Whether it was the fashionably attired scions of wealth or the impeccably dressed magnates, all gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg within. "Sir, are you certain that you wish to acquire this vehicle?" The representative stammered, his voice trembling. "This is a Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta, valued at over 100 million. It is not a mere cabbage. Indeed, I wish to procure this car," Lin Yu reaffirmed. His tone as casual as discussing the day's weather. With a cheerful beep, the POS machine confirmed the transaction. The atmosphere erupted into chaos, as journalists swarmed like sharks sensing blood in the water. Flashbulbs erupted in a frenzy, the sound of shutters clicking incessantly, eager to capture Lin Yu alongside the resplendent red Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta. "Mr. Lin, may I inquire why you chose to purchase this vehicle on the very first day of the auto show?" "Mr. Lin, what industry do you represent? Could you divulge that information?" "Mr. Lin, do you have any particular sentiments regarding this car?" The reporters clamored with questions, each vying to capture every detail. Meanwhile, the auto show representative stood nearby like a hen guarding her chicks, meticulously ensuring that no one encroached upon Lin Yu's space. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance, he maintained a professional smile. Once the journalists had captured ample footage, Lin Yu approached the representative and stated, "Please find a secure place for this vehicle. One car is not enough. I wish to explore others as well." The representative nearly fell to his knees in gratitude. This was no mere patron. This was the very embodiment of fortune. He nodded eagerly. "Rest assured, I will arrange everything impeccably. Whatever vehicles you wish to see, just command me, and I shall procure the finest." His mind raced with calculations. Should this transaction succeed, not only would it lead to a promotion and raise, but it could very well suffice for a comfortable retirement. I must remain vigilant. This is a golden goose that cannot be allowed to escape. Within the VIP lounge of the International Auto Show in the Magic City, the lighting was soft and the air was imbued with a subtle scent of leather. Lin Yu was resting with his eyes closed, savoring this rare tranquility. "Xiaoyang, come quickly and meet young Master Lin. He is our esteemed guest, having just acquired a Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta. You must treat him with utmost hospitality. Do you understand?" The chief representative ushered a young woman into the room, his tone laced with deference. "Young Master Lin, the beautiful guide you requested has arrived. What do you think? If she does not meet your expectations, I shall replace her immediately." The representative continued, bowing slightly as he cautiously observed Lin Yu. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the girl before him. She possessed a statuesque figure, adorned in a minimalist white dress that elegantly accentuated her graceful curves. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, framing a face of exquisite features, with a pure yet subtly alluring aura. Her eyes, particularly, seemed to possess a language of their own. "Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Yangmi. May I have the honor of serving you?" Her voice was melodious and bright, tinged with a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. The name and the voice stirred a recognition within Lin Yu. She was the same girl he had encountered on 2 previous occasions. It was quite a coincidence to meet her here. Maintaining an impassive expression, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, "Let it be her then. Are you familiar with the cars at the exhibition? Make sure to provide a thorough introduction. Your tip will be well deserved." Upon hearing this, the person in charge beamed with delight and hastily nudged Yangmi, urging her, "Come on, thank Mr. Lin." "Thank you, sir. I shall certainly give my best performance." Yangmi quickly bowed, her voice brimming with excitement and gratitude. Subsequently, she followed Lin Yu closely, exploring the myriad of luxury vehicles in the exhibition hall, while sweetly elucidating the performance, characteristics, and history of each car. Yangmi cherished this opportunity. Her purpose for attending the auto show was crystal clear. She sought a powerful ally to help extricate her from her predicament. Not only did she need to repay the exorbitant penalty fees to her agency, but she also needed to escape from her unscrupulous employer. To this end, she had even leveraged connections to reach the main organizer of the auto show in a magical city. With her beauty and talent, securing a relationship with a typical wealthy heir would not pose a challenge. However, finding someone with genuine strength to protect her was a rarity. Lin Yu, with his financial prowess and commanding presence, perfectly embodied the image of the guardian she envisioned. Moreover, his appearance and physique aligned splendidly with her aesthetic preferences, even stirring feelings of infatuation within her. Yet, she pondered about the character of this young magnate. As Yang Mi discreetly observed Lin Yu, she noted that although he maintained a stoic demeanor, his gaze was intensely focused, occasionally posing insightful questions, clearly not a superficial airhead. This Pagani Huaira Roadster BC is one of only 40 units globally, equipped with an AMG-engineered 6.0 LV12 twin-turbocharged engine, boasting over 800 horsepower. As she elaborated, she suddenly slipped, teetering on the brink of a fall. In a swift motion, Lin Yu caught her around the waist, steadying her. Yang Mi was enveloped by a faint scent of masculine fragrance, and the firmness of his embrace sent her heart racing. Thank you, Mr. Lin, she stammered, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. You're welcome. Just be careful, Lin Yu replied, releasing her with an unperturbed tone, as if merely performing a trivial act. Yang Mi gazed at Lin Yu's profile, her mind racing with thoughts. How can he remain so composed? Is my charm insufficient? No, I must be more proactive. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Mr. Lin, over there is a Bugatti Chiron. Shall we go take a look? Yang Mi pointed towards a luxury sports car, surrounded by a throng of admirers, her voice laced with excitement, her large eyes sparkling as they gazed at Lin Yu. Today, she had deliberately donned a form-fitting dress that accentuated her graceful figure to perfection. A Bugatti Chiron? No need. I already own one. It's nothing remarkable. Lin Yu replied with a nonchalant glance, shaking his head. Yang Mi was momentarily taken aback. The Bugatti Chiron was one of the world's premier supercars, priced in the tens of millions. Countless individuals dreamt of owning one, and yet Lin Yu claimed to possess it while appearing utterly indifferent. A tempest of emotions stirred within her, and her gaze towards Lin Yu grew increasingly fervent. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. Securing his affections could ensure a worry-free future. The Shanghai International Auto Show lasted only 3 days, and most attendees would depart once their objectives were achieved. Yang Mi understood the fleeting nature of such opportunities and resolved to seize the moment. Lin Xiao, it's almost noon. You must be hungry, she suggested, her voice dripping with sweetness. I know a place with delectable food. Allow me to take you there. Before Lin Yu could respond, she had already sidled up to him, affectionately linking her arm with his. Her soft curves pressed against him, and through the thin fabric of his shirt, he could even sense their remarkable elasticity. Lin Yu felt a stir within. This woman was undeniably forward. Nevertheless, he found it appealing and did not resist as Yang Mi led him out of the auto show. Chapter 57. The Revelation Master Lin. What cuisine do you prefer? Shanghainese? Cantonese? Or perhaps Western? Yang Mi inquired, tilting her head slightly as she walked, her expectant gaze fixed upon Lin Yu. Lin Yu caught a glimpse of her delicate features from the corner of his eye, noting the subtle tremble of her lips as she spoke. With deliberate mischief, he teased, the cuisine matters little. What truly counts is the company. Young Mies Bals Kwikanet, a delicate flush blooming across her cheeks. Master Lin, you do love to jest, she murmured, her voice laced with playful reproach. Inevitist. Lin Yu countered abruptly, halting his steps and turning to face her, his towering presence casting a shadow over her. Especially not with Beauties. Yang Mi faltered under his intense scrutiny, instinctively retreating a step, only for Lin Yu to seize her slender waist, pulling her close. You. Her voice trembled. Leaning down, Lin Yu whispered against her ear, his warm breath grazing her sensitive skin. Tell me, what do you crave? A shiver coursed through her, her knees nearly buckling. I defer to your preference, she breathed, her voice barely audible, her face aflame. Oh, is that so? A smirk curled his lips. Then, we shall indulge in something extraordinary. Extraordinary? She lifted her gaze, confusion flickering in her eyes. Lin Yu merely offered a cryptic smile before guiding her firmly toward the parking lot, his arm possessive around her waist. Bystanders cast envious glances their way, murmurs of admiration and resentment swirling in their wake. Damn, what a stunning woman! Ah, the privileges of wealth. Yang Mi burned with embarrassment, longing to vanish, while Lin Yu basked in the attention, his expression one of smug satisfaction. Golden afternoon light spilled through the floor-to-ceiling windows, glinting off the polished silverware. The waiter retreated soundlessly, leaving the pair in intimate solitude. The air was thick with the aroma of delicacies and an undercurrent of tension. Yang Mi picked at her food, stealing furtive glances at Lin Yu. She had dressed meticulously for this moment. At last, she set down her chopsticks. Master Lin, what do you think of me? He arched a brow, amusement dancing in his eyes. In what regard? Her cheeks warmed, but she steadied her voice. My appearance, my figure, by men's standards, would I be considered exceptional? Lin Yu leaned forward, his piercing gaze stripping her bare. Exceptional? You transcend mere excellence. Your beauty, your poise, your form, they are peerless. Her heart raced wildly. Summoning courage, she bit her lip and confessed then, Master Lin, would you consider becoming my patron? My dream is stardom. I have the potential. Haltingly, she laid bare her ambitions and the crushing weight of her debts. She vowed that once she became a prominent star, she would repay Lin Yu 100-fold. She refrained from claiming 1,000-fold or 10,000-fold, as that would seem too far-fetched. Lin Yu did not respond immediately. Instead, he leisurely continued to savor his meal, relishing each bite as if he had entirely disregarded Yang Mi's words. Watching him, Yang Mi's heart raced with anxiety. Each second of this dinner felt like an eternity. The more Lin Yu remained non-committal, the more her nerves frayed. Doubts began to creep in. Had she been too direct? Or did Lin Yu simply not regard her with any esteem? After a while, Lin Yu finally set down his chopsticks, elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and lifted his gaze to Yang Mi with an enigmatic smile. Her heart leapt to her throat, and she felt as though she could hear the thunderous beating of her heart. Suddenly, Lin Yu broke into a broad grin, revealing a set of perfect white teeth. 100-fold repayment? How do you intend to repay me? By offering yourself? Do I strike you as someone who lacks for female company? He deliberately paused, scrutinizing Yang Mi with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Or perhaps you wish to bear me a football team. Yang Mi blushed deeply at his blunt, yet teasing remark. She understood that Lin Yu was mocking her, but found herself at a loss for a retort. With all due respect, these are mere empty promises, overly idealistic. Lin Yu's smile faded, and his tone turned serious. Becoming a leading star in the entertainment industry is no easy feat. 2 years, 3 years, or even 5 or 10. What if it doesn't pan out? What will happen to the money I've invested? Will it simply vanish? Moreover, the time frame is too long. By the time you blossom, it will be too late. I might as well invest that money in purchasing several courtyard houses. When they are eventually redeveloped, I could simply lie back and count my riches. His words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had ignited in Yang Mi's heart. The more she listened, the paler her complexion became, her delicate hands nervously rubbing against her thighs, her knuckles turning white. She realized how naive she had been to think that her beauty and a few empty words could sway this scion of the Lin family. The atmosphere grew tense, an awkward silence enveloping them. Lin Yu remained unhurried, continuing to relish the dishes on the table, as if his earlier remarks were mere casual observations. He granted Yang Mi the time to ponder. If she did not offer something of tangible value, he would simply take his leave, for to him, this meal was merely a pastime. As time ticked away, the dishes gradually emptied. Yang Mi watched as Lin Yu reached for his napkin once more. Knowing that this lunch was nearing its conclusion, her anxiety mounting. She understood that if she could not sway Lin Yu's opinion today, she might lose a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Finally, as if steeling herself for the plunge, Yang Mi lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a resolute determination mingled with undeniable shyness. Lin Xiao, could you share your room number with me? I would like to visit you tonight, for a heart-to-heart. By the end, her voice had dwindled to a mere whisper. Lin Yu's heart leaped with joy, yet his face remained impassive, even feigning a hint of surprise. He mused to himself about the high level of awareness possessed by women in the social circle. They grasp concepts with remarkable ease, showing potential for growth. Oh, a heart-to-heart conversation? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, pondering the subject matter. Life aspirations, or perhaps poetry and prose. He paused momentarily, pretending to be in a quandary. But I have a golf appointment tonight. Yang Mi, in a state of urgency, quickly interjected, I can wait for you, no matter how long it takes. Only then did Lin Yu reluctantly nod. All right, since you were so sincere, I shall grant you this opportunity. I am staying at the Peninsula Hotel, room XX. Remember, this chance is a singular one. Their lunch ultimately yielded a satisfying outcome. One person seeking the other's physical allure to satiate personal desires, while the other pursued financial gain to pave the way for a burgeoning career. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. At 2 in the afternoon, the Shanghai International Auto Show buzzed with a throng of visitors as various luxury cars shimmered under the lights. Yang Mi linked her arm with Lin Yu's, displaying an even deeper intimacy than in the morning. She occasionally cast glances upward at him, her eyes reflecting a blend of sweetness and a barely perceptible resolve. Perhaps she had mentally prepared herself. Such minor physical contact had become inconsequential to her. As they walked side by side, they resembled a pair of exquisite lovers, drawing the attention of passers-by. That woman is truly beautiful. What a lucky guy. A man in a cap muttered under his breath, his tone tinged with envy. That guy is exceptionally handsome. Why Haven T, I encountered someone like him. A stylish young woman remarked, gazing at Lin Yu's silhouette with a glimmer of longing. Lin Yu paid no heed to the surrounding glances. He and Yang Mi continued to explore, eagerly searching for the vehicle that caught his fancy. What about this one? He inquired, gesturing toward a sleek red sports car. The color is too bright. It doesn't quite suit you, Yang Mi replied, shaking her head. All right, I shall heed your advice. Lin Yu chuckled, pressing onward. At last, they came to a halt before a uniquely designed concept car. This one is splendid, Lin Yu exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the vehicle's futuristic design, which perfectly aligned with his aesthetic preferences. However, upon inquiring with the staff, he learned that the car was merely for exhibition and not for sale. Lin Yu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, akin to a child denied his cherished toy. Don't worry, we can come back tomorrow. Perhaps we will uncover something new, Yang Mi reassured him. That's all we can do. Lin Yu sighed resignedly, deciding to return the following day in hopes of better fortune. After parting ways with Yang Mi, he returned to his hotel. Upon entering his room, his phone buzzed with a message from Yang Mi. Lin Xiao, are you there? Lin Yu quickly replied, yes, I am here, just come up. He leapt from the bed, hastily donned his attire, and tidied his hair in the mirror before settling on the sofa, awaiting Yang Mi's arrival. He was acutely aware that something might transpire that evening. Chapter 58. Reaching an agreement. Excessive force. Yang Mi entered the room, her eyes slightly reddened, clearly bearing the weight of profound grievances. She bit her lip and laid bare her current predicaments. The director's harassment was relentless. The agent's coercion was unyielding, and the company even threatened to blacklist her, extinguishing any hope for her future. Lin Yu listened intently, his fingers gently tapping on the table. Long before the quarrel between Yang Mi and that agent surnamed Zhou, he had discreetly investigated the company she was affiliated with. As anticipated, Yang Mi had unwittingly stumbled into a meticulously crafted trap. This so-called agency was merely a shell company masquerading under the name of a larger corporation, specifically designed to exploit naive, aspiring starlets like Yang Mi, young women fresh out of university, ambitious yet lacking connections. They painted an alluring picture, orchestrating various banquets and gatherings under the guise of resource exchange, while in reality, they commodified these girls, offering them to directors with peculiar demands in exchange for favors. The company reaped the rewards, accumulating both resources and wealth. And even when these girls eventually awoke to the deception, they could still be extorted for hefty contract termination fees. Since you regard me as your benefactor, money is no obstacle, Lin Yu mused, a hint of a sly smile gracing his lips. Your agency is nothing but a farce in my eyes. As for Director Zhang, you need not concern yourself. I've already set people to gather evidence of his coercive tactics. If he knows what's good for him, he will cease his actions. Otherwise, well, let us see who ends up in a more precarious position. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi finally felt her anxious heart settle. She gazed at Lin Yu with gratitude, earnestly stating, "Lin Xiao, from now on, I shall be yours. However, I have one request. I hope you will not disclose our relationship just yet. This way, I can achieve fame more swiftly and better. Repay your kindness." Lin Yu felt a swell of pride within him, contemplating, "You wish to repay me? You may never be able to fully repay this debt. Investing in a goddess, transforming her into a celebrated star. This game is rather intriguing. Just imagine maintaining an aloof goddess persona in public while privately. How exhilarating." Feigning magnanimity, he nodded. "Very well, I agree. However, remember, opportunities are fleeting. Whether you can seize this one depends solely on you." Yang Mi's gaze was resolute, though her voice trembled imperceptibly. "Rest assured, Lin Xiao, I will not disappoint you." Deep down, she understood there was no turning back. She could only cling tightly to this lifeline. Yet, whether this lifeline would lead her toward enlightenment or deeper despair remained uncertain. Lin Yu regarded Yang Mi, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his eyes. "Brother Lin, how about tonight I fulfill your other desires?" Her voice quivered, yet it exuded an inexplicable firmness, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and anxiety, while her cheeks flushed with a captivating hue. Lin Yu did not anticipate that this seemingly delicate superstar would utter such words. He chuckled inwardly, finding this woman rather intriguing. He had encountered numerous proactive women, yet someone like Yang Mi, who embodied both a hint of youthful innocence and a touch of boldness, was indeed a rarity. He relished this sensation, akin to unwrapping a beautifully packaged gift, for one could never predict the delightful surprises concealed within. He deliberately paused, assessing Yang Mi with a scrutinizing gaze, as if appraising her sincerity, simultaneously admiring her like a work of art. Yang Mi felt a tinge of embarrassment under his scrutiny, yet she resolutely maintained her gaze, aware that her opportunity hinged on Lin Yu's reaction. Clearing his throat to break the silence, Lin Yu allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "It's perfectly normal to lack skill during one's first attempt. You will gradually become accustomed to it. However," he elongated his words, teasing Yang Mi's anticipation, "I tend to be quite discerning." Upon hearing this, Yang Mi's heart raced, and she eagerly inquired then, "What kind does Lin Ji prefer?" Realizing she might have come off as too eager, she quickly added, "I can learn anything." Lin Yu laughed heartily, impressed by her perceptiveness. Gently lifting her chin, he gazed into her sparkling eyes and slowly remarked, "I appreciate intelligence." Yang Mi blinked, as if grasping the implication, a confident smile blossoming on her face. As the room dimmed, only the sound of their heavy breathing and some indistinct rustling filled the air, intertwining and clashing in the darkness. Congratulations, host, on captivating Yang Mi, earning 100 goddess points. The following day, Lin Yu was awakened by his biological clock. Turning to glance at his phone, he noted it was already 10 a.m. Sunlight streamed through the curtain's crevice, casting golden rays upon the floor. He turned to his side, finding Yang Mi still lost in slumber, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, her rosy lips slightly pouting, resembling a sleepy child. Unable to resist, Lin Yu placed a soft kiss on her forehead, the wild events of the previous night vividly etched in his memory. Ultimately, she had succumbed to exhaustion, pleading with a voice tinged with tears, prompting his mercy to release her while establishing house rules. Reflecting on this, a smirk of satisfaction graced Lin Yu's lips. He could now indulge in whatever pleasures he desired. The exhilarating freedom of such control was truly delightful. Rising from the bed, he called the hotel front desk to order 2 breakfasts. Shortly thereafter, a server wheeled in a cart bearing 2 steaming meals. Lin Yu chose not to awaken Yang Mi, instead enjoying the meal alone. One must admit that the talent agency had an adept approach to artist packaging. The skincare and body management of newcomers far surpassed that of ordinary girls. Last night, he had observed that not only was her skin smooth and delicate, but certain areas were impeccably maintained, offering an exquisite tactile experience. Having consumed genetic supplements and kidney tonics, Lin Yu's physical condition was exceptional, with an astonishing recovery ability. The exertion from the previous night was merely a warm-up for him. Around 10:30, Yangmi gradually awakened. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and was about to inquire. Her voice slightly husky. "Lingo, what time is it now? Do we need to?" Before she could finish her sentence, she caught sight of the bright sunlight streaming through the window, instantly realizing that it was already day. With a startled gasp, she hurriedly pulled the bedsheet over her face, leaving only her 2 flushed ears exposed, resembling ripe apples. Lin Yu, observing her adorable demeanor, could not help but burst into laughter. "All right, it's not like you haven't been seen before, so why be so shy? Quickly remove the sheet and get dressed. I've asked the hotel to send up another breakfast." As he spoke, he relished the sight of Yang Mi clumsily dressing, still dazed from sleep, igniting a surge of warmth in his heart. By the time Yang Mi finally donned her attire and unsteadily descended from the bed, Lin Yu had already dialed the front desk. "How is your recovery? You should be able to move around, right? Can we go to the auto show to see the cars?" Lin Yu feigned ignorance. Yang Mi approached him, pouting in a feigned grievance, and playfully replied, "Lin Ge, you were so vigorous last night, I surely won't have recovered by today. Can we go tomorrow instead?" Her voice was soft and tender, tinged with a hint of coaxing. Chapter 59. Yang Mi buys a car and registers a company tomorrow. I shall accompany you to the film set to terminate your contract. You will heed my every instruction. Lin Yu spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if everything were well within his grasp. A wave of warmth surged within Yang Mi, her eyes slightly moist, and her voice tinged with playful reproach. "Brother Lin, you are truly wonderful." Having garnered the affections of a group of sisters during his last visit to the bustling metropolis, he now had the prospect of an exquisite new talent, not to mention the long-desired Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta. Lin Yu was thoroughly satisfied. As the month drew to a close, he still had the newly assigned goddess to cater to, contemplating what vehicle to select for Yang Mi the following day. At that moment, Yang Mi approached bearing breakfast and took a seat beside him. The enticing aroma of the steaming food wafted through the air, yet Lin Yu was distracted by his impulses. And in a moment of recklessness, they found themselves entwined once more. An hour later, Yang Mi pouted playfully. "Brother Lin, you are too mischievous. I am quite full now, and this breakfast has gone to waste." Lin Yu chuckled, teasing her. "Breakfast cannot compare to the snacks I provided. Be good, rest well. Tomorrow I shall take you to the auto show and buy you a vehicle worth millions." Yang Mi's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of $1 million car. She could scarcely believe her ears and joyfully clung to Lin Yu's arm, her exhilaration palpable. The next day, the auto show was bustling with activity. Lin Yu led Yang Mi directly to the Bentley exhibit. Her gaze was instantly captivated by a striking yellow Bentley Mulliner Batter, a model limited to just 18 units worldwide, specifically designed for women. Its smooth lines and stylish appearance seemed tailor-made for her. "This one," she exclaimed, pointing at the car, her voice trembling with excitement. The show manager and department head had been waiting eagerly, prepared for a grand ribbon-cutting ceremony on Lin Yu's behalf. Under the flashing lights, Lin Yu and Yang Mi stood side by side, severing the ribbon amid thunderous applause, the atmosphere electric. "Congratulations to Mr. Lin and Miss Yang on acquiring your dream car." The manager beamed, personally presenting the car keys to Lin Yu. With the newly acquired Bentley, Lin Yu whisked Yang Mi directly to her former agency. Upon arrival, he sought out the person in charge and, without preamble, proposed the termination of her contract. Initially, the other party attempted to demand an exorbitant sum, but Lin Yu's commanding presence and incisive rhetoric gradually softened their stance. Employing a mixture of firmness and persuasion, Lin Yu ultimately negotiated the termination fee down to 10 million, formalizing the agreement on the spot. Subsequently, he dialed Director Zhang's number. On the other end, Director Zhang initially intended to argue, but after Lin Yu laid out the stakes, he quickly backed down, assuring that he would never harass Yang Mi again. Exiting the agency, Yang Mi exhaled deeply, feeling as though a colossal weight had been lifted from her heart. She turned to Lin Yu, her eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration. This man had not only provided her with material satisfaction, but also a sense of security and reliance. As the auto show in the metropolis concluded, a young affluent man named Lin Yu emerged, his enigmatic background drawing the attention of many. At this moment, Lin Yu was laying the foundation for his burgeoning business empire. He engaged a registration agency without hesitation, investing a substantial sum to expedite the acquisition of all necessary certifications. Indeed, money makes the mayor go. Within 3 days, all formalities were impeccably arranged. Lin Yu christened his enterprise Lin Yu Visionary Infinite Investments Limited, a name both straightforward and audacious, reflecting his grand ambitions. The company's scope was expansive, its investment tentacles poised to stretch across diverse industries, exuding an air of imminent expansion. With infrastructure in place, the only missing piece was talent. Lin Yu dialed the number for elite headhunters, cutting straight to the chase. "Hello, I'd like to hire an accountant." On the other end of the line, Zihan was organizing documents on her computer screen. As a seasoned consultant at Elite Headhunters, she fielded countless similar calls daily. "May I inquire about the specific service you require?" Her voice was sweet yet impeccably professional. "I need an accountant for my company," Lin Yu replied. "Could you elaborate on your requirements? Are you seeking an accounting manager, general ledger accountant, chief accountant, or perhaps an audit-related role?" Zihan suppressed an internal sigh. Another inexperienced small business owner, likely to balk at the fees and hastily end the call. Such clients were all too familiar. Lin Yu, a recent graduate, was unfamiliar with such nuances. After a pause, he declared, "I want an accounting manager. The more capable, the better." "Understood, sir. What salary range are you prepared to offer?" For an accounting manager, a high-tier position, the annual compensation typically starts at 300,000 yuan. Zihan briskly outlined the standards and fees for hiring such a role, mentally adding, "Just make an excuse and hang up already. You don't sound particularly flush. Compensation is uncapped as long as the candidate meets my standards," Lin Yu stated coolly. Money? A trivial concern. What mattered was securing someone capable of steering his company. Zihan froze, her grip on the phone tightening imperceptibly. "Sir, without clearer parameters, it will be challenging for us to assist you." She maintained her professional composure, though inwardly scoffing. What kind of pretentious act is this? "Uncapped. In all my years, I've never encountered such bravado." Sensing the futility of further phone discussion, Lin Yu cut to the chase. "Where's your office? I'll discuss this in person." Zihan's pulse quickened. Was this man serious? She promptly provided the address, her tone betraying a flicker of anticipation. "Elite Headhunters welcomes you, Mr. Lin." After hanging up, Zihan immediately searched for Lin Yu Visionary Infinite Investments Limited. Yet beyond its recent registration, the company left no digital footprint. Intrigued, she dialed her close friend and fellow headhunter, Li Weiwei. "Have you heard of a certain Lin Yu? He just registered an investment firm and seems to spend lavishly." Li Weiwei pondered for a moment and remarked, "Lin Yu? I haven't heard of him. However, in this bustling metropolis, there are undoubtedly hidden talents. Perhaps he is a scion of a prominent family venturing into business. You must seize the opportunity. You might just reel in a significant catch." Zihan wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in affirmation as she began to contemplate how to extract greater value from this enigmatic Lin Yu. Chapter 60. Headhunting Company. Wild Goddess Lin Yu arrived at the headhunting company as per the provided address. The office building was bustling with activity, with a constant flow of hurried professionals entering and exiting. Observing the throng of people waiting for the elevator, Lin Yu opted to ascend via the stairs. "Hello. Welcome to Xuanxian Headhunting. Do you have an appointment?" The receptionist rose to greet him. "Yes, let me make a quick call." Lin Yu pulled out his phone. After concluding his call, he casually surveyed his surroundings. The entrance was elegantly decorated and spacious, with numerous independent meeting rooms lined up, presenting the grandeur of a large enterprise. Quite impressive. Lin Yu nodded to himself in approval. Before long, a short-haired woman in a brown business suit approached him, extending her hand for a gentle handshake. "Greetings, Zihan. May I ask how to address you, sir?" "Just call me Lin." "Mr. Lin, please follow me." Zihan led Lin Yu into a spacious reception room. The room featured a high ceiling and a minimalist yet sophisticated decor, creating an impressive sense of space. They arrived at a large rosewood coffee table and sat across from each other. And Zihan gracefully crossed her legs and placed her notepad on her lap, clearing her throat to speak. Mr. Lin, we typically establish recruitment needs through in-depth communication with our clients, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the company's culture, background, industry, and product characteristics, and collaboratively discussing the positions to be filled. Oh, I'm simply looking to hire an accountant. The company has just been registered, and we plan to explore various industries. Lin Yu scratched his head, responding earnestly, and Zihan maintained a professional smile, thinking to herself how casual this client was. She endeavored to maintain a professional tone as she inquired, "May I ask, Mr. Lin, if you have any specific requirement for this accounting position?" Requirements. Lin Yu elongated his response, appearing to ponder seriously. She should be attractive, young, and beautiful, fully certified, with work experience and exceptional professional skills. As for the salary, we can negotiate, starting at 500,000, directly in accordance with the highest market standards. If she performs well, I might even offer a substantial bonus during the new year, starting at 6 figures. Upon hearing the terms attractive and young and beautiful, and Zihan's lips twitched involuntarily. However, upon considering the salary offered, she felt optimistic about this assignment. An annual salary of 500,000 did not seem too difficult to fulfill. Mr. Lin, she smiled, when you mention young and beautiful, what specific standard do you have in mind? This aspect is quite subjective, and we lack concrete measurement criteria. Lin Yu considered her point thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he rummaged through his phone and produced a few photos, presenting them to an Zihan. Here, take a look. These are 2 of my friends. For the accounting manager, the requirements are not high. Just follow the standards of one of these 2. And Zihan took the phone and stared intently at the images, nearly rendered speechless. On the screen, 2 exquisite faces caught the eye, one pure as water, the other alluring as fire, each a captivating beauty that lingered in the mind long after a mere glance. Is such a level of attractiveness even that easy to find? And Zihan's thoughts spiraled into a torrent of sarcasm. Has the world of the affluent become this absurd? Are you genuinely seeking an accountant or a wife? Surely, this is not merely to amuse yourself at my expense. She suppressed the impulse to hurl her phone at Lin Yu's face, inhaling deeply to maintain her professional facade. And Zihan and Lin Yu entered into an agreement detailing the position, duration, post-contract guarantees, and the composition of fees. Lin Yu glanced over the document briefly before signing with alacrity. Mr. Lin, please be patient during this period. The initial candidate recommendations will typically be delivered within a week following our agreement, after which we can arrange an interview according to your schedule. Lin Yu stood, shook Zihan's hand in farewell, and left the headhunting firm. He busied himself with the myriad tasks of managing his company until nightfall. "Excuse me, ladies, I must take my leave," Lin Yu announced as he approached his Ferrari, where several young women were posing against the front, capturing selfies in various stances. "Wow, so handsome. He is like my dream lover," one exclaimed. "Where are you headed, handsome? Take us with you." The girls chirped excitedly, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. A girl with luxurious waves, exquisite makeup, and clad in a black off-the-shoulder, form-fitting dress, paired with Balenciaga stockings and high heels, playfully inquired, clearly the most striking among the group. Lin Yu surveyed the crowd before his gaze settled on her. "I can only take one person, so it shall be you." "Great," she cheered, winking at her friends with a sense of triumph before sliding into the car. The Ferrari sped away amidst a chorus of admiration and envy, where, too beautiful, Lin Yu's gaze lingered for a few seconds on her alluring legs encased in black stockings. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered the binding condition. Binding target, Tian Lu. Let us grab a late-night snack," Tian Lu suggested, her voice laced with a hint of coyness. "What brand is this car?" "It's stunning." She feigned innocence, her tone carrying an undertone of intrigue. "It's merely a Ferrari," Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, though his eyes occasionally drifted toward her enticing legs. "So understated. This car is truly wonderful. It feels so comfortable to touch." Tian Lu's hands roamed curiously around the interior, Lin Yu smiled subtly and drove to a newly constructed park. The park was expansive, although there were still many people at this hour. The space felt open due to their dispersal. After parking, Lin Yu took Tian Lu's hand as they exited the vehicle. Aren't we supposed to be going for a late-night snack? How do we end up here? Tian Lu's hand was tightly held by Lin Yu, her body unconsciously leaning closer to him. Dining seems rather dull. I'd much prefer to converse with you. Do you have a boyfriend? Lin Yu's tone carried a hint of playful provocation. None at all. Who would want someone as plain as me? What about you, dear? Do you have a girlfriend? Tian Lu countered, her voice laced with coquettish charm. Single, and still an innocent young man, Lin Yu feigned purity, though his eyes glimmered with mischief. What serendipity! Then, might I become your girlfriend? I feel an instant connection between us. Tian Lu pressed herself against him, her perfume intoxicating Lin Yu's senses. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu wrapped an arm around her slender waist, giving it a teasing pinch. Consider it done. You're now my girlfriend. Ah, how shameless. Tian Lu giggled, her voice tinged with anticipation. Give me your bank account number, Lin Yu abruptly demanded. Tian Lu froze, her pulse quickening. What was happening? Without explanation, Lin Yu transferred 10 million yuan into her account. Notification. Your account ending in 2678 has received a deposit of 100,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 126,400,000 yuan. Staring at the message, Tian Lu was utterly stunned. 10 million? Disbelief gave way to euphoria as she clung to Lin Yu in exhilaration. They wandered into a secluded grove, where Lin Yu abruptly pulled her into his embrace. Darling. Tian Lu's voice trembled faintly. Congratulations, host. Tian Lu has been conquered. Reward, 100 goddess points. Afterward, Tian Lu longed to linger in their intimacy, but Lin Yu had already lost interest. He knew all too well, such eager, wild beauties were merely tools for his ambitions. Rising from her, he adjusted his attire without a backward glance, leaving Tian Lu alone in bewildered reflection. A flush of satisfaction lingered on her cheeks, yet an inexplicable hollowness settled in her heart. Chapter 61. Call me husband. Envy and jealousy today. Lin Yu finally managed to contact Mu Qianqian, one of the Mu sisters. Before he could utter a word, Mu Qianqian, with a voice tinged with tears, exclaimed, "Big bad guy, no brother-in-law help? I can't even afford to fill up my tank." Lin Yu was taken aback, thinking to himself that he had given her a generous allowance. After deducting the mortgage, there remained a substantial 710,000 yuan. How on earth was she in such a predicament? However, he refrained from questioning further. After all, he was well off. Without hesitation, Lin Yu transferred 1 million yuan into Mu Qianqian's bank account, pondering that he would reserve the remaining 9 million for observing her behavior. Since the system upgrade, Lin Yu's attitude towards these women had shifted. To those who were obedient, he would bestow more kindness. To those who were not, he would give less or nothing at all. Should anyone dare to betray him, not only would they receive no financial support, but they would also be subject to a thorough lesson. With 13 bound to him now and the prospect of more to come, he was not concerned about losing one or two. The transfer was instantaneous, and Mu Qianqian soon initiated a video call. Upon accepting, Lin Yu was instantly captivated, casting aside any lingering doubts. Mu Qianqian, evidently just awakened, had tousled hair and a bare face. Donning a delightful gelato peak strawberry print pajama set as she languidly reclined against her headboard. Despite her natural look, she radiated an enchanting purity. You are mine now. How dare you still call me a big bad guy? You ought to call me husband. Be careful, or I might deduct your allowance. Lin Yu feigned sternness. Good brother-in-law. Good husband. Dear Lin Gu, please don't. I promise never to call you a big bad guy again. Mu Qianqian pouted, her voice sweet and laced with a hint of grievance. Seeing her pitiable expression, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I'm not unreasonable. If you truly wish to call me that, I may allow you to call me a big bad guy during our deeper exchanges in the future. How annoying, Mu Qianqian teased, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of anticipation. Now, Qianqian, tell me what happened. How did you find yourself in such dire straits that you can't even afford gas? Lin Yu inquired, setting aside his playful banter. Woo woo woo. Don't even mention it. Mu Qianqian began to recount her woeful tale of the week following Lin Yu's departure. That day, Mu Qianqian drove her Maserati MC-12 back to the Shanghai Music Academy, the roar of the engines striking the tranquil campus like a heavy hammer. Her previous Maserati coupe, while still a luxury vehicle, had not caused much of stir in a place teeming with talent. However, the MC-12 was different. With a staggering price tag exceeding 20 million yuan, it left even the most worldly of students gasping in awe. As the campus beauty, Mu Qianqian was well known alongside her exquisite vehicle. When this supercar appeared at the school gates, the gossip circles and forums erupted, inundated with speculation and chatter. The four girls in Mu Qianqian's dorm were universally recognized as goddesses, all single, which rendered them the most dazzling presence on campus. Countless eyes, both overt and covert, were fixed upon them. Rumors about Mu Qianqian being kept by a wealthy patron spread like wildfire, each version more outrageous than the last. Oblivious to the storm brewing outside, Mu Qianqian had just stepped into her dormitory when her three roommates encircled her like a tribunal. Fan Linling, standing at 172 centimeters with her signature twin ponytails, was dressed in her favorite JK outfit, a black blazer paired with a short skirt, white cotton socks, and polished black loafers, looking every bit like an anime high school girl come to life. She playfully pinched Mu Qianqian's waist and teased, "So, you lied about fixing your car all afternoon? Did it magically turn into a Maserati MC-12? Spill the truth." "Exactly. I even signed you in for piano class," chimed in Han Jingjing, her 168 centimeters frame draped in a figure-hugging, V-neck taupe dress, her long, fair hair cascading over her shoulders. With delicate makeup, rosy lips, and red stilettos accentuating her sheer black stockings, she exuded an intoxicating blend of innocence and allure. Mu Qianqian's gaze lingered a little too long on the tantalizing glimpse of cleavage beneath Han Jingjing's neckline, prompting the latter to frown. "It's not like you don't have your own, just a bit smaller." "What is so fascinating? Now, how are you going to thank us?" "Spare me, sisters. I'll treat you to anything you want. Just name it." Mu Qianqian pleaded. Xiao Qing, her twin ponytails adorned with white floral hairpins, her sweet face framed by soft makeup, finally spoke up. Dressed in a pale blue floral cheongsam with the top button undone, she looked like a delicate porcelain doll. "Well then, Qianqian, we want T-hole back." With their demands met, the trio finally released her. As Mu Qianqian began organizing her wardrobe, replacing outdated but sentimental pieces with new designer garments, Han Jingjing, the wealthiest among them, noticed the luxury labels. "Qianqian, isn't this watch Van Cleef Arpels Alhambra?" she exclaimed, snatching it for a closer inspection. Fan Linling and Xiao Qing immediately crowded around. "This must cost a fortune, just over 100,000. A gift from my sister," Mu Qianqian lied smoothly, unwilling to reveal Lin Yu's involvement. 100,000? I'm so jealous. My allowance would never cover that." Han Jingjing sighed. "Let us go eat my treat." Mu Qianqian swiftly changed the subject, leading the way to the campus parking lot. With a click of her key fob, the sleek car door swung open. She turned back with a grin. "Hop in. Qian, is this car yours?" Fan Linling stammered. "Indeed. Lin Yu bought it for himself, so naturally." "It is my car," Mu Qian replied. Xiao Qing exclaimed, "Wow. A yellow Maserati MC-12. It's truly eye-catching. The best cars at our school pale in comparison." Han Jingjing, the most affluent among the four, received over 10,000 yuan in monthly allowances from her family. She had always considered herself superior to the other three sisters. However, upon witnessing Mu Qian drive a Maserati MC-12 worth 20 million, her heart felt as if it had been doused in vinegar. Silently, she opened the back door and discreetly took a seat, while her mind raced with thoughts. "What is so impressive? One day, I will be able to afford it too. Haha, then I shall sit in the passenger seat," Fan Linling cheerfully declared, noticing no one occupying the front beside Mu Qian. "Where shall Princess Mu take us today to broaden our horizons?" "Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate," Mu Qian confidently replied as she patted her pocket. "Wow, is that the restaurant renowned as the world's first French dining establishment? The owner is quite generous. 666. With that, Mu Qian pressed the accelerator, and the Maserati MC-12 roared to life, blasting out of the campus and leaving a group of astonished students in its wake. Among the crowd, someone shouted that exhaust must have been modified, right? What a street beast. Chapter 62, A Gathering of Four Maidens Qianqian. Is it all right if we post on Moments? Fan Linling inquired, fiddling with her phone. The recently taken photos had been enhanced with filters, and the effect was simply stunning. She was eager to showcase her luxurious car setting to the world. Of course, feel free to post. However, Mu Qianqian deliberately elongated her words, a playful smile gracing her lips. Make sure to capture me looking beautiful, or I shall not consent. Haha, rest assured, Qianqian. I will ensure you appear as a celestial being descended to Earth. Fan Linling promptly affirmed, turning her phone screen towards Mu Qianqian. What do you think of this one? Doesn't it exude a certain elegance? While driving, Mu Qianqian stole a glance and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, quite impressive. You have a discerning eye. In the back seat, Han Jingjing and Xiao Qing leaned forward, chattering excitedly about which photos were more appealing and how to craft captions that would capture attention. Amidst their laughter and joy, the Maserati soon arrived at the entrance of Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate. This restaurant, situated in Shanghai's Huangpu district on Zhongshan First Road, radiated luxury even from its location. The four had made a reservation in advance, allowing them to be ushered directly inside by the attentive staff. As they stepped out of the car, the striking quartet immediately drew numerous glances. Fan Linling marveled at the restaurant's opulent decor, exclaiming, "Wow, this ambience is utterly magnificent. It resembles a palace." Han Jingjing surveyed the surroundings, yet her mind raced with calculations. How much will this meal cost? I hope Qianqian is not putting on a fade of extravagance. Qianqian, since you are so generous, we shall not hold back. Xiao Qing chimed in cheerfully, seizing the menu first. Fan Linling and Han Jingjing quickly followed suit, their enthusiasm akin to having starved for 3 days, as they eagerly pointed at the menu items. For portions of French pearl oysters, 1 serving of black truffle lamb chops, 2 servings of sea bass, 8 portions of seawater soaked lobster. Watching her friends order with such fervor, Mu Qianqian felt a twinge of panic. Stealing a glance at the bill, she gasped in shock. 100,000 yuan. It was important to note that most of the money Lin Yu had given her was spent on repaying loans, and her sister's allowance was scarcely sufficient for indulgence. With less than 100,000 left in her pocket, this meal would leave her utterly bankrupt. Mu Qianqian quickly devised a plan and suggested, "Sisters, after our meal, shall we go shopping? I've heard that Chanel has released new handbags. Let's go take a look." However, she was secretly calculating. Shopping? Not a chance. She was determined to avoid any such excursions for the next few days. Suddenly, she recalled the pile of clothes still in her trunk and quickly amended her proposal. "Oh dear, I just remembered I have quite a few items left in the trunk. How about we head back to school instead? You can help me bring them up." "Qianqian, just how much have you bought that the trunk is overflowing?" Xiao Qing inquired with curiosity. "Oh, not much really, just a few new outfits and some trinkets." Mu Qianqian spoke nonchalantly. The moment she opened the trunk, the 3 of them were left astonished. The trunk was brimming with shopping bags, nearly filling the entire space. "Oh my goodness! Qianqian, has your sister struck it rich?" exclaimed Fan Linling. The 4 of them exerted tremendous effort to carry all the items back to their dormitory. Upon entering, they unceremoniously dropped their bags on the floor with a thud and collapsed into chairs, resembling deflated balloons. Mu Qianqian rubbed her sore arms, only then recalling how Lin Yu had single-handedly carried so much and accompanied her on a 3-hour shopping spree. Truly remarkable. After all that exertion, the 3 girls wasted no time, transforming into a demolition crew, tearing open each bag and dumping the treasures onto Mu Qianqian's bed. Instantly, the bed was covered with an array of designer clothes, bags, shoes, and jewelry, dazzling in their vibrancy. "Wow, this Chanel dress is mine." Xiao Qing, quick as a flash, snatched a dress and excitedly held it up against herself. "I want to try too." "Me too." The other 2 chimed in, eager to join the fashion parade. They selected outfits, shoes, and bags to their liking, preening before the mirror, spinning in delight as if participating in a grand fashion show. However, after indulging in their vanity, They reluctantly removed the clothes, their expressions bittersweet, knowing none of it belonged to them. Fan Linling gazed at the mountain of clothing with concern and asked Qianqian, with so many clothes, how will your little wardrobe accommodate them? This is merely summer attire. Winter clothes will be even bulkier. You won't have to sleep amidst a pile of clothes, will you? Mu Qianqian smiled with pride. Don't worry, Linling. I have a super spacious walk-in closet. Not only can hold these, but even 10 times more. I am Zhou. But the 500 square meter luxury apartment in Huaran White and Julie has a walk-in closet larger than this dorm. After the commotion, the four of them crawled into their beds, preparing to rest. Yet, none could fall asleep. The three roommates were consumed by envy, tossing and turning like pancakes. Mu Qianqian, however, was wide awake due to worry. A moment of shopping bliss had led to an empty wallet. Now, she couldn't even afford to fill her gas tank, let alone buy a cabinet. She certainly couldn't rely on her newfound wealthy friend for money every day. How degrading that would be. The next day, Mu Qianqian's phone screen suddenly lit up. It was a call from Lin Yu. Uncertain if it was genuine concern or a lapse in judgment, she found herself sharing her financial woes with him over the phone. After listening to her lament, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback before bursting into uproarious laughter. This girl is too amusing, he thought. Clearing his throat, he said with grandiosity, Qianqian, you are residing in a luxurious apartment at Huaran White and Julie, driving a Maserati MC-12 supercar, adorned with Van Cleef Arpels jewelry and draped in designer brands. Can you not have a little more ambition? Don't be so frugal. Your brother-in-law may not have much, but I certainly have money. Here's the deal. From now on, each month, I'll transfer 10 million yuan as pocket money to you and your sister. Spend it as you please. What? 10 million? Every month? Mu Qianqian nearly leapt from her seat in astonishment. She rubbed her ears vigorously, suspecting auditory hallucinations. Brother-in-law, this is too much. Even if I rented out the entire school cafeteria, I couldn't spend it all. On the video call, Lin Yu waved his hand with the commanding presence of a domineering CEO. Take it. As my woman, you must have the finest food, the most exquisite clothes, and the best of everything. What's money? If you fancy it, I'll buy you a mountain where you can count cash all day. Tears welled up in Mu Qianqian's eyes, her voice trembling with emotion. Sniff. Brother-in-law, you're too good to me. I don't know how to repay you. Lin Yu flashed a roguish smirk, brimming with implication. Repayment? Simple. Just call me daddy more often, and make it sweet. That'll make your brother-in-law very happy. Daddy. Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed crimson as she whispered with barely perceptible coquetry, her voice delicate as a mosquito's hum. Chapter 63. Rumors abound. Acknowledging the relationship Qianqian. Something monumental has happened. Quickly, look at that pinned post on the campus forum. Fan Linling's voice was laced with a palpable urgency. Upon opening the campus forum today, she found herself irresistibly drawn to the sensational post, and upon clicking it, she discovered it was about Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian nonchalantly leaned closer to glance at the screen. The post was entirely dedicated to her, replete with various candid photographs accompanied by descriptive text that meticulously contrasted her past and present outfits and vehicles. Particularly striking were the last few images depicting Mu Qianqian behind the wheel of a Maserati MC-12, clad in the season's latest luxury fashion, with even her Van Cleef Arpels jewelry thoroughly scrutinized. The original poster had also initiated a poll, with a staggering 79 of respondents boldly asserting she must be in a sugar daddy relationship. The comments section below was rife with envy and resentment, overflowing with jealousy. Yet, remarkably, Mu Qianqian remained unfazed. With a brother-in-law who was both extraordinarily handsome and affluent, bestowing upon her and her sister a monthly allowance of 10 million. She felt as though she were living a dream, unable to spend it all. Let others speculate. Let them stew in their jealousy. Her three roommates exchanged glances. Bemuset bimukiankianis serin diminor. Han Jingjing finally couldn't contain herself. Qianqian, what are your thoughts on this post? Mu Qianqian pouted, exclaiming, the person who took these photos has horrendous skills. Do I really look that unappealing? I am, without a doubt, 100 times more attractive than those pictures suggest. The dormitory fell into an awkward silence. It was Fan Linling who cautiously broke the stillness. Qian, you've changed quite a bit lately, although occasionally envious. The four shared a close bond, and the other three hesitated to broach the most sensitive topic directly. Observing their hesitant expressions, Mu Qian suddenly burst into laughter. Are you all wondering if I am truly being kept by someone? After a brief pause, noticing the slight flush on their cheeks, she candidly replied, I am not being kept. I merely found a boyfriend who is exceedingly wealthy. At the mention of the word boyfriend, a faint blush crept onto Mu Qian's cheeks. After all, such matters were still somewhat difficult for her to articulate, especially considering her relationship with Lin Yu was far more than mere romantic involvement. It was a connection that transcended typical boundaries. Fan Linling's eyes widened in astonishment as she grasped Mu Qian's arm, shaking her excitedly. Heavens! Mu Qian, you've secretly started dating without telling us. I'm still single, having never tasted the sweetness of love. You've been so inconsiderate. Xiao Qing leaned in, hands clasped over her heart, her expression one of infatuation. Qian, do tell. How old is he? Is he from our school? Is he handsome? Do you have any pictures? Han Jingjing appeared somewhat skeptical. Exceedingly wealthy? Surely that's an exaggeration. Nowadays, young men will say anything to woo a girl. Fan Linling suddenly slammed on the brakes, igniting the flames of gossip. Qian, you, what stage are you at? Hurry up and spill the beans. Is there that, you know what I mean? In an instant, the three girls transformed into eager reporters, pulling over their chairs and encircling Mu Qian tightly, bombarding her with a barrage of questions. Mu Qian felt overwhelmed by the onslaught, especially from Fan Linling, whose questions grew increasingly provocative, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into a crack in the ground. She stammered, attempting to deflect. Oh, please don't ask. It's just a guy I recently met. He is not bad-looking, a bit like, Han Jingying gospid, Ha Yun Vu. And he's wealthy too? Qian, what a stroke of luck you have. I want a boyfriend like that. Xiao Qing clutched her chest, feigning heartbreak. Why is this good fortune not mine? I don't ask for much. Just being rich is enough. Looks can be overlooked. Fan Linling relentlessly pressed on with a previous embarrassing question. How is he? In that aspect? Muchanqian. The three girls felt as if they were immersed in a novel, reminiscent of the cliché detail of a domineering CO falling for Cinderella. Han Yingying, with a mischievous glint in her eye, tentatively asked, Qian, since your boyfriend is so exceptional, when will you introduce us? We sisters can vet him for you. Mu Qian was pondering how to change the subject when she unwittingly agreed without a second thought. She figured, since Lin Yu is absent, they could say whatever they pleased, as long as they didn't continue probing those blush-inducing questions. Lin Yu, are you free tomorrow night? My roommate wants to meet you. Is that all right? Mu Qian sent a message to Lin Yu. At that moment, Lin Yu was enjoying a candlelit dinner in the luxurious apartment of Tang Chenipin, enveloped in the embrace of Mu Shiying. The table was adorned with exquisite French cuisine, wafting enticing aromas, and the red wine in the goblet swirled gently, reflecting the beauty of Mu Shiying's radiant visage. Their long-awaited reunion created an atmosphere that was both intimate and sweet. When his phone lit up, Lin Yu glanced at it and saw a message from Mu Qian. A playful smile crept onto his lips as he casually replied, Oh, sure, let us have dinner together. Ask them what they'd like to eat tomorrow. Seafood feast? Japanese cuisine? Or perhaps a Michelin 3-star meal? Just name it, brother-in-law will treat. Who is it? Mu Shiying. Having consumed half a bottle of red wine, her fair cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, her gaze dreamy and her voice laced with a languid allure. Nestled against Lin Yu, her curiosity piqued. It's from Qian. She wants me to bring her roommates along for a grand dinner tomorrow night. Lin Yu set down his phone, gently caressing Mu Shiying's silky hair, smiling without a hint of concealment. Oh, Qian. Mu Shiying pouted with a hint of reproach in her voice. How rare for you to visit the Magic City. I was hoping to spend more time with you. She really was being unreasonable, neglecting her studies at school for trivial matters. Mu Shiying had to work during the day, but these past few evenings she longed for intimate moments with Lin Yu. though Lin Yu had bestowed upon her wealth beyond measure, enough to last several lifetimes. Mu Shiying still insisted on maintaining her career. Excellence and independence had been ingrained in her since childhood. She refused to be merely an ornamental vase dependent on a man. The fear of Lin Yu growing weary of her, of losing him, haunted her. "It's fine, just dinner. It won't interfere with us." Lin Yu whispered mischievously in Mu Shiying's ear, his hands beginning to wander. Mu Shiying shot him a coquettish glare, but didn't resist. Under the influence of red wine, the atmosphere grew thick with desire. Their breathing quickened, eyes ablaze with passion as they surrendered to an impassioned embrace. After their amorous entanglement, Mu Shiying lay utterly spent in Lin Yu's arms, drifting into peaceful slumber with a contented smile gracing her lips. Switching off the bedside lamp, Lin Yu held her close and succumbed to sleep as well. He dreamed, a dream where he reveled in the pleasures of having multiple beauties in his arms. Chapter 64. Yin-Yang Harmony, a dazzling display system. I wish to draw prize. Lin Yu rose early, hands clasped behind his head, calling out excitedly to the system. Understood. Host. Currently, you possess 200 goddess points, allowing for 2 prize draws. The system's cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind as a vast virtual screen materialized before him, densely packed with enigmatic question mark squares. A crimson frame darted rapidly among them, creating a dizzying spectacle. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill Yin-Yang Harmony. Yin-Yang Harmony. The possessor of this skill, after each joyous encounter, can delay aging, ensuring health and longevity. The recipient, in turn, finds wounds healed, aging postponed, and youth eternally preserved. Good heavens! Absolutely incredible. Lin Yu nearly leapt from his bed in exhilaration. System, I bow to you. This skill is tailor-made for me. I was fretting over causing discomfort, but now I can gallop freely without restraint. System, let's save the remaining 100 points for another time. Learning from past experiences, Lin Yu felt that even the luckiest needed cool-down periods. One shouldn't push fortune too frequently. With this skill in hand, the world is mine to command. Rubbing his hands in anticipation, Lin Yu couldn't wait to test the prowess of his newfound ability. Mu Shiying, just awakening with a trace of drowsy lethargy, was startled by Lin Yu's sudden fervor. What on earth? An hour and a half later, Lin Yu emerged from the room, invigorated and radiant, as though a decade had been shed from his years. Mu Shiying, however, felt utterly drained, her muscles and bones as if scattered, barely able to rise from the bed. With these rare days of leisure, Lin Yu planned to unwind thoroughly, aware that the bustling tasks of recruitment and corporate acquisitions loomed ahead. Lounging comfortably on the living room sofa, he indulged in television while ordering a sumptuous, nutritious breakfast via his phone. Hey, I'm not feeling well today. Taking a leave. It took Mu Shiying nearly 20 minutes of rest to muster enough strength to shakily descend from the bed. Glancing at the time, well past the clock an hour, she opted for a day off, dedicating it to recuperation at home. Meandering to the in-soot bathroom's vanity, she was astounded by the reflection that greeted her. The woman in the mirror bore eyes luminous and expressive, skin glowing with a rosy hue, firm and supple, exuding an ineffable allure. Mu Shiying couldn't resist touching her now more enchanting visage, pondering in astonishment. Could this be the legendary transformation post-nourishment? No wonder ancient wisdom extolled the necessity of feminine nourishment. Its effects surpass any skincare or cosmetic. Post-ablutions, Mu Shiying still felt a lingering weakness in her legs. She tread cautiously out of the room, spotting Lin Yu reclining on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, the epitome of nonchalance. Noticing Mu Shiying's Unstetigkeit, a subtle smirk graced Lin Yu's lips. Rising, he approached and effortlessly scooped her into a princess carry, gently depositing her at the dining table. I've ordered breakfast. Waiting for you to join me. Lin Yu spoke as he opened the insulated bag, carefully extracting its contents. 8 treasure porridge, pumpkin congee, bacon and egg pancakes, steamed pork dumplings, boiled eggs, and arranged them meticulously across the table until it was abundantly laden. The two sat facing each other, savoring the warmth of their shared breakfast. After the meal, Lin Yu thoughtfully summoned the property cleaners to tidy the room, taking the opportunity to replace the damaged mattress as well. At noon, they indulged in an exquisite Japanese meal, rich with nourishing delicacies, and in the afternoon, they strolled through a nearby park, basking in the golden sunlight and relishing their rare, intimate moments together, like a pair deeply immersed in the throes of young love. Meanwhile, back at the dormitory of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, where Mu Qianqian resided, a silent battle was unfolding without a single shot fired. The moment the girls returned from class, they swiftly claimed strategic positions and embarked on the sacred, yet fiercely competitive ritual of grooming. An hour later, Mu Qianqian emerged victorious, her battle preparations complete. Dressed in head-to-toe luxury, she radiated an even more dazzling brilliance than usual, her youthful vitality accentuated by the opulence. Proudly surveying the room, she anticipated the inevitable chorus of admiration from her roommates, only to freeze in stunned disbelief at the sight before her. Fan Linlin, who had always favored the JK, Japanese schoolgirl, aesthetic, had today elevated the concept of pure yet seductive to its zenith. Her jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing a pristine white blouse adorned with a crimson necktie, its bow playfully tilted to one side like a mischievous sprite. The deep blue pleated skirt swayed with her movements, while the white knee-high socks and black Mary Janes, their metallic buckles glinting under the light, completed the illusion of a manga heroine stepping into reality. Then there was Xiao Qing, who seemed determined to embody sensuality to its fullest. Her low-cut white crop tee left her slender waist utterly exposed, paired with dark blue flare jeans that were deceptively simple in design. The Pied d'Ar assistance, her Chanel crystal sandals, was enough to send imagination spiraling. As for Han Jingjing, already renowned for her doll-like face and voluptuous figure, she had amplified these assets to staggering effect. A sweet yet spicy halter-neck dress in black and white lace bared generous expanses of milky skin across her chest, shoulders, and back. The stark contrast between her innocent features and her curvaceous silhouette was nothing short of incendiary. What drove Mu Qianqian to near madness, however, was the fact that these three enchantresses, already breathtaking beyond measure, were still scrutinizing their reflections with relentless precision, showing no signs of stopping. What are you all doing? Mu Qianqian felt her intellect faltering, a dreadful suspicion flickering in her mind before she forcibly suppressed it. She refused to believe her roommates could harbor such treacherous intentions. "Oh, Qianqian," Han Jingjing replied without turning, her makeup brush never pausing. "Today marks the first time one of our little fairies is going public with her romance. Of course, we have to dress to the nines to show our support." Fan Linlin chimed in immediately. "Jingjing's absolutely right." Xiao Qing nodded in agreement. "Exactly. It's a must." Mu Qianqian considered this and found it somewhat plausible. Yet she had no intention of being outshone by these scheming sirens. After all, tonight's spotlight belonged to her. Thus, she returned to the mirror, diligently seeking to perfect her appearance, determined to become the most radiant star of the event. For girls, from mirrors, and four distinct forms of beauty, yet all possessed the same ambition. An unspoken competition quietly unfolded within the dormitory. Chapter 65. Conversing while driving. The three girls, in awe of the resplendent red Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta of Lin Yu, glided into the bustling campus of the Music Academy in a magical city, instantly igniting the atmosphere like a dazzling ruby. The deep rumble of the engine seemed to herald the arrival of a prince. The female students paused in their tracks, their gazes riveted on the dreamlike supercar, their eyes brimming with envy and yearning. "Wow, that car is simply magnificent. I wonder which department this prince hails from. Look, the driver is even more handsome." Whispers cascaded through the air as many girls began to envision themselves as the fortunate Cinderella. Some even took out their phones, snapping pictures fervently to share on social media and flaunt their encounter. Lin Yu slowly parked the car by the roadside, relishing the attention of the crowd. He rolled down the window, slightly tilted his head, and flashed a charming smile, igniting a chorus of excited squeals from the girls. "Oh my goodness," he smiled at me. "I think I might faint." A few bold girls mustered the courage to approach Lin Yu, cheeks flushed, hoping to obtain his contact information. However, Lin Yu politely declined them. His reason straightforward. The system was unresponsive, and unregistered girls were not worth his time. I'm sorry, I have something to attend to. He maintained a flawless smile, his tone gentle, yet imbued with an unmistakable air of detachment. Though the rejected girls felt a pang of disappointment, they were even more reluctant to let go. They exchanged glances, resolute to remain vigilant and see which enchanting maiden might capture the heart of this prince. The wait felt interminable as Lin Yu strolled around the campus for over half an hour, fending off several attempts at conversation, until he finally received a call from Mu Qianqian. Lin Yu, we're all set. Where are you? Mu Qianqian's voice was laced with excitement and anticipation. I'm at the entrance of your dormitory, Lin Yu replied. At the entrance to the girls' dormitory stood 4 stunning girls, each exuding a distinct charm, forming a captivating scene. Mu Qianqian's opulence, Fan Linling's innocence, Xiao Qing's allure, and Han Jingjing's sweet spiciness were all remarkable in their own rights, making it difficult to choose a favorite. When Lin Yu's Ferrari appeared within their view, all 4 girls momentarily held their breath. As the car door swung open, Lin Yu stepped out, his tall figure illuminated by the sun, as if cloaked in a golden aura. Dressed in simple casual attire, he effortlessly showcased his physique, exuding an irresistible charisma with every movement. As the 3 roommates gazed at the boy before them, shining brighter than any star, their hearts surged with tumultuous emotions. They had presumed Mu Qianqian's boyfriend was merely wealthy, but they never anticipated his stunning looks. He was nothing short of a fairy tale prince materialized in reality. Qianqian, you've struck gold. Han Jingjing couldn't help but murmur softly. Not just struck gold, it's a grand jackpot. Xiao Qing added, her tone tinged with envy. Though Fan Linling remained silent, her eyes spoke volumes, revealing her astonishment. Lin Yu gazed upon the 4 uniquely charming beauties before him, his heart swelling with exhilaration. The system notifications chimed incessantly, their melodic succession nearly coaxing laughter from his lips. Congratulations, host. Binding conditions successfully triggered. Binding target. Fan Linling. Congratulations, host. Binding conditions successfully triggered. Binding target. Xiao Qing. Congratulations, host. Binding conditions successfully triggered. Binding target. Han Jingjing. Was the system orchestrating a romantic feast among these close-knit friends? All 4 of them. The mere thought sent waves of delight coursing through him. Mu Qianqian, as sprightly as a young doe, bounded to Lin Yu's side, looping her arm through his with a saccharine smile. Lin Yu, you're here. Let me introduce you. These are my dearest dorm sisters. This is Fan Linling, the JK fashionista. This is Han Jingjing, the youthful face with ample curves. And this, she gestured with a flourish, is Xiao Qing, our resident goddess of allure. Then, pivoting toward her roommates, she raised her voice an octave. Ladies, allow me to present my boyfriend, Lin Yu. Han Jingjing blinked her large, doe-like eyes, greeting him warmly. Hi there, handsome. Xiao Qing, meanwhile, cast a sultry glance his way, her voice dripping with honey. Hello there, darling. Fan Linling feigned indignation, though her tone carried a teasing lilt. Wow, so you're the big bad wolf who stole our Qianqian away. Lin Yu mused inwardly. Stolen? Hardly. Your Qianqian threw herself into my arms with reckless abandon. After the lively exchange, Lin Yu checked his wristwatch. It's getting late. Shall we head out? I've reserved the VIP suite at Sky Restaurant in Shanghai. Best to leave now to avoid traffic. The girls voiced no objections, promptly following him into the car. No sooner had the engine purred to life than Fan Linling could no longer contain herself. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Huh, so our dashing gentleman is just a tender-faced university student like us. I thought you'd be at least a decade older. It turned out Lin Yu was merely 2 years their senior, a revelation that left the group flabbergasted. What followed was an impromptu interview session within the confines of the car. The girls, their curiosity piqued by this improbably young, yet extravagantly wealthy boyfriend of Qianqian's, unleashed a barrage of questions upon him. Lin Yu, however, bore it with patience. After all, this was a crucial step in his grand scheme of winning them all over. With the poise of a true gentleman, he fielded each inquiry gracefully. You're quite the inquisitive bunch, he remarked with an amused chuckle before shifting the focus. Now it's my turn. Tell me, What do you lovely ladies usually enjoy doing on weekends? Xiao Qing was the first to respond. Oh, we usually alternate. One weekend out exploring, the next holed up in our dorms. Han Jingjing chimed in. Qian and I usually head home on Sundays. Since the semester started, we've been hitting up all the trending spots in Shanghai whenever we get the chance. But there are just too many places and too many delicious eats. And well, she sighed dramatically. It all costs money. We can't possibly cover them all. When it comes to money, a subtle smile graced Lin Yu's lips as he gazed at the group of girls before him. Slowly, he spoke. How about this? From now on, I shall take care of all your financial concerns. You may travel wherever your heart's desire, purchase whatever you wish, and savor whatever delicacies you crave. During our meal later, please provide me with your bank account numbers, and I shall transfer 1 million to each of you. Mu Qianqian, upon hearing this, felt no surprise whatsoever. After all, Lin Yu generously bestowed upon her 10 million as pocket money each month. She initially believed his lavishness towards her roommates stemmed from their relationship, and she thought that enjoying outings with her friends would undoubtedly be far more delightful than venturing alone. However, the other three girls were far from composed. 1 million. That represented several months' worth of their living expenses. Their eyes sparkled instantly, akin to the brightest stars in the night sky. The way they looked at Lin Yu transformed entirely. He was no longer merely a boyfriend. He had become a veritable human ATM, and a remarkably generous one at that. Though they had yet to experience romantic relationships, they were not oblivious to the tales of their peers. They had heard stories of boyfriends who were notoriously stingy, where even the slightest request for expenditure seemed an insurmountable challenge. Even those willing to spend would only part with a few thousand, or at most, tens of thousands. The likes of Lin Yu, who, after a brief acquaintance, could be so magnanimous to three girls, was something they had never encountered before, neither in reality nor in hearsay. He epitomized the mythical boyfriends that everyone else seemed to possess. Chapter 66. A delightful feast. 3 women break down as 5 individuals alighted from a vehicle. The captivating ensemble of 1 handsome man and 4 stunning women instantly became the most eye-catching sight at the hotel entrance. Passers-by cast envious glances, their expressions brimming with jealousy and disdain, akin to daggers aimed at Lin Yu. Wow, this man is exceptionally fortunate, dining with 4 beautiful women. Indeed, look at the one clinging to his arm, practically glued to his side. Their relationship must be quite special. In this day and age, even the finest cabbages are trampled by swine. A bitter voice wafted through the air. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu internally scoffed. Who are you calling cabbage? Unperturbed by the murmurs, Lin Yu led the 4 women, guided respectfully by the waiter, toward the reserved Sky restaurant. Situated on the hotel's top floor, the establishment boasted 360 panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a breathtaking view of the vibrant metropolis below. Mu Qianqian linked her arm with Lin Yu's while the other 3 women curiously surveyed their opulent surroundings, marveling at the luxurious ambience. Once seated, Lin Yu pushed several menus toward the ladies. Ladies, please feel free. I am renowned for my hearty appetite. Order whatever your heart's desire, without reservation. No need to consider the set menus. Just order la carte. The women opened the menus to find an array of French, Spanish, Italian, and German cuisines, each dish more enticing than the last. However, upon noticing the minimum prices starting at 800 to 900 with portions that seemed rather meager, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Cautiously, the 4 ladies selected a few dishes, but Lin Yu, glancing over the menu, furrowed his brow. This is far too little, he declared, addressing the waiter directly. Bring me 4 portions of your most expensive and finest dishes. The waiter paused momentarily, then donned a professional smile. Certainly, sir. Would you like to order any beverages? With a grand gesture, Lin Yu replied, 2 bottles of Dom Pérignon P3 Rose Champagne, your house specialty. Excuse me, sir. This champagne is priced at 41,998 yuan per bottle. Are you certain you wish to order 2? The waiter's voice trembled slightly, clearly taken aback by the extravagant request. What, do you doubt my ability to pay? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. And no, sir, you've misunderstood. I shall arrange that immediately. The waiter hurriedly bowed and scurried away with the menu. Xiao Qing couldn't help but whisper, Lin Yu, is this champagne very expensive? Just a few tens of thousands per bottle, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Tens of thousands. Han Jingjing nearly spat out the water she had just sipped. My goodness, how much will this meal cost? Fan Linling was equally astonished. Only Mu Qianqian maintained her composure, secretly smiling as she thought, what does this compare to Lin Yu's pocket money? The three girls exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of shock and an inexplicable thrill. Suddenly, they felt as though following Lin Yu had unlocked the door to an entirely new world. Now, let's toast, wishing all the lovely ladies a delightful dining experience. Lin Yu observed that the dishes and beverages were nearly all served, motioning for the waiter to pour champagne for himself and the four ladies. Raising his glass, he proclaimed cheers. The four goddesses glanced at the lavish spread before them, their faces alight with joy as they raised their glasses in unison. During the meal, Lin Yu transferred 1 million yuan each to the bank accounts of Han Jingjing, Xiao Qing, and Fan Linling. As the delightful dinner concluded, Lin Yu signaled for the bill. Sir, the total for the dishes is 98,000 yuan, and the beverages amount to 84,000 yuan, bringing your final expenditure to 182,000 yuan. Charge it, Lin Yu said smoothly. By now, the four women had grown somewhat accustomed to Mu Qianqian's obscenely wealthy boyfriend, casually gifting millions and dropping over 180,000 on a single meal barely fazed them anymore. Qianqian, it's all your boyfriend's fault. He's made all three of us bloated, Fan Linling teased without restraint. Mu Qianqian, well, if you ladies don't mind, how about I accompany you for a stroll through the mall to walk off the meal? Seizing the opportunity to spend on his newly acquired goddesses, Lin Yu made the suggestion. I'm in. Xiao Qing was the first to agree. Not bad. I could browse the new summer collections anyway. Han Jingjing feigned nonchalance. Fan Linling. One when it came to Shanghai's most elite luxury shopping destinations. The names IFC and Plaza 66 were unavoidable. The mall's interiors, awash in champagne gold and soft beige, exuded opulence and sophistication. The very air smelled of affluence. Ladies, today's shopping spree is on me. Whatever catches your eye, take it. With a flamboyant wave, Lin Yu led the four beauties on a frenzied retail conquest, targeting the likes of Hermes and Chanel. Mu Qianqian, having witnessed Lin Yu's extravagance before, remained relatively composed. Fan Linling, Han Jingjing, and Xiao Qing, however, lacked such restraint. Unaccustomed to such grandeur, they were utterly spellbound, their gazes at Lin Yu practically shimmering with awe. 2 hours later, the trio clutched an armory of designer bags, dresses, necklaces, shoes, bracelets, rings, earrings, accessories, scarves, leather goods. They had swept through nearly every conceivable luxury. Lin Yu, too, was laden, his arms burdened with over 30 shopping bags, all Mu Qianqian's spoils. The Ferrari's trunk and cabin were already crammed full, forcing the remaining bags to perch precariously on laps. Inside the car, the girls buzzed with exhilaration, chattering without pause. Qianqian, will your dorm closet even fit all this? Fan Linling asked absently, arms overflowing with shopping bags. Who said anything about storing them in the dorm? Mu Qianqian blinked smugly. Lin Yu, take me to the new place. I need to put these treasures away properly. The three women froze. Had Qianqian been kept? No, given the scale of this. It had to be a full-blown villa. With practiced ease, Lin Yu navigated the Ferrari, speeding across the Waibeta Bridge and straight into the opulent embrace of the Huaran Bun9 villas on the opposite shore. The vehicle came to a halt, and the three women followed Mu Qianqian out, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground at the sight of the magnificent villa before them. Upon entering the estate, they were left utterly speechless by the grandeur that surrounded them. From Mu Qianqian, they learned that this splendid residence spanned over 500 square meters and was valued at an astonishing 120 million. Lin Yu transformed into a diligent porter, hauling Mu Qianqian's numerous shopping bags into her lavish room, before returning to the trunk to retrieve the spoils of the three goddesses. With a cheerful tune on her lips, Mu Qianqian delightedly arranged her luxury items in the walk-in closet, as if crafting her own dream kingdom. After touring the villa, Fan Linling, Han Jingjing and Xiao Qing convened triumphantly in the living room. They exchanged glances, unable to contain their astonishment any longer. "I'm so envious. I truly am," Fan Linling exclaimed, clutching a decorative pillow, her face awash with envy and resentment. "This isn't just a boyfriend. It's practically a gold mine." Xiao Qing couldn't help but express her astonishment. Meanwhile, Han Jingjing remained silent, yet her heart brimmed with indescribable envy. Chapter 67. Arranging the bar, sweet interactions. This house is simply unimaginable without a billion. As a local of the magical city, Han Jingjing was acutely aware of the exorbitant prices of Huaran Bunjuli, her voice trembling slightly. Although Fan Linling and Xiao Qing were not locals, they too understood that real estate in this city was incredibly precious. The two gasped, their minds racing to calculate their own modest wealth, which seemed utterly insignificant in comparison. Fan Linling's family was relatively well off. Her parents operated a fast food restaurant and had purchased a spacious apartment in their hometown city center, which had brought immense joy to the family. Conversely, Xiao Qing's family was somewhat less fortunate, with both parents being teachers. While their income was stable, the presence of an older brother added to the financial burdens of future homeownership. As the three women contemplated their situations, Lin Yu glanced at his watch and suggested to Mu Qianqian, "It's almost 9 o'clock. Shall we send them home?" At this, Mu Qianqian shivered slightly, fully understanding Lin Yu's intention. It seemed that he wished for her to stay overnight. Recalling Lin Yu's extraordinary stamina, which she had experienced previously, she felt a tremor of apprehension and quickly found an excuse. "It's still early. The nightlife has just begun. Let's enjoy ourselves a little longer." Seeing Mu Qianqian's coy demeanor, the three women exchanged knowing glances and couldn't help but laugh. They refrained from addressing it directly and turned to Lin Yu, asking, "Handsome, where should you take us to have fun tonight? We are all good girls, and we have never been to those chaotic places." Their tone bore a hint of playfulness and anticipation. Lin Yu, recognizing their obvious hint, smiled slightly and replied, "Ladies, how about I take you to a bar that you have certainly never been to before?" "Sound great." The three women chorused without hesitation. Lin Yu thought to himself that these three young ladies seemed quite interested in him. A bar, with its dim lighting, would indeed present an opportune moment. "Very well then, I shall make the arrangements." In the magical city, at Hood Bar. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang was idly scrolling through his phone when a long-missed number appeared on his screen. "Young Master Lin, what a pleasant surprise to hear from you. Please, do share your commands." Upon seeing the caller ID, Xiao Wang instantly donned a sycophantic smile, his demeanor more affable than when greeting his own father. After all, wealth commands respect. He began to speculate that this esteemed patron was likely ready to spend lavishly once more. "Right now, I need you to book the most extravagant private room available and reserve the best seats next to the dance floor. I'll be bringing 4 friends. Ensure the resident singer performs plenty of electronic music or hip-hop, something exhilarating, and offer a generous tip of 5,000 each." Lin Yu was succinct and to the point. "Absolutely. Young Master Lin, I promise to make all the arrangements flawlessly. Just call upon your arrival, and I shall personally greet you," Xiao Wang eagerly replied. "Also, arrange for 20 bodyguards." After hanging up, Lin Yu promptly transferred 60,000 to Xiao Wang. The latter, upon seeing the funds deposited, was elated beyond measure. Leaving 20,000 for his subordinates, the remaining sum was sufficient to employ 20 robust bodyguards. As night descended, the vibrant nightlife of the metropolis began to unfold. At 10 o'clock, Lin Yu's crimson Ferrari, akin to a blazing flame, sliced through the darkness and parked precisely in the space reserved by Xiao Wang. Quick on his feet, Xiao Wang eagerly approached and graciously opened the car door. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, stepping out to relish this exclusive treatment. Following closely, 4 uniquely styled beauties emerged in succession, instantly captivating the attention of all onlookers. Xiao Wang's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind racing. Such beauty and physique. They must be celestial beings. And to think there were 4 of them. No wonder young Master Lin required double the bodyguards. Such grandeur was essential. "Young Master Lin, this way please." Regaining his composure, Xiao Wang respectfully led the way. The 4 young women exchanged glances, deepening their understanding of Lin Yu's financial prowess. The quintet navigated through the crowd and arrived at their exclusive booth by the dance floor, immediately becoming the center of attention. Many self-proclaimed dandy young men were eager to approach, but upon seeing the imposing bodyguard surrounding them, wisely abandoned their attempts at flirtation. What would you like to drink? Feel free to order. Tonight, it's on me. Lin Yu cheerfully handed the iPad Pro to Mu Qianqian. The four girls leaned in together, gazing at the unfamiliar names of beverages on the screen, each feeling dazzled. The prices were staggering. This was not merely drinking, but rather imbibing liquid gold. Lin Yu, we aren't very knowledgeable about this. Could you help us choose? Preferably something with a lower alcohol content and a better taste. Mu Qianqian blinked her eyes, presenting the dilemma to Lin Yu. This time, Lin Yu was well prepared. He had diligently studied the intricacies of bar beverages. With a deft swipe of his finger across the screen, he thoughtfully settled on the Ace of Spades Rose Champagne and the Dom Pérignon P3 Rose Champagne. These two selections were not only visually appealing and flavorful, but also possessed a price tag that was equally enchanting. The bar was alive with a cacophony of voices and pulsating music. Under Lin Yu's careful orchestration, the DJ energetically spun records, and the resident singer performed passionately, causing the entire dance floor to nearly erupt with excitement. The four young women were swept up in the fervent atmosphere, their bodies swaying gently to the rhythm, eager to join in. Before long, two dazzling toy cars adorned with neon lights glided into view, one carrying a massive bottle of pink gold champagne, the other bearing a rose champagne bottle emblazoned with a pink heart logo, both coming to a steady stop before their booth. Wow, that champagne bottle is absolutely stunning, Fan Lingling exclaimed, pulling out her phone to capture the moment. Indeed, the color and design were nothing short of a masterpiece. Xiaoqing couldn't help but agree, snapping pictures from every angle. Although Han Jingjing maintained her composure, she too succumbed to the allure, quietly taking several photos while contemplating the perfect caption for her social media post. Mu Qianqian, however, was less interested in the bottle itself. Her focus lay on the taste of the wine, particularly since Lin Yu had previously introduced her to many delightful offerings. Xiao Wang smiled gently as he picked up the corkscrew. With a resounding pop, the champagne was uncorked and the delicate, blush-hued liquid flowed gracefully into four elegant flutes, resembling liquid rose gold, shimmering enticingly under the soft glow of the lights. Come, let us toast, Lin Yu proclaimed, raising his glass. This champagne is not overly potent, with an alcohol content of merely 12.5, so it should be quite agreeable for you. Upon hearing this, the four young women exhaled in relief. They seldom indulged in alcohol, let alone spirits, and this was just the right strength. Hey, Lin Yu, why aren't you drinking? Mu Qianqian inquired, noticing that he had poured himself a generous glass of Red Bull instead. Ah, dear fool, I must drive later. How could I possibly consume alcohol? Moreover, if you were to indulge a bit too much, I would be obliged to ensure your safe return, Lin Yu explained with a smile. All right, Mu Qianqian exclaimed, a look of realization dawning upon her face, finding Lin Yu's reasoning quite sensible. Fan Linling, Xiaoqing, and Han Jingjing also appreciated Lin Yu's thoughtful consideration, their admiration for him deepening further. This man was not only affluent, but also remarkably attentive and caring, truly a paragon of the perfect boyfriend. Chapter 68. Returning home in a state of intoxication. Lin Xiao. This is a small token of my appreciation. May you revel in joy tonight. The private room upstairs is prepared for you. Feel free to retreat whenever you wish. Xiao Wang, accompanied by another server, adorned the table in the booth with an array of exquisite delicacies and fruit platters before respectfully retreating. Wow, so many delectable treats, Fan Linling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the bountiful spread. This fruit platter is simply exquisite, resembling a work of art. Xiaoqing marveled as she picked up a piece of cantaloupe shaped like a little rabbit. Although Han Jingjing remained silent, her eyes betrayed her enthusiasm as she discreetly savored a delicate pastry, relishing each bite. Mu Qianqian, on the other hand, held out a strawberry to Lin Yu's lips, urging, "Here, try this. It's incredibly sweet." Lin Yu chuckled as he took a bite, playfully teasing, "Not as sweet as you." Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully glared at him. Watching the sweet interaction between the two, Fan Linling, Xiao Qing, and Han Jingjing felt a mix of emotions. The display of affection caught them off guard, leaving them feeling a tad envious. The luxurious champagne, Ace of Spades Rose and Dom Pérignon P3, both fruity and sweet, tickled their taste buds as the bubbles danced upon their tongues like tiny sprites in celebration. The four young women praised the drinks, savoring each sip, delighting in this rare moment of tipsiness. Suddenly, Fan Linling noticed a number of people around them raising their phones, capturing their every move. The flashes of cameras illuminating the space. Confused, she tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve. "Lin Yu, why are so many people photographing us?" Lin Yu smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly, "These 2 bottles of champagne together are worth nearly 300,000. 300,000? Fan Linling gasped, nearly spilling her champagne. The other 3 women froze in shock. For the average person, 300,000 could signify a down payment on a house or a decent vehicle. And now it was merely represented by these 2 seemingly innocuous bottles of champagne. They finally comprehended the sentiments of the onlookers. This was no ordinary drinking. It was akin to sipping liquid gold. Their gazes toward the glasses in their hands shifted, becoming cautious, fearing that even a single drop spilled would equate to a loss of wealth. As time passed, the aftereffects of the champagne began to manifest. Mu Qianqian appeared relatively composed, her cheeks flushed and her gaze slightly unfocused. Han Jingjing, despite her efforts to maintain decorum, swayed slightly. Fan Linling had begun to babble incoherently, repeatedly calling Mu Qianqian's sister. The worst off was Xiao Qing, who had succumbed entirely, resting her head on the table, oblivious to her surroundings. Lin Yu glanced at the time and deemed it appropriate to leave. If they lingered any longer, the girls might find themselves in a predicament. Although a private room awaited them upstairs, he felt a sense of unease, believing home to be the safer option. "It's getting late. Shall I escort you all back?" Lin Yu offered as he rose. Mu Qianqian and Han Jingjing nodded, while Fan Linling mumbled incoherently, and Xiao Qing remained unresponsive. Lin Yu helplessly shook his head, first lifting Xiao Qing, who was as limp as a rag doll, into his arms. He then supported Mu Qianqian, allowing her to lean against him. Han Jingjing could still manage to walk, albeit unsteadily, as if treading on clouds. "Xiao Wang, could you assist me with Linling?" Lin Yu said to Xiao Wang, who stood nearby. Xiao Wang promptly stepped forward to steady the swaying Fan Linling. The 4 of them, in 2 trips, finally managed to board Lin Yu's Ferrari. "Thank you for your efforts. Do come again next time." Lin Yu waved to Xiao Wang. Pressing the accelerator, the Ferrari's engine growled deeply, akin to a poised cheetah. Vanishing into the night, Xiao Wang gazed at the receding Ferrari, unable to suppress his admiration. How wonderful it is to be wealthy. Each of these 4 girls is stunningly beautiful, far from the cookie-cutter influencer faces. Where on earth did Lin Xiao find them? Tonight, Lin Xiao must be ready to unleash his full potential. Shaking his head, he turned back to the bar, ensuring everything was arranged. After all, the main event of the evening had yet to commence. Upon returning to the villa of Mu Qianqian and Huayan Bunjiuli, it was already past midnight. Lin Yu observed the 4 girls, leaning precariously, and could only smile wryly. Under the influence of alcohol, their cheeks were flushed, their gazes unfocused. The usual reserve and wariness completely dissipated. With practiced ease, he carried each of them into the bathroom, where warm water washed away the scent of alcohol and fatigue. Mu Qianqian, still in a daze, murmured, "Lin Yu, you are so kind." Fan Linling clung to his arm, calling out names that were barely discernible. Xiao Qing and Han Jingjing remained relatively quiet, silently shedding tears, whether from the alcohol or memories of sorrow unknown. After settling the 4 on the large bed in the master bedroom, Lin Yu gazed at their peaceful faces, a wave of inexplicable satisfaction washing over him. Congratulations to the host for winning over Han Jingjing, earning 100 goddess points. Congratulations to the host for winning over Fan Linling, earning 100 goddess points. Congratulations to the host for winning over Xiao Qing, earning 100 goddess points. The system's notifications rang out in succession, yet Lin Yu was too preoccupied to check. He deftly changed the sheets. Having performed this task for the 14th time, his movements swift as a professional caretaker. Alas, having too many targets can indeed be a burden. Lin Yu mused to himself, hastily replenishing some nutritional supplement, as the night's exertion had indeed been considerable. With everything in order, Lin Yu lay down in bed, embracing the warmth and rhythm of the breath from the four girls, and soon fell into a deep slumber. That night, enveloped in the mingling fragrances of youthful femininity, he slept exceptionally soundly. Chapter 69. Negotiating Terms. All-inclusive indulgence. The sweet moments of life are always fleeting, and before one knows it, the clock struck 9 in the morning. Han Jingjing was the first to awaken, feeling as if her entire body had been run over by a truck. Upon glancing down, she was taken aback to discover herself in an indescribable position, nestled in the embrace of Lin Yu alongside her 3 close friends. What on earth is happening? Han Jingjing lamented internally, her cheeks instantly ablaze with embarrassment. She attempted to rise quietly, only to find her body unresponsive. Even the slightest movement sent waves of pain coursing through her, causing her to grimace. Reluctantly, she continued to feign sleep, her heart racing like a rabbit trapped in a snare. Minutes later, Lin Yu and Mu Qianqian also stirred from their slumber. Mu Qianqian rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up groggily. Once she comprehended the scene before her, she froze for a few seconds, and then a torrent of memories from the previous night surged into her mind, overwhelming her thoughts. Lin Yu, you scoundrel! Mu Qianqian felt utterly wronged, tears welling in her eyes. She seized a pillow and hurled it at Lin Yu, but the feeble attempt felt more like a mere tickle to him. Oh dear, Qianqian, stop! If you keep hitting, your husband might just fall apart. Lin Yu jested, pulling Mu Qianqian into his embrace with a playful grin. Mu Qianqian struggled half-heartedly for a moment before resigning to his hold, lightly pounding on Lin Yu's chest, her tears finally escaping in a cascade, perhaps due to the commotion. Xiaoqing and Fan Linling gradually woke as well. Their reactions mirrored that of Han Jingjing's. Initial shock, followed by embarrassment, and ultimately, they buried their heads under the covers, pretending to still be asleep. Lin Yu beamed at the adorable sight of the 4 young women, his heart swelling with joy. He opened his arms wide, enveloping them all in a warm embrace, and softly inquired, "My dears, are you all awake? Did you sleep well last night? How dare you?" The 3 young women chorused, their voices laced with playful indignation. "Scoundrel! Louse! Big pigs trotters!" They simultaneously raised their delicate fists, launching a flurry of light-hearted blows at Lin Yu. Mu Qianqian, concerned for Lin Yu, quickly intervened. "Ladies, be gentle. Don't break him. It would serve him right if he got hurt, so he wouldn't harm any other girls." Han Yingying retorted, foaming. Lin Yu chuckled, allowing their playful onslaught without resistance. Once they grew weary, he adopted a serious demeanor, announcing, "I shall freshen up and prepare breakfast. Let us eat and chat. I promise to provide you with an explanation." After their playful outburst, Lin Yu assisted each of them to the bathroom. Mu Qianqian's new home boasted 3 in-suite bathrooms and 1 shared one, perfectly accommodating the needs of the 4 friends. Lin Yu opened his phone and ordered the finest breakfast delivery in the vicinity. Approximately half an hour later, the delivery arrived. Mu Qianqian, recovering more quickly, took her seat at the dining table first. The other 3, having completed their morning routines, ambled into the dining area like injured little kittens, each limping slightly. Lin Yu evenly distributed the 5 breakfast orders onto the plates. The breakfast was sumptuous, featuring milk, eggs, crispy bacon, toasted bread, a fresh vegetable and fruit salad, oatmeal porridge with fruits and nuts, steamed dumplings, boiled corn, and honey lemon water. Wow, so many delicious treats. Fan Linling's eyes sparkled with delight. Her spirits instantly lifted. Glutton! Xiaoqing and Han Jingjing shot her identical looks of disdain. Lin Yu chuckled at their playful bickering. Picking up a sandwich, he handed it to Mu Qianqian and said gently, "Qianqian, have something to eat first to settle your stomach." Mu Qianqian accepted the sandwich, taking small, delicate bites. Lin Yu then served the other 3, saying, "You should eat too. You'll need your strength to interrogate me later." Who wants to interrogate you? We should just execute you on the spot." Han Jingjing retorted fiercely before taking an aggressive bite of her dumpling. "All right, Enough anger, Lin Yu said with a smile. Since you're all mine now, I guarantee you a lifetime of luxury and comfort. I may not be able to offer marriage certificates, but anything else, name it, and it's yours. Mu Qianqian and Mu Yaxian, having already witnessed Lin Yu's immense wealth, had no doubts. But her three roommates remained skeptical. Such fortune falling from the sky seemed too good to be true. Reading their expressions, Lin Yu continued, Jing Jing, Lingling, Ching Ching, my capabilities are beyond your imagination. Each of you will receive the same treatment as Qianqian. How's that sound? Hearing him address her so affectionately, Han Jingjing felt an unexpected thrill rather than annoyance. She had already silently accepted her new reality. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she asked, Lin Yu, could you elaborate? Well, a mansion worth 100 million, cars, luxury watches, designer goods, pick whatever you like. Produce 5 million in monthly allowance, Lin Yu added after a brief pause. He glanced meaningfully at Mu Qianqian, who understood immediately. Her own allowance was double that of her friends. A secret satisfaction warmed her heart. The three girls were utterly stunned. This wasn't mere patronage. It was the worship of goddesses. No wonder Mu Qianqian had surrendered so willingly. What woman could resist such temptation? Forget being kept. They'd pay him for the privilege. Who in their right mind would turn down a fortune? What fool would spend 100 million just to pamper a college girl? And 5 million a month? It was beyond imagination. Fan Linling was the first to react. She clutched Lin Yu's arm and playfully exclaimed, Brother Lin Yu, you are truly wonderful. From now on, I am yours. If you tell me to go east, I shall never go west. Xiao Qing promptly echoed her sentiments, stammering, Lin Yu, I will listen to you from now on. Although Han Jingjing did not display the same level of enthusiasm, she blushed and nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. I will transfer this month's allowance to you. Everyone should rest well today and rejuvenate. Tomorrow, please take a good leave. I will take you to handle the transfer procedures and secure the house first. As for the car and other matters, we can select them gradually later. You three should discuss amongst yourselves what kind of house you like and which car catches your fancy, and let me know. I have some matters to attend to today, so I must take my leave. Until we meet again. With that, Lin Yu rose and exited the room, leaving the four girls excitedly discussing the promising life that lay ahead. Chapter 70. Harmonious Coexistence. Shering accepts fate as Lin Yu stepped out of the villa. The atmosphere at the dining table instantly froze, resembling the eerie calm before a storm, stiflingly oppressive. Mu Qianqian bit her lip, her eyes reddening, her voice trembling slightly. How could you all? I regarded you as my dear sisters, yet you betrayed me. Her original intention was to share this sweetness with her sister alone. But now, with three competitors suddenly emerging, her heart felt like a cauldron of mixed emotions, sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty all surged within her. If she were to learn that Lin Yu had 15 women by his side, she would likely explode on the spot. Fan Linling, the closest to Mu Qianqian, felt a pang of guilt upon witnessing her distress. She lowered her head, unable to meet her gaze. Xiao Qing, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, remained silent, simply bowing her head, her face etched with regret. Only Han Jingjing retained her unique composure. She leisurely pulled out nail polish from her bag, meticulously applying it as if everything happening around her was of no consequence. Are we not good sisters, dear friends? Han Jingjing's voice floated lightly, not loud, yet was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface. Once we were, but now. That is no longer certain. Mu Qianqian pouted, resembling a petulant little girl, her cuteness tinged with a hint of grievance. Fine, even if we were. Shouldn't good sisters share both joy and hardship? Just as I often take you to savor the culinary delights of the metropolis, visiting various trendy spots? Indeed, three pairs of eyes fixated on Mu Qianqian, causing her already wavering stance to falter further. She wanted to deny it, yet the words failed to escape her lips. With a piercing gaze, Han Jingjing firmly countered, If our bond is so strong, then why did you not inform us of such a splendid resource when you encountered it? Is it that you wish to feast alone? Upon hearing this, Fan Linling and Xiao Qing instantly felt that Han Jingjing was absolutely right. The original guilt and unease dissipated at once, replaced by a sense of righteous indignation. Mu Qianqian internally lamented. What on earth is this? If I were to drag you 3 down this path, wouldn't I become a madam? Besides, how can such matters simply be shared? Her mind was a chaotic tangle, the earlier momentum to confront them completely vanquished, leaving her utterly defeated. Observing her dismay, Han Jingjing's lips curled into a subtle, triumphant smile. She approached Mu Qianqian and gently embraced her. All right, Qianqian, do not be upset. We shall always be good sisters, dear friends. Let us cherish one another and be each other's little cotton-padded jackets. Fan Linling and Xiao Qing quickly surrounded them, the four embracing tightly, as if to dissolve all misunderstandings and barriers. After a heartfelt embrace, they reluctantly parted. Since there are no objections, let us proceed as Lin Yu suggested and swiftly search for a place. Han Jingjing proposed. Absolutely. The two lovely ladies immediately responded, their faces rekindling with excitement. Each calculated their choices, selecting residences on the outskirts of the bustling metropolis, ensuring they resided in different neighborhoods. This arrangement would facilitate their individual pursuits while mitigating any potential friction. After all, no one wishes to encounter too many obstacles on the path to affection. The following morning, Lin Yu accompanied Han Jingjing and the two others straight to the real estate center to finalize the purchase procedures. The property deed would take 3 days to process, and Mu Qianqian was eager to receive it, especially since her sister was visiting that evening. Lin Yu led the four back to the dormitory in advance. Meanwhile, Mu Shiying arrived at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, intending to visit her sister while bringing along 2 jars of her mother's homemade, spicy pickled vegetables. After parking her car, she gracefully approached Mu Qianqian's dormitory building. Students passing by turned their heads, captivated by Mu Shiying's tall stature and alluring figure, exuding an unmistakable aura of elegance that drew the attention of many admirers. Qianqian, I'm downstairs. Please come down to collect it. Mu Shiying dialed her sister's number. Sister, I'm fine, just twisted my ankle a bit. A couple of days of rest will do the trick. As Mu Qianqian descended, her gait appeared somewhat awkward. Mu Shiying instantly perceived her sister's condition. As someone who had experienced similar situations, she quickly understood what had transpired. Spotting Lin Yu trailing behind, a surge of indignation ignited within her. How could this man not spare even his own sister? Lin Yu, however, remained unfazed, stepping forward to wrap his arm around Mu Shiying's slender waist, whispering in her ear, "Your sister is safer with me than being lured away by dubious characters outside. Besides, look at you now. Do you truly believe you have a better option?" Mu Shiying's expression fluctuated between shades of anger and resignation. After a moment of internal struggle, she sighed as if accepting her fate, intertwining her arm with Lin Yu's, choosing silence over further confrontation. Sister Ying is here. Come on up." Fan Linling peered out from above, warmly beckoning them. Mu Shiying handed the jars of pickled vegetables to Lin Yu, instructing him to carry them, while she supported her sister back to their dormitory. Upon entering, Mu Shiying was greeted by the sight of 3 others in even worse condition than Mu Qianqian, each limping painfully. This sight caused her to whirl around, glaring fiercely at Lin Yu. This scoundrel! It's not enough that he has ensnared both of us sisters. Now he has taken down Qianqian's roommates as well. A storm of fury and anguish swirled within Mu Shiying, and when she noticed Lin Yu flashing a casual victory gesture, she furiously released his arm and turned to leave. Yet Lin Yu calmly remarked, "Think it over. If you walk away now, you'll lose everything." Mu Shiying paused, his words laden with threat. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Yu gently opened his arms and smiled. "All right, let's not be upset. We're all dear friends of Qianqian. Wouldn't it be wonderful for us to coexist harmoniously?" As Mu Shiying gazed at this instigator, then at her sister and her roommates, her heart was a tumult of emotions. Remembering Lin Yu's words, she ultimately restrained herself. Given her own predicament, perhaps having her sister and her friends accompany him was not such a poor choice after all. At least it's better than dealing with unreliable men. Mu Shiying bit her lip lightly, cursing inwardly. That damned fellow has us completely at his mercy. And the infuriating truth is, he truly does have us cornered. Chapter 71. Affectionate Encounters. the celibate goddess in the minds of Mu Qianqian and her three roommates. Mu Shiying had always epitomized the aloof goddess, an elite in her profession, radiating an aura that deterred strangers. They regarded Mu Shiying as their role model, secretly striving to become independent and confident women like her one day. But now, Mu Shiying was unexpectedly nestled against Lin Yu like a docile kitten, her demeanor resembling that of a delicate bird, utterly shattering their preconceived notions. The four women exchanged glances, their minds racing with thoughts. Thank goodness we didn't foolishly board Lin Yu's ship. Otherwise, we would certainly be filled with regret by now. Lin Yu was oblivious to their inner turmoil. With a grand gesture, he established a WeChat group, adding all 5 women into it. The group name was rather audacious, a loving family. Ahem. Lin Yu cleared his throat, embarking on his brainwashing speech, exuding the charisma of a successful motivational speaker. Ladies, follow my lead, and I guarantee you'll enjoy a life of luxury. Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Hermes, purchase at your leisure. Villas, sports cars, yachts, everything you desire. Want to live like a wealthy lady? Just stick with me. The more Lin Yu spoke, the more animated he became, even dropping a monumental bombshell. I plan to book a private island, where the 6 of us will live a blissfully uninhibited life. Han Jingjing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she interjected, Brother Lin Yu, does that island have Wi-Fi? I want to go without it. It must be Starlink S. With lightning-fast speeds, Lin Yu waved his hand grandly, his confidence unwavering. Fan Linling, however, was concerned about another matter. What about food on the island? We can't eat seafood every day, can we? Fear not. I'll hire a Michelin 3-star chef, available 24/7. Whatever you wish to eat, just say the word. Though Mu Qianqian and her other 2 roommates remained silent, their hearts were already dancing with joy. They exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging. Following Lin Yu was indeed a wise choice. Mu Shiying watched Lin Yu boast, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Did this guy really see himself as a king? However, observing her sister and roommates' eager expressions, she could only shake her head in resignation. Well, it was already like this. What else could be done? They could only continue down this path. Hello, Mr. Lin. We have identified a suitable candidate who meets your requirements for the accounting manager position. If it's convenient for you, we can arrange an interview. N.I. Zihan's competent voice came through the phone, as she had meticulously selected the best candidate according to Lin Yu's request. I'm available right now. Lin Yu replied decisively, glancing at his watch. GR all right. I will be there shortly, expected to arrive in half an hour. Lin Qingshue's voice resonated with a blend of surprise and apprehension. She hastily disembarked at the next station, preparing to transfer. Numerous gentlemen around were captivated by her presence, their gazes lingering on her even as she departed, reluctant to let her go. Lin Qingxue hailed from a single-parent household, with her mother enduring hardships to raise her. From a young age, she exhibited remarkable maturity, diligently pursuing her studies and achieving outstanding academic results. After graduating from the Accounting Academy in the Magical City, she navigated her way through various challenges to obtain her CPA certification. For a young individual who had only recently entered the workforce, an annual salary of 500,000 was indeed impressive. She brimmed with aspirations for the future, determined to dedicate herself wholeheartedly to her work should she find her employer agreeable. Upon arriving at the headhunting company, Lin Yu waited briefly. To pass the time, he decided to partake in a couple of draws. System, I wish to draw. He silently intoned. Understood, host. Currently, you possess 400 points of goddess points, allowing for 4 draws. The system's cold, mechanical voice echoed. I would like to draw twice. Before him appeared a colossal virtual screen adorned with a multitude of question mark squares, a red light box darting swiftly among them. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Workplace Insight Beginner. Workplace Insight. Activate the skill to gain a preliminary assessment of an individual's work capabilities. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the card. Loyalty card. Cool down time, 24 hours, loyalty card. A permanent card type item when used on a designated target. The target will exhibit unwavering loyalty to the user, never betraying them. This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Lin Yu had been pondering how to manage the impending establishment of his company, and these rewards arrived just in time, filling him with delight. At that moment, the door to the meeting room swung open, and Lin Qingxue stepped inside. Upon seeing the interviewer across from her, a dashing young man who appeared even younger than herself, she was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the company she was interviewing for was owned by some newly minted affluent heir? Yet, this could prove advantageous. Communication would be easier among peers, allowing her to showcase her talents more effectively. Lin Yu, upon spotting Lin Qingxue, was equally struck. The beauty before him was tall, likely measuring at least 7 meters. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, her features exquisite, and her understated makeup accentuated her natural elegance. Clad in a deep brown professional suit, she radiated a competent aura. With a black handbag in hand and a sophisticated watch adorning her wrist, she epitomized the attire of a workplace elite. She was akin to a goddess of restraint, seemingly stepped straight out of a television drama. Lin Yu discreetly activated workplace insight on Lin Qingxue. Character: Lin Qingxue. Attractiveness: 96 figure, 94 gender, female, single, untouched, suitable professions: accountant, finance. Professional manager. Career potential: 5 stars is the maximum. Loyalty: 0. Maximum value is 100. The annual best candidate for accounting manager. With such beauty and figure, she is undoubtedly the perfect choice for roles such as a teacher or lawyer in adult films. Her appearance and demeanor evoke a strong desire, making her the ideal personal accounting secretary. Lin Yu was overjoyed internally, yet maintained an outward composure. Hello. I am here for the interview for the accounting manager position at your esteemed company. Lin Qingxue shyly reminded Lin Yu, who was gazing at her intently. Hello. I am Lin Yu, the founder of Infinite Creativity Investment Company, Limited. What salary do you expect? Understanding that she was a distinguished graduate from a prestigious university and held a CPA, Lin Yu anticipated that even a salary of 500,000 might not suffice to meet her expectations. Thus he inquired. Chapter 72. The first employee. The annual salary of 500,000 offered by your company is quite substantial. Initially, I had taken a CPA exam with hopes of seeking fortune at one of the big 4 firms. However, upon reflection, I realized that there is no need for that. Mr. Lin's company is indeed the most suitable haven for me. Lin Qingxue is an astute individual who understands the weight of her decisions. Although the big 4 are well known, the competition is fierce, and the path to advancement is arduous. It typically takes several years to ascend to the senior level, and, subsequently, another 3 to 4 years to become a manager, by which time one would be in their 30s. Even upon reaching the managerial position, the salary would only range from 550,000 to 650,000. She cannot afford to wait that long. She wishes to earn money swiftly to purchase a home and provide a comfortable life for her mother, alleviating her hardships. Lin Yu was overjoyed at her acceptance. He felt he had struck gold. He promptly signed an indefinite labor contract with Lin Qingxue. An indefinite labor contract, in essence, guarantees job security. As long as no major mistakes are made, the company cannot terminate employment, allowing one to work until retirement. However, Lin Qingxue harbored some doubts. Was this boss overly generous? Did he have ulterior motives? And I, Zihan, who had been observing the entire process from the headhunting company, thought Lin Yu had lost his mind. Such generous treatment and an indefinite contract are typically reserved for loyal employees who have dedicated over a decade to the company. This young man could not possibly be serious. Could he? Unfazed by others' opinions, Lin Yu employed his loyalty card on Lin Qingxue. Successfully used loyalty card on target Lin Qingxue. Current loyalty level, 0-100. Success. A beautiful accountant with excellent demeanor and outstanding abilities is now secured. The next step is to find an office building. Lin Yu harbored grand ambitions. If Oda Nobunaga's aspiration was to unify Japan, and Cao Cao's ambition was to dominate the realm of wives, then Lin Yu's dream was to establish a commercial empire managed entirely by women. Each goddess would be 100 loyal, and even in moments of jealousy or conflict, they would never betray him. The mere thought was exhilarating. Lin Qingxue extended her hand to shake Lin Yu's in gratitude. In the instant their hands clasped, the long-awaited system notification finally chimed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered binding conditions. Binding target. Lin Qingxue. Lin Yu felt elated. It was akin to collecting a coveted SSR card in a game, fully leveled up. He suppressed his inner excitement, maintaining an outward facade of composure. Lin Qingxue gazed at her young, handsome, and generous boss, feeling considerably reassured. Although she was somewhat puzzled, she was predominantly filled with anticipation for the future. She silently resolved to work diligently, honoring Lin Yu's trust. Mr. Lin, where will our office be located? I can tidy up and be ready to officially report for duty tomorrow. Lin Qingxue was brimming with excitement, eager to dive into her work. Previously, to register the company, I had the agent find a random location. We haven't settled on an office building yet. How about you accompany me tomorrow to select one? Lin Yu scratched his head, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue nearly lost her balance. Buying a building? And selecting one at that? Was the boss truly serious? Her mind raced, nearly overheating from the rapid computations. Beside her, Enai Zihan was so astonished that her jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Has it come to this in these times, where the wealthy can be so extravagant, purchasing office buildings as though they were mere cabbages? Regaining her composure, Lin Qingxue, as a competent accounting manager, recognized her duty to safeguard the boss's finances. She had no desire to witness the company collapse due to her employer's reckless extravagance. Lin, I believe it is prudent to consider, Lin Qingxue endeavored to infuse her tone with politeness, that our company currently has only 2 employees. Renting a single office should suffice for now. Once we expand our workforce, we can contemplate relocating to a larger space or even purchasing at that time. Lin Yu pondered this and realized the merit in her words. With his current funds dwindling to under 1 billion, acquiring an entire building in a prime location was indeed a stretch, though securing a single floor was feasible. More importantly, he wished for Lin Qingxue to perceive him as a considerate employer who valued employee input. You make a valid point. Let us proceed to rent an office space tomorrow. Lin Yu agreed readily. Very well, boss. I shall return to prepare. Lin Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief and exited the office. Ms. Enai, thank you once again. Let us settle the expenses. Lin Yu expressed his satisfaction with the services rendered by the recruitment agency. As long as Mr. Lin is pleased, do not hesitate to reach out if you require anything. Enai Zihan beamed with delight. Although Mr. Lin had unreasonably high standards regarding the appearance of prospective employees, he was generous and understood the nuances of human interactions, discreetly slipping her a tip of 50,000. Including the service commission, this transaction had proven exceedingly lucrative. Enai Zihan felt a surge of joy, contemplating where to treat herself that evening. The following day, Lin Yu accompanied Lin Qingxue to the Qiangxing building in the bustling metropolis. As they approached the entrance, a sharply dressed, middle-aged man greeted them with enthusiasm. Good day. Are you Mr. Lin? I am Dong Jian, the manager of Qiangxing building. Dong Jian slightly bowed, respectfully inquiring while his gaze inadvertently lingered on the Ferrari key in Lin Yu's hand. This is our Mr. Lin. Our company has just been established and seeks to rent the top floor as our office. Lin Qingxue stepped forward to introduce. Dong Jian immediately donned an even warmer smile. Mr. Lin, you possess exceptional taste. The penthouse is indeed unparalleled. However, previous prospective tenants were deterred by the price, leaving it vacant since its lavish renovation over a year ago. How about I escort you up for a viewing? Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Dong Jian led them towards the elevator. Mr. Lin, we have a private elevator that goes straight to the top floor. Once inside, Lin Yu noted that the buttons were limited to just 2, the first floor and the 38th. The top floor spans over 3,000 square meters, with renovations costing upwards of 7 million. It is truly opulent. The rent is set at 18 per square meter per day, amounting to 1.62 million monthly. This price, well, it is indeed beyond the means of the average individual. As Dong Jian introduced the space, he keenly observed Lin Yu's reactions. Upon hearing the details, Lin Qingxue's expression shifted slightly, and she couldn't help but whisper to Lin Yu, "Boss, for this price, we could rent the Guijin and Zhongxin towers. Shouldn't we consider looking for another place?" However, Lin Yu dismissively waved his hand, stating, "Now that we are here, let's take a look first. If it is worth the price, we will rent it. If not, we shall seek alternatives." As they spoke, the elevator arrived at the top floor. With a soft chime, the doors slowly opened, revealing a breathtaking scene that left Lin Qingxue gasping in awe. The expansive, well-lit space was adorned with opulent decorations, and the floor-to-ceiling windows offered a splendid view of the vibrant metropolis. Beyond the conventional office areas, the facility included a staff lounge, a gym, a game room, and even a shimmering swimming pool. Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings with satisfaction, nodding in approval. The layout and amenities were impeccable, particularly from the vantage point of the general manager's office. The panoramic view of the surrounding buildings evoked a sense of grandeur, akin to standing atop a peak and gazing down upon the valleys below. "General Manager Lin, just look at this view and layout. It truly befits your esteemed status." Dong Jian interjected with timely flattery, secretly calculating the commission he would earn if this deal went through. Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned to Lin Qingxue, instructing Xiaoxue, "Prepare the contract for a 1-year lease." "Huh?" Lin Qingxue momentarily processed the information, her internal dialogue reflecting astonishment. The boss truly is unfazed by expenses. To rent such an extravagant place without a blink is remarkable. Hearing this, Dong Jian's smile widened, reveling in his internal joy. It's done. Chapter 73. Fundraising. With the lady having concluded the arrangements, Dong Jian exclaimed with delight, "Mr. Lin, you are truly remarkable. Our CEO has expressed that as a token of gratitude for your choice of Changxing Building, all property fees will be waived every month. Furthermore, should you choose to renew your lease after a year, the same applies." Rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile, he felt elated. Such a significant client must be well catered to. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue was pleased, realizing the substantial savings over the year. However, she remained cautious. "Manager Dong, words alone do not suffice. Could you please include what you just stated in the contract?" "Absolutely. Please hold on. I will have a new draft prepared immediately." Dong Jian hurried off, eager to secure this golden opportunity. Shortly thereafter, the new contract was ready. Lin Qingxue meticulously reviewed it, and after confirming its accuracy, both parties signed and sealed 2 copies. The top floor of Changxiang Building officially belonged to Lin Yu. With the office building secured and the first employee recruited, Lin Yu felt a sense of fulfillment. Next, he needed to return and gather funds, as he had yet to provide for the various goddesses this month. Before departing, he waved his hand generously, transferring 10 million to Lin Qingxue's personal account, and then feigned seriousness. "Xiaoxue, this is your test. Take this money to acquire some assets and recruit some trustworthy talents. Make sure to do a splendid job." Seeing the 10 million credited to her account, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but admire her boss's generosity. The overwhelming wealth had finally come her way. She resolved to fulfill Lin Yu's instructions impeccably, not to betray her boss's trust. Lin Yu drove back to Jiangnan District, humming a cheerful tune in his flashy Ferrari. Over the next few days, Lin Yu transformed into a master of time management, dedicating half of his time to the wealthy Bai Bing. Their brief separation had only intensified their affection, and the two were inseparable. Lin Yu spent an entire week entertaining Bai Bing, all the while ensuring he met his monthly target of 10 million. Pleased with her generous boyfriend who catered to her every whim, Bai Bing, in a fit of joy, invested 200 million in Lin Yu's new company and seamlessly became a board member. Seeing this development, Lin Yu wasted no time and activated a loyalty card for Bai Bing, cool down period, 24 hours. With a single glance at Bai Bing's profile, he was astounded by her impressive credentials. Name, Bai Bing. Appearance, 95 figure, 100 gender, female, partner. Lin Yu, professional skills, professional manager, top-tier negotiator, crisis management expert, insightful decision maker, networking specialist, financial operator. Note, unofficially employed individuals can only display skills, not suitable career directions. Career potential, 5 stars being the maximum. Loyalty, 100, maximum value, 100, Lin Yu marveled at her extensive skill set, reflecting on how this affluent lady was indeed a versatile powerhouse. However, Bai Bing is now the CEO of a publicly traded company, and the complexities involved are considerable. Although I genuinely wish to entice her to join us, her acceptance is not guaranteed. My fledgling company possesses nothing but financial resources, so it would be prudent to defer this matter for a later time. In the days that followed, Lin Yu remained industriously occupied, with his schedule brimming with activities. On the first day, he accompanied his childhood friend, Li Mengyao, to a film, and in the evening, they indulged in a sweet, intimate world of their own. The second day saw him treat Su Schwerer and her friend to an extravagant meal, followed by a lively outing at an arcade, culminating in a night of shared pleasures. On the third day, he engaged in a fierce gaming duel with Lu Ruyan and Lin Jiejia. On the fourth day, he procured a luxurious villa worth over 10 million for Zhang Ting and her son in the suburbs, after which the trio enjoyed a delightful day at a children's park, followed by an evening of joy. The fifth day involved a visit to a luxury car dealership where he surprised Li Feier with a lavish vehicle, followed by a romantic candlelit dinner that exuded charm. The sixth day took him to the city where Zhao Sherman resided, and there they shared profound conversations in the comfort of a hotel. On the seventh day, he transferred funds to the enchanting Tian Shu, who expressed a desire to meet. Lin Yu, feeling the strain of exhaustion, delicately suggested postponing their encounter, citing his recent fatigue. Finally, he successfully completed this month's fundraising project, amassing 900 million, bringing his total to over 1,800 million. On the eve of his departure from Jiangnan, Lin Yu resolved to visit his dormitory to spend some time with his roommates. Upon entering room 404, he was greeted by a familiar sight. The eldest, Li Chong, was fervently typing at his computer. The third, Wang Peng, was swaying to the rhythm of music with headphones on, seemingly lost in a virtual world, while the fourth, Zhao Yu, savored a box of spicy, boneless chicken feet without noticing Lin Yu's presence behind him. Clearing his throat deliberately, Lin Yu coughed a couple of times. The trio snapped back to reality and turned to face him. "Old two, you finally decided to come back." Li Qian exclaimed, removing his headphones and enveloping Lin Yu in an exuberant embrace. "What have you been up to lately? We've hardly seen you." Wang Peng approached, scrutinizing Lin Yu. "You've been busy making money, haven't you?" Lin Yu scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled. "Come on, you. Making money? You haven't been out chasing girls again, have you?" Zhao Yu adjusted his glasses, his expression skeptical. "Tonight, I'll treat you all. Dinner, foot massages, and a comprehensive pampering experience. Plus, we'll game until dawn." Lin Yu proclaimed with grandiosity. "Are you serious?" Li Chong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Absolutely. Let us go." Wang Peng leapt to his feet. "Is that really appropriate?" Zhao Yu hesitated. "Oh, come on, Yuzi, stop being so indecisive. Old two is treating. Do you really think he has short on cash?" Li Chong pulled Zhao Yu up from his chair. The four friends linked arms, laughing and chatting as they left the dormitory. After feasting and enjoying a royal massage, they headed to an internet CAF to revel in their final night of celebration. "Old two, your skills have declined." Li gazed at Lin Yu's dismal record of 052 and couldn't help but scoff. "Ahem, blunders, blunders." Lin Yu's face flushed crimson. "You must carry us." Wang Peng chimed in, adding to the mockery. "No problem. Watch me." Lin Yu gritted his teeth and selected Yasuo. The result, of course, was a thorough thrashing at the hands of the opposing team. "Ha ha ha, old two. You might as well just lie back and enjoy the victory." Li Chong laughed so hard he nearly fell over. Lin Yu was left speechless. As the game concluded and the night deepened, Lin Yu retrieved 3 bank cards from his bag and handed them to his companions. "Brothers, there's a bit of money in here for you to spend." "How much?" Lu Chong casually inquired. "Not much, just 1 million, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. "What?" the 3 exclaimed in unison, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. "Old two, did you rob a bank?" Lu Chong stammered. "What are you thinking? This is what I've earned legitimately." Lin Yu rolled his eyes. "From now on, I might not have time to return to school. You all take care of yourselves. I've taken care of things at school, and my graduation certificate is definitely secure. Besides, at this point, whether I graduate or not is of little consequence." Old 2, the three looked at Lin Yu, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. All right, enough of the sentimental stuff. If there's anything I can help with in the future, I will do my best. Lin Yu patted their shoulders and turned to leave the internet CAF. Upon returning home, Lin Yu first transferred 10 million to his mother's bank card. Then, he surreptitiously sent 5 million to his father's private account, accompanied by a message. Dad, spend wisely and don't let Mom find out. If she does, come to me. Chapter 74. The Enchanting Tang Yun. Divorce without children? Having returned to the bustling metropolis with newfound wealth, Lin Yu promptly reached out to Ni Zihan from the Xuanxian Headhunting Company, requesting her assistance in scouting exceptional talent. The criteria remained unchanged: female, attractive, and a focus on serendipity. Yun, I have a prestigious client, an absolute diamond bachelor. Would you be interested in coming over to discuss? It's been ages since we last met. A perfect opportunity for a reunion. Ni Zihan immediately thought of her dear friend Tang Yun and dialed her number. Sounds great. I'll bring some delicious food over this evening. I imagine your kitchen has gathered quite a bit of dust. Hasn't it? Tang Yun readily agreed. Fully aware of Ni Zihan's tendencies, a quintessential career woman, yet utterly inept in the culinary realm, surviving primarily on takeout or the cafeteria downstairs. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Tang Yun arrived at Ni Zihan's apartment, carrying a hefty bag filled with delicacies that had cost her over 500. All of Ni Zihan's favorites. She drove her sleek red sports car with purpose. Ding-dong, the door swung open to reveal Ni Zihan clad in cozy loungewear. Her hair casually fashioned into a bun, her bare face still radiating natural beauty. The two friends arranged the food on the table, transforming it into a feast. It was then that Ni Zihan noticed Tang Yun's attire, which was utterly breathtaking. A black camisole adorned her figure, complemented by a short jacket that tantalizingly hinted at what lay beneath. Once seated, the dark miniskirt seemed almost superfluous as her long, fair legs dazzled the eye. Most striking was Tang Yun's profound neckline, a sight that could easily mesmerize. Tang Yun, oblivious to Ni Zihan's gaze, playfully tossed her voluminous curls, exuding an irresistible charm. I wonder how many innocent young men you've ensnared in your web of allure this past year? Ni Zihan inquired casually, sipping her juice. Oh, don't get me started. I've changed jobs 3 or 4 times, and everywhere I go, there are those who are drawn to me. A single woman, it's exhausting. Is it a sin to be this beautiful? Tang Yun lamented, deliberately accentuating her figure and casting a flirtatious glance at Ni Zihan that was utterly captivating. Ni Zihan felt a shiver run through her, nearly spitting out her juice in surprise. Her friend was truly a siren, enchanting enough to leave even a woman in awe. Tang Yun's visage was exquisite, akin to a porcelain doll. Beneath her willow-like brows, her doe-like eyes sparkled with a life of their own. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, and her full, red lips resembled ripe peaches, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Her physique was scandalously voluptuous. Standing at only 165 centimeters, she boasted an S-shaped silhouette, with a waist so slender it seemed almost otherworldly. It was a sight that would leave any woman feeling inadequate, let alone a man. What a pity you're not pursuing modeling. You would surely shine, Ni Zihan exclaimed genuinely, though her gaze inadvertently wandered to Tang Yun's bosom. Modeling? No, thank you. I have no desire to be pawed at by those greasy photographers, Tang Yun retorted, her disdain for the industry evident. By the way, what about that esteemed client of yours? What makes him so special? Ni Zihan wore a mysterious smile. His sole request was simple. Beauty. More of it, the better. Is this a selection of concubines? Tang Yun widened her eyes in disbelief. Close enough. In the world of the affluent, we are mere novices. Ni Zihan shrugged nonchalantly. So, what do you think? If this deal goes through, we shall never have to worry again for the rest of our lives. Your calculations seem rather shrewd. Are you attempting to sell me off? Tang Yun feigned anger. Oh, how could that be? I am merely considering your interests. Haven't you always complained about the lack of suitors? Now, a strikingly handsome and immensely wealthy gentleman is being presented to you on a silver platter. What could possibly displease you? Ni Zihan hastened to clarify. A handsome man? A millionaire? I'm intrigued. Just how handsome, how wealthy. Tang Yun's curiosity was piqued. So handsome that you one tea be able to close your legs. So wealthy that you'll count money until your hands cramp. And Zihan winked mischievously. Is that for real? Don't you dare deceive me. Tang Yun expressed her skepticism. Well, have I ever lied to you? If you don't believe me, just wait and see. And Zihan assured her with a pat on his chest. Fine, I shall await the arrival of your handsome gentleman. Tang Yun lifted her glass, clinking it with Zihan's. Absolutely. You'll be left utterly speechless. The two exchanged knowing smiles, an unspoken understanding lingering between them. And Zihan contemplated the potential success of this endeavor. If it materialized, with Mr. Lin's lavish spending, a tip of no less than 50,000 would be guaranteed, along with commissions, resulting in a delightful sum exceeding 100,000. Just the thought of it filled him with joy. Tang Jun, grappling with the overwhelming burden of an overdrawn credit card, found herself in a rather challenging predicament, although such matters were not particularly daunting for her. Since her husband's tragic accident, she had remained steadfastly loyal, allowing no other man to touch her. Now, with her dear friend recommending such a splendid boss, well, such a remarkable opportunity could alleviate her financial strain, bringing a wave of relief to her heart. Mr. Lin, I have an exceptionally suitable candidate for the position of executive director that fulfills your requirements. A graduate in public administration from Fudan University, also holding an MBA from the United States, with extensive experience at a Fortune 500 company. After their meal, the two strolled through the community as Zihan dialed Lin Yu's number. Upon hearing the mention of administrative management, Lin Yu promptly declined. In his mind, administrative management was merely logistics. Such talent could easily be recruited without the need for a headhunting firm. Rejected, and Zihan felt a sudden buzz in her head. Realizing her blunder, she had overlooked the other party's preferences. As a senior executive of a professional headhunting company, how could she make such a fundamental mistake? She quickly remedied her approach. Mr. Lin, aren't you fond of youthful beauty? This candidate is indeed young and exceptionally beautiful, a requirement for this position. Lin Yu emphasized his point, thinking to himself that he was a genius for correlating the requirements of the position with the need for youth and beauty. Well, she may not be young per se, but in terms of beauty, she is undoubtedly breathtaking, guaranteed to satisfy your standards. And Zihan assessed Tang Yun with a thoughtful gaze. Tang Yun could hardly contain herself when Zihan claimed she was no longer youthful, playfully pinching the soft flesh at her waist and shooting her a reproachful glance. And Zihan flinched in pain, but dared not utter a sound, instead offering a polite yet awkward smile in return. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's interest was piqued. He thought to himself that this headhunting firm seemed quite astute, aware of his preferences. Clearing his throat, he feigned indifference and inquired, "How stunning is she? How does she compare to those internet celebrities?" And Zihan mused internally, pondering how Lin, the president, could even compare them. Could an internet celebrity possibly rival Tang Yun? Gathering her thoughts, she replied, "Mr. Lin, internet celebrities are mass-produced. They can hardly be compared to a natural beauty. Let me put it this way. If you were to meet Tang Yun, I assure you, you would never wish to glance at those internet stars again." Lin Yu chuckled on the other end of the line, thinking that Zihan was quite articulate. However, he still needed to ascertain her true worth. By the way, what does it mean that she isn't young anymore? How old is she? He casually asked, recalling that Zihan had previously mentioned her age. 32. Zihan glanced at Tang Yun, who gave a slight nod before she disclosed the age. 32. Shouldn't she be married then? Is she capable? Hearing this, Lin Yu's interest waned. A married woman would only invite complications into his life, and he had no desire to entangle himself in any romantic disputes. Thus, he tactfully declined. Well, manager and I, as you know, our company operates on a 996 schedule, and during tight projects, a 007 situation is not out of the question. I fear that this lady may bear significant family burdens, which could affect her work efficiency. Perhaps we should reconsider. What kind of person was Zihan? After years of navigating the corporate landscape, she had developed a keen eye for discernment. She immediately perceived Lin Yu's underlying intentions and promptly interrupted him, saying, "Mr. Lin, rest assured, I guarantee she will meet your expectations. She has been divorced for several years and has no children. She has remained single. Furthermore, she is extremely dedicated to her work and can undoubtedly handle high-pressure environments. So you need not worry." "Oh, divorced? No children? Able to handle high pressure?" Lin Yu's eyes lit up, resembling two bright bulbs. This was practically tailor-made for him, with no familial burdens. She could devote herself entirely to her work. Wasn't this the ideal employee he had always desired? He quickly revised his stance, saying, "Ahem, well, manager and I, since you have vouched for her, I shall meet her. However, let me make it clear from the outset. If she cannot fulfill her duties, I will not hesitate to dismiss her." Zihan and Tang Yun exchanged glances, both bemused. This Mr. Lin certainly had a swift change of heart. Just moments ago, he had appeared distant and unapproachable, but upon learning of her single status, he performed a complete turnaround, revealing his true nature. "Mr. Lin, it is indeed getting rather late. How about you come by tomorrow morning instead?" Zihan endeavored to keep her tone calm. "Yes, that sounds good. I will arrive promptly at 9 tomorrow morning. Just have her wait for me in the conference room from the last meeting." Lin Yu stroked his chin, finding Zihan's suggestion quite reasonable. Thus he acquiesced. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu felt a delightful thrill in his heart. Tomorrow he would finally meet this enigmatic divorced lady. He wondered what her appearance would be like. Could she possibly bring some surprises into his life? He rubbed his hands together, his heart brimming with anticipation. Chapter 75. A private conversation. As Lin Yu stepped into the reception room of the Xuanxian headhunting company, the clock had already lazily drifted past 9 o'clock. He surveyed his surroundings, and his gaze ultimately settled on the figure who had been patiently awaiting his arrival. After all, being the boss afforded him the occasional luxury of tardiness, a small delight in his career. The moment their eyes met, it was as though two magnets had been drawn together with an undeniable force. A flicker of surprise flashed between them, soon replaced by mutual satisfaction, as if they had silently rated each other highly in their minds. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered the binding condition." The voice of Tongzi echoed in Lin Yu's mind, more animated than he was, as if fearing that this opportunity might slip away. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Tang Yun. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." Her voice was as refreshing as a spring breeze, imbued with a perfectly measured sweetness. With a radiant smile, her eyes sparkled with a subtle allure. As if invisible currents danced in the air, her meticulously prepared charm offensive. For this interview, Tang Yun had indeed made considerable preparations. She had chosen an outfit that struck a balance between youthful grace and mature elegance, neither too austere nor overly casual, allowing her femininity to shine through. Coupled with the flawless makeup she had crafted over 2 hours, she exuded an irresistible magnetism, a veritable embodiment of allure. Lin Yu nodded to himself, thoroughly impressed with Tang Yun's external attributes. He wasted no time and straightforwardly introduced the current state of the company, acknowledging that these details would soon be apparent to Tang Yun once she joined. "To be frank, my company is just embarking on its journey and is currently in a rather solitary state, with only one employee, the accounting manager. If you were to join us, Ms. Tang, please do not feel underappreciated," Lin Yu remarked with a hint of jest. Tang Yun pondered briefly, having come well prepared for various potential scenarios she had rehearsed in her mind. She turned to her companion, Zihan, and said, "Zihan, could you step out for a moment? I would like to have a private conversation with Mr. Lin." Zihan was taken aback, her face a canvas of confusion. This diverged entirely from the script they had discussed the previous day. According to their original plan, she was meant to remain for support, providing encouragement from the sidelines. So why was she now being asked to leave? However, trusting her friend, Zihan nodded. She offered Tang Yun an encouraging glance before bidding farewell to Lin Yu and gently closing the door behind her. Once assured the door was securely locked, Tang Yun approached and ensured the privacy of their conversation. The room's excellent soundproofing safeguarding them from any external disturbances. Observing this, Lin Yu felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. He regarded Tang Yun with keen interest, eager to see what new development she would bring forth. "Mr. Lin, I must confess that during my tenure at a Fortune 500 company, My annual salary reached a six-figure sum. Moreover, Zihan should have mentioned to you that I once experienced a marriage with an exceptionally affluent individual. Tang Yun began to speak slowly, a hint of nostalgia lacing her tone. Yes, manager and I has already conveyed these circumstances to me. Please continue. Lin Yu encouraged her to proceed. Regrettably, my dream of entering high society did not endure for long. Within a year of our marriage, my husband tragically passed away due to an accident. As all the assets were acquired prior to our union, I received only a meager portion, approximately 5 million, while the remainder was appropriated by his family. Coupled with my savings accumulated over the years, although it might evoke envy in many, it still falls significantly short of what I truly desire. Upon reaching this point in her narrative, a flicker of fervor ignited in Tang Yun's eyes, dispelling the earlier hint of regret, as if she sought to incinerate all her discontent and yearning. Her tone shifted to one of unwavering conviction and strength. I yearn for transformation. I long to possess the ability to steer my own destiny. I crave a life that genuinely belongs to me. Name your price. Lin Yu interjected directly, his eagerness to delve into the matter palpable. Tang Yun countered with a question. Do you intend this to be in the company's name or privately? She wished to gauge Lin Yu's true intentions. Both. You will join my company with a nominal annual salary of 1 million, as it must appear legitimate for financial documentation, though I fear that a higher figure may establish a precedent for future dealings. As for the private arrangement, Lin Yu paused, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Why don't you tell me how much you desire? Lin Yu's straightforwardness caught Tang Yun off guard. She had initially estimated a private salary of 5 million annually, which would total a substantial fortune by the time of retirement. Time, after all, is unyielding, and she sensed her allure gradually waning, igniting a growing sense of urgency within her. I, Tang Yun stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Her expression fluctuated between hope and trepidation, her heart a tempest of emotions. She recognized this as an unparalleled opportunity to transcend her current station, particularly as Lin Yu's appearance was precisely to her liking. If she were to align herself with him, who could truly claim the advantage? Seconds turned to minutes as the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. At last, Tang Yun seemed to solidify her resolve, her heart steeling itself for the leap. No reward comes without sacrifice. She took the initiative, gracefully approaching Lin Yu and perching herself upon his lap, her arms encircling his neck as she cooed, Mr. Lin, offer whatever you wish. I am at your disposal. This sudden display of sensuality jolted Lin Yu, yet he maintained his composure, suppressing the excitement within as he feigned calmness and inquired, anything? Although Tang Yun appeared alluring and seductive, she remained a woman of principles. Years had passed since her husband's demise, and she had been discerning, never succumbing to the advances of those with ulterior motives. Upon perceiving Lin Yu's insinuation, her face flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly buried her head into his shoulder, unable to meet his gaze. Lin Yu could no longer contain himself. He embraced Tang Yun tightly, inhaling deeply the rich fragrance of femininity that enveloped her. This scent intoxicated him somewhat. Where are you living now? Lin Yu suddenly inquired, his voice laced with a subtle hint of anticipation. Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected question. She responded truthfully, I have rented a spacious single room in the city center, and the monthly rent exceeds 10,000. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu pondered, the city center, a spacious apartment, such a prime location must command a hefty price. It seemed Tang Yun had certain standards when it came to her quality of life. Nevertheless, that was not an issue. All right, Lin Yu declared with a grand gesture, his tone exuberant. I'll first demonstrate my sincerity. Get in my car, and I will buy you a house. As for the subsequent rewards, that will depend on your performance. After speaking, he gently patted Tang Yun on the head, a playful glint in his eyes. Tang Yun lowered her head, responding softly, her voice barely audible. Inside, she felt as if a small rabbit was thumping wildly in her chest. Was Lin Yu truly so generous as to offer her a house outright? Observing Tang Yun's delicate demeanor, Lin Yu felt an even greater thrill. He opened the car door, gesturing for her to enter. Without hesitation, Tang Yun settled into the passenger seat. The car slowly started, heading towards the city. Chapter 76. Speeding and house view in your car is incredibly stylish. It feels so comfortable to ride in, Tang Yun exclaimed, reveling in the exhilarating push of the Ferrari. The evening breeze of summer caressed her cheeks, bringing a refreshing coolness that dispelled her inner apprehension. Well, if you perform well, I might just buy you one in the future. It's not expensive, merely 20 million, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, one hand on the steering wheel. Really? Is that true? Tang Yun's voice quivered, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She couldn't help but commend her best friend, Anai Zihan, in her heart. This was no ordinary suitor. He was a golden, diamond-studded, superlative giant of a partner. What an eye for talent. Lin Yu glanced at her, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Let us see how you perform. Tang Yun instantly grasped his meaning, her fair cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She quickly gathered her long hair and lowered her head slowly. I mean, you should slow down. This car is speeding. I can barely hold the steering wheel. Lin Yu's voice faltered. The once smoothly gliding Ferrari suddenly began to weave back and forth on the road, alarming surrounding vehicles that swerved to avoid it, resulting in a cacophony of honking and a scene of utter chaos. Beep, beep, beep. Can you even drive? Is this Ferrari something extraordinary? Rich people really know how to have fun. Is this a daytime flight to the heavens? The shouts of onlookers, mingled with various incredulous gazes, made Tang Yun's face burn even more, nearly crimson with embarrassment. She wished for nothing more than to sink into the ground. This was far too thrilling. However, she did not stop. After all, who could resist such a generous suitor? For the sake of a 20 million yuan sports car, she was all in. Half an hour later, a red supercar glided into the underground parking lot of Tangchun Yipin, finally halting in an exclusive parking space. Lin Yu exited first, elegantly walking around the front of the car to open the door for Tang Yun with a gentlemanly flair. Shielding herself with an exquisite sun umbrella, she stepped out gracefully. Today, she had deliberately applied light makeup, enhancing her snow-like complexion and radiant beauty. Before their departure, Lin Yu had already contacted the local real estate agent, ensuring that all arrangements were in place. As they entered the spacious and bright lobby, a young man in a sharply tailored suit approached them briskly. A professional smile plastered on his face. "Are you Mr. Lin? Good to see you." Zhang Wei. Lin Yu assessed him with a glance, casually inquiring. "Oh, Mr. Lin, you have an excellent memory." "Yes, it's me. Just call me Xiao Zhang." Zhang Wei responded, visibly flattered, bowing and nodding with utmost respect. As he enthusiastically led the way, he discreetly observed Tang Yun beside Lin Yu. The moment she folded her umbrella and removed her sunglasses, Zhang Wei felt as though the world had lost its color. His heart skipped a beat, followed by a frantic rhythm that seemed ready to leap from his throat. This is utterly remarkable," Zhang Wei exclaimed in his heart, a myriad of thoughts flashing through his mind. If only this could. He abruptly shook his head, forcefully casting aside those unrealistic notions. No, this is someone brought by President Lin. I must not entertain such thoughts. Zhang Wei cautioned himself, quickly redirecting his gaze and walking ahead with a straight posture, fearful that a moment's lapse could invite trouble. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but murmur inwardly, "What a stunning woman. President Lin is truly fortunate. I wonder how he sleeps at night." In an effort to mask his inner turmoil, Zhang Wei intentionally quickened his pace. Speaking incessantly, "President Lin, this building is the tallest in Tangchun Yipin, boasting a remarkable 44 stories. The property you are interested in offers an unparalleled view, and I assure you, it will meet your expectations." As he spoke, he discreetly observed Lin Yu and Tang Yun's reactions from the corner of his eye, silently praying, "Please don't give anything away. My heart cannot endure another shock." Lin Yu handed a delicate key to Tang Yun, who accepted it with trembling fingers. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her excited heart as she unlocked the door. Wow! Upon entering, Tang Yun was immediately astounded. Zhang Wei followed closely behind, commencing his professional presentation. This apartment's original owner was a business magnate, and the decor was executed to the highest standards, utilizing only imported materials. Intended for personal residence, Unfortunately, unforeseen circumstances led to a severed funding chain, resulting in the property being mortgaged to the bank and ultimately put up for auction. Observe the layout. 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 5 bathrooms, and 2 balconies, totaling over 500 square meters. Tang Yun could no longer comprehend Zhang Wei's words. Her eyes were overwhelmed. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows bathed the entire living room in sunlight, revealing an unbeatable cityscape outside. The open-concept kitchen and minimalist design exuded luxury and taste in every detail. Was this not the home she had always dreamed of? Tang Yun felt as though she were in a dream, the happiness arriving so suddenly that she found it hard to believe. This house is truly magnificent, she murmured, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Yu observed Tang Yun's reaction, a faint smile gracing his lips. This was precisely the effect he desired. This house is splendid. I will take it. Lin Yu turned to Zhang Wei and instructed, contact the owner immediately and inquire if they can come over to finalize the transfer procedures. Zhang Wei was taken aback. Having worked in this industry for over a year, he had encountered many discerning clients who scrutinized properties as if selecting a bride, meticulously comparing options, only to ultimately refrain from purchasing. It was his first time witnessing someone like Lin Yu, who made a decision at first glance. Excuse me, sir, are you certain you wish to proceed with the purchase? Would you not like to reconsider? Zhang Wei asked, unsure if he had misheard. Absolutely. Contact the owner now and inform him that I am not negotiating. I want it immediately. Lin Yu reiterated impatiently, eager to expedite the process and move on to the next step. Very well, President Lin, please hold on. I will contact them right away. Zhang Wei, observing Lin Yu's resolute demeanor, dared not inquire further and swiftly retrieve his phone to make a call. 3 minutes later, he hung up, excitement radiating from him as he turned to Lin Yu and exclaimed, Mr. Lin, the owner mentioned he is nearby and will arrive shortly. In approximately 15 minutes, Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement, guiding Tang Yun to the sofa where they settled down, patiently awaiting the arrival. Tang Yun remained enveloped in immense joy, secretly pinching her thigh pain. This was no dream. She glanced at Lin Yu, her eyes brimming with gratitude and affection. Chapter 77. Delivering Cars and Houses. A smooth acquisition. Once the business was concluded, both parties readily signed a real estate purchase agreement. Similar to the Moose sisters, Lin Yu only paid the down payment, providing Tang Yun with an allowance each month. Naturally, the entire process would take a fortnight to finalize. After ensuring that Tang Yun signed the contract and transferred the agency fee, Lin Yu took her away in his car. The boss had to repay over 300,000 each month for an extended period. It was a burden beyond their means. As soon as they settled into the vehicle, Tang Yun couldn't help but playfully flirt with Lin Yu, her eyes shimmering with allure. Although she voiced her concerns, her heart brimmed with joy. The house she had longed for was finally hers. Had her greatest dream and aspiration truly been realized? It felt surreal. Unable to repay? I will grant you a monthly allowance of 5 million. Do you still fear repayment? Little money lover, let's go buy a car. Choose whichever you fancy. Lin Yu relished Tang Yun's sweet words, yet he resolved to adjust her allowance based on her behavior. Good performance would merit more, while lack of cooperation would result in less. Can I truly choose freely? Tang Yun's voice became even more enchanting, almost intoxicating. Of course, open the car purchase app and select. Once you've made your choice, let me know promptly. We shall dine after the purchase. Lin Yu glanced at his watch. Well, I desire a Bentley Flying Spur S. Tang Yun expressed her long-cherished wish, immediately feeling a twinge of anxiety as she gauged Lin Yu's reaction. A Bentley Flying Spur S? You have excellent taste. No problem. Let us head to the Bentley dealership and collect your car. Lin Yu readily acquiesced. Wow, you're a truly wonderful boss. You seem even more eager than I am. Tang Yun exclaimed with delight. I am eager for what follows our meal, Lin Yu declared with sudden seriousness. Tang Yun's face flushed crimson, her fair cheeks adorned with a tempting blush. She cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Yu, her heart fluttering with sweetness. By the way, boss, with your wealth, what business does your company engage in? Isn't anything nefarious, is it? Tang Yun inquired tentatively, recalling something. Nefarious? Well, perhaps it's merely doing good deeds every day, Lin Yu replied with a mischievous smile. How vexatious. You jest too much. Tang Yin teased, yet her heart felt reassured. Haha, I'm just teasing you. Rest assured, I am a legitimate businessman. My company has a diverse range of operations. You will come to know in due time. Lin Yu chuckled, maintaining an air of mystery. The car sped toward the Bentley dealership like an arrow released from a bow. Good afternoon, sir and madam. Welcome to the Bentley Experience Center in the Magic City. Are you here to browse our vehicles? A beautiful saleswoman, captivated by Lin Yu's car, felt her heartbeat quicken. This was undoubtedly a significant client. She immediately donned her sweetest smile and approached with utmost respect. Please take us to see the latest Bentley Flying Spur S, Lin Yu requested succinctly. Of course, sir and madam, right this way. The saleswoman led them to a pristine Bentley Flying Spur S and began her enthusiastic introduction. Sir, madam, this vehicle just arrived yesterday. It is the V8 standard version, priced at $278 million. The two adjacent models are plug-in hybrids, with the white one representing the luxurious top-tier version, enhanced with a bespoke sports package. Observe the sleek blackened grille, the lower guard, the luminous rings, and the exhaust tips. It is equipped with a formidable 4.0T engine. Tang Yun's gaze was entirely captivated by the white Bentley Flying Spur S, and she could hardly take her eyes off it. After the salesperson meticulously detailed the performance, interior, operational methods, and precautions, Tang Yun eagerly cast an expectant glance towards Lin Yu. Understanding her unspoken desire, Lin Yu promptly produced his bank card. Let's proceed with the payment. Now, let us finalize the purchase contract. Please arrange for someone responsible to accompany me to the Vehicle Administration Office for the registration. You must have connections, right? For this 300,000. Help me secure a license plate for the Magic A, preferably with a favorable number. As he spoke, Lin Yu extracted a thick wad of cash from his wallet. The Bentley dealership instantly became a flurry of activity, with salespeople bustling about like spinning tops. Lin Yu instructed Tang Yun to bring her previous car over and simultaneously contacted a second-hand car dealer, successfully selling her BMW for $110,000. After all the formalities were completed, with a decade of driving experience, Tang Yun skillfully maneuvered her new vehicle in the area provided by the dealership. Under the guidance of the salesperson, the Vehicle Administration Office hasn't opened yet this afternoon. Shall we grab a bite first and head there later? Lin Yu remarked, glancing at the time. Sound great. Where shall we eat? I'm at your service. Tang Yun replied sweetly, linking her arm with Lin Yu's, the soft touch eliciting a stir in his heart. Let us go. I just spotted a Japanese restaurant that looks promising. Accompany me for a sumptuous Wagyu feast. Shall we? Lin Yu said with a slight smile. As Tang Yun drove the new car down the road, the wind howled past her ears, lifting her flowing hair. The striking beauty, accompanied by the luxurious sports car, naturally drew countless gazes, with some even whistling at her at the traffic lights. Upon arriving at the Japanese restaurant, the couple settled into a private room that Lin Yu had reserved in advance, indulging in an extravagant meal worth over 6,000 yuan, with caviar bursting in their mouths and wagyu melting like butter. At 3 in the afternoon, Lin Yu and Tang Yun arrived at the Vehicle Administration Office. After slipping a few packs of Chinese cigarettes to the staff, the approval process hastened considerably. As Tang Yun beheld her new car adorned with the license plate, tears of excitement welled in her eyes. Well, now that both the house and the car are sorted, I shall transfer you 5 million. Send me your bank account number. Lin Yu said casually as he settled into the passenger seat. Boss, 5 million is too much. Tang Yun exclaimed, slightly taken aback. Just 5 million? If you serve me well, I'll grant you 10 million every month from now on. Lin Yu replied with a playful glint in his eyes. All right. Tang Yun lowered her head, embodying a delicate demeanor. Unable to resist the allure of her submissive charm, Lin Yu urged Tang Yun to switch seats, taking the driver's position himself. With a swift press on the accelerator, the car surged forward like a wild stallion towards the nearest luxury hotel. He paid no heed to the astonished or envious gazes of those around him, effortlessly lifting Princess Tang Yun into his arms and rushing to the front desk to secure a lavish suite. With her cradled in his embrace, he hurriedly made his way into the room. For hours later, Lin Yu sat contentedly on the sole dry patch of fabric at the edge of the bed. Chapter 78. The fragrance fades. Congratulations to the host for subduing Tang Yun, rewarded with 100 goddess points. Current total, 300 points. Huh. As expected of a corporate elite who's worked in Fortune 500 companies, she completed the task flawlessly despite the intensity. Come on, it's been nearly half an hour of rest. It's past 8 p.m. now. Let's grab dinner. Lin Yu nudged the dazed Tang Yun, his tone laced with playful teasing. Tang Yun's gaze was unfocused. Fixed on the ornate chandelier hanging from the presidential suite's ceiling, her mind utterly blank. She even began to question whether her previous marriage had been a sham. The sheer volume of knowledge absorbed today surpassed everything she'd learned in the past year combined. The impact was staggering. Seeing Tang Yun lying there motionless, Lin Yu worried she might catch a chill. He rose and headed to the bathroom. Soon, the luxurious wooden tub was filled with steaming water. Returning, he effortlessly scooped her up in his arms. Tang Yun, limp and devoid of strength, could only surrender to his ministrations. As the warm water cascaded over her body, Tang Yun gradually regained some awareness. Feeling Lin Yu's movements, a blush crept across her cheeks. He meticulously dried her with the hotel's plush towels and tissues, then fetched a hairdryer, gently blowing her long locks dry. Had it not been for Lin Yu's formidable physique, carrying her would have been impossible. After another half hour of rest and downing a can of Red Bull, Tang Yun barely mustered enough strength to walk. Lin Yu helped her dress, and the two made their way to the hotel restaurant. He ordered a lavish spread, nutrient-rich dishes, including a special ginseng-infused chicken soup. Tonight, Tang Yun's appetite was unusually voracious. Typically restrained to maintain her figure, she now indulged without reservation, devouring gourmet dishes one after another before finishing with a hearty bowl of soup. "Boss, walk with me to digest this. I ate too much. I refuse to gain weight." Tang Yun dabbed her lips with a napkin, her tone carrying a hint of coquetry. Lin Yu naturally agreed. Hand in hand, they strolled along the city's encircling river near the hotel. The summer night breeze whispered softly, the water shimmering under the moonlight. To onlookers, they appeared as a blissful couple deeply in love, radiating warmth and sweetness. Tang Yun stole a glance at Lin Yu, thinking this guy. He was unexpectedly attentive today. But he's just too much. The thought reignited her blush, mercifully concealed by the night. Sensing her gaze, Lin Yu turned and grinned. "What, still reminiscing?" Tang Yun scoffed and shot back, "Oh, shut up," before quickening her pace. Lin Yu chuckled and followed. The fading sunset bathed them in a golden glow. Rubbing his slightly sore legs, Lin Yu glanced at the empty seat beside him before turning to her. "The house will be ready in a week at the earliest. The paperwork is mostly settled. How about staying at the hotel for now?" She slightly tilted her head, evading Lin Yu's gaze, her long eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly. "No, I must return to organize my belongings. There's much to move," she said, pausing for a moment. Her voice softened. "Moreover, I need to find time to arrange the apartment at Tangshanapin." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu assumed she was eager to settle into her new home and nodded immediately. "All right, I will follow your lead. Do you need my help?" No. She quickly waved her hands, her voice rising slightly, fearing Lin Yu might insist on accompanying her. Unbeknownst to him, she harbored her own thoughts, believing she desired to personally craft a cozy nest, which warmed his heart. Yet, she was inwardly anxious. Although the presidential suite was splendid, Lin Yu had been visiting daily, treating it like his own backyard. If this continued, she worried her frail body would soon give out. She certainly did not wish to experience the sensation of an early demise at such a young age. Stealing a glance at Lin Yu and seeing no suspicion in his eyes, she secretly exhaled in relief, her mind calculating furiously. Once she moved into Tangshanapin, she would possess a legitimate reason to decline Lin Yu's attentions and excessive intimacy, asserting that her new home required a period of tranquility. With this thought, a sly smile crept upon her lips, reminiscent of a mischievous kitten that had stolen a treat. Suddenly recalling something, she casually inquired, "Have you been busy these past few days?" Lost in visions of a promising future, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback by her question. "Not particularly. Why do you ask?" "Oh, Nothing, just a casual inquiry, she replied, her eyes drifting, unable to meet his gaze, silently praying, please don't say you're busy. Please don't say you want to help. Observing her evasive demeanor, Lin Yu found it somewhat peculiar, but dismissed it as mere eagerness for her move. Smiling, he said, once you've settled in, I will come to see you. Uh-huh. All right, she murmured, her head lowered, responding softly, a hint of unnoticeable relief in her tone. As night fell and the streetlights illuminated the path, casting long shadows of the two, she walked silently beside Lin Yu, her thoughts already soaring far beyond the earthly realm, contemplating how to establish a protective barrier in her new home to ensure her safety. After bidding farewell to Tang Yun, Lin Yu returned to the hotel, where the sheets had been freshly replaced, exuding a faint fragrance. He lay sprawled on the soft bed, gazing at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, beginning to strategize the future of his company. Making money? That was secondary. The primary focus was to provide a reasonable excuse for his bound goddess. And there were also 300 goddess points. Perhaps he should try his luck at a draw. With this thought, Lin Yu felt invigorated and silently declared, system, I wish to draw. Understood, host. You currently possess 300 goddess points, allowing for 3 draws. Let us start with 2 draws and see what treasures await. As soon as the voice fell, a cold, mechanical sound reverberated in Lin Yu's mind. Simultaneously, a colossal virtual screen materialized before him, adorned with an array of question mark squares. A red light frame danced rapidly among them, quickening the pulse of anyone who gazed upon it. At last, the red frame came to a halt on a particular question mark square, shimmering with brilliance, revealing a document. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 100 shares of Ma Dou Film and Television Media. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a script generator. What a stroke of luck. Lin Yu nearly leapt from his bed. Ma Dou Film and Television Media was a name he recognized well. Though relatively new, it wielded formidable power. The series this interview is quite tough had taken the internet by storm, spanning the realms of interactive gaming, film, and television. Energized by the revelation, Lin Yu recalled that the company's headquarters were in Hong Kong, with a branch conveniently located in Shanghai. He resolved to pay a visit to the Shanghai branch. While also planning to address matters concerning Yangmi, Lin Yu mused to himself, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Chapter 79. Interactive Game as if summoned by fate. Yangmi's call came through, just as Lin Yu was pondering. Lin, it's Yangmi. It's been so long since we last met. Have you forgotten about me? Her voice carried a hint of melancholy, intertwined with a playful lilt. After parting ways with Lin Yu, Yangmi had indulged herself for over a month, liberating the pent-up stress she had accumulated. Lin Yu had promised to arrange for professionals to assist her in managing the film company. Yet over a month had passed without any word, prompting her to reach out. Oh, Mimi, how could I possibly forget you? Lin Yu chuckled, his tone teasing. Come to the presidential suite at the XX Hotel tomorrow morning. Let us have a thorough discussion about your future. Do remember to wear those outfits I particularly admire. I intend to conduct a thorough inspection. On the other end of the line, a faint blush graced Yangmi's cheeks, and her voice took on a shy quality. You're insufferable. Understood, Lin. In a certain mysterious high-rise in the metropolis, Lin Yu entered the branch of his company. Awaiting him was a man with glasses, short hair, and a neatly trimmed mustache, Sun Lei, the head of this division. Lin Yu recalled that this individual was both an actor and a formidable director. His gaze swept across the wall adorned with posters of notable works, prominently featuring interview, alongside story of Yinshi Palace, XXX Promotion, Squid XXX, and Parasite XXX. These posters were striking, leaving a lasting impression, some even difficult to gaze upon directly. Greetings. You must be our new boss, Lin. Thank you for allowing me to continue my creative endeavors. Sun Lei bowed deeply, nearly dislodging his glasses. That is quite all right. Supporting you is the least I can do. Lin Yu thought to himself, support? This is all a gift from Tongzi. Yet he said, I've seen some of the works your company has produced. The acting is commendable, the visuals are exquisite, and the scripts are quite nice. This struck a chord with Sun Lei, who felt he had encountered a true patron of the arts, his eyes brimming with emotion. He quickly ushered Lin Yu inward. This way, Lin, let us discuss matters in the internal conference room. As Lin Yu followed Sun Lei deeper into the building, he marveled internally. Realizing that the exterior was merely a facade, the interior was a hidden gem. It seemed that many of the films had been shot here, given that the first floor alone spanned 1,000 square meters. The internal conference room contrasted sharply with the corporate decor outside. If the exterior represented a conventional office, this space was a symphony of artistic expression. The walls were transformed into massive projection screens, continuously showcasing splendid snippets of the company's creations. However, those snippets, how should one put it? If the sound were muted and accompanied by stirring music, they would easily pass for an action film. At the center of the conference table sat a peculiar-looking prop. Lin Yu momentarily failed to discern the purpose of the object before him, only sensing an enigmatic artistic aura emanating from it. Mr. Lin, behold, this is the core prop for our upcoming production. What do you think? Is it sufficiently striking? It will surely leave the audience in awe. It will illuminate their senses. Sun Lei exclaimed, rubbing his hands together with excitement. Lin Yu's lips twitched as he thought to himself, this is not illuminating. It's more likely to frighten someone to death. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to maintain the authority befitting his position. Ahem, quite impressive indeed. By the way, who constitutes our primary audience? Report to you, Mr. Lin. Our audience is remarkably diverse. From the age of 99 down to those just learning to walk, they are all our potential customers. Sun Lei declared, thumping his chest with confidence. Lin Yu nearly choked on his own saliva, gravely questioning whether this fellow had misconstrued the meaning of the word diverse. Coughing lightly, Lin Yu, with a hint of barely concealed excitement, inquired, have you ever considered delving into the true cinematic industry? This statement struck Sun Lei like a bolt of lightning, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stammered, Mr. Lin, is this for real? I'm indeed interested. If you grant me the opportunity, I promise I shall never produce such trivialities again. Sun Lei was a graduate of a prestigious film academy, harboring dreams of cinema, who would willingly resort to creating unworthy content. Yet, the harshness of reality had repeatedly thwarted his aspirations, leaving him without a patron. Now, this young Mr. Lin appeared like a beacon of hope, illuminating his dim existence. Lin Yu perceived the yearning in Sun Lei's eyes and nodded, deliberately coughing to mask his inner mirth before continuing, ahem, we must continue to promote quality works like the interview. However, I currently have a female newcomer I wish to make a rapid rise to fame. Do you have any suggestions? Upon hearing this, Sun Lei recognized an opportunity presenting itself. Grasping it as if it were a lifeline, he eagerly responded, Mr. Lin, since the overwhelming success of the interview, our company has been quite busy recruiting a slew of talents. Gearing up for a grand endeavor, we are developing a brand new interactive game titled Oh No. I am surrounded by beauties. Everything is in place, except for one crucial role, Hao's mother. The requirements for this character are quite high. She must not only practice yoga and be attractive, but also possess ample curves. As Sun Lei grew increasingly animated, he seemed to envision the game's explosive success. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, realized that the role was tailor-made for Yang Mi. Since the company now belonged to him, why not seize the opportunity? Perhaps it could lead to an instant rise to stardom. Moreover, Yang Mi currently had a modest following on Douyin, making this game an ideal platform to enhance her popularity. Excellent. Let's cast Yang Mi for this role, Lin Yu decisively proclaimed. The two reached a consensus, and Lin Yu promptly invested 10 million yuan into the company under Yang Mi's name. The news spread like wildfire throughout the entire company. Everyone was abuzz with speculation, pondering the true identity of this Yang Mi, who could command such significant attention from General Manager Lin. Chapter 80, Striving to Film. Invited by a fellow driver with the backing of financial support, the filming of Oh No, I'm Surrounded by Beauties was swiftly placed on the agenda. Sun Lei, invigorated as if by a shot of adrenaline, immersed himself in the set daily. Clutching a walkie-talkie, he incessantly directed the proceedings. Lights, shift slightly to the left. Brighter. Camera, zoom in. A close-up. Actors, more natural expressions. Be alluring. Do you understand alluring? His voice, hoarse from shouting, resonated through the air. Yet, his face radiated with uncontainable excitement. He recognized the significance of this opportunity. It was pivotal for him. If he could successfully execute this project, he would prove his worth in front of Director Lin. Promotions and salary increases would then be within reach, elevating him to the pinnacle of success. Taking a deep breath, he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. "Attention, all departments. We are ready to commence shooting," he declared, raising his walkie-talkie. Action. On set, a flurry of activity ensued. Lights, cameras, props, makeup. Each individual diligently fulfilled their respective roles, working with a sense of urgency and order. Yang Mi, clad in a form-fitting yoga outfit, stood before the camera. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her demeanor. She understood the rarity of this opportunity, vowing to seize it and not disappoint Director Lin. Above all, she could not let herself down. Closing her eyes, she recalled the scenes from the script, envisioning herself as Hao Hao's mother, a beautiful, sensual, and charismatic woman. Gradually opening her eyes, confidence shimmered within her gaze. She directed a captivating smile toward the camera. Sun Lei, positioned behind the monitor, observed Yang Mi's performance with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Indeed, she had not let him down. Every gesture, every expression exuded allure. She was, without a doubt, a natural actress. He could almost envision the game launching and taking the internet by storm. Clenching his fist, he felt a surge of excitement. "Cut! That was perfect!" he exclaimed. Cheers erupted on set, and Yang Mi released a long sigh of relief, her face lighting up with a relaxed smile. Approaching Sun Lei, she softly inquired, "Director Sun, how did I perform?" Sun Lei gave her a thumbs up. "Perfect. Absolutely perfect," he lavishly praised. "Yang Mi, you are the ideal choice for Hao Hao's mother in my eyes." Hearing Sun Lei's commendation, Yang Mi felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She knew her efforts had not gone in vain, all in pursuit of not disappointing the man who had created this opportunity for her and held such high expectations. Turning, she made her way toward the makeup room, her silhouette appearing particularly enchanting under the lights. Sun Lei gazed at her retreating figure, an expression of admiration crossing his face. Indeed, a graduate of the Shanghai Film Academy, her acting was truly remarkable. He was certain that this woman would undoubtedly blossom into a dazzling star in the future. And he, too, would rise to fame because of this legitimate interactive game. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the walkie-talkie again. "All departments, prepare. Next scene." His voice echoed across the set, brimming with passion and vigor. Before leaving, Lin Yu inquired about the schedule and budget from Sun Lei. After some calculations, Sun Lei estimated that filming would take about 20 days, with post-production requiring an additional month for meticulous refinement. The total cost of 10 million would be more than sufficient. Without further interruption, Lin Yu booked a luxurious suite for Yang Mi at a nearby 5-star hotel, ensuring she could focus on filming in comfort. Yang Mi and the male lead added several interactive scenes, wrapping up their parts in about a week, none of which involved kissing. Back at his residence, Lin Yu scrolled through his phone, chatting and interacting with his goddesses. Suddenly, a WeChat friend request popped up with an attached message. "Hello, young Master Lin. I'm the organizer of the Shanghai International Auto Show. I have something to discuss with you." Lin Yu recalled meeting this person at the auto show and accepted the request. "What's the matter?" "Go ahead," Lin Yu asked directly. "Young Master Lin, I have a Ferrari owners group where enthusiasts exchange daily experiences. Last time, you left in a hurry, and I forgot to add you. Would you mind joining?" The organizer replied. "Fine. Those who can afford a Ferrari are no ordinary people. No harm in joining." Lin Yu agreed and was promptly added to the Shanghai Ferrari enthusiast group. System notification. Starry C has joined. "Wow, a newcomer. Post a photo." Excited. Group rule. Red envelope first. "Ooh, male gender. Must be a handsome guy, right?" Lin Yu smirked. "No face photos, but how about something else?" Starry C. "Newbie here, seeking guidance." Attached. A photo showcasing 8 well-defined abs, sharp V-lines, and sun-kissed skin glowing under the light. "Holy, damn, a fitness god. Too intimidating, gotta run." Slurp slurp mom, S asking why I'm licking the screen on my knees. "Those abs that skim my maiden heart can't take it. Love it. Want to meet up?" The group exploded with messages, flooding the chat. Just a fake internet pic. Who is falling for this? A sour remark surfaced, followed by a few echoing voices. Seeing this, Linyu chuckled. True gold fears no fire. He casually grabbed a piece of paper, wrote his WeChat ID, Starry C, and took several angled mirror selfies, flexing his muscles before sending them to the group. This time, the photos revealed even more chiseled abs, deeper V-lines, and faintly visible veins, exuding raw power. The envious voices vanished instantly. Lurkers, especially female members, emerged in droves, showering Linyu with praise, flirtations, and thinly veiled invitations, nearly drowning the chat in adoration. His WeChat was instantly bombarded with friend requests, notifications chiming nonstop. He gazed at the incessantly popping notifications on his phone screen, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Could this be deemed an irresistible allure, radiating with fervor? Had he known such an effect would ensue, he ought to have pursued a career as a fitness instructor from the outset. Perhaps he would have already ascended to the pinnacle of success. Chapter 81. Supercar Club. Upon accepting the invitation, Chun mused that having abs was not particularly remarkable. True prowess lay in exceptional driving skills. Li Tainan sat in his villa in the bustling metropolis, observing the newly joined member flaunting his status, seemingly capturing the attention of all the women in the group, which irked him. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Howren decided to test the waters. He distributed 5 lucky red envelopes in the group, each containing 2,000 yuan. Linyu furrowed his brow, watching the screen inundated with messages of gratitude, thinking to himself how exceedingly idle these individuals must be. He clicked on several profiles for a closer inspection. The group, called the Car Enthusiast Club, boasted over 490 members. While it appeared lively, he estimated that only a handful were genuine car owners. The rest included second-hand car dealers, rental agencies, film wrappers, modifiers, and those involved in mortgage loans. A motley crew indeed, with many profiles clearly belonging to those engaged in dubious activities. Who cares what they do? A few hundred fraudsters trying to deceive me? Do they think I'm a fool? Linyu scoffed. After a moment's reflection, he began to distribute red envelopes of 20,000 yuan each, splitting them into 100 packets and sending out 10 in total. The calm group was instantly set ablaze, as if a deep water bomb had been dropped. First came the flood of notifications. XXX has claimed your red envelope, followed by an even more overwhelming barrage of thanks and praise that cascaded down the screen like a waterfall, continuing for a good 10 minutes. Each message more inventive than the last. Such behavior left Chun Haonan on the other side, quite displeased. Nanzi, this newcomer seems to be quite the big shot. His friend Wang Yi messaged him. I've already snagged nearly 10,000. Big shot my foot. He.S. just putting on a show, Li Tainan retorted, his irritation growing as he watched the group continue to lavish Linyu with extravagant praise, feeling compelled to issue a few red envelopes of his own to reclaim some dignity. Calm down, Brother Nan. I asked Mr. Li, who introduced him to the group. The owner of the LaFerrari Aperta at the auto show is him. Wang Yi sent another message. Instantly, Li Tainan regained his composure. Both he and Wang Yi drove Ferraris, having acquired their Roma models, each costing just over 3 million yuan. While an expensive car did not necessarily indicate wealth, the audacity of this individual to casually distribute 200,000 yuan in red envelopes suggested that challenging him would likely end poorly. Not all wealthy second-generation offspring were fools. With a newfound clarity, Li Tainan messaged Wang Yi. Yi, why not add him as a friend and have a chat? If possible, we could befriend him or invite him to our club. Wang Yi responded with an affirmative gesture. Meanwhile, Linyu, after sending out the red envelopes, was inundated with friend requests, which he declined by the hundreds until finally a semblance of tranquility returned. Hello, I'm the owner of Aroma. We are all car enthusiasts here. Let us connect. A new friend request came in. This one seems promising. Let me see how these affluent youngsters typically engage, Linyu pondered before accepting. He was curious to discover what else these luxury car owners engaged in beyond mere flirtation. At the very moment his friend request was accepted, he had already envisioned the other party nodding and bowing with a beaming smile. Wang Yi watched as the request was approved, his anxious heart gradually settling down. His fingers danced swiftly across the screen. Brother, That red envelope you sent truly opened my eyes. After lurking in the group for so long, it's the first time I've seen such extravagance. Just a small gesture. I've just arrived and I ought to greet everyone. Consider a treat for a late-night snack. Lin Yu replied, exuding an unmistakable air of pride. You're quite generous. By the way, I heard that the LaFerrari Aperta at the recent International Auto Show in the Magic City was snagged by you. That car costs over 20 million. Wang Yi continued to play along, his tone laced with perfectly timed astonishment. It's all right. You know how it is. Every man has his Ferrari dream, right? Just bought it for some fun, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Wang Yi couldn't help but twitch his mouth, thinking to himself, this guy, despite his youth, excels at showing off. Well then, if you enjoy putting on airs, I shall stoke the flames. He continued typing. Brother, are you interested in joining a club for some fun? Club? Lin Yu asked. Yes, the club regularly organizes activities to foster communication among members. It's not mandatory. Come if you have time, no pressure if you can't. Wang Yi explained it. What kind of club? Lin Yu inquired. The Magic City Supercar Club, though it's not mine. I'm merely an ordinary member. The entry requirements are quite high. Let me send you the club's introduction for your perusal. Lin Yu opened the image and quickly skimmed through the introduction. Upon seeing the membership criteria, he couldn't help but chuckle, responding directly. Isn't the entry threshold a bit low? Do you have anything more exclusive? Wang Yi nearly dropped his phone, but thankfully he maintained his composure and replied patiently. Brother, this threshold is not low at all. The asset proof requires at least 50 million, and there aren't too many nationwide who meet this criterion. Additionally, it must include fixed assets like real estate. All right then, I could join in for some fun, though the process looks a bit tedious, Lin Yu remarked. Wang Yi quickly clarified. That is not an issue, brother. If it's convenient for you, come over. If not, I can assist you with the paperwork. Just list me as your recommender. It's quite simple. As for the asset verification, I trust you won't have any problems. Lin Yu indicated that he would come by when he had time, and Wang Yi responded with an approving gesture, concluding their conversation. Wang Yi let out a long breath, collapsing onto his expansive leather sofa in his villa, and promptly dialed Li Tainan. Hello, Nanzi, it's done. This kid said he would come by to join when he has time. Li Tainan laughed heartily on the other end. Great. Does this kid always talk like such a braggart? Wang Yi couldn't help but retort. Indeed. Hearing him makes my fists itch. I truly want to give him a couple of punches. Not to worry. The club is about to host a large event soon. We'll have him come over and introduce him to some big shots so he can show off his heart's content. Upon conjuring that image, Wang Yi could not help but chuckle softly to himself, thinking, there will surely be a splendid spectacle to behold. He could almost envision Lin Yu's comical embarrassment before the esteemed figures, instantly uplifting his spirits. After their conversation, Lin Yu took to the internet to peruse the publicly available information on various supercar clubs across the nation, including details pertaining to the Shanghai Supercar Club. Indeed, there exists a multitude of such clubs in the country, albeit categorized into varying tiers, with entry requirements that pose a challenge for the average individual. Chapter 82. Track Experience Day. Masterful driving skills. A few days later, a meticulously crafted parcel arrived at Lin Yu's residence. Upon tearing open the rigid black envelope, he discovered a substantial card, its matte black surface adorned with golden embossed lettering that elegantly outlined the emblem and name of the Magic City Supercar Club. The invitation was designed with great care. As he opened the inner page, it revealed not only the formal invitation to join, but also a preview of an upcoming event. The phrase Members Exclusive Track Experience Day stood out prominently, accompanied by the date, location, and a brief outline of the schedule. Lin Yu traced the edges of the card with his fingertips, a subtle smile gracing his lips. A track day? That sounded intriguing. He casually tossed the invitation onto the coffee table and browsed through his phone for a while. Just as he pressed the button on the screen, the phone rang unexpectedly. The caller ID displayed Yangmi. Lin Yu answered the call. President Lin. President Lin. Yangmi's voice burst through the receiver, her words tumbling out in a rapid stream, brimming with barely contained excitement. Everything has gone so smoothly. I can finish filming all my scenes today. Her tone radiated energy, laced with a hint of caution and gratitude. All right, I understand, Lin Yu replied in a calm and unruffled manner. That's quite efficient. It's all thanks to you, President Lin, and the entire crew. Yang Mi continued, her enthusiasm unabated. That's enough, Lin Yu interrupted. Once filming is complete, make sure to take a few days to rest and adjust. The other end fell silent, save for the faint sound of her breathing. The promotional period for the game will be quite hectic, so conserve your energy. Lin Yu instructed further. Yes, President Lin, I will cooperate fully. Yami responded eagerly. Perform well, and there will be rewards, Lin Yu added nonchalantly. Thank you, President Lin. Thank you. Yang Mi's voice rose again, unmistakably filled with joy. Lin Yu chose not to elaborate further and hung up the phone. He tossed his device onto the sofa and took a sip from his glass. Before long, his phone lit up again with a WeChat message from Wang Yi. Brother, did you receive the invitation? Hee. What do you think? When will be a good time for you to come by and handle the paperwork? I'll be with you the entire time. The messages continued to pour in. By the way, you must come to the track day event next week. Many big shots from the club will be there, along with a number of beautiful female members. It'll be a great opportunity to mingle. Lin Yu read the messages on the screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the table. Big shots? Beauties? Wang Yi's method of enticing people remained as uninspired as ever. Meanwhile, in a private room of an exclusive club, Wang Yi hung up the phone and turned to Li Tainan with a smile. Brother Nan, he has received the invitation. I just nudged him again and mentioned the track day. Li Tainan swirled the amber liquid in his glass, a hint of coldness dancing at the corners of his mouth. What did he say? He hasn't replied yet, but I brought up the big shots and the beauties. He loves to put on a facade, so he will surely be tempted, Wang Yi replied confidently. Temptation is all we need, Li Tainan remarked. Li Tainan took a sip of his drink. On the day of the track event, you must ensure that he is invited over. I have arranged a program that will certainly leave a lasting impression on him. Rest assured, Brother Nan. Wang Yi chuckled, I will accomplish this task. There will be a splendid show to behold. Li Tainan nodded, a glimmer of calculation flickering in his eyes. Lin Yu's phone vibrated once more, the notification from WeChat chiming. This time, it was a message from Tang Yin. Lin Yu, I've tidied up my new place quite a bit, and I'm ready to move in any time. A few seconds later, another message followed. However, I'm feeling a bit tired from organizing things these past few days. My back and waist are sore. I think I'll take a couple of days to rest. Lin Yu gazed at the two messages, his fingertip hovering over the screen. She mentioned being ready, but then expressed her fatigue, a subtle hint. Was she testing whether he would urge her on or offer to assist? He gently tapped the screen and began to type a reply. Understood. Coincidentally, I have some matters to attend to at a club tomorrow, which may delay me for a day or two. Please rest easy. I will visit once I finish my tasks. He clicked send. On the other end, Tang Yun read Lin Yu's response, her previously anxious heart now at ease. He did not pressure her, nor did he display any impatience. Instead, he provided her with a valid reason to take a break. This was comforting. Lin Yu set his phone down, his gaze returning to the black and gold invitation. Shanghai Supercar Club. Li Tainan, Wang Yi. Track day. Given that a trap had been set, he was compelled to see what surprises they had in store. He picked up his phone and opened the chat with Wang Yi, his fingers tapping the screen a few times. I will head to the club tomorrow afternoon. The message was sent successfully. Simultaneously, Wang Yi's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and quickly answered, his voice brimming with excitement. Brother Nan, it's done. He said he would come by tomorrow afternoon. From the other end, Li Tainan's deep, satisfied laughter echoed. Excellent, the fish has taken the bait. Prepare a welcome gift for him tomorrow. System, I wish to draw a prize. Understood, host. Currently, you possess 100 goddess points, allowing for one draw. Let us begin. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system's cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind, and simultaneously, a vast virtual screen appeared before Lin Yu, filled with question mark boxes. A red light frame danced rapidly among them, quickening his heartbeat. The red frame finally settled on a question mark box, and amidst a flash of light, a document materialized. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired godly driving skills. The following afternoon, a dazzling red furry LaFerrari Aperta came to a stop in front of an estate on the outskirts of Shanghai. The tall wrought iron gates were firmly closed, flanked by stone walls equipped with surveillance cameras, and two security personnel in black uniforms stood at attention at the entrance. This was the clubhouse of the Shanghai Supercar Club. The car door lifted upward, and Lin Yu stepped out. As the sound of the vehicle's engine faded, the side door next to the club's entrance swung open, and Wang Yi emerged briskly, a warm smile adorning his face. His gaze swept over the sleek, powerful red sports car, and his pupils momentarily contracted before returning to their normal state. "Brother, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you for half the day." Wang Yi's voice carried an intentional familiarity. Lin Yu closed the car door, his movements measured and unhurried. He acknowledged softly. "What a stunning car." Wang Yi exclaimed, circling the vehicle with admiration. "This color, this presence, there are hardly any like it in the entire club." Lin Yu remained silent, simply observing him. Wang Yi's smile remained unwavering as he gestured invitingly. "Come on, let us head inside. I've already taken care of the formalities. It will be done in no time." Chapter 83. Membership registration. The security personnel confirmed Wang Yi's identity and opened a corner of the heavy iron gate. They traversed the meticulously maintained garden path and entered the main building of the club. The interior was adorned with opulence, yet devoid of vulgarity, showcasing numerous valuable artworks and decorations related to racing. The air was infused with a subtle blend of leather and fragrance. Wang Yi led Lin Yu to an office marked with a plaque reading Membership Department. A woman, dressed in a professional suit and exuding a competent demeanor, rose to greet them. "Mr. Wang, is this Mr. Lin?" she inquired, wearing a professional smile. "Yes, indeed, Manager Chun. This is Lin Yu, my brother Lin, whom I mentioned to you," Wang Yi introduced. Manager Chen's gaze fell upon Lin Yu as she courteously extended her hand. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Welcome to the Shanghai Supercar Club. I am the Membership Department Manager, Chun Si." Lin Yu exchanged a brief handshake with her. "Have you prepared the membership documents?" Chun Si asked. Lin Yu handed over a file. Chun Si accepted it, returning to her desk to verify the information with deft movements. As she progressed to the asset verification stage, she operated the computer with a few clicks, and it seemed some information flashed onto the screen. Chun Si glanced up at Lin Yu, her professional smile now infused with genuine respect. "Mr. Lin, your qualifications have been approved. We warmly welcome you as a distinguished member of our club." Her pace slowed, and her tone became more cordial. "We will expedite the creation of your membership card and related materials and send them to you promptly." The entire process transpired with an unusual efficiency, clearly indicating that Wang Yi had undertaken considerable preparatory work. "Thank you for your assistance," Lin Yu nodded. "Not at all. It's my duty." Chun Si quickly waved her hand. "Mr. Lin, would you like me to show you around the club?" "No need. I'll just take a casual look," Lin Yu declined. Wang Yi immediately interjected. "Manager Chun, you carry on with your work. I can show Lin Gu around." "All right then." "Mr. Lin, Wang Xiao, should you need anything, please don't hesitate to call me," Chun Si said, rising to see them off. Exiting the membership department, Wang Yi se simile brodenet. "So what do you think, Lin Gu? Wasn't the efficiency remarkable?" Lin Yu remained non-committal. "Come, let me take you to the lounge area. It's lively over there." Wang Yi enthusiastically led the way. As they approached the entrance of the lounge area on the first floor, a group of individuals approached them. At the forefront was Li Tainan, flanked by two unfamiliar young men and a middle-aged man in casual formal wear, appearing to be in his 50s. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Li Tainan paused, a smirk creeping onto his face. "Oh, who do we have here? Isn't this our extravagant Mr. Lin from the group?" His tone was elongated, dripping with evident sarcasm. "What brings you to our humble club today?" The two young men behind him chuckled, their eyes glinting with amusement as they regarded Lin Yu, while the middle-aged man observed Lin Yu with a composed demeanor. Wang Yi's smile faltered momentarily before he quickly attempted to smooth over the situation. "Brother Nan, Mr. Zhang, what a coincidence. I have just completed the membership formalities with Brother Lin." He turned to Lin Yu and introduced him, saying, "Brother Lin, this is Brother Nan Li Tainan, an esteemed veteran of the club. And this is General Zhang Qiming, one of our club's earliest members, a seasoned enthusiast with decades of experience in automobiles." Li Tainan paid no heed to Wang Yi's introduction, his gaze firmly fixed on Lin Yu's face, and spoke again. "I heard that the illustrious Lin has acquired a LaFerrari Aperta. TSK. What a grand gesture. purchasing a vehicle worth several million as if it were mere pocket change. Unlike us, who must meticulously count every penny when indulging in our automotive passions. The bitterness and insinuation in his words were almost palpable. Lin Yu finally raised his eyes to meet Li Tianan's, a faint smile curving his lips. "It is merely a bit of pocket money," he replied, his tone devoid of any emotion. "We play together for enjoyment, after all, better than some who deem a few thousand in red envelopes as extravagant spending. Such a narrow perspective." Li Tianan's smile instantly froze, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated Lin Yu's direct retort regarding the red envelopes, nor the ruthless nature of his words. "You." Li Tianan's face flushed with anger. Nearby, Zhang Qiming cleared his throat, breaking the tension. "Ah, youthful exuberance is commendable," Zhang Qiming remarked, his voice imbued with the calmness of someone accustomed to authority. "Young man, you seem unfamiliar. Where have you indulged in automobiles before?" His tone, seemingly placid, bore an undercurrent of scrutiny and probing. Lin Yu regarded Zhang Qiming, whose sharp gaze was tinged with a barely perceptible arrogance. "I simply dabble, with no fixed location," Lin Yu replied, his words precise and evasive. "I hear the club has a track day event next week." He deftly sidestepped the inquiry, redirecting the conversation toward the upcoming activity. Zhang Qiming furrowed his brow, evidently displeased with Lin Yu's unorthodox approach. Li Tianan suppressed his ire, sneering coldly. "What? Is Lin Daolao interested in track day? It's a serious affair, not merely a matter of wealth. Is that so?" Lin Yu responded nonchalantly. It would be an opportunity to witness it firsthand. His demeanor remained unruffled, neither incensed by the provocation nor exhibiting any reverence toward the so-called veterans. This imperturbable attitude left both Li Tianan and Zhang Qiming feeling as though they had struck a pillow. Wang Yi observed the unfolding tension with trepidation, fearful of an imminent confrontation, and quickly intervened. "Brother Lin is new here. He must be curious about the track. Brother Nan, General Zhang, let us all enjoy the occasion together. It will be lively." Zhang Qiming cast a deep glance at Lin Yu, choosing not to respond, and turned to walk toward the lounge area. Li Tianan shot Lin Yu a menacing look, a cold smile twisting his lips as he followed Zhang Qiming inside. As he passed Wang Yi, Li Tianan whispered in a tone only audible to both, "On track day, let him see what real rules entail." Wang Yi stiffened, hastily nodding and bowing. "Rest assured, Brother Nan, I know what to do." Lin Yu observed their covert exchange without acknowledging it, and then proceeded into the lounge area. The space here is expansive, adorned with comfortable sofas and a bar, where small clusters of individuals are seated. Some are clad in formal attire, engaging in hushed conversations, reminiscent of business professionals. Others don casual wear, exuding an air of arrogance, accompanied by a few sycophants. There are also stylishly dressed young men and women, gathered together in playful revelry. Indeed, as Wang Yi remarked, it is a realm of hidden talents and diverse characters, yet also a lang of the genuine and the superficial. Numerous gazes were cast upon him and Wang Yi upon their entrance, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, or outright indifference. Lin Yu chose a seat by the window, while Wang Yi attentively went to the bar to fetch drinks. He lifted the glass of water brought by the waiter, casually surveying his surroundings. Li Tianan and Zhang Qiming were seated on a nearby sofa, engaged in quiet discussion with a few others, occasionally glancing in his direction. It seems that this introductory meeting has begun to take shape even at this moment. Lin Yu took a sip of his water. Chapter 84. The Provocation of Tainan. The race begins. The sky on race day is cloaked in leaden gray clouds. Within the paddock area of the Shanghai International Circuit, the roar of engines reverberates, mingling with the acrid scent of gasoline and the burnt aroma of high-performance tires. Various supercars glide slowly through the maintenance lane, their carbon fiber bodies reflecting the dim light of the day, unveiling a cold mechanical elegance. Lin Yu maneuvers his striking crimson LaFerrari Aperta into the designated paddock area. With the roof down, this flagship stallion exudes an even more ostentatious presence. Instantly, the surrounding gazes converge upon him like a spotlight, whispers floating amidst the cacophony of engines. Many individuals draw out their phones, capturing photographs of this rare Ferrari. Wang Yi has been waiting here for some time, upon seeing Lin Yu's car. A broad smile spreads across his face as he approaches. Lin Gu, your car is simply dazzling, instantly becoming the center of attention. Lin Yu turns off the engine, unbuckles his seatbelt, and gracefully steps out of the driver's seat. It's just a car, he replies nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping across the diverse array of vehicles and people around him. Porsches, Lamborghinis, McLarens, all top-tier models, yet the presence of the LaFerrari Aperta remains unparalleled. Not far off, a fluorescent green, heavily modified Porsche 911 GT3 RS has just completed a sprint, emitting the characteristic hissing sound of its pressure relief valve as it halts at the paddock entrance. The car door swings open, and Li Tainan removes his helmet, shaking off the sweat-soaked hair, a hint of pride evident on his face. Spotting Lin Yu and the red Ferrari, his eyes flicker momentarily before he strides over. Flanked by several followers, including Zhang Qiming, whom Lin Yu recognizes from their previous encounter. Ah, Lin Xiao has arrived. Li Tainan's voice rises deliberately, drawing more attention. He circles the LaFerrari Aperta, his fingers gesturing in the air. What fine vehicle indeed. He halts before Lin Yu, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. However, Lin Xiao, this track is not merely about having a good car to drive fast. He pats the roof of his GT3 RS. I just clocked a time of 1 minute and 48 seconds, which is quite respectable. He gazes at Lin Yu, his eyes brimming with provocation. So Lin Xiao, do you dare to take a couple of laps? Let us witness whether your skills are worthy of this multi-million-dollar chariot. Laughter and whistles erupt from the surrounding crowd, reveling in the spectacle. Wang Ye's expression shifts, wanting to interject, but a single glance from Li Tainan silences him. Lin Yu's gaze remains calm and unwavering, fixed on the provocation etched across Li Tainan's face. He understands that the latter is eager to reclaim his honor. The humiliation of the red envelope, the verbal retorts, and the pent-up resentment all seek an outlet. The racetrack, indeed, presents an excellent choice. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Li Tainan, seeing Lin Yu remain silent, pressed on relentlessly. Indeed, a car worth tens of millions. What a pity if it gets scratched or dented. Exactly. Brother Nan's skills are top-notch in the club. New here, aren't you? Don't push your luck. Just admire from a distance. The jeering around them grew louder. Li Tianan's smug expression deepened, convinced he had Lin Yu cornered. All right then. He raised his voice. Let's not accuse anyone of bullying. Just 3 laps. Whoever's slower will bow and apologize in front of everyone. How about that? He paused, sweeping his gaze across the crowd before escalating the stakes. An apology alone is boring. The loser hands over their car keys. Winner gets to drive it for a day. The moment this wager was laid, the atmosphere ignited. Borrowing a car for a day. For these wealthy car enthusiasts, this was far more thrilling and humiliating than a mere monetary bet, especially when it involved vehicles like the LaFerrari Aperta and a modified GT3 RS. All eyes locked onto Lin Yu, awaiting his response. Li Tainan crossed his arms, chin lifted, exuding absolute confidence. His faith in his tuned racing machine and years of track experience was unshakable. At last, the faintest hint of a smirk curled at the corner of Lin Yu's lips. He needed an opportunity to establish his dominance. And here was the perfect target, delivered right to him. Since young Master Li is so eager, Lin Yu spoke softly, yet his voice carried clearly to every ear. Let's play. His immediate agreement caught Li Tainan off guard, briefly silencing the surrounding clamor. Wang Yi opened his mouth, but ultimately dared not intervene. Good, you got guts. Li Tainan recovered swiftly, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Then let's not waste time. Right now. The staff swiftly cleared the track. 2 cars, 1 red, 1 green, aligned side by side on the starting grid. The LaFerrari Aperta's deep growl contrasted sharply with the GT3 RS high-pitched roar. From the stands, the rest areas, to the pit lane entrances, every gaze was riveted on the starting line. Zhang Qiming stood by the pit lane railing, brows slightly furrowed as he watched Lin Yu on the track. Beside him, unnoticed until now, stood a tall woman clad in a sleek white racing suit. Her face was mostly concealed behind sunglasses, revealing only a refined jawline and crimson lips, her aura cool and enigmatic. Director Zhang, who do you think will win? Her voice was crisp and melodious. Zhang Qiming glanced at her, his tone steady. Li Tainan knows this track well, and his car is finely tuned. That young man may have a superior machine, but he's reckless. The track isn't won by horsepower alone. The woman said nothing more, her gaze fixed on the circuit. The starting lights extinguished. Like arrows loose from their bows, the two cars shot forward instantly, thanks to its aggressive tuning and Li Tianan's precise timing. The GT3 RS surged half a car length ahead, diving into the first turn with the lead. Li Tianan's lips curled into a grin. This was precisely the effect he desired. He intended to utilize his extensive experience and aggressive driving style to completely dominate this oblivious newcomer. He abruptly turned the steering wheel, the tires emitting a sharp protest, the rear of the car sliding slightly as it approached the apex of the curve in a manner teetering on the edge of control. However, in the rearview mirror, a flash of red followed closely behind, akin to a relentless parasite. The LaFerrari Aperta's entry into the turn was astonishingly fluid. There was not a hint of extraneous movement. The tires merely emitted a faint whine, while the front of the car aligned precisely with the apex. And the acceleration upon exiting the turn was nothing short of explosive. Lin Yu sat in the cockpit, his gaze unwavering. The God-level driving technique had long been activated. Every angle of the track, every fluctuation in grip, resonated clearly in his mind. To him, Li Tianan's racing line appeared rife with flaws. In his pursuit of speed, he had sacrificed too much stability. Chapter 85, Psychological Annihilation. Yang Mi wraps filming the first straightaway. The V12 engine of the LaFerrari Aperta unleashed a terrifying roar as the hybrid system instantly engaged. The speedometer needle surged frantically. In the blink of an eye, the crimson Ferrari caught up with the fluorescent green Porsche, running side by side. Li Tianan's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated such terrifying straight-line acceleration from his opponent. He stomped on the throttle, desperate to hold his position before the next turn. What followed was a series of continuous bends that became Lin Yu's stage. Every braking point was chosen with impeccable timing. Every turn of the steering wheel was executed with surgical precision. The car maintained flawless balance throughout. Rather than forcing an overtake, he clung to Li Tianan's rear like a shadow. The relentless pressure began to bead sweat on Li Tianan's forehead. He could sense that his opponent's driving skills far surpassed his imagination. Cold, calculated, devoid of any recklessness, yet breathtakingly fast. By the second lap's midpoint, they entered the track's most infamous high-speed combination, the spiral bend. This section tested both a car's downforce and a driver's courage to their limits. Gritting his teeth, Li Tainan knew this was the decisive moment. Either widen the gap or be overtaken. He opted for a conservative yet safer outer line. The instant he entered the bend, Lin Yu struck. The scarlet LaFerrari Aperta abruptly cut inward, exploiting an impossibly narrow gap that defied conventional overtaking wisdom. Madman, Li Tianan's pupils constricta. Instinctively, he tried to block, but was too late. Lin Yu's steering corrections were lightning fast, his throttle and brake coordination sublime. The Ferrari's wheels grazed the inner curb, sending sparks flying as rubber screeched against concrete. The car wobbled at the edge of control, only to be instantly stabilized by Lin Yu's masterful hands. Exiting the bend, the Crimson Spectre had seized the lead. A deathly silence fell over the venue. Spectators in the stands, mechanics in the pit lanes, even Zhang Qiming and the enigmatic woman held their breaths. This overtake was too audacious, too inconceivable. Skill married to daring. With Li Tainan behind him, Lin Yu faced no further obstacles. The LaFerrari Aperta's full potential was unleashed. Each subsequent bend widened the gap. The fluorescent green Porsche shrinking to a speck in the rearview mirror. Third lap. Finish line. The scarlet Ferrari crossed with undisputed dominance, its engine's fury gradually subsiding, leaving only the fading warmth of tortured tires on the asphalt. The pit area stood frozen. Everyone remained stunned by the brief, yet electrifying duel, particularly that textbook perfect limit pushing inside overtake at the spiral bend. Seconds later, Li Tianan's GT3 RS arrived belatedly, coasting past the finish line. He halted the car, gripping the steering wheel with such intensity that his knuckles turned white. His face was ashen, eyes brimming with disbelief and humiliation. He had lost, utterly and indisputably. Lin Yu parked smoothly, stepped out of the vehicle, and was immediately met with a renewed wave of gazes, this time laced with awe and astonishment. Li Tainan also emerged from his car, his steps unsteady as he approached, head bowed, unable to meet Lin Yu's eyes or the knowing stares around him. Wang Yi stood nearby, scarcely daring to breathe. "Honor the wager," Lin Yu said, his tone as calm as ever. Li Tainan stiffened, then jerked his head up, his face flushing crimson. Under the weight of countless eyes, he clenched his teeth and bent forward with visible reluctance. "A lost, young Master Lin," he rasped, the words thick with shame. Straightening, he fished out the Porsche key fob from his pocket and extended it toward Lin Yu, his fingers trembling faintly. Lin Yu accepted it. Just as Li Tainan turned to flee the scene of his disgrace, Lin Yu weighed the key in his palm, then tossed it back in a graceful arc. It landed squarely in Li Tainan's grasp. Stunned, Li Tainan caught it reflexively, staring at Lin Yu in bewilderment. "Keep the car," Lin Yu remarked. "Next time you wish to play, I'll oblige." The offhand dismissal was a silent slap, humiliation upon humiliation. Li Tainan's grip tightened around the key, his lips quivering wordlessly before he finally retreated into his car, his expression ashen. Around them, muffled laughter rippled through the crowd. By the pit lane railing, Zhang Qiming studied Lin Yu's retreating figure with a complicated gaze. "It seems we've underestimated him," he murmured. Beside him, the woman in white removed her sunglasses, revealing a face of striking, icy beauty. A faint, intrigued smile curved her lips. "Interesting." Lin Yu ignored the myriad stares, burning, probing, reverent, and strode toward his garage. The clamor of the track faded behind him, leaving only the quiet crackle of cooling engines. His phone buzzed in his pocket. The screen lit up with the name Sun Lei. Lin Yu answered. "Young Master Lin." Sun Lei's voice crackled with barely contained excitement. "Miss Yang has wrapped all her scenes this afternoon. The results, young Master Lin. The results are phenomenal. Miss Yang has incredible presence, sharp instincts, and an innate grasp of the camera. Her role is the soul of the entire game. So many shots were perfect in one take." Sun Lei paused, then continued. "Post-production is in full swing. Effects, editing, voiceovers, optimization, all progressing in parallel. I guarantee we'll deliver a masterpiece." "Understood," Lin Yu replied evenly. "Proceed as planned. Quality above all." "Absolutely," Sun Lei answered succinctly, expressing that Miss Yang truly possesses immense potential and displays remarkable dedication. "This collaboration has been exceptionally pleasant." Lin Yu hung up the phone. The night deepened. In a presidential suite of a five-star hotel in the enchanting metropolis, the air was infused with a refreshing scent of post-bath cleanliness, mingled with a hint of elusive intimacy. Yang Mi, clad in a bathrobe, sat gracefully on the edge of the carpet, leaning against the sofa, cradling a cup of warm water in her hands. Her lustrous black hair, still slightly damp, cascaded casually over her shoulders, accentuating her exquisitely fair and captivating visage. A lingering blush adorned her cheeks, and her gaze held a blend of languor and contentment. Lin Yu reclined on the sofa, toying with a delicate lighter. Its metallic casing opened and closed with a crisp click. He refrained from smoking, instead savoring the tranquility of the moment. Chapter 86. Thoughtful Intentions. Secretly heating up, how do you feel now that the filming has wrapped? Lin Yu broke the silence. Yang Mi turned her head, her eyes sparkling with a hint of amusement. It's quite fascinating. This is my first time engaging in such an interactive format, and Director Sun is wonderful. He has taught me a great deal. She paused for a moment before adding, although it is a bit exhausting. Lin Yu set down his lighter and picked up 2 file folders from the coffee table. Congratulations on completing the shoot. He handed the folders over to her. Curiosity piqued. Yang Mi accepted them. The first folder felt notably weighty, its texture firm. She opened it to reveal a neatly bound document. The cover was embossed with gilded letters. Shanghai Starlight Performing Arts Training Center. Comprehensive Advanced Performance Course Contract. Yang Mi's fingers hesitated slightly, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She looked up at Lin Yu without speaking, then lowered her gaze to open the second folder. Inside was a thick stack of printed pages. Script, Sunshine in the Alley, appeared prominently, with a smaller line beneath it, written by Anonymous. This was a script generated by a lottery system Lin Yu had participated in. Yangmi flipped to the first page, briefly scanning the character descriptions and story synopsis. It was a poignant indie film script set in an old neighborhood, revolving around neighborly warmth and personal growth. It was neither a commercial blockbuster nor a trending sensation. Setting the script aside, she looked up at Lin Yu again. This time, her expression was no longer one of mere curiosity. Instead, it bore a complex and inscrutable emotion. She had initially assumed that Lin Yu's invitation to participate in the game was perhaps a fleeting whim or merely a way to indulge in novelty. Afterward, she expected a financial reward or perhaps some luxurious gifts, and then nothing more. However, the two items before her were starkly different. One was a tangible professional training contract from one of the most prestigious institutions in Shanghai with a considerable expense. The other was a thoughtfully crafted script, evidently designed for newcomers to hone their skills and build their reputation. This was not a mere pastime. Her nose suddenly tinged with a hint of bitterness. Tears welled up uncontrollably in her eyes, blurring her vision. She blinked vigorously, tried to suppress the moisture, but to no avail. Lin Xiao, you. Her voice trembled with a barely perceptible quaver. The game is just the beginning, a stepping stone. Lin Yu reclined against the sofa, his tone calm. Sun Lei mentioned you have great potential, but there is a distinction between formal training and self-taught skills. To progress further along this path, you must solidify your foundation. He gestured toward the course contract. This training will be beneficial for you. And as for the script, he indicated the pages. It is a small production, and I will arrange the director and team. Familiarize yourself with it, and after the course, you will join the cast. Do not chase box office numbers. Focus on your performance and embody the character. Yami lowered her head, her shoulders quivering slightly. After a few seconds, she lifted her gaze. Her eyes reddened, but radiating a remarkable brightness. She looked at Lin Yu, and instead of expressing overwhelming gratitude, she simply nodded emphatically. I understand, Lin Xiao. The voice carried a sense of gravity. I shall not disappoint you. At this moment, something that had long been suspended in her heart finally settled. This man not only offered her an opportunity, but also paved the way for her future. The feeling of being taken seriously and having one's future meticulously planned is far more touching than any gem or finery. Lin Yu observed the brilliance in her eyes and nodded slightly. This could be deemed an investment, a promising one that requires patience and guidance. In the ensuing days, Lin Yu resumed his daily rhythm, addressing matters concerning the goddess. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue excelled at the company, establishing a team that made significant strides in the financial sector, which once again earned Lin Yu's admiration for her. He also kept an eye on the developments of the game Doomed. Sun Lei's team operated with remarkable efficiency, almost in a relentless state of motion. The editing room was brightly lit, with staff meticulously adjusting each interactive node's transitions and visual presentations on the screen. The preliminary edits of the game segments showcased astonishing results, excellent visuals, ingeniously designed interaction options, and abundant entertainment value. Particularly, Yang Mi's portrayal of Hao Ma Lin Liqing was exceptionally compelling in several key scenes, seamlessly blending tenderness, playfulness, and sensuality. The yoga scene was undoubtedly a highlight. Xiao Wang, in charge of testing, pointed at the screen, brimming with excitement. In the frame, Yami donned a form-fitting yoga outfit, stretching her body gracefully in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, her curves accentuated, sunlight cascading over her, enveloping her in a gentle halo. Sun Lei observed the scene, nodding in satisfaction. We should design more branches for this segment, providing players with greater choices. Meanwhile, Tang Yun, having recuperated for several days in the luxurious mansion Lin Yu had purchased for her, could no longer contain herself. On her phone screen, she hesitated before tapping Lin Yu's WeChat profile. She typed and deleted messages repeatedly. Ultimately, she sent a message. Lin Yu, what have you been busy with lately? After a few seconds, she added, I'm home alone, feeling a bit bored. Her tone conveyed a hint of probing and a trace of anticipation she herself was unaware of. Lin Yu's phone chimed. He glanced at the message on the screen and tapped a few times in response. There is a lot going on at the company. A new project has just commenced. Stay at ease. If you need anything, just tell the housekeeper. I'll come and see you once I'm done with this busy spell. The message was sent successfully. Lin Yu set down his phone, the corners of his mouth curving into a slight smile. Patience is key. Timing is everything. In a vast realm of the internet, in a corner of a gaming forum, a post quietly emerged. Title: Suspected leak of internal testing footage for Doomed. Surrounded by beauties? Who plays this Huaxia? Come take a look. The content of the post was straightforward, featuring a video clip of less than 30 seconds. The footage depicted Yangmi in her yoga attire, performing stretching exercises by the floor-to-ceiling windows. The quality of the video was not top-tier, somewhat blurred, as if recorded surreptitiously with a mobile phone. Initially, when the post was published, it garnered little attention. However, it was not long before the video was clicked open by several enthusiastic users. Goodness, what a physique. I can hardly contain myself. Is this gameplay footage? Real-life filming? The quality is astonishing. The crucial question is, who is this actress? She seems somewhat familiar, yet I cannot quite recall. Is it Huaxia? Lin Liqing? The casting is simply brilliant. Her presence is remarkable. I implore you for the complete version. I seek the name of the actress. Those yoga poses. Oh dear. I'm all set, my friends. The discussion began to simmer, although the scope was limited. The curiosity surrounding the identity of the actress in the video had quietly ignited. Chapter 87. The game launches, and Huaxia becomes a sensation. The game launched quietly, without any fanfare. A notification popped up on Lin Yu's phone screen. He swiped it open and glanced at several mainstream gaming platforms. In the new game recommendations section, he found a cover featuring several female protagonists, with Yangmi prominently displayed. The sales figures appeared rather lackluster, which was to be expected. Real-life interactive games were still a novelty in the domestic market, and it would take time for acceptance. He casually closed the page, not giving it much thought. However, Sun Lei was more impatient. Early the next morning, Lin Yu received a call from him, the background noise chaotic and filled with anxiety. President Lin, is there something off with the data? Our promotion was extensive, and the pre-launch buzz was decent. Why is there so little activity now that we've launched? Calm down. Lin Yu's voice remained steady. Let the dust settle for a moment. The game's quality is assured. It simply needs time for word of mouth to develop. Keep an eye on the back end and report any anomalies. After hanging up, Lin Yu rubbed his temples. Sun Lei was still somewhat inexperienced, but that was understandable given that this project represented nearly all his assets and hopes. In the ensuing days, the data continued to be tepid. Only on niche gaming forums and player groups did sporadic discussions start to emerge. Wow, this game is intriguing. A real-life gal game? The graphics are impressive, and the girls are quite attractive. That actress playing Huaxia, Yangmi, she's something special. Lin Yu occasionally glanced at these comments, most of which focused on gameplay and aesthetics. Then, as the first batch of players completed all the endings, the tide began to shift. I've beaten the game. It's addictive. The female protagonists are well developed. I'm suffering from choice paralysis. Highly recommend. The storyline is better than expected. It's not merely about eye candy. The immersion is strong. Aoma, Huaxia, who designed that yoga segment, come forth and receive your praise. The term Huaxia began to appear with increasing frequency. Subsequently, various edited clips and memes started to circulate wildly online. Screenshots of Yangmi in form-fitting yoga attire, executing various difficult poses emerged. Her character expressed a blend of exasperation and charm as she uttered, "You, my child. Who could resist Huaxia? All I want is to give Huaxia a home. For Huaxia, I'm all in." The meme was born, spreading like wildfire. When Lin Yu revisited the gaming platform, he was taken aback by the sharply rising sales curve. Oh no, skyrocketed to the top of the bestseller list, leaving numerous major titles in its wake. Various gaming media and self-publishers swiftly picked up the story, eager to report on the phenomenon. A phenomenal success. The real-life interactive game, Oh No, ignited the market. From obscurity to the pinnacle of popularity, the allure of Huaxia swept across the internet. Was the success of Oh No a mere coincidence or an inevitable outcome? Yangmi's personal social media account has seen a meteoric rise in followers, soaring from a mere few thousand to over 1 million overnight, and the numbers continue to swell. When her agent called, his voice trembled with excitement. "President Lin, It's exploded. Completely exploded. The phone is nearly worn out from all the inquiries from me. Interviews, endorsements, film offers. Several leading magazines are vying for her cover. Calm down, Lin Yu replied coolly. Filter through the offers. Don't accept everything indiscriminately. I will have Ma Do coordinate with us to chart her career path. Understood. Understood. After hanging up, Lin Yu chuckled and shook his head. This was merely the beginning. The entertainment industry is starkly pragmatic. The distinction between fame and obscurity is vast. Sun Lei's call followed swiftly, devoid of anxiety, now brimming with elation. President Lin, we made it. Our Ma Do film and television has truly succeeded this time. Ha ha! The cacophony of jubilant cheers and music echoed in the background. Who dare say our productions aren't worthy of the spotlight? From now on, old son, no, the entire Ma Do will heed your guidance. Very well. Prepare for a celebration, Lin Yu instructed. We can also start planning for the next project. Absolutely. I promise it will be splendid. As the game gained traction, it naturally attracted attention from opportunistic entities. Some astute gaming companies had already initiated similar projects. Within the film industry, numerous individuals eyed this lucrative opportunity. Attempting to poach Sun Lei, and Yangmi recruitment agencies reached out to Sun Lei through various channels, offering double his salary and elevated positions. Film companies also sought to engage Yang Mi's agent, promising superior resources and prospects. All these developments promptly reached Lin Yu's ears, yet he remained unfazed. The loyalty card produced by the system was remarkably potent. Even without utilizing the loyalty card, Lin Yu had faith. Following this success, and with his promised resources, Sun Lei's loyalty was assured. As for Yang Mi, her potential was evident, and the gratitude she felt for being recognized was sufficient to ensure her wise decision. Furthermore, Lin Yu held subsequent scripts and resources in his hands. Did others dare to covet them? They were merely dreaming. Lin Yu accessed the system interface and employed the script generator. A thought flickered, and the input box appeared. Keywords: business warfare, urban espionage, beautiful spy. Generating. Please wait. As the light shimmered, a prompt emerged moments later. Script: urban infiltrator generation complete. Lin Yu immersed himself in the narrative. Rapidly perusing the script, the synopsis unfolded before him, commencing with particularly the characterization of the female protagonist, Nightingale, is truly a stroke of genius. On the surface, she presents as a financial analyst, calm, professional, and meticulous. Yet beneath this facade lies an exceptional operative, endowed with remarkable skills and cunning. The script bestows upon her a profoundly intricate inner conflict, blending the coldness of her profession with occasional glimpses of her human struggles, rendering her character arc richly nuanced. This script is simply outstanding. Lin Yu could not help but exclaim. Produced by the system, it is indeed extraordinary. Its quality is of a caliber that would stand out even in Hollywood. Chapter 88. The premiere script, Tang Yun's new home. Hello, President Lin. Sun Lei's voice was imbued with his customary enthusiasm. Sun Lei, Lin Yu replied with a composed tone, I have in my possession a film script of the highest caliber. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. The script is titled Urban Infiltrator, Lin Yu continued, a commercial espionage narrative. Commence preliminary preparations on your end, with a primary focus on sourcing suitable directorial talent. I require someone seasoned, capable of managing grand scenes. Sun Lei's voice suddenly escalated, tinged with excitement. A film. President Lin, are you embarking on a movie project? A top-tier script? This is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Rest assured, I will procure the best directorial resources. I will reach out immediately, both domestically and internationally, to ensure we find the most fitting candidate. As for funding is not an issue, Lin Yu interjected. First, establish the framework. We will discuss finances after the director is secured. Understood. Understood. I assure you I will complete the task. Sun Lei's voice brimmed with vigor as he patted his chest in affirmation. Lin Yu grunted in acknowledgement and ended the call. Sun Lei's execution capabilities remained trustworthy. Madu Films must not limit itself to producing interactive games and family-friendly films. Cinema is the true arena for gaining prominence and expanding profits. Urban Infiltrator merits a substantial investment. Meanwhile, at the Magic City Starshine Performing Arts Training Center, in the movement class, Yangmi, dressed in a simple training outfit, her forehead damp with perspiration, diligently followed the instructor's commands, adjusting her posture with precision. Her gaze was focused, devoid of distractions. During a brief respite, she retrieved the script titled Sunshine in the Alley, flipping through its pages. They were filled with dense annotations in various colors, character sketches, background analyses, and emotional beats. She understood that the opportunity bestowed by Lin Yu was not merely a game or a training course. That script, that directive, to perform with sincerity and embody the character, carried immense weight. She could not, nor would she disappoint. Lin Yu's phone screen illuminated, displaying several images sent by Tang Yun. Her new home at Thompson Riviera was nearly arranged. The living room was spacious, with a floor-to-ceiling window revealing the nightscape of the Magic City. The bedroom exuded warmth, adorned with champagne-colored linens. In one corner lay a yoga mat and some petite fitness equipment. The photographs were taken with care, considering composition and lighting. A message followed. President Lin, would you like to come over for a visit? It carried a hint of intrigue and an invitation. Lin Yu tapped the screen lightly before extinguishing it, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He decided to visit unannounced, curious to see her in solitude. The sleek black sedan emerged from the underground garage, merging into the nocturnal traffic. With one hand on the steering wheel, Lin Yu gazed ahead with a tranquil demeanor. Tang Yun was a woman of intelligence, tact, and an understanding of how to leverage her advantages. The Thompson Riviera residence served as a well-deserved reward for her recent endeavors, as well as a clear signal. Now, by sending photos proactively, she sought to solidify this relationship further. The car glided smoothly into the underground parking of Thompson Riviera. The private elevator ascended directly to the designated floor. As the doors slid open noiselessly, his reflection appeared on the polished marble floor. Approaching the familiar door, Lin Yu raised his hand and knocked twice. Knock, knock, the sound resonating distinctly in the silent hallway. A faint rustling came from within, followed by the soft shuffle of slippers against the floor. Moments later, the lock turned and the door cracked open. Tang Yun's face appeared, still dewy from her recent shower, her hair loosely gathered at the nape of her neck. She wore a delicate silk robe in a soft blush hue. At the sight of Lin Yu, her eyes widened briefly before a flustered surprise overtook her expression. Hello, President Lin? Her voice carried a note of uncertainty and astonishment. What brings you here? Lin Yu remained silent, simply regarding her. Tang Yun quickly composed herself, her cheeks flushing as she stepped aside with slight embarrassment. Please, come in, she urged, adjusting the collar of her robe with a hint of self-consciousness. Lin Yu stepped into the foyer, greeted by a subtle, fragrant blend of shower gel and the natural scent of her skin. The apartment was tastefully arranged, warm yet refined, aligning with his preferences while still bearing her personal touch. On the coffee table lay an open fashion magazine beside an elegant incense burner, wisps of smoke curling upward. A cashmere throw draped casually over the armrest of the sofa. In the corner, a yoga mat was unfurled, flanked by a pair of small dumbbells, evidence of her comfortable routine here. Closing the door, Tang Yun hurried to his side, her head slightly bowed. You didn't mention you were coming. I wasn't prepared, she murmured, her tone laced with a delicate reproach. Lin Yu removed his coat and handed it to her. She accepted it promptly, hanging it carefully on the nearby rack. Moving to the center of the living room, he surveyed the space. Well arranged, he remarked evenly. A bright smile lit up Tang Yun's face. I'm glad you like it. She moved to the bar counter, deftly preparing a drink. What would you prefer? Coffee or tea? Water is fine. Seating himself on the sofa, Lin Yu leaned back into the plush cushions. Tang Yun soon returned with a glass of water, placing it before him on the table before settling beside him, close, yet maintaining a slight distance. A quiet tension lingered in the air. Lin Yu took a sip of water, his gaze resting on her. The robe accentuated her graceful silhouette, her freshly cleansed skin luminous and smooth. Her fingers fidgeted unconsciously with the fabric, betraying her inner unease. Setting the glass down, Lin Yu leaned forward slightly. His hand found her waist, drawing her in. Tang Yun stiffened momentarily before yielding, melting into his embrace. Her cheek pressed against his chest. She could feel the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. "What have you been busy with lately?" Lin Yu's voice resonated above her, deep and tinged with a hint of languor. Tang Yun nestled closer in his embrace, seeking a more comfortable position. "Oh, nothing much. Just working out, reading, learning flower arrangement, and tidying up the house," she replied, her voice soft and laced with satisfaction. Lin Yu's hand glided slowly across her smooth back. "Have you ever considered finding something to occupy your time?" "Doing what?" Tang Yun lifted her gaze, blinking innocently at him. "Did you not advise me to rest well? One cannot remain idle indefinitely." Lin Yu's fingers paused momentarily, noting that prolonged inactivity breeds lethargy. Tang Yun chuckled softly, imbued with a sense of dependence. "With you, Mr. Lin, I fear nothing." She wrapped her arms around his waist, pulling herself closer. Their tenderness lingered for a while. Lin Yu eventually rose, casually pacing the room. "Shall you show me around?" "Absolutely." Tang Yun sprang to her feet, her face alight with joy, reminiscent of a child eager to showcase her treasured toy. Chapter 89. 2 days in Suzhou with 4 young ladies, she led Lin Yu through the living room and into the bedroom. The master suite was spacious, featuring a separate walk-in closet and bathroom. The bedding was of her preferred brand, soft and comfortable. The closet was filled with an array of garments, many of which were newly acquired, with tags still attached. The vanity displayed an exquisite collection of skincare and cosmetics, reflecting the owner's refined taste and indulgence. Next was the study, modestly arranged with simplicity. A desk, a chair, and a wall-mounted bookshelf comprised the furnishings. The shelves held a limited selection of books, primarily fashion magazines, art catalogs, and a few bestsellers. A laptop sat on the desk, its screen dark. Well arranged. Lin Yu's gaze drifted to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, revealing a breathtaking nightscape. I certainly put in a great deal of effort." A languid air of satisfaction enveloped the room as Tang Yun nestled against Lin Yu, her fingertips unconsciously tracing circles on his chest. The reunion after their brief separation was particularly tender. "Once we rested enough, let us head to the company," Lin Yu said, his voice slightly hoarse yet remarkably clear. Tang Yun paused, lifting her gaze, her eyes sparkling. "All right." Lin Yu exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair as the fatigue from days of company preparations washed over him like a tidal wave. This high-intensity operation had indeed drained his spirit. Rubbing his temples, he recalled the faces of several charming young women. It was time to unwind and recharge with Mu Qianqian and the others. He remembered Mu Qianqian had mentioned that although he had provided each of the 4 girls with their own properties and ample spending money, these clever young ladies had chosen to band together, living in close quarters. During his absence, they had explored together, reveling in their youth, and occasionally, when Mu Shiying was free, she would join them in their merriment. This close-knit camaraderie alleviated his worries. With the loyalty card in place, their affections were solely directed towards him, granting him a unique sense of reassurance. With this thought, Lin Yu took out his phone and sent a message announcing his arrival. Almost instantly, his phone buzzed with their excited responses. Carrying a modest amount of luggage, Lin Yu arrived at Mu Qianqian's residence. He unlocked the door with his fingerprint, and a cascade of laughter and playful banter greeted him. As he entered, the sight before him dispelled much of his fatigue. In the spacious living room, for youthful figures were entangled in playful antics, cushions strewn across the floor, clearly the aftermath of a spirited battle. Mu Qianqian, sharp-eyed, was the first to spot him. With a joyful exclamation, she bounded towards him like a nimble fawn, leaping into his embrace, her arms wrapping tightly around his neck as she playfully said, "Brother-in-law, you're back. Qianqian missed you so much." The sweet fragrance of the young girl enveloped him, and at that moment, the other 3 paused in their activities. Han Jingjing was in the midst of tickling Xiao Qing, while Fan Linling was doubled over with laughter. Their gazes fell upon the 2 figures tightly embracing at the doorway, a flicker of complexity flashing through their eyes in an instant. Han Jingjing snorted under her breath, muttering to herself that he wasn't just her brother-in-law anymore. Yet her movements were swift as she immediately rushed over, squeezing herself into Lin Yu's embrace from the side with a dissatisfied pout. "Hey, Qianqian, being way too domineering. Fan Linlin and Xiao Qing exchanged a glance before joining in without hesitation. Fan Linlin wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's other side, while Xiao Qing, though slightly more reserved, pressed herself closely against his back, her delicate fingers clutching the hem of his shirt. Caught off guard by this sudden affectionate siege, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh helplessly, swaying slightly before steadying himself. The mingling of four distinct, delicate fragrances enveloped him, as if he had stumbled into a soft bed of blossoms, surrounded by four dazzling, affectionate, and clingy campus belles. The tender warmth against his arms and the cheerful, teasing complaints in his ears made his exhaustion vanish entirely, replaced by an overwhelming, almost overflowing sense of joy. Unable to suppress his laughter, he clumsily attempted to soothe the eager heads practically glued to him. All right, I'm back now. Aren't I? So tell me, did you all miss me, or is this some kind of ambush? Both. Han Jingjing tilted her face up, answering without a hint of shame. Mu Qianqian nuzzled against his chest, her voice even softer and sweeter. Of course we missed you. So much. Though Fan Linlin and Xiao Qing remained silent, the shimmer in their eyes and the tightening of their embraces spoke volumes. Lin Yu basked in the weight of their devotion, his heart burning with warmth. After finalizing their weekend travel plans, the four girls dispersed to prepare. The next day, Lin Yu's luxury car glided smoothly into the ancient city of Gusu, like a stroke of vibrant color brushed onto an ink wash painting. As the doors opened, Mu Qianqian, Fan Linlin, Han Jingjing, and Xiao Qing emerged gracefully, each adorned in exquisite Suzhou-style cheongsams, instantly illuminating the time-worn streets with their presence. The cheongsams accentuated their elegant figures, some refined, others radiant, harmonizing perfectly with the classical garden scenery behind them. Lin Yu, dressed in casual attire that seemed effortless, subtly revealed his sophistication with the Patek Philippe on his wrist. Leading the four beauties along the cobblestone paths, he drew countless envious glances from passers-by. The group was simply too dazzling, a strikingly handsome man accompanied by four enchanting women, as if they had stepped straight out of a painting. TCH, so good looks get you this far nowadays? A sour voice drifted from the crowd. One guy with four girls, and each one knockout. Another voice chimed in, laced with envy and resignation. Good looks? Look closer. That watch, Patek Philippe. The shirt, Ralph Lauren. The pants, Armani. The shoes, Gucci. That is not just looks, that is financial power. Without that kind of backing, you think four goddesses like them would be circling him? As he spoke, he jerked his chin pointedly in Lin Yu's direction. Mu Qianqian and her companions naturally caught wind of some discussions, yet they merely exchanged knowing smiles, choosing not to dwell on it. Fan Linling playfully winked at Lin Yu, forming the shape of words with her lips to suggest wealthy patron. Lin Yu responded with a smile, undeterred by the gazes of onlookers, continuing to elucidate the intricate design of the gardens and the historical significance of the flying eaves and bracket sets. After exploring the exquisite and elegant Suzhou gardens, the group proceeded to Nanjing's Confucius Temple. By the banks of the Qinhuai River, shadows danced in the lantern light, accompanied by the gentle sounds of oars. They savored the local delicacies. The duck blood noodle soup was delectable, and the osmanthus cake was soft and sweet. The four women relished their feast, with even Han Jingjing, who usually took great care in maintaining her figure, unable to resist sampling a few extra bites. Observing their contented smiles, Lin Yu felt an unusual sense of joy. Chapter 90, Presidential Suite, enchanting morning light as night descended. The hotel accommodation was the long-reserved presidential suite. The room was remarkably spacious, adorned with opulence, yet retaining an air of elegance. After shedding their exquisite kipeos, several individuals reclined casually on the soft carpet, sharing amusing anecdotes and photographs from the day. Lin Yu uncorked a bottle of red wine, pouring half a glass for each guest. The rich aroma of the wine intertwined with the subtle fragrance emanating from the silk pajamas, creating an atmosphere of delightful inebriation. Lin Yu leaned languidly against the sofa, his gaze sweeping over the four enchanting women before him. Han Jingjing's vivacity, Mu Qianqian's grace, Fan Linling's gentleness, and Xiaoqing's tranquility were all captivatingly evident. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction enveloped him, akin to warm water saturating his very being. The silk pajamas accentuated their graceful curves, their skin glowing under the light, each possessing her own charm. Han Jingjing, the boldest among them, with a playful glimmer in her eyes and a hint of teasing challenge, shifted closer to Lin Yu. After traversing so much ground, my legs feel as though they might break. A massage is in order, she cooed, her voice soft and endearing. Mu Qianqian, unwilling to yield, nestled against Lin Yu on the opposite side. Without uttering a word, she presented her glass of red wine to his lips, her bright gaze conveying an undeniable intimacy, as if silently proclaiming a unique status. Fan Linling, cradling her phone, let her fingers glide across the screen, a gentle smile gracing her lips, though her eyes occasionally wandered towards Lin Yu, imbued with a hint of bashful anticipation. Xiaoqing maintained a quieter demeanor, merely adjusting her seating to draw nearer to the center of the sofa. Her clear eyes, illuminated by the soft light, appeared to be tinged with a touch of enchantment. Lin Yu chuckled inwardly at the subtle competition unfolding. He remained impartial, extending his arms to gently embrace both Han Jingjing and Mu Qianqian's shoulders. Well then, everyone has worked hard today. It's time to rest early. He spoke with a gentle tone, imbued with an irresistible authority, skillfully diverting the conversation. He commented on the day's photographs, eliciting peals of laughter from Han Jingjing and exchanging knowing glances with Mu Qianqian, while also casting warm, reassuring looks towards a slightly reserved Fan Linling and Xiaoqing. The underlying tension was deftly diffused by his effortless charm, restoring a harmonious ambience. As time grew late, he suggested, "Shall we take a look at our camp for the evening?" Rising, he gestured towards the bedroom. Curiosity and excitement flickered in the girl's eyes as they followed in his wake. Upon opening the bedroom door, exclamations of awe erupted in unison. The bed, astonishingly colossal and adorned with pristine, soft linens, exuded an alluring warmth under the amber lights. "My goodness, this bed is simply extravagant." Han Jingjing was the first to leap onto the plush mattress, rolling gaily across it. Mu Qianqian and the others soon gathered around, caressing the silky sheets, their faces flushed with novelty. The enchanting